Chapter 1. The cycle begins. Is this the sixth time? Damn it, can I really not remember anymore? Deep underground, a young man named Uchiha Ban rubbed his heavy head and muttered to himself as he rose. His true identity was that of a transmigrator. By a twist of fate, he had unexpectedly crossed over into the world of Naruto, and according to the system's prompt, he needed to assist Uchiha Madara in executing the Eye of the Moon plan. However, each time, he was thwarted by Naruto Uzumaki, rendering the Eye of the Moon plan impossible to carry out. Fortunately, this system provided 9 chances for error upon failure. He would revert through time and space and begin anew. Yet, the time and location of this reset were entirely random. Time until the completion of the Eye of the Moon Plan 09. As Fontian awakened, this phrase flashed through his mind. He gazed at the text with a blank expression, his heart devoid of any emotion. Having experienced 6 cycles, he was all too aware of what this 09 represented. With each tailed beast captured and absorbed into the outer path golem, this number would increment. With each completion, Fengshen's abilities would receive a substantial boost. But now is not the time for contemplation. Is this perhaps the place where Madara survived after the 4th Great Ninja War? Fontian surveyed his surroundings, finding the scene before him consistent with the depictions in the anime. It seems the urgent task is to locate Madara this time. I must realize the Eye of the Moon plan, he murmured to himself, his pupils suddenly shifting as the Three-Demo Sharingan manifested in an instant. Though not as effective as the Byakugan, it will suffice to locate Madara based on the flow of chakra. With that, Fontian commenced his search for Uchiha Madara, encountering few obstacles along the way. In less than half an hour, he found himself before a massive wall that had just been breached. Clearly, based on the narrative, this must have been broken by Obito, who had gone to rescue Rin and Kakashi. Without further thought, Fontian focused his gaze and noticed not far away a throne fashioned from wood, where the elderly Uchiha Madara sat, connected to the outer path golem by several tubes, resting his hand on a scythe, warily observing him. "Who are you? How did you find this place?" Though Uchiha Madara's voice was low, it was imbued with an overwhelming sense of oppression. As he spoke, numerous white zetsu suddenly appeared around them, glaring at Fontian as if ready to devour him at any moment. "My name is Uchiha Fontian. I have come to assist Lord Uchiha Madara in realizing the Eye of the Moon plan." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of vitality flickered in Madara's otherwise lifeless eyes. He slowly raised his gaze towards Fontian and, in a gravelly tone, continued. "The Eye of the Moon plan, how does this little brat know of it? It is a secret, Lord Madara. Please allow me to join the Eye of the Moon plan." Madara fell silent, believing that this plan had been long in the making and could not be disrupted by the sudden appearance of an individual. Seeing Madara's prolonged silence, Fontian revealed his Three-Demo Sharingan, showcasing his identity and power. Yet Madara remained silent, his gaze towards Fontian gradually deepening. For the Uchiha clan, a Three-Demo Sharingan was hardly remarkable. Observing this, Fontian let out a deep sigh. Then, after a series of rotations, his Three-Demo Sharingan transformed into the fabled Mangeki Sharingan. Cause and effect reversed. Fontian murmured softly. An unusual power surged towards Uchiha Madara. The surrounding white zetsu attempted to rush forward to stop him. "Wait!" Madara's furious shout halted the white zetsu's advance. As he felt this strange energy, Madara's frail body regained some vitality, and he began to rejuvenate, chakra radiating throughout his being. Mangeki sharing in being a Uchiha. I understand the price of acquiring such power. At that moment, Madara was no longer frail. He began to test his body, wanting to savor the sensation. However, what surprises me is that your Mangeki Sharingan seems quite special. There is no record of this eye in any texts. Lord Madara, I have named this Mangeki Sharingan Destiny. I trust you have begun to sense this extraordinary power. This technique is called cause and effect reversal, which allows for the modification of certain realities to influence past outcomes. In other words, I utilize this destiny to alter the cause of your aging, thus achieving the effect of restoring your strength. Upon finishing this revelation, Fontian felt discomfort in his eyes, maintaining Madara's formidable effect required an immense expenditure of cause. Enough, I understand now. With Madara's words, Fontian felt a wave of relief wash over him, hastily shutting his Mangeki Sharingan and gasping for breath. Soon, the rejuvenated Uchiha Madara began to age once more, ultimately reverting to his frail state. The elderly Madara continued to sit upon the wooden throne, his thoughts drifting back to his battles with Hashirama during that fleeting moment of regained power. What a thrill it had been. Regrettably, they ought to have been comrades, yet their differing philosophies had led them to part ways. At this moment, Uchiha Madara gazed intently at Uchiha Fontian, nodding slightly to acknowledge his strength. Unlike Obito, his eyes reflected a deeper recognition of Fontian. I, Uchiha Madara, am willing to grant you this opportunity. Tell me, what do you wish to do? Madara slightly raised his head, scrutinizing Fontian with an inquisitive gaze. First, we must eliminate some uncertain factors. As he spoke, a flicker of murderous intent passed through Fengshen's eyes, surprising even Uchiha Madara. Uncertain factors? What do you mean? Madara queried, believing there were no uncertainties on his side. Yet Fontian activated his Mangeki Sharingan once more, adopting a battle stance, his gaze fixed on Uchiha Madara as he calmly stated, "How much longer do you intend to hide, Black Zetsu? Or rather, the third son of Kagaya, Tsutsuki." Chapter 2. Micro-Planetary Devastation. What do you mean, Fontian? Uchiha Madara was taken aback by Fengshen's words. This man not only knew of the Eye of the Moon plan, but was also aware of Black Zetsu's existence. Even as a fellow Uchiha, Madara tightened his grip on his scythe, watching Fontian warily. "Lord Madara, just release Black Zetsu, and the rest will be left to me." Fontian spoke calmly, his tone laced with an undeniable authority. Madara's eyes bore into Fontian, as if trying to see through him. After a long moment of scrutiny, sensing no hostility from the latter, he summoned a white Zetsu to his side and reached out to it. In an instant, Black Zetsu manifested above the white Zetsu, its heart racing with panic, utterly astonished that someone had discovered its true identity. "Black Zetsu, explain yourself." Though Uchiha Madara's voice was soft, it resonated with an intense pressure. "Lord Madara, I'm a manifestation of your consciousness. How could I possibly be related to Kagaya Tsutsuki? Is that so?" Madara's gaze suddenly turned icy, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing within. Despite his aged state, the aura of a seasoned warrior remained palpable. Faced with this sudden hostility, Black Zetsu had intended to continue its defense, but just as it opened its mouth, Fengshen's voice rang out. Black Zetsu, the third son of Kagaya Tsutsuki, existed in a distant past, having recklessly altered the inscriptions left by the Sage of Six Paths to save Kagaya Tsutsuki. Before Uchiha Madara activated his Enaji at the Valley of the End, it possessed Madara, replacing its consciousness as he released Black Zetsu. "I suspect this is your first appearance before Madara, isn't it, Black Zetsu?" Upon hearing Fengshen's deductions, Black Zetsu broke out in a cold sweat. It had initially intended to continue its defense, but found itself firmly in Madara's grasp. "Lord Madara, I am but a manifestation of your consciousness. Please do not be deceived." Black Zetsu pleaded for mercy, but was met with Madara's cold, indifferent gaze. "I shall activate cause and effect reversal once more." "Very well." As the words fell, a strange energy emanated from Fengshen's eyes. The moment Black Zetsu encountered this energy, it began to dissipate, desperately pleading for Madara's mercy. Yet to no avail that I in but a fleeting moment, the consciousness of Kagaya's Black Zetsu, originally replaced, was altered by Fontian, resulting in the complete emergence of Uchiha Madara's Black Zetsu consciousness. Subsequently, Uchiha Madara merely posed a few inquiries to this authentic manifestation of his own consciousness, only to discover the harsh truth that his Black Zetsu consciousness had indeed been supplanted. Typically characterized by his arrogance, he found himself momentarily flustered. Trembling, he grasped the scythe in his hand and swung it towards the Black Zetsu before him. In an instant, it was cleaved in two. Disrupted by external forces, the effect of causality was swiftly dispelled. The consciousness of Kagaya Otsutsuki's black zetsu reasserted its dominance over the body. Upon realizing it had been bisected, it sensed its exposure and promptly resolved to flee, intending to remain in hiding for decades before seeking a suitable successor. Oomph, do you think you can escape? Feng Tian scoffed, immediately employing causality reversal once more, forcefully altering Black Zetsu's desire to flee into a decision to cease resistance. In an instant, the Black Zetsu, which had been poised to escape, found itself frozen in place, as if ensnared in an endless illusion. Observing this, Uchiha Madara turned his gaze towards Feng Tian. Sensing Madara's scrutiny, Feng Tian instantly comprehended the silent communication and, disregarding the discomfort in his eyes, activated causality reversal once again, temporarily restoring Uchiha Madara to his peak state. Hurry! I cannot sustain this for much longer. Feng Tian urged, realizing that with his current state, having not yet dispelled even a single seal, his endurance was at its limit. You speak too much. Uchiha Madara, now back at his zenith, wore an expression of disdain and arrogance. He then directed his attention to Black Zetsu, clapped his hands, and bellowed, minor planetary devastation. As Madara's words echoed through the air, the surrounding earth and stones surged towards Black Zetsu, while a small black hole in the void began to draw everything in. Fortunately, Feng Tian had foreseen this and executed a body flicker technique, positioning himself behind Uchiha Madara, thereby avoiding the embarrassment of being drawn into the black hole. Yet Black Zetsu was not so fortunate. It was ensnared by the myriad of earth and stones, ultimately succumbing to the black hole, its final, reluctant echoes marking the end of all. As the seal concluded, Feng Tian hastily lifted the causality reversal he had cast on Uchiha Madara. With a disdainful grunt, Madara reverted to his elderly state. Huh! Feng Tian gasped for breath, blood trickling from the corner of his eye, clearly indicating the immense strain this excessive exertion had placed upon him. The aged Madara returned to his throne, resting his hand upon the scythe, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized Feng Tian below. After a moment, he spoke slowly. Earlier, you mentioned Kagaya Otsutsuki and the alteration of the tablet. What exactly is the matter at hand? Feng Tian did not respond immediately after a brief respite. He slumped to the ground and replied, Lord Madara, everything you witnessed on the stone tablet passed down through the Uchiha lineage has been distorted by the will of Kagaya Otsutsuki's Black Zetsu. A deity, in pursuit of stability, divided yin and yang into opposing forces, leading to the myriad phenomena of existence. This is a universal truth applicable to all things in the world. This statement can be interpreted to mean that by acquiring the powers of both the Uchiha and Senju clans simultaneously, one can attain immense strength. This also explains why, during your final battle, you bit off a piece of Senju Hashirama's flesh and ultimately awakened the Rinnegan. From this perspective, the text is indeed accurate, yet the true purpose of inheriting Kagaya Otsutsuki's Black Zetsu is, in fact, what is it? Uchiha Madara could not help but inquire, as nearly everything Feng Tian had articulated thus far had been correct. Even one as proud as he was eager to uncover the true intent behind Kagaya Otsutsuki's Black Zetsu. Lord Madara, your Moon Eye plan is to utilize the Outer Paths Golem to absorb the 9-tailed beasts, resurrect the 10 tails, and ultimately become the 10 tails Jinchuriki to unleash Infinite Tsukuyomi. Though I am astonished that you possess such intricate knowledge, I still wish to understand its true purpose. Upon hearing this, Feng Tian offered a faint smile and replied nonchalantly, its ultimate goal is, in fact, the resurrection of Kagaya Otsutsuki. Chapter 3. The Gathering of Three Tails Chakra. The resurrection of Kagaya Otsutsuki. Uchiha Madara murmured this phrase repeatedly, his murky gaze fixed upon Feng Tian as he continued. Are you suggesting that the stone tablet passed down through the Uchiha family actually has the ultimate aim of resurrecting Kagaya Otsutsuki? And who exactly is this Kagaya Otsutsuki? In response, Feng Tian elaborated, indeed, the true content of the tablet is now beyond comprehension. As for Kagaya Otsutsuki, she is an exceedingly terrifying entity even at your prime. you would not stand a chance against her. Oh, there exists a being more powerful than both myself and Hashirama? I am quite eager to witness this. Uchiha Madara, upon hearing Feng Tian's description of Kagaya Otsutsuki, found himself intrigued. A rare glimmer of fighting spirit flickered in his eyes, which were otherwise filled with the aura of death, observing that the situation was veering off course. Feng Tian repeatedly interjected, employing various arguments until he successfully persuaded Uchiha Madara to return to the matter at hand. Once the conversation was back on track, Feng Tian elaborated on his plan. The first step was to capture tailed beasts to continuously enhance his own strength. With each beast captured, his ocular power would grow increasingly formidable, based on previous cycles. It was evident that to restore Uchiha Madara to his peak condition over an extended period through the principle of causality, the power of at least 3 tailed beasts was necessary. Thus, he intended to overturn Uchiha Madara's original plan and directly utilize Obito to gather a group of skilled individuals to capture the tailed beasts. Should the number of tailed beasts exceed 3, the entire shinobi world would face the pinnacle of Uchiha Madara's power, with Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama deceased. The only potential threat to Uchiha Madara would likely be Orochimaru's Edo Tensei. In other words, as long as the outer path golem absorbed 3-tailed beasts and Orochimaru was sealed away, no one in the shinobi world would stand a chance against Uchiha Madara. After listening to Feng Tian's explanation, Uchiha Madara nodded thoughtfully. His lifespan was dwindling, and every action he took could not stray from the outer path golem. The execution of this plan would rely on Feng Tian and Obito. Let us proceed as you suggest. Additionally, Obito should be returning shortly. You can coordinate the subsequent matters directly with him. Having uttered these words, Uchiha Madara slowly closed his eyes and succumbed to slumber. It was imperative, at this juncture, to minimize movement to sustain his life. Originally, he had hoped to wait for a future day when Obito would resurrect him using the Rinne rebirth technique, but it now seemed that with Feng Tian's fateful Sharingan, he need not go through such complications. Just then, a faint sound of footsteps echoed from outside. Feng Tian turned to see Uchiha Obito, bloodied and with vacant eyes, standing before him. "Welcome back, Obito." Obito had just endured the agony of losing Rin, and he was engulfed in a profound melancholy. He constantly questioned the necessity of existence in this filthy world, oblivious even to the presence of Feng Tian. "Uchiha Obito, allow me to introduce myself. I am Uchiha Feng Tian, and I shall be your partner from this day forth." Feng Tian extended his hand courteously towards Obito, who, however, completely ignored the gesture. Not perturbed by this, Feng Tian spoke calmly, each word imbued with conviction. "Obito, this world has become devoid of necessity. Let us create a new world together." Upon hearing this, Obito lifted his head, and a flicker of light ignited within his previously hollow gaze. This was the first time he had looked up at the unfamiliar man before him. "A new world." Obito murmured these words repeatedly, then fixated his gaze on Feng Tian and slowly declared, "I wish to create a world where Rin exists. Tell me how to proceed." Feng Tian turned to Uchiha Madara, and after receiving a slight nod of approval, he proceeded to unveil the entire Moon Eye plan. After hearing Feng Tian's words, Obito's eyes were no longer vacant. He shouted towards Uchiha Madara with all his might, as if expending every ounce of his energy. "Grant me power. I need the strength to create a new world." Observing the accomplishment of his goal, Feng Tian stepped aside. Uchiha Madara, now rejuvenated, rose slowly, gripping his scythe as he approached Obito. "Very well, from this moment forth, you shall train under my guidance." Obito remained silent, merely activating his Manjiki Sharingan to demonstrate his determination to Madara. "This I possesses an extraordinary ability." Uchiha Madara's murky eyes fixated on Obito's newly awakened Manjiki Sharingan. After merely a glance, he discerned that these eyes harbored remarkably unique powers, sensing that matters had returned to the right path. Feng Tian gently spoke. "Obito, please retrieve Rin's remains." "You bastard, what did you just say?" Obito's eyes swiftly transformed into the Manjiki Sharingan, and his words brimmed with fury, as if he were about to charge at Feng Tian in a fit of rage. Uchiha Madara observed Obito without intervening, intrigued to see how Feng Tian would respond next. "You've misunderstood. Obito. I merely require the chakra from the 3 tails. I have no intention of desecrating Rin's memory." Feng Tian replied calmly, maintaining his composure in the face of Obito's threat. "This is essential for the execution of the Moon Eye plan. I must swiftly acquire power to join you in creating a new world." Upon hearing this, Obito's expression softened slightly. Earlier, after Rin's passing, he had sensed an immense and peculiar chakra within her. Without further thought, he had directly placed Rin's remains and that chakra into his Kimui space. After Feng Tian's explanation, he realized that this vast chakra was, in fact, the legendary chakra of the Three Tails. With this understanding, Obito ceased to dwell on the matter, coldly addressing Feng Tian with a hint of menace in his voice. Listen, I do not like you at all, but for the sake of this plan, I am willing to heed your instructions this once, and only this once. The extraction of the chakra will be done by me alone. No one shall interfere. Hearing this, Feng Tian helplessly raised his hands in a gesture of indifference, conveying through his gaze that he had no objections, as long as the goal was achieved. Subsequently, Obito departed to a secluded location to extract the chakra. Given Rin's death, the extraction process was relatively swift. Soon, Obito returned, holding a concentrated mass of Three Tails chakra before the two. Observing this, Feng Tian quickly glanced at Uchiha Madara, and upon receiving a slight nod, he activated the principle of causality once more, allowing Madara to regain his strength. Excellent work, Obito. After a brief restoration of power, Madara regarded Obito with approval, then took the Three Tails chakra from his hands and cast it directly into the outer path golem. Boom! With a thunderous roar from the golem, the Three Tails chakra began to circulate within it. At this moment, Feng Tian's lips curled upward slightly, as he mused internally. Very well. I now anticipate the extent to which this power will be enhanced. Chapter 4. Flying Thunder God Technique. The outer path golem consumed the Three Tails chakra at an astonishing pace, concluding its process in less than half an hour. Fortunately, the act of controlling the golem to absorb chakra was not overly taxing. Otherwise, given Feng Tian's current ocular power, he would not have been able to sustain the principle of causality for such an extended duration. Boom. With a final roar from the golem, the chakra absorption officially concluded. At that moment, Feng Tian's eyes bled profusely, as maintaining the principle of causality had placed a tremendous burden on him. However, the absorption process had proceeded remarkably smoothly. Progress on the Moon Eye Plan. 19. Congratulations to the host for receiving an opportunity to extract a ninjutsu. As a mechanical voice resonated within Feng Tian's mind, a colossal wheel appeared before him, visible only to his eyes. The wheel bore the names of numerous powerful figures. Namikaze Minato, Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Itachi. I hope to draw a remarkable ninjutsu this time, Feng Tian whispered, then gently tapped the wheel, as if he had activated a switch of fate, causing it to begin spinning slowly. The wheel turned at a leisurely pace, yet emanated an indescribable rhythm, as if each rotation represented a choice of destiny. Naturally, none but Feng Tian could perceive this. Even Uchiha Madara, with his Rinnegan, could not sense the wheel's existence. It was akin to a secret hidden within the crevices of time and space, only visible to those chosen by fate. The wheel's rotations accelerated, as if seeking to engulf the very fabric of space. And Feng Tian's heartbeat quickened in tandem, each beat laden with a yearning for unknown abilities. His gaze was firmly fixed on the names shimmering with faint light on the wheel. Each name symbolized a legendary figure within the shinobi world. Stop! Feng Tian silently commanded, and as his will was conveyed, the wheel gradually ceased its spinning, the pointer ultimately landing on a name that, amidst the multitude of powerful figures, appeared rather inconspicuous yet, at that moment, seemed to be illuminated by the light of destiny. Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato. Feng Tian felt a flicker of surprise within, for as far as he knew, the current Minato Namikaze possessed no formidable offensive capabilities. The only somewhat extraordinary ability he had was the legendary space-time ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God. Congratulations, host, on selecting Minato Namikaze. Please proceed to choose a ninjutsu from Minato Namikaze's repertoire, with the familiar mechanical voice resonating in his ears. Several icons representing Minato's skills materialized before Feng Tian. Rasengan, Flying Thunder God, Heavenly Winged Dance, Light and Shadow Fragmentation Technique, Gale's Super Flash Spiral. The first two names seemed relatively normal, but upon encountering the exaggerated names of the subsequent techniques, Feng Tian couldn't help but scoff. This fourth Hokage truly possesses a talent for naming. To borrow the words of the second Hokage, under normal circumstances, these names would certainly amuse me. However, at this moment, I lack such leisure. After pondering for a moment, Feng Tian gently tapped on the Flying Thunder God icon, and swiftly, information regarding the technique surged into his mind. There was no denying that the ordinary Rasengan was merely a B-rank ninjutsu, offering minimal enhancement to his combat prowess. The other skills could only reach their peak effectiveness when built upon the foundation of Flying Thunder God. Given the current circumstances, Flying Thunder God was undoubtedly the optimal choice. Should Fengtian successfully develop its effects later on, it could yield remarkable results. Immediately thereafter, a vast mental energy, akin to the warming sun of spring, surged into Fengtian's mind with overwhelming force. This mental energy was pure and immaculate, reminiscent of a mountain peak draped in fresh snow, evoking a sense of reverence. Sensing this unprecedentedly refined power, a faint smile unconsciously graced Fengtian's lips. At last, this familiar and potent force has arrived. Fengtian abruptly opened his eyes, his pupils beginning to spin once more, and within a mere breath, transformed into the kaleidoscope Sharingan. In that instant, it felt as if his ocular prowess had undergone a qualitative leap, rendering the surrounding world clearer than ever before. Every subtle flow of chakra, even the dust particles suspended in the air, could not escape his perception. You seem to have grown considerably stronger, Fengtian, the elderly Madara. Having reverted to his aged state, keenly sensed the change in Fengtian, and despite his weakened condition, his insight remained remarkably sharp. Thanks to the two of you, my strength has shed a layer of seal. Fengtian replied nonchalantly, his words imbued with a hint of confidence. TCH, not far away, Abido, having awakened his own kaleidoscope Sharingan, felt an enhancement in his perception. He too sensed the change in Fengtian. Yet a trace of hostility lingered within him. So, what do you intend to do next? The voice of the elderly Madara resonated once more, tinged with an imperceptible gravity. His original plans had been utterly disrupted by this unforeseen turn of events. And despite his discontent, curiosity regarding Fengtian's next actions overshadowed it. That I plan to seek out some allies. After all, I cannot capture the tailed beasts alone. In order to ensure the plan's success, I must gather at least 3 tailed beasts as soon as possible. Fengtian replied, subsequently directing his gaze towards the cave's exit and beginning to walk. Do you require any assistance? The elderly Madara's voice echoed behind Fengtian, causing him to pause momentarily. That won't be necessary. At present, I simply wish to find a few allies. There's no need to trouble you. Who do you intend to seek? At this point, Madara's eyes sharpened, narrowing as he scrutinized Fengtian, seemingly attempting to glean something from his expression. Uchiha Shursui. As the name escaped his lips, Madara's figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing into the depths of the cave, leaving only a faint trace of chakra lingering in the air. Follow this lad. Once Fengtian departed the underground, Uchiha Madara spoke slowly, instructing the nearby Zetsu to covertly follow Fengtian. Understood, Lord Madara. Several figures of Zetsu emerged from the earth, drifting forth like specters. Silently trailing their target, their forms seemed to meld with the soil, leaving no trace wherever they roamed. After completing these arrangements, the elderly Madara returned to his wooden throne, shifting his gaze towards Abido and declaring, during this time, I shall instruct you on the outer path Golem and other ninjutsu. Only if you can keep up will you be deemed worthy to become a part of the Eye of the Moon plan. Excellent. Chapter 5. Uchiha Shursui. Itachi, here we are, Fengtian murmured softly. His eyes shimmering with complex emotions, he stood outside the hidden leaf village, gazing at the familiar grand scene before him, where towering buildings and lush trees intertwined to form a serene and harmonious tableau. He gazed upward, where the immense barrier array shimmered under the sunlight, resembling an invisible shield that safeguarded the peace and tranquility of this village. Without hesitation, Fengtian inhaled deeply and stepped forward with resolute strides. Advancing towards the barrier. Stop. Who are you? Not far off. A stern voice shattered the surrounding calm. Shortly thereafter, several ninjas adorned with the Leaf Village forehead protectors swiftly approached him, their gazes brimming with vigilance and hostility. In the face of this situation, Fengtian exhibited no signs of panic. He halted his steps and calmly declared, I am Uchiha Fengtian, a member of the Uchiha clan. His tone was steady and natural, as though stating an utterly mundane fact. Oh, so you are one of the Uchiha. Do you have any way to prove it? As the approaching Leaf Ninjas learned of Fengtian's Uchiha lineage, their expression softened somewhat. They too belonged to the Uchiha clan, and thus exhibited a degree of warmth towards their kin. This was also a result of the second Hokage Senju Tobarma's arrangements, which placed the Uchiha, previously at the heart of the Leaf Village, into peripheral roles as guards. Upon hearing this, Fengtian's lips curled into a slight smile. He then promptly switched his eyes to the ordinary three-tomo Sharingan, showcasing it to the guards as a member of the Uchiha clan. Nothing could serve as a more definitive proof of his identity than the Sharingan, for even if it were stolen, None could replicate the ability to switch freely as Feng did, thereby affirming his Uchiha lineage beyond doubt. That a three-tomo. It seems you are quite the figure. Upon witnessing Feng reveal his three-tomo Sharingan, the previously tense standoff relaxed considerably. The Uchiha guards' taut expressions eased as they exhibited signs of familiarity and recognition. That's nothing. Compared to Shisui, I am still far behind, Feng humbly responded, his voice imbued with admiration for Shisui and Itachi. Indeed, not everyone can be compared to that prodigy. You may be young, yet you've awakened the three-tomo Sharingan. Your future accomplishments shall surely be remarkable. One of the guards clapped Feng on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. He, as for the future, who can say for certain? So, may I enter the village? By all means. With that, the Uchiha guards parted to create a pathway, signaling for Feng to proceed. Feng wasted no time and strode confidently through the gates of the Hidden Leaf Village. It is worth noting that as he crossed the barrier, he felt a fleeting sense of anomaly. However, he dismissed it, and upon entering the village, he began searching for Uchiha Shisui, drawing upon his experiences from previous reincarnations at a certain waterfall in the Hidden Leaf Village. The rushing waters roared like thunder, adding a dynamic element to this tranquil locale. Below the waterfall, two figures were engaged in an intense duel, namely Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui, two prodigious ninjas engaged in their routine training. Clang, clang, clang. Shurikens sliced through the air, tracing silver arcs as they clashed with crisp sounds. Each encounter embodied their relentless pursuit of speed and strength. Brother Shisui, your movements have become increasingly swift. Itachi's voice remained calm and steady, maintaining a high level of focus even amidst such rigorous training. Indeed, Itachi, your rate of progress is commendable as well. Shisui smiled gently in response, his eyes reflecting a profound affirmation towards Itachi. The two simultaneously activated their Sharingan, their scarlet eyes sharp as hawks, striving to capture every subtle movement of one another in an attempt to find that fleeting opening. However, despite being prodigious ninjas of the same clan, their battles often saw Shisui guiding the younger Itachi. Following an intense exchange, both swiftly distanced themselves, preparing to launch their next offensive. Fire style, great fireball technique. They almost simultaneously proclaimed the name of the jutsu, and two enormous fireballs collided in midair, erupting in a dazzling brilliance and terrifying energy that engulfed the entire arena. As dust and debris swirled, Uchiha Itachi stood firm, attempting to capture Shisui's figure with his Sharingan. Yet, just as he prepared to strike, a short blade had silently pressed against his neck. Itachi, this time I have triumphed, Shisui remarked with a smile, a hint of pride in his voice. Nevertheless, a mischievous grin appeared on Itachi's face. Is that truly the case? Just as Shisui was about to confirm his victory, a loud bang echoed, the dust clearing to reveal a kunai firmly pressed against Shisui's waist, rendering him immobile. Substitution technique. Itachi, you still revel in this trick. But such a simple technique is not exclusively yours to wield, Shisui replied with a slight smile, and in an instant, he transformed into a cloud of smoke, vanishing from sight. In a heartbeat, Itachi swept his kunai behind him, while simultaneously Shisui's short blade unsheathed, both aiming for each other's vital points. Yet, at the moment of impending contact, they both withdrew, sharing a knowing smile. It seems we are at a stalemate once again, Itachi. Your teachings have been exemplary. Sure said I, otherwise I could not keep pace with you. They laughed heartily as they lay on the grass, losing track of time in their mirth. Eventually, Shisui rose first, gathering his belongings, and spoke. Let us conclude today's training. Itachi, very well, Itachi responded, quickly standing and tidying himself in preparation to return with It. That moment, an unexpected disturbance arose. Who? Both Shisui and Itachi exclaimed simultaneously, their voices laced with undeniable seriousness and vigilance. Years of combat experience had honed their senses to detect even the slightest changes in their surroundings, and instinctively, they sensed danger approaching. The sound of shuffling footsteps grew nearer. A figure gradually emerged from the shadows, coming into view before Shisui and Itachi. It was Feng. At last, I have found you, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. Chapter 6. Flying Thunder God vs. Body Flicker confronted by Fengtian's sudden appearance. Shisui and Itachi swiftly recalibrated their mental states. Transitioning into a combat-ready stance, they understood that regardless of Fengtian's intentions, they must remain vigilant to confront any potential threat. Shisui narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing Feng Tian's demeanor in an attempt to extract further information from his expressions and movements. Meanwhile, Itachi silently activated his Sharingan, poised to capture Feng Tian's actions at any moment. "Who are you? What business do you have with us?" Shui inquired calmly, his voice resonating with an authoritative certainty. Feng Tian offered a slight smile, withholding an immediate answer, seemingly relishing the tense atmosphere as if awaiting a pivotal moment. At last, he spoke slowly. "My name is Uchiha Ban, that I have come for the future of the Uchiha clan." Upon hearing these words, both Shui and Itachi were taken aback, astonished by Feng Tian's direct mention of the clan's future. "What do you mean?" Shui's eyes narrowed further, his grip tightening around the hilt of his sword. "Ready to strike at any moment, that my aim is to create a world devoid of conflict, war, and bloodshed. Therefore, Uchiha Shui, Uchiha Itachi, I require your assistance." Feng Tian spoke in a deep tone, his words soft yet clearly reaching both of their ears. Upon hearing this, an unusual expression flickered across Shui's face, though it vanished almost instantaneously. "What reason do I have to believe you? And how can you prove your intentions?" As Shui's words left his lips, the atmosphere in the vicinity plummeted to a frigid silence. Feng Tian let out a soft sigh before activating his Manjiki Sharingan, his intentions clear. If they were unconvinced, he would have to compel them to submit. Shui's movements were swift. Almost the instant Feng Tian activated his Manjiki Sharingan, he appeared behind him, not pausing to hesitate as he swung his sword. However, at the moment the blade was about to make contact, Feng Tian's figure vanished from sight. The next moment, he emerged leisurely from the forest, as if nothing had occurred. At a high-level substitution technique? No, it's a space-time ninjutsu. Shui's analytical prowess was nothing short of extraordinary. Within a mere instant, he deduced the nature of the ninjutsu Feng Tian had employed. He was correct. Feng Tian had utilized the Flying Thunder God to instantaneously transfer to a pre-marked location, effortlessly evading Shui's strike. "Shall we continue?" Feng Tian maintained his composure, as if everything transpired was merely a matter of course. Yet, Shui gradually rose, retaining his combat stance, his three-tomo Sharingan now activated. Prepared to discern Feng Tian's movements. Space-time ninjutsu was scarce. If he continued to probe, he could gather valuable intelligence to formulate a countermeasure. With this thought in mind, Shui resumed his assault, his speed increasing to the point that even Feng Tian, possessing a Manjiki Sharingan, could only barely catch glimpses of his fleeting silhouette. "I've got him!" A glimmer of triumph crossed Shui's face as he reappeared behind Feng Tian, seizing the moment of distraction to unleash his strike. Yet, once again, the outcome mirrored the previous scenario, just before contact. Feng Tian's figure vanished, only to reappear calmly from the forest. This disappearance resembled a transfer, akin to the Flying Thunder God techniques mastered by Minato Namikaze. After this exchange, Shui had formed a foundational understanding of Feng Tian's ninjutsu. Consequently, to validate his suspicions, Uchiha Shui turned, rapidly forming hand seals, and soon unleashed a fire-style, great fireball technique towards Feng Tian. The massive fireball, imbued with a destructive aura, surged forth, consuming everything in its path. Feng Tian felt a wave of heat rushing towards him, and, in the next moment, evaded the attack. It was not that he lacked the desire to use the Flying Thunder God. Rather, the trajectory of Shui's fireball was aimed directly at the grove Feng Tian had previously marked. Should he employ the Flying Thunder God, he would be unable to escape the fireball's onslaught, leaving him no choice but to dodge. As anticipated, Shui observed Feng Tian evade the fireball, feeling no trace of disappointment. Instead, a smirk crept upon his lips, joy illuminating his features. Everything unfolded just as he had surmised. Feng Tian's employed space-time ninjutsu was indeed the Flying Thunder God, and now, with his fireball having obliterated the grove marked for teleportation, it signified that Feng Tian could not temporarily utilize the Flying Thunder God to evade his next attack. With this realization, Shui's smile grew broader, and in an instant he vanished from sight, reappearing behind Feng Tian just as he dodged the fireball's descent. "This time, let's see how you will escape." Without hesitation, Shui swung his sword towards Feng Tian. Yet, in response to Shui's strike, Feng Tian merely glanced back, a knowing smile gracing his face. Reversing cause and effect, Flying Thunder God, second stage. Whoosh! In the stunned gaze of Shui, Feng Tian once again evaded his strike through the Flying Thunder God. Before Shui could fully comprehend the situation, he felt a kunai pressed against his waist. The outcome is decided. Shui, Behind him, Feng Tian maintained his composure, his words resonating with an air of assurance, as if everything had unfolded according to his design. Impossible. Your mark should have been in the grove. How could you possibly appear behind me? Shui questioned, confusion evident on his face. It's quite simple. I merely needed to leave a mark on you. Impossible. When did you mark me? Upon hearing these words, Feng Tian pointed to his kaleidoscopic Sharingan and then spoke. This is the power of my kaleidoscopic Sharingan, capable of altering all causes and effects in the world. The cause of the mark you previously destroyed has been transformed into the effect of the mark upon you. Understanding this, Shui lowered the short blade he held. A look of relief washing over his face. This time, he had lost utterly. However, as a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, he was naturally able to accept defeat gracefully. At that moment, Shui spread his arms wide, his eyes shifting back to ordinary pupils, as if he had made his peace. Yet, before Feng Tian could make any move, he felt a kunai pressed against his waist. You are too careless. Have you forgotten my presence? Chapter 7. Intentions faced with Itachi's threat. A slight smirk curled at the corners of Feng Tian's mouth. He did not turn around, but spoke with a tone of regret. Uchiha Itachi. Placing too much trust in one's own eyes is not without its drawbacks. What? Before Itachi could express his astonishment, Feng Tian's kaleidoscopic Sharingan activated once more, reversing cause and effect. His figure gradually dissipated into the ether. And in the next instant, he reappeared, coldly poised with a kunai against Itachi's throat. Humph. Do you think you have won? Itachi, unfazed by the threat, provocatively retorted, dismissing his opponent entirely. You don't really believe that your shadow clone can have any effect, do you? With that, Feng Tian lightly traced the kunai across Itachi's skin. In the next moment, a crimson bloom quietly erupted. A slight wound appeared at the side of Itachi's neck, blood seeping forth like dew in the dawn, trickling down his fair skin, and falling to the ground with a delicate, crisp sound. How is this possible? A flicker of disbelief crossed Itachi's eyes as he gazed at the flowing blood, an unprecedented shock surging within him. This body, a mere shadow clone he had meticulously controlled, should not bleed even if injured. Yet, everything before him felt so real, so harrowing. Even more chilling was the sight of his real body, hidden in the shadows not far away, miraculously bearing a matching wound, blood silently flowing from it as well. I hold dominion over the causes and effects of this world. Should I wish it, you would already be a corpse. The instant Feng Tian's words fell, both Uchiha Shui and Uchiha Itachi swiftly distanced themselves from Feng Tian, their three-tomo Sharingan activated to the utmost, sweat dripping from their foreheads, betraying their fear of this bizarre ability. Itachi, this enemy is no ordinary foe. Brother Shui, you go ahead. I will hold him off. The hushed exchange between the two was overheard by Feng Tian, and for the first time, a hint of helplessness appeared on his face. He spread his arms, sighed softly, and slowly approached them. I say, Uchiha Shui, Uchiha Itachi, I bear no malice towards you both. Now, could you lend me your ears for a moment? The moment his words fell, Feng Tian's figure appeared before Uchiha Shui and Uchiha Itachi like a specter. Seeing Feng Tian making no further move, the two temporarily believed that he bore no ill intent, and thus sheathed their weapons. Upon witnessing this, a weight lifted from Feng Tian's heart, and he inwardly mused, that was close. After repeatedly reversing cause and effect, even with my enhanced ocular power, I was nearing my limit. Thankfully, both Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi are wise. They know how to assess the situation. Otherwise, if this continued, I would have had no choice but to rely on the Flying Thunder God technique. With that thought, a bead of sweat began to form on Feng Tian's forehead, though it went unnoticed by the two. Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi, I require your strength to assist me in realizing a grand plan. Feng Tian then did not hold back, directly revealing the moon I planned to both Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. As he spoke, the air seemed to freeze, enveloped in a deathly silence. Uchiha Shisui rested his hand on his chin, contemplating the validity of this matter, and as time passed, his furrowed brow deepened. Uchiha Itachi, meanwhile, fixed his gaze on Feng Tian, seeking to discern the truth of his words through subtle observations of his demeanor. At last, Uchiha Shisui, it broke the awkward silence. If I understand you correctly, you wish to collect the tailed beasts, become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, and ultimately unleash the Infinite Tsukuyomi through the reflection of the moon, correct? Indeed, that is precisely so. You mentioned that this concerns the future of our Uchiha clan. So what does this entire matter have to do with us? Unbeknownst to them, Shishui's eyes had shifted to the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, his piercing gaze imbued with immense pressure. Even Feng Tian, as a fellow wielder of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan was no match for him before fully unleashing his power. Uchiha Shisui was indeed a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, having awakened the kaleidoscopic Sharingan at the tender age of 13, mastering the strongest illusion technique. Kodo Amatsukami, you say? To be honest, I am quite curious to see whose technique, yours or my ability to reverse cause and effect, is superior. However, alas, this is not the time. Feng Tian did not feel fear in the face of Shisui's Kodo Amatsukami. Rather, his words were laced with regret. In the not-too-distant future, the higher echelons of Konoha would indeed make a move against the Uchiha clan, who were already prepared for a coup d'etat. Yet, I can assure you of this. Even your Kodo Amatsukami cannot alter reality in the slightest. Upon hearing these words, Shishui's eyes flickered slightly, but he soon regained his steadfast resolve. Are you suggesting that the fate of our Uchiha clan is already sealed and cannot be changed? A hint of reluctance colored Shishui's voice. Fate is not absolute, but at this juncture, the actions of the Uchiha clan are indeed unlikely to alter the overall situation. Feng Tian spoke slowly, his gaze deep and penetrating, as if he could foresee all that lay ahead. However, since I have chosen to share this plan with you, I must have my reasons. Finally, Uchiha Itachi spoke, his voice low and powerful. What is your intention? Do you wish for us to become your pawns in realizing this Moon Eye plan? As expected of you, Mr. Itachi, you are quite astute. However, your interpretation is not entirely accurate. Feng Tian rose slowly, patting Shisui and Itachi on the shoulders, speaking in a somber tone. This world is ultimately fraught with filth and turmoil. Wars between great nations have never ceased. What I desire is to create a perfect world. Even if this world is steeped in hypocrisy, it is still preferable to this repulsive reality. Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Itachi, would you be willing to join this sacred plan to forge a world free from the horrors of conflict and dirt? I can assure you that those ensnared in the Infinite Tsukuyomi will dwell forever in a beautiful yet illusory world, devoid of any suffering or tribulation. Chapter 8. Red Sand Scorpion. I can assure you that those ensnared in the Infinite Tsukuyomi will dwell forever in a beautiful yet illusory world, devoid of any suffering or tribulation. Upon hearing this, Shisui rested his hand on his chin, lost in thought that a moment of silence enveloped them, akin to the darkness before dawn, freezing all sounds in the vicinity. Suddenly, Uchiha Shisui turned, his profound gaze seemingly transcending the boundaries of time and space, locking onto Uchiha Itachi as he unleashed an illusion. In response to this sudden assault, Itachi displayed a rare expression of astonishment. His figure wavered slightly, as if caught by an invisible hand, losing balance and ultimately collapsing onto the soft grass, his eyelids gently closing as he sank into a deep slumber. Shisui, what does this mean? Seeing this unfold, Feng Tian instinctively activated his kaleidoscopic Sharingan, his voice tinged with confusion as his gaze remained fixed on Uchiha Shisui. Upon witnessing Itachi's unconscious state, a flicker of reluctance passed through Shishui's eyes. But soon, as if resolved, he spoke. I merely erased Itachi's memories of this place. This matter is of great significance. He is still too young, and I cannot bear to watch him fall into such peril. At this juncture, his words faltered, and his gaze shifted towards Feng Tian as he continued. As for your scheme, I am willing to join. However, you would do well to ensure that your words are not mere fabrications. Otherwise, even at the ends of the earth, I shall go to any lengths to erase you from this world. No sooner had he finished speaking than the gentle expression on Shishui's face was supplanted by an icy intent to kill. His kaleidoscopic Sharingan gleaming with a chilling brilliance, as if it could pierce into the very depths of one's soul, instilling fear in the hearts of those who beheld in that moment. He resembled a vengeful spirit returned from the depths of hell, exuding a disquieting aura. Feng Tian, confronted with Shishui's sudden hostility, remained remarkably composed. With a slight smile, he casually spread his hands, his tone dripping with mockery. As you wish. After all, my sole objective from the outset has been you alone. As for Itachi, he is, for the time being, dispensable. Feng Tian nonchalantly gestured, conveying that everything was of little consequence. Upon hearing these words, Shishui's murderous intent gradually dissipated, and his gaze turned towards the direction of Konoha. After a weary sigh, the overwhelming sense of reluctance was forcibly suppressed. What should I do now? Shishui's sudden inquiry tacitly acknowledged his participation in Feng Tian's Moon Eye plan. We shall venture to Sunagakure, seek allies, and capture the One-Tail. Ji Shui nodded slightly, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. Without further ado, he and Feng Tian walked side by side towards Sunagakure, their silhouettes elongating in the twilight, slowly fading into the distance, leaving behind a vast expanse of grass. Notably, as they passed through the gates of Konoha, several Uchiha guards greeted Ji Shui with warmth. However, the response they received was a jinjutsu that erased their memories. Reminiscent of Uchiha Itachi's technique, this left Feng Tian speechless. Do they truly take such delight in casting illusions on others? In a dimly lit cave somewhere in Sunagakure, a strikingly handsome youth with crimson hair meticulously honed the blades of a puppet beside him. His movements were executed with precision and delicacy, akin to the creation of a magnificent work of art. This youth was none other than the defector from Sunagakure, Scorpion. At this moment, he had completely mastered the puppet of the third Kazekage, whom he had assassinated, yet this did not bring him satisfaction. Driven by an insatiable pursuit of artistic perfection and a reverence for the art of puppetry, a wildly ambitious thought flashed through his mind. The human body is inherently fragile. If I could transform myself into a puppet, would I not become stronger? Having previously witnessed the transformation of a living person into a puppet, he pondered what the outcome would be if he were to undergo the same process. Scorpion began to speak to himself, and such a terrifying notion, once rooted, would gradually take hold, ultimately shaping the course of his life. It was not entirely his fault, having lost his parents at a young age. He had long dwelled in an environment devoid of security, leading to his desire to convert the living into puppets. However, upon learning that his parents had been slain at the behest of the third Kazekage by Konoha's White Fang, he directed his hatred towards the Kazekage, ultimately assassinating him and igniting the Third Shinobi World War. Scorpion's gaze fell upon the puppet of the third Kazekage beside him, a flicker of coldness crossing his eyes. Yet, the deceased could not be resurrected, and hatred could not alter the past. Even after personally assassinating the Kazekage, he remained profoundly hollow within. Perhaps I could begin by retaining only my heart and transforming the rest into a puppet. Just as Scorpion resolved to attempt this, he suddenly sensed an unusual presence, swiftly commanding the Kazekage puppet to release several iron sand projectiles towards the cave entrance. Who? Scorpion shouted loudly, simultaneously preparing for a quick retreat. To his surprise, the iron sand projectiles he had unleashed vanished mysteriously mere meters from the cave's mouth, as if they had never existed. Shortly thereafter, two figures gradually approached from the depths of the cave. At last, I have found you. Akasuna no Scorpion. As Scorpion's gaze focused, Feng Tian and Uchiha Ji Shui's forms came into view. Ninja from Konoha, Scorpion recognized Ji Shui by the forehead protector adorning his head. His expression turned frigid, chakra coiling into fine threads, continuously flowing towards the Kazekage puppet as he produced several scrolls, preparing for battle against the Tude. Sensing the chill emanating from Scorpion, Feng Tian spoke first. Do not be alarmed, Scorpion. We harbor no ill will. Heh, your tone suggests otherwise. You seem to underestimate me. Despite Feng Tian's attempt to convey a lack of hostility, Scorpion remained on guard, reluctantly, to obtain Scorpion's strength. Feng Tian pressed on. I require your assistance, Scorpion. As a rogue ninja, it seems you lack a place to belong. You may consider my domain a sanctuary for renegades. Upon hearing this, Scorpion lowered his guard slightly. Yet his gaze remained fixed on the two. I see. That sounds appealing. But alas, my principle has always been to protect myself without relying on others. He added with a hint of satisfaction, it appears fortune is on my side. I recently acquired the third Kazekage, and now quality materials present themselves at my doorstep. Chapter 9. Susanoo. It seemed that matters were becoming rather complicated. Ji Shui regarded the hostile Scorpion with a calm demeanor, his eyes narrowing slightly as he uttered these words. Simultaneously, his gaze shifted to the ordinary three-tomo Sharingan, and he slowly unsheathed the short sword from his back, clearly prepared for an imminent confrontation. This eye, could it belong to the Uchiha clan? Excellent. It seems the quality of materials this time is remarkably high. Scorpion observed Ji Shui, who was poised for battle, without feeling even a twinge of nervousness. In fact, upon witnessing Ji Shui's three-tomo Sharingan, he appeared unusually exhilarated. Then I shall leave it to you, Ji Shui. Indeed, finding allies is no simple task. Feng Tian sighed in exasperation, rubbing his temples in resignation. The battle was about to commence. In an instant, Ji Shui's figure vanished from sight. only to reappear before Scorpion. With a swift motion, he brandished his short sword, its tip tracing a brilliant arc through the air, unleashing a wave of killing intent towards Scorpion. Scorpion smirked coldly, his hands swiftly forming seals as the air around him seemed to solidify in response to his actions. Ninja from Konoha, your movements are indeed swift. However, within these ruins, my traps and poison techniques shall be your worst nightmare. No sooner had he spoken than the ground abruptly cracked open, and massive arms made of sand surged forth, attempting to ensnare Ji Shui. In a flash, Ji Shui evaded the onslaught with ease, while his Sharingan rapidly spun, releasing a barrage of Genjutsu in an attempt to disrupt Scorpion's concentration. Yet, Scorpion appeared to have anticipated this, having heard of the Uchiha clan's adeptness with illusions. Thus, he had avoided focusing on Ji Shui's eyes, significantly mitigating the effects of the Genjutsu. Seizing the opportunity, he launched a poisoned shuriken towards Ji Shui. The shuriken carved an eerie trajectory through the air, aimed directly at Ji Shui's vital points. With a deft movement, Ji Shui narrowly dodged the lethal strike, his short sword transforming into a streak of silver lightning as it sought Scorpion's neck. Scorpion scoffed, his body folding like paper as he effortlessly evaded the attack while activating hidden traps concealed in the shadows. In an instant, the interior of the ruins was filled with the chaotic energy of battle. Flames erupting and debris flying. I cannot afford to prolong this any further. Ji Shui's mind raced, and he swiftly formed hand seals, gathering a significant amount of chakra in his mouth before unleashing a massive fireball towards Scorpion. Fire style, great fireball technique. The enormous fireball, infused with terrifying heat, caused the already cramped cave to rapidly rise in temperature, while the surrounding air grew thin from the intensity, rendering countless traps ineffective in the face of the blazing inferno. In response to this spectacle, Scorpion's expression remained unfazed. His hands began to move rhythmically, expertly manipulating chakra threads to direct the Kazekage puppet towards the incoming fireball. Just as the fireball was about to strike the puppet, its mouth suddenly opened wide, releasing countless grains of iron to form a defensive barrier that withstood the blow. After fending off the attack, Scorpion continued to manipulate the third Kazekage puppet, advancing towards Shui. The third Kazekage puppet extended its hands, brandishing two razor-sharp blades imbued with an insatiable murderous intent, aimed directly at Shui. Observing this scene, a glimmer of coldness flickered across Shui's face. At that moment, he resolved to hold nothing back and swiftly eliminate Scorpion. In quick succession, his three-tomo Sharingan began to whirl, and in an instant, it transformed into the kaleidoscope Sharingan, Susanoo. With a fierce roar from Shui, a verdant half-formed Susanoo materialized around his body. Here it comes, the divine technique unique to the kaleidoscope Sharingan, Susanoo. Watching from the sidelines, Fontian could not help but exclaim in astonishment upon witnessing Shui activate Susanoo. Even though he had seen it countless times before, each manifestation of Susanoo still ignited his blood. The colossal blades of the third Kazekage puppet struck fiercely against Susanoo, and in an instant, those blades shattered with a resounding crack. At this sight, Scorpion's handsome visage bore a grave expression for the first time, his eyes fixated on the artistic half-formed Susanoo, his heart overwhelmed with shock. Is this the legendary Susanoo? It certainly does not seem easy to handle. The emerald half-formed Susanoo resembled a war deity emerging from ancient legends, emanating a pressure that was almost suffocating. Scorpion, your mechanisms and puppets are but trifles in the face of absolute power. Shui's voice reverberated through the armor of Susanoo, echoing in every corner of the cavern, laden with an undeniable authority. Is that truly the case? This Susanoo of yours shouldn't last too long. Should it? Scorpion spoke nonchalantly, then produced a scroll. When Fontian caught sight of this scroll, an unusual seriousness appeared on his face, and his eyes instantly shifted to the kaleidoscope Sharingan, reversing cause and effect. With a thunderous shout from Fontian, the scroll in Scorpion's hands vanished without a trace. Before Scorpion could react, Fontian continued, Enough, Scorpion. We sought you out merely to invite you to join us. There is no need for you to waste such a precious technique as the 100 puppets. This is the ultimate art I recently completed. How could you possibly know its name? Compared to the disappearance of the scroll, Scorpion was more astonished by Fontian's mention of the 100 puppets. However, Fontian remained composed. He had merely intervened to prevent Scorpion from recklessly wasting the 100 puppets technique. If Scorpion were allowed to unleash a multitude of puppets, the battle would devolve into a protracted conflict. While Shui's Susanoo was not afraid of these puppets, There was no guarantee it could endure until all the puppets were eradicated. The outcome of their confrontation was uncertain, but a drawn-out battle would undoubtedly affect their future combat capabilities. Observing the situation, Shui also dispelled Susanoo. He felt a wave of discomfort in his eyes, and his breathing became slightly disordered. It was evident that casually activating Susanoo had taken a considerable toll on him. Scorpion, join us. Our goal is to create a perfect world devoid of war and smoke. I believe you must detest this war-ridden reality, don't you? Come, join us in transforming this world. Feng Tian smiled and extended his hand toward Scorpion, eagerly awaiting his response. However, the latter did not reply immediately, instead falling into deep contemplation. Finally, after a brief silence, Scorpion looked up at Feng Tian and said, "You are correct. I indeed loathe this filthy reality. But, if I were to join, I have two conditions." Chapter 10. Twilight. Two conditions? Pray tell. Feng Tian inquired with curiosity. First, I require absolute freedom beyond the mission. No one can manipulate my thoughts, including you. Upon hearing this, a playful smile curved Feng Tian's lips, and a glimmer of approval shone in his eyes. That request is quite reasonable. After all, a strong individual must possess their own pride. That I agree. Our primary objective is to gather tailed beasts. And as long as you do not turn your blade against your comrades, you are free to act as you wish. Second, Scorpion's voice resonated again, now imbued with a chilling tone. During the execution of missions, should I encounter formidable ninja obstructing us, I require permission to convert their corpses into my puppets, integrating them into my power. Feng Tian's expression shifted slightly, yet he quickly regained his composure, nodding slowly. This, in principle, is permissible, but remember, do not take a life unless absolutely necessary. After all, while our organization operates in the shadows, we do not wish to incite unnecessary slaughter that could attract unwelcome attention and complicate matters. If that is the case, then I, Scorpion, am willing to join you. Having uttered those words, Scorpion retracted all his puppets, including the third Kazekage, and approached Feng Tian, asking, "Now, I am quite curious. What is the name of our organization?" Upon hearing this, not only Scorpion, but even the previously silent Shui turned his gaze toward Feng Tian, their eyes filled with curiosity and inquiry. Having spent considerable time together, they were unaware of the organization's name, which undoubtedly constituted a significant secret. Feng Tian, upon hearing the question, raised his hand to stroke his chin, lost in thought. Seeing this, Scorpion and Shui exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions reflecting their confusion. What is going on? After all this posturing, he hasn't even revealed the name of the organization. How unreliable can this be? This was their inner monologue, and in that moment, they felt as though they had boarded a dubious vessel. Let us call it Twilight, a light that walks through the night, perfectly encapsulating us, Feng Tian said with a hint of excitement, explaining to the two. Twilight. Huh, that sounds rather pleasant. Shui nodded slightly, expressing his approval of the name. However, Scorpion questioned again, this time with a tone that sent a chill across Feng Tian's face. Aside from the three of us, there should be others in the organization, right? I am quite curious. Is the mastermind behind all this the higher-ups of Konoha or the Uchiha clan? Upon hearing this, a subtle coldness flickered across Feng Tian's face, but it vanished almost as quickly. Akasuna no Scorpion. You know, clever individuals often meet their demise swiftly. I will reveal what you need to know. But as for what you should not know, I advise you not to pursue the truth. As soon as the words left his lips, Feng Tian's eyes shifted to the kaleidoscope Sharingan, his gaze profound as he activated the ability of reversing cause and effect. In a mere instant, the third Kazekage puppet scroll appeared before Scorpion, seemingly uncontrollable, and immediately following, the colossal blade that had just been severed by Shusui's Susanoo miraculously restored itself. At that moment, Scorpion was astonished to find himself disconnected from the third Kazekage puppet, unable to maintain control. Instead, Feng Tian, with a mere flick of his hand, positioned the two sharp blades menacingly against Scorpion's neck. What is this ability? Scorpion felt no fear from the threat of the blades. Rather, he was deeply impressed by Feng Tian's extraordinary power. As a puppeteer, especially a genius one, he had never imagined that one day his puppets would slip from his control and be used against him. How could he not be astounded? Just a mere trick, nothing worth mentioning. Feng Tian spoke coldly, then directly dispelled the effect of reversing cause and effect. The discussion regarding the organization concluded there. What we must do now is embark on a perilous endeavor. Are you both mentally prepared? The moment Feng Tian's words fell, Scorpion and Shursui exchanged glances and nodded slightly. Are you joking? Both of them were talented ninjas who had endured countless battles. In their eyes, there was hardly anything particularly daunting. Observing their reaction, Fontian nodded in satisfaction and continued. Very well, since that is the case, let us commence our plan to capture Shikaku. As he spoke, Fontian took out a kunai and began sketching a rough map on the nearby earthen wall. Presently, Sunagakure was in disarray due to Scorpion's assassination of the third Kazekage, rendering it an opportune moment to seize Shikaku. Immediately, he cast a glance at Scorpion, a flicker of affirmation evident in his eyes. Shifting the topic, he continued. Although the third Kazekage has met his demise, there remain several formidable individuals deserving of your attention. First and foremost is Rasha. The power he wields over sand and gold is in no way inferior to that of any Kaga-level expert. This is someone you must keep a close watch on. Next, we have Scorpion's grandmother, Chiyo. While she may appear unremarkable, the truth is her mastery of puppet techniques is far from weak. With that, Feng Tian cast a knowing glance at Scorpion. The latter merely snorted softly, refraining from uttering a word. Lastly, there is one more individual to be wary of, Maki. This fellow possesses a remarkably clear mind and exceptional leadership abilities. His combat prowess remains to be seen, but I know for certain he is also worthy of caution. Upon concluding his remarks, the map etched upon the wall began to take shape as a resident of Sunagakure. Scorpion was once again astounded by Feng Tian's prowess. Though the map was rudimentary, every critical detail was meticulously depicted, including the number of guards, their distribution, and even the most clandestine residents of the Kazekage. At this moment, Scorpion gazed at Feng Tian with a look of sheer astonishment, his lips trembling as he spoke. How did you manage to create this map? As a resident of Sunagakure, I could never produce something as intricate as this. What is this, mere parlor tricks? A slight smirk crept upon Feng Tian's lips as he proceeded to outline the battle strategy. Both individuals, being prodigious ninjas, required little communication to grasp the plan, and what had initially been a somewhat intricate strategy was swiftly deployed in the span of mere moments. After imparting all necessary information, Feng Tian strode purposefully toward the exit, flanked by Shizumi and Scorpion, his spirit buoyant as he proclaimed. Thus, the plan to capture the One Tail officially commences. Chapter 11. Scorpion versus Rasha. Brother, do you think it's necessary to keep watch at this hour? There's no choice, brother. Ever since the assassination of the third Kazekage, the great nations have been eyeing us with predatory intent. It's an unavoidable situation. At the entrance of Sunagakure, two guards exchanged idle banter. Having stood vigil from day to night, their condition decidedly poor. Yet, there was little they could do. Following the assassination of the third Kazekage, Sunagakure faced scrutiny from all surrounding nations. Their endurance was owed to the timely emergence of the formidable Rasha. I've heard whispers that the higher-ups plan to elevate Lord Rasha to the position of fourth Kazekage. I wonder if there's any truth to that. Sigh. Brother, such matters are beyond the purview of us ordinary chunin. Let us simply stand our post. Hey, you might not believe it, but after standing for so long, my eyes are going blurry. Just now, I could have sworn I saw the third Kazekage himself. Haha. It seems you truly are seeing things. How could the third Kazekage possibly appear before you? No sooner had he spoken than the puppet of the third Kazekage abruptly materialized before them, spewing deadly sand and iron. In the blink of an eye, both guards found themselves grievously injured. How is this possible? Is this the third Kazekage? One guard's eyes were fixed incredulously on the puppet, his voice laced with disbelief. But soon the effects of the poison began to take hold, and his consciousness faded into a haze. The other guard, clinging to consciousness despite the toxin's ravages, drew a kunai and plunged it into his palm. The sharp pain momentarily countering the poison and restoring a flicker of clarity. Gritting his teeth, he trembled as he produced a signal flare, expending every ounce of strength to launch it. In an instant, the sky above Sunagakure was illuminated, as if daylight had returned. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Stay alert! Where is Rasha? Where is Lord Rasha? The villagers of Sunagakure, who had been peacefully slumbering, were roused by the brilliant signal flare. Terror filled their eyes. Some sought refuge in the underground passages under the guidance of the village ninjas, while others donned their battle gear and hastened toward the north gate where the flare had been fired. Humph, how dull. Scorpion sneered disdainfully from the north gate. He then unfurled several scrolls before him, and just as he was about to proceed with his plans, his gaze abruptly fixed intently on a specific direction. Humph! With a cold snort, Scorpion's chakra threads pulsed rhythmically, and under his command, the puppet of the third Kazekage appeared before him, releasing a torrent of sand and iron to form a colossal protective barrier. Almost instantaneously, from the east, a tempest of sand and gold surged forth, imbued with lethal intent. Countless grains engulfed Scorpion, and soon after, a figure descended upon the clouds of sand and gold. This farce ends now. Scorpion, the figure was none other than Rasha, poised to become the fourth Kazekage, standing firmly atop the clouds of sand. He radiated an aura of natural energy, commanding the surrounding sand as if it were an obedient servant. He slowly raised his right hand, palm upward, and with a soft incantation, the encircling sand and gold receded like a tide, revealing Scorpion and his impenetrable protective cocoon of sand and iron. That a flicker of astonishment crossed Scorpion's features. Though he swiftly masked it with indifference, manipulating the puppet of the third Kazekage, he tightened his chakra threads, preparing for the impending clash. Rasha, do you truly believe you can defeat me with merely this? Scorpion's voice, laced with disdain, emanated from the puppet. Rasha smiled faintly, refraining from a direct response. Instead, he waved his arm, causing the surrounding sand to flow in an extraordinary pattern, weaving intricate designs in the air, ancient runes glowing faintly. This is the long-lost secret technique of Sunagakure, the sand-gold barrier, capable of sealing an enemy's movements and absorbing their chakra. This is my latest achievement, the sand-gold barrier, which will unveil the true might of sand and gold to you. Rasha's voice echoed within the barrier, each syllable brimming with confidence. Countless grains of sand, under his command, began to envelop Scorpion, with an ethereal light flickering above them, a manifestation of sealing techniques. Upon seeing this, Scorpion's handsome visage grew solemn, yet he continued to manipulate the third Kazekage's puppet, unleashing an unending barrage of sand and iron, merging them with the sand gold in an attempt to disrupt its flow. However, Rasha merely scoffed, raising his palm upward with deliberate slowness. In that instant, more sand surged toward Scorpion, as if intent on burying him entirely. Yet, Scorpion vanished in a blur, slipping away from the encirclement of sand. Rasha's brow furrowed. He sensed that Scorpion had not retreated, but was employing some secret technique to conceal his presence. Humph, attempting to flee? Rasha scoffed, swiftly forming hand seals. The surrounding sand began to weave itself into a colossal net, enveloping every inch of space, poised to ensnare Scorpion upon his reappearance. That moment, Scorpion's voice echoed mockingly in Rasha's ear. Do you truly believe you can confine me with this? Rasha, you are far too naive. Rasha spun around abruptly, only to catch a glimpse of a shadow darting past. Scorpion had already materialized behind him, his chakra threads slithering like a serpent toward Rasha's neck. Yet, Rasha reacted with lightning speed, sidestepping just in time to evade the lethal strike. Impressive reflexes, Scorpion remarked with a light chuckle, vanishing again in a haze. Rasha narrowed his eyes, meticulously attuning himself to the slightest movements around him, while simultaneously commanding the sand to swirl protectively around him in preparation for defense or capture of Scorpion. However, as time went on, Scorpion's figure remained elusive, plunging Rasha into a rare state of contemplation. At that moment, several figures emerged beside Rasha, their auras unstable, clearly having expended considerable chakra to hasten to the north gate. Lord Rasha, what is the situation? One of the Jounin inquired, his gaze darting cautiously about. Anxiety etched across his features. It's Scorpion. I just engaged him, but he vanished without a trace. That I'm uncertain of his intentions, Rasha mused, resting his chin on his hand as he pondered the seemingly absurd situation. As a rogue ninja, how could Scorpion so brazenly attack Sunagakure? Could it be that he harbored ulterior motives? In the entirety of Sunagakure, there are but two individuals who captivate his attention. One is Granny Chio, and the other is, no, his target is Shikaku. You must hasten back and prepare for defense. Suddenly, Rasha appeared to have a realization, urgently shouting, as his figure swiftly pivoted, heading towards a certain direction in Sunagakure. At that moment, a mocking voice echoed in his ear. Where do you think you're going, my dear Lord Rasha? Chapter 12. Infiltration. Bang. A resounding crash pierced the tranquil night, reverberating like thunder across the heavens, heralding the onset of a storm. It seems that Scorpion can hardly contain his eagerness to unleash chaos. What is the situation on your end, Shizuku? From the shadows, a deep and resonant voice quietly emerged. tinged with urgency and anticipation. Beneath the moonlight, the figure of the man became faintly discernible, as if merging with the night itself. It's almost timed as Shizuku's silhouette elongated under the dim glow of the street lamp. Resembling a sword poised to emerge from its sheath, he effortlessly lifted a ninja from Sunagakure, whose pallid face and tightly shut eyes suggested he was ensnared in an endless slumber. Shizuku's eyes, the fabled kaleidoscopic Sharingan, gradually ceased their rotation, akin to a whirlpool in the abyss, finding tranquility, a testament to the genjutsu he had cast upon the ninja. Have you located the position of Shikaku? With those words, Shizuku cast aside the now unconscious ninja. The whereabouts of Shikaku had been gleaned through genjutsu from the lips of this unknown ninja. Let us commence our operation. That scorpion fellow may not be able to hold out much longer. We must act swiftly. Feng Tian interjected, his voice soft yet imbued with an undeniable urgency, as if urging the gears of fate to accelerate. Shizuku nodded slightly, his gaze sharp, then with a swift motion. He stood at the forefront, like a bolt of lightning cleaving through the night sky. The two moved like specters, weaving through the alleyways of Sunagakure, each step perfectly calculated to evade the patrolling ninjas. Silent and unseen, Feng Tian and Shizuku halted before a seemingly cozy residence. Just as they were about to take action, an elderly voice suddenly reached their ears. Hee, young lads, have you come seeking this old man? The moment the words fell, Granny Chiyo's figure gradually materialized, clad in simple attire, her white hair flowing, her face etched with deep lines, yet her eyes radiated wisdom and kindness. Shizuku, I entrust this to you. Feng Tian remained unruffled by Granny Chiyo's unexpected appearance, exuding an air of calm confidence, as if everything had unfolded according to his expectations. Upon hearing this, Shizuku nodded slightly, his expression sharpening, and in an instant, he transformed into a streak of black lightning, drawing his short sword and charging towards Granny Chiyo with blinding speed. Granny Chiyo narrowed her eyes. Though her body was frail, her agility remained undiminished. In response to Shizuku's rapid advance, she swiftly summoned several puppets to engage him in battle. Drawing from his previous encounter with Scorpion, Shizuku discerned a fatal flaw in the puppet master's technique, the chakra threads. Puppet masters manipulate their creations through these chakra threads, which possess great elasticity, yet lack sufficient hardness to ensure the puppets can be maneuvered with dexterity. The threads cannot be overly rigid. This implies that if Shizuku severed the chakra threads, the puppet master's capabilities would be significantly diminished. With this realization, Shizuku's gaze sharpened, and after several probing maneuvers, he grasped Granny Chiyo's control frequency. Seizing the opportunity, he delivered a swift strike. The terrifying blade aura aimed directly at the chakra thread she manipulated. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Granny Chiyo adeptly adjusted her puppets, evading Shizuku's fierce slash at an extraordinarily peculiar angle. Hee, young man, your vision and insight are commendable. You've quickly identified the puppet master's weakness. Granny Chiyo's tone was laced with a hint of coldness, and as her murky eyes shifted to where Feng Tian had been, her heart raced with a sudden chill. Where did that young lad go? Impossible. How did he evade my senses? Granny Chiyo was taken aback, unable to believe that someone could vanish without a trace within her perceptual range, leaving no evidence behind. Although her attention had primarily been drawn to Shizuku since the onset of battle. As a battle-hardened veteran, how could she commit such a fundamental error? Before she could ponder further, Shizuku's fierce assault surged forth once more. With no other option, Granny Chiyo wore a grim expression, continuing to maneuver her puppets against Shizuku. Though her gaze frequently darted toward the interior of the house, her murky eyes betraying a flicker of concern. Inside, the dim light flickered, casting mottled shadows, while the air was infused with a faint milky aroma and an almost imperceptible tension. Huff! Feng Tian took a deep breath, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his eyes shimmering with an unusual glow, a remnant of the consequences from using his ability to reverse cause and effect. That was close. My vision is beginning to feel strained. It seems I should refrain from using this ability unless absolutely necessary. At that moment, Feng Tian had successfully altered the course of events through his ability and had entered the house. While enduring the discomfort, he slowly approached a particular room. Wah! Just then, a sharp and urgent cry of an infant shattered the night's stillness, akin to thunderclaps resonating in Feng Tian's mind that he abruptly turned. His gaze piercing, locking onto the source of the sound, an indescribable joy blossoming on his face. It seems that things are progressing smoothly. A slight smile curled at the corners of Feng Tian's mouth as he followed the sound. Arriving at a room, gently, he opened the door, and a soft beam of light illuminated the space, revealing a tender and innocent face. Gaara, the newly appointed Jinchuriki of Shukakati. That moment, he lay curled up on the bed, eyes tightly shut, his small mouth opening and closing as he emitted a series of cries that seemed he sensed an intrusion from the outside world, voicing his discontent. Much like Naruto, born as a Jinchuriki from the very start. Gaara, your life has been quite tragic. Feng Tian gazed at the wailing Gaara, murmuring to himself. Then, allow me to bring this to an end. With those words, Feng Tian slowly approached Gaara, his eyes a mixture of excitement, tension, and a hint of pity. Just as he extended his hand of malice, intending to touch the fragile life, a robust hand suddenly clasped his arm, an overwhelming force emanating from the grip, compelling him to halt his actions. In his ear, a low, oppressive voice echoed, pressing down on his heart like a mountain. What do you intend to do? Chapter 13. The capture. What do you intend to do? Upon hearing this, Feng Tian's pupils instantly constricted as he slowly turned toward the source of the voice, only to find a figure with disheveled yellow hair, adorned with the forehead protector of Sunagakure, glaring at him with palpable intent to kill. Yashimaru. In an instant, Feng Tian recognized that this ninja was none other than Gaara's uncle, Yashimaru. As Gaara's maternal uncle and a member of the Umbu, Yashimaru's life could be described as tragically tumultuous. The birth of Gaara had led to the death of Yashimaru's sister, Gaara's mother. Harboring a deep-seated resentment towards Gaara, he was nonetheless ordered to protect him. Later, he was commanded by the fourth Kazekage, Raisha, who is Gaara's father, to assassinate Gaara, ultimately leading to his own demise when he detonated the explosive tag strapped to his body, thus concluding his sorrowful existence. As soon as the last word fell, Yakimaru's hand swept through the air with a fierce motion, sending several shurikens darting towards Feng Tian like arrows released from a bowstring, all under his deft manipulation of strings. Each shuriken was imbued with a deadly intent, as if it sought to pierce Feng Tian to the core. Yet, in the face of this sudden onslaught, Feng Tian merely shook his head slightly, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his lips. With the combination of the Flying Thunder God technique and a reversal of cause and effect, his figure vanished in an instant, seamlessly melding into the night, evading every shuriken's assault with impeccable grace. In the next moment, while Yakimaru was still reeling in shock, Feng Tian's silhouette materialized behind him like a specter, a shuriken poised against his throat. The cold steel of the shuriken contrasted sharply with Yakimaru's warm skin, an aura of death enveloping him in an instant. Yield, Feng Tian's voice resonated, deep and powerful, each syllable striking Yakimaru's heart like a hammer. His gaze was filled with an insatiable bloodlust, as if he could transform that malice into a tangible force. Ready to consume Yakimaru entirely, Yakimaru snorted in defiance, a flicker of resentment and fury igniting in his eyes. He attempted to launch a surprise counterattack, firing several shurikens from behind, but under the terrifying insight of the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Such trivial maneuvers were akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. In the instant he made his move, Feng Tian had already evaded with the Flying Thunder God once more. That seems you are prepared to meet your demise at any moment. Feng Tian's expression turned icy, a relentless bloodlust radiating from him as he advanced step by step towards Yakimaru. Reminiscent of a soul-reaping king of the underworld, Yakimaru's countenance shifted to one of grave seriousness. He was acutely aware of his absolute disadvantage in this confrontation. Yet, as an elite of the Sand Village's Umbu, he would not concede easily, even when faced with a member of the Uchiha clan wielding a kaleidoscope Sharingan. You think that just because you possess this, you can compel my surrender? I will defend Gaara to my last breath. Yakimaru's voice was laced with unyielding spirit as he swiftly drew an explosive tag from his waist. Preparing for a final struggle, Feng Tian observed with a flicker of regret in his eyes. He did not wish for matters to escalate to this point, for Yakimaru's tragedy was largely the result of the internal power struggles within the Sand Village, rather than any fault of his own. However, having drawn blades, there was no turning back. Yakimaru, why must you persist? The future of the Sand Village should not be written in sacrifice and hatred. Feng Tian's words bore a note of counsel. Yet his movements remained undeterred, his kaleidoscope Sharingan slowly rotating, ready to counter any possible retaliation from Yakimaru. Just as Yakimaru prepared to unleash the explosive tag, Gaara's cries shattered the heavy atmosphere that I in that instant. Yakamaru suddenly realized that if he detonated the tag here, the ensuing explosion would undoubtedly engulf Gaara as well. Overcome with regret, he turned to glance at the wailing Gaara, a flicker of apology crossing his eyes. However, Fengtian had no time for such considerations. He halted the rotation of his kaleidoscope Sharingan, and in the next moment, Gaara appeared in Fengtian's arms through a reversal of cause and effect. What? Witnessing Gaara's sudden disappearance and subsequent appearance in Fengtian's grasp, Yakamaru couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, "You best not harm that child, or you will face the relentless pursuit of the entire Sand Village." Yakamaru's eyes seemed to blaze with fury as he fixed his gaze on Fengtian. His murderous intent palpable. "Humph, what is one Sand Village to me? I truly do not regard it with any concern." Fengtian smirked disdainfully, and with that, he swiftly activated the Flying Thunder God, vanishing from Yakamaru's murderous gaze in an instant. Within the room, only Fengtian's taunting voice echoed, "Farewell, until we meet again." Outside the Sand Village, the night was as dark as ink. With stars twinkling like distant jewels, Fengtian's figure appeared like a phantom in an open expanse. Beneath his feet lay a shuriken, quietly resting. It was the mark he had meticulously placed for the Flying Thunder God. Gaara continued to wail in Fengtian's arms, his tender, piercing cries resonating through the silent night. As if to tear apart the tranquility of the darkness, Fengtian's brow furrowed. Usually composed, he felt a wave of vexation wash over him. Be quiet. My head is throbbing," he muttered under his breath, his tone laced with helplessness and irritation. Yet, this simple reprimand seemed ineffective in soothing Gaara, whose cries only grew louder. In desperation, Fengtian resorted to his Jinjutsu abilities. He gently closed his eyes, raising his hands slightly, the tips of his fingers shimmering with a faint light. Moments later, Gaara's cries gradually subsided, replaced by a serene stillness. He had fallen into a peaceful slumber under the influence of the illusion, his cheeks still glistening with unshed tears. Fengtian carefully placed Gaara upon a flat stone, his movements tender and cautious, as if fearful of disturbing the child's dreams. Rising to his feet, he swiftly formed hand seals, a triumphant smile gracing his face, his eyes sparkling with cunning light. At last. "It is mine," he whispered to himself, his voice brimming with contentment and pride. "My second-tailed beast." Shikaku. Chapter 14. Jinjutsu. Fengtian's presence has vanished. It seems he has succeeded. I too should hasten my escape. At that moment, as he engaged in a fierce battle with Chiyo, Shizuka sensed the absence of Fengtian's aura and prepared to withdraw at a moment's notice. His gaze shifted to the grave-faced Chiyo, his mind already formulating a plan. With a swift strike, he repelled several puppets, then executed a body flicker technique to distance himself from Chiyo. What do you mean by this? Are we not continuing?" Chiyo inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity at the sudden shift. However, Shizuka slowly raised his head, his eyes instantly shifting to the kaleidoscope Sharingan, his voice calm, yet laden with pressure. "After such a prolonged engagement, you must have surmised my true identity. Such swift movements and the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Individuals like you are rare." Chiyo's eyes narrowed slightly. Deducing her opponent's identity did not bring her any sense of accomplishment. Rather, the gravity of her expression deepened. "Your guess is correct, but allow me to clarify one point," Shizuka continued, the kaleidoscope Sharingan spinning rapidly, a surge of powerful chakra gathering in his eyes. "That I am called Shunshin not merely for my speed, but because, the moment an enemy sees me, they are already ensnared in a Jinjutsu. Rest well, Chiyo." Before his words fully dissipated, the space around Shizuka seemed to twist, countless specks of light flashing as the distance between him and Chiyo expanded and contracted infinitely, creating an illusion of intertwined time and space. Chiyo's pupils dilated in realization. She comprehended that she was being drawn into a formidable Jinjutsu, yet, as a top-tier puppet master of the Sand Village, her reflexes were equally swift. She quickly formed hand seals, attempting to break free from the illusion's confines. .3 Treasure's absorption. As Chiyo muttered, the surrounding air seemed to solidify, and 3 puppets arranged themselves in a triangular formation. A powerful whirlwind coalescing at their center, striving to carve a path through the world constructed by the Jinjutsu. However, as these whirlwinds approached the edge of Shizuka's illusion, they collided with an invisible barrier. Dissipating into nothingness, Shizuka's lips curled into a slight smile, his figure flickering in and out of sight within the Jinjutsu space, each appearance accompanied by a pulse of unsettling chakra. Chiyo, your puppet techniques are indeed exquisite. But in the face of my Jinjutsu, the boundaries between all ninjutsu and reality shall blur. Jinjutsu, Chiyo repeated softly, the term denoting Shizuka's unique illusion, the potency of which even she found difficult to fathom. Just as an unprecedented sense of crisis began to swell within her, Shizuka's voice pierced through once more, this time seeming to transcend the barriers of illusion and reality, striking at the depths of her soul. Fear not, Chiyo. My purpose here is not to take your life, but merely to require you to rest for a moment, to avert an unnecessary war for the Sand Village. As the words of Shizue fell, Granny Chiyo felt a warm and gentle force enveloping her, a soothing chakra technique that accompanied Shizue's illusionary art. Her body gradually relaxed, her consciousness began to blur, and ultimately, everything succumbed to tranquility as she slipped into a profound slumber. Meanwhile, Shizue, having confirmed that Granny Chiyo was entirely ensnared in the illusion, slowly retracted his kaleidoscopic Sharingan, causing the surrounding space to stabilize and everything to revert to its original state. He sighed softly, turned, and vanished from sight, leaving Granny Chiyo quietly lying there, as if merely lost in a deep dream. Rest peacefully. May this illusion bring a period of tranquility to Sunagakure and Konoha, she silently prayed. Before glancing back towards the battlefield where Sasori was engaged that moment, Sasori faced nearly all the combatants of Sunagakure. Even with the utilization of his 100 puppets technique, he appeared somewhat beleaguered. His gaze swept over the scattered remnants of dismantled puppets, revealing a flicker of gravity in his eyes. Why are the Konoha ninjas taking so long? How much longer must I wait? Sasori mused. Feeling disgruntled as the primary target of all frontal assaults, his endurance thus far was commendable that in truth, if he wished to retreat, it would not be certain that Raza and the others could apprehend him. But at this moment, he could not withdraw. He needed to buy enough time for both F10 and Shun. If he retreated now, once Raza and his companions responded, their efforts would be utterly in vain. This frustrating predicament of being unable to strike effectively or withdraw was among the chief reasons for his discontent. Humph, Sasori, face reality. Your puppets have suffered over half their losses, and even the third Kazakage's puppet cannot endure much longer. Surrender, Raza shouted at Sasori, standing atop the floating gold sand, palms upward, wielding the sand to wreak havoc upon Sasori's puppets. Humph, Raza, your chakra seems rather depleted as well. Will you manage to hold on until the end? Sasori retorted, his eyes filled with disdain as he observed Raza from a distance. After battling for so long, he was acutely aware of how much strength his opponent had left. Raza, upon hearing this, displayed a flicker of displeasure on his face, but quickly adjusted his demeanor, sneering, Sasori, it appears you've forgotten that this is Sunagakure, my domain. Even with a diminished chakra, I can still harness the power of this land to bury you here. In response, Sasori's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Relying on external forces? That is not the way of the strong. However, since you wish to depend on gold sand, allow me to show you what true artistic manipulation is. With Sasori's words, he swiftly produced a scroll from his garment, flicking his fingers, unleashing countless tiny mechanical insects that surged forth from the scroll, instantly enveloping his remaining puppets. These mechanical insects appeared almost lifelike, rapidly mending the damaged puppets and even reassembling discarded parts into new combat units. What is this? Raza exclaimed, his expression shifting as he beheld such an uncanny and efficient repair technique, leaving him momentarily at a loss. This is my latest masterpiece, mechanical regeneration technique. Each mechanical insect is meticulously cultivated by me. They can perceive my will and transform waste into combat power, Sasori declared with pride, simultaneously commanding the restored puppets and the newly formed mechanical army to launch an even more ferocious onslaught against Raza. On the battlefield, gold sand and mechanical puppets intertwined, creating dazzling sparks as the very ground of Sunagakure seemed to tremble. Although Sasori's puppet army was numerically inferior to before, with the assistance of the mechanical insects, each puppet became more agile and powerful, placing unprecedented pressure on Raza. Damn it, this won't do, Raza thought, fully aware that he could not continue to expend energy fighting Sasori in this manner. He had to find the key to breaking the deadlock. Lord Raza, there are simply too many puppets. We must devise a solution. At that moment, the calm and collected elite jonin of Sunagakure, Maki, also called out to him. It was evident that despite Sasori's youth, his strength was undeniably at the level of a Kage. He had initially thought that Sasori had utilized some sinister method to assassinate the third Kazekage, but now it became clear that he truly possessed the rumored ability to single-handedly annihilate a nation. Everyone, hold steady. Let me think of a plan. Faced with such a dire situation, Raza could only comfort his comrades while his mind raced to devise a way to overcome their foe. Suddenly, a thought struck him like a flash of lightning. And he exclaimed, to find the puppeteer's weakness, we must seek someone familiar with puppetry. Where is Granny Chiyo? To confront a genius puppeteer like Sasori, we must enlist Granny Chiyo. Maki's expression shifted to one of subtle complexity upon hearing this. As he turned to Raza and replied in a low tone, Granny Chiyo and Yashimaru are guarding Gaara. Not long ago, there seemed to have been a battle over there. Granny Chiyo may not be able to arrive immediately. Raza's countenance darkened at this revelation, and with no other option, he continued to manipulate the gold sand to fend off Sasori's relentless assault. Were it not for the presence of so many civilians in Sunagakure, he would not have expended so much chakra in defending the village. For now, they could only endure the stalemate. Meanwhile, Shirzue sensed a fluctuation in the space beside him, and soon, a figure gradually appeared before his eyes. Upon recognizing the newcomer, his grip on the short sword relaxed slightly. It was F10. Hurry, Shirzue. We must retreat. F10 staggered towards Shirzue, one hand clutching his bleeding eyes, his demeanor far from the composure he had previously exhibited. As if he had plunged into an abyss of darkness. Seeing this, Shirzue quickly stepped forward to support F10, inquiring with concern, what happened? What transpired? Quickly. We must leave. My vision is starting to blur. I can barely see. Chapter 15. Altering fate thoughts returned to half an hour earlier. Excellent. I shall accept this one-tail chakra, F10 declared with a smug expression, extending his hand towards the slumbering Gaara. Under the moonlight, Gaara's body appeared particularly frail, as though a mere breeze could disperse him. F10's fingers lightly grazed Gaara's forehead, and in that instant, an unusual wave seemed to permeate the air. Under his manipulation, a vast and surging chakra emerged from within Gaara, akin to an ancient beast awakening, ultimately coalescing in F10's palm. The speed of this chakra absorption is quite rapid. Could it be that since he has just become a Jinchuriki and has yet to fully integrate, the absorption is consequently faster? As the chakra orb in his hand grew increasingly refined, Feng Tian could not help but utter a sigh of admiration. However, the jarring sounds of battle from the direction of Scorpion still reached his ears, inevitably stirring a flicker of anxiety within him to avert any unforeseen mishaps. He hastened the extraction of chakra. Soon, as time flew by, all the one-tailed chakra within Gaara had been entirely drawn out. At this moment, Gaara appeared extraordinarily fragile, having lost the one-tailed chakra. The flame of life flickered in the wind, as if it could extinguish at any moment. His complexion was as pale as parchment, his breath faint, and even the slight quiver of his eyelashes seemed utterly powerless, as if the entire world had drifted far away from him. Feng Tian quietly observed Gaara, who was on the brink of death. Yet a flicker of compassion flashed deep within his gaze. Gaara, you are also a pitiful soul. However, it is regrettable that I am not a good person, so I am sorry. Feng Tian spoke in a low voice, tinged with a hint of remorse. Having completed the extraction of chakra, Feng Tian employed a technique of reversing cause and effect, transforming the existence of one-tailed chakra in his hand into a transient essence that could reside within his Manjiki Sharingan. In simpler terms, he had confined the one-tailed chakra into his unique Kimui space, which he named the Destiny space. Without further hesitation, Feng Tian lifted the exceedingly weak Gaara into his arms, and with a thought, prepared to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to return Gaara to his room. Just then, miraculously, the previously entranced Gaara showed a fleeting sign of awakening, desperately struggling as if battling against an unjust fate. Feng Tian gazed down at Gaara's youthful face, his heart a tumult of emotions. After a moment of silence, he let out a helpless sigh, his voice revealing an indescribable struggle and determination. Very well. I still cannot bear to be purely malevolent. Let me alter your tragic future. With that, Feng Tian no longer hesitated, his eyes suddenly gleaming with an extraordinary light. the unique brilliance and mystery of the Meijiki Sharingan. Simultaneously, a vast amount of chakra surged into his eyes like a tidal wave, an unprecedented power coursing through him, signifying that the technique of reversing cause and effect had reached its zenith. What on earth is happening? I feel my power being drained. Feng Tian gasped in disbelief beside Raza. A ninja from the Sand Village inquired, after such an extended battle, aside from Raza, nearly everyone on our side is injured. Some individuals were even suffering greatly, having been afflicted by the toxins carried by puppets, and a noxious mist seemed to permeate the air at the front gate. You have all performed admirably. Now, allow me to take over, Raza spoke softly, his tone imbued with a hint of authority. He then gestured for the others to withdraw, choosing to confront the already faltering Scorpion alone. Upon hearing his words, the Sand Village ninjas, including Maki, retreated. However, a few less severely wounded ninjas instinctively positioned themselves behind Scorpion, their faces etched with fury, eager to rush forward and tear him apart. Raza stood resolutely before them, his gaze fixed upon the distant Scorpion, and darkly uttered, "Scorpion, you have ventured too far." Raza's voice was deep and resonant. Your puppet arts, though formidable, have strayed from the essence of true artistry. Genuine art is the blossoming of life, not the coldness of machinery. Scorpion let out a derisive laugh. Refraining from rebuttal, he understood that conversing with Raza was futile. His foremost concern was awaiting news from the heavenly faction. Now, your puppets are nearly depleted. If you have any last words, now is the time to express them. Raza continued, as he drew nearer to Scorpion, the surrounding sand gradually encircling him, poised to engulf him at any moment. Tisich, a tiresome charade. Scorpion scoffed, subsequently retracting the damaged third Kazakage puppet. His gaze shifted towards the Sand Village, an unusual expression flickering deep within his eyes. Indeed, the ninjas of Konoha are unreliable. The only entities I can trust are my own puppets. Scorpion's lips curled into a slight smirk, a look of relief washing over him, for he possessed no means to thwart Raza's impending assault. He had no intention of fleeing. Instead, he remained stationary, calmly awaiting his demise. Observing this, Raza's expression hardened, and he raised his hands, the endless sand swirling with murderous intent as it surged towards Scorpion. Are you truly willing to concede? Just as the sand was about to consume Scorpion, a voice rang out from the distance. Shursui. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly with every ninja of the Sand Village. In an instant, his figure appeared beside Scorpion, and with the activation of his Meijiki Sharingan, a massive, imposing green Susanoo erupted forth, dispersing the encircling sand. Tisich, you arrived rather late, Scorpion remarked with dissatisfaction towards Shursui, his tone laced with reproach. Shursui, however, refrained from arguing, acutely aware of how challenging it was for Scorpion to withstand the might of nearly the entire Sand Village alone for this long. Those eyes, you belong to the Uchiha clan of Konoha. Upon witnessing Shursui's Meijiki Sharingan, and considering his age, Raza immediately deduced his true identity. You are Shunshin Shursui of Konoha? In response, Shursui momentarily retracted his Susanoo, stepping forward to shield Scorpion, addressing Raza. To clarify, I have defected from Konoha. That if you must label me, you may refer to me as Shunshin Shursui of the Uchiha clan. Shursui drew a short sword from his back, its tip directed at the ground, his gaze fixed seriously upon Raza. Shunshin Shursui, I have heard your reputation in Konoha is quite favorable, yet why do you ally with a traitor from our Sand Village? Are you aware of what you are doing? Raza narrowed his eyes at Shursui, his words laced with a hint of menace. Yet, Shursui merely shook his head gently, the continual operation of his Sharingan indicating his stance. I have a necessary purpose for this. To save this world, rife with war and smoke, I must act. I have resolved to protect this person. If combat is inevitable, then let it come. Chapter 17. Sand Waterfall Sealing Technique. Raza's expression darkened upon hearing those words. He was well aware of Shursui's strength and the terrifying power of the Meijiki Sharingan. However, as a ninja of the Sand Village, he could not passively witness a defector from Konoha act so brazenly on his territory. Shursui, your actions have crossed the line of the Sand Village. Raza's voice was somber yet resolute. As a ninja of the Sand Village, I cannot stand idly by. Shursui met his gaze with unwavering resolve. Lord Raza, I understand your position, but please comprehend my predicament. All I do is for the greater peace. Peace? Raza scoffed, To achieve peace through collusion with traitors? That is utterly ridiculous. The atmosphere escalated to a tense standoff. Both parties poised for conflict. At that moment, Raza made his move, suddenly launching an attack, his palms raised as if summoning the earth's power. With a thunderous shout, he proclaimed, flowing sand gold waterfall. A torrent of sand transformed into sharp projectiles, surging forth like a tempest towards Shisui and Scorpion. Confronted by this unexpected assault, Shisui's expression grew grave. He hesitated not for an instant, summoning his Susanoo once more. The immense green half-formed Susanoo enveloped both him and Scorpion tightly, resembling a mobile fortress, exuding an aura of invincibility. Shisui possessed absolute confidence in his Susanoo, believing this unparalleled defense could withstand any attack. As the sand projectiles struck the impenetrable armor of Susanoo like raindrops. A dull thud echoed in the night sky. The projectiles, upon contact with the armor, seemed to encounter an insurmountable barrier, falling helplessly to the ground. Those seemingly indestructible projectiles appeared feeble in the face of Susanoo's absolute defense. Raza's expression grew darker still. He recognized Shisui's extraordinary prowess, but was astonished by the adeptness with which he wielded Susanoo. Nevertheless, as a ninja of the Sand Village, he would never yield easily. "Do you think this will deter me?" Raza bellowed, once more manipulating the sand to coalesce in the air, preparing to unleash a more ferocious assault. Shisui countered steadfastly, his voice calm yet firm. "Lord Raza, I do not wish to be your enemy, but please understand, all my actions are for the greater peace. If conflict is unavoidable, I will fight with all my might. Words are futile, Shisui, I have stated. Today, Scorpion will not escape the Sand Village." Raza continued to roar, directing the sand as if it were a surging flood, overwhelming Shisui's colossal half-formed sand. He then brought his hands together, an immense quantity of sand rapidly inscribed with intricate sealing symbols, glowing like stars descending to the earth. Sand waterfall sealing technique. With this exclamation, the symbols activated, emitting a blinding radiance, the powerful sealing force entwining Shisui and Scorpion like chains, along with the half-formed Susanoo, ensnared within a vast sealing array composed of sand. After completing this feat, Raza's face turned ashen, breathing heavily, his gaze fixated upon the enormous sealing array of sand, a faint smile tugging at his lips. At last, it is over. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Raza observed for a moment, noting that the sealed Shisui and Scorpion showed no signs of movement, allowing him to fully relax. "Lord Raza, are you all right?" Maki, noticing Raza's unusual demeanor, hurried to his side with concern. "That I am fine, Maki. The traitor has been sealed. Let the sealing experts in the village handle the reinforcement of the seals." After speaking, Raza cast a worried glance towards Gaara's direction in the Sand Village. Without further hesitation, he summoned a small amount of sand to form a sand cloud beneath him. He then slowly stepped onto the sand cloud and instructed Maki before somberly propelling himself towards Gaara. Earlier, when Shisui had come to provide aid, Raza had observed that Shisui's figure emerged from within the Sand Village, while Scorpion had attacked from the front gate. This meant that from the onset of their battle with Scorpion, Shisui had already infiltrated the Sand Village. His meticulous mind quickly unraveled the entirety of the situation. Thus, after sealing the two, he hastened towards the direction of Gaara without a moment's pause. Although he had left behind two contingencies, he could not guarantee Gaara's safety. It is worth noting that two enemies had already emerged on the surface. One was the Scorpion of the Red Sand, and the other was the Leaf Shisui. Neither of these individuals could be deemed mere ninjas, though both had been temporarily sealed by Raza, who could ascertain the absence of a third or even a fourth adversary. Contemplating this, Raza's expression darkened considerably, and without a moment to recuperate, he pushed his limits to race towards Gaara. As he passed the resting place of Feng Tian, Raza, too engrossed in his thoughts, failed to notice Feng Tian's presence. "Oh, what brings Raza here? Could it be that Shisui and the others have encountered trouble? That shouldn't be the case." Feng Tian mused to himself as he observed Raza speeding across the sand clouds. Although his vision was somewhat blurred, he still caught sight of Raza's movements. After all, he was the only one in Sunagakure capable of flight. Having taken a brief respite, he had regained a modicum of chakra. Yet the pain and discomfort in his eyes continued to plague him. However, upon considering the precarious situation Shisui and Scorpion might be in, he forced himself to activate his ability, restoring his physical state to its zenith. Quickly, with the activation of his technique, Feng Tian's body fully recovered, yet his eternal Mangeki Sharingan fell into a dormant state, likely to remain inactive for an extended period. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. He had successfully acquired the One-Tails chakra and could enhance it later without issue. After a brief stretch to ensure his body was in good condition, he focused his thoughts and activated the Flying Thunder God technique, targeting the mark he had placed on Shursui. What in the world has transpired? Shursui, Scorpion, do not succumb so easily. Hold on. Chapter 18. Reunion. Feng Tian's speed was remarkable, having mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. His already agile movements became even swifter. In the span of half a stick of incense, he arrived at the front gate of Sunagakure. Leaning against the night, he carefully concealed himself in a shadowy corner. Observing the unfolding events before him, he noticed several Sunagakure ninjas encircling a colossal sand gold sealing array, their hands rapidly forming seals. Soon, a multitude of intricate symbols began to appear on the massive sand gold surface. Meanwhile, four additional ninjas were casting a rudimentary barrier, establishing a robust defense. Clearly, they had taken extensive precautions to ensure their success. This is a reinforcement of the seal. Could it be that Shursui and Scorpion have been sealed? Feng Tian's eyes widened in disbelief, his face reflecting utter astonishment. He could hardly fathom that two legendary genius ninjas could be sealed so easily. After a moment of shock, Feng Tian steadied his emotions, closed his eyes, and began sensing Shursui and Scorpion's chakra. Moments later, he slowly opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips as he thought to himself, "Indeed, I knew it wouldn't be so simple. Shursui is quite clever. He must have taken advantage of Raza's momentary negligence to cast an illusion on him without him realizing." Through Feng Tian's perception, he discerned that there was no trace of Shursui or Scorpion's chakra within the sealing array. According to his hypothesis, Shursui had likely cast an illusion on Raza, leading him to mistakenly believe he had successfully sealed the two. The fact that Raza was deceived was undoubtedly influenced by his anxious state. Had he managed to calm himself and thoroughly inspect the situation, he would have undoubtedly uncovered the ruse. Returning to the present, Feng Tian speculated that Shursui and Scorpion had successfully vacated the area, perhaps already en route to their previously agreed meeting point. Thus, he hesitated no longer and continued to employ the Flying Thunder God technique, swiftly departing to the retreat mark he had established along the way. Meanwhile, at Scorpion's lair, Shursui and Scorpion sat on the ground, the intensity of their recent battle having left both genius ninjas with a hint of fatigue. "But I'll go check outside. You stay here and rest well," Shursui remarked, rising slowly. Noting that Feng Tian had yet to return, he considered venturing to the cave entrance to await his arrival. Should Feng Tian not return shortly, he intended to infiltrate Sunagakure alone to retrieve him. "Tch, do as you will," Scorpion retorted with a pout, casting a displeased glance at Shursui. Although he had escaped danger with Shursui's assistance, his pride prevented him from acknowledging Shursui's perspective. Thus, he retrieved several scrolls, releasing the puppets within, and began repairing those damaged during the earlier conflict. Seeing this, Shursui merely smiled slightly before vanishing, reappearing at the cave entrance in the next moment. To his surprise, not long after, Feng Tian's figure materialized before him, following a flash from the Flying Thunder God mark beside him. "What is the situation? Have the ninjas from Sunagakure discovered anything?" Upon seeing Feng Tian, Shursui's face broke into a smile. Yet he understood that his earlier ruse would not remain concealed for long, that he feared that should Sunagakure uncover the truth, they might dispatch pursuit forces in anger, prompting him to inquire. "Your maneuver was quite impressive. As of now, Sunagakure has yet to notice anything amiss. Moreover, I left a surprise for Raza, so for the time being, we should be safe," Feng Tian replied calmly, then turned to Shursui, offering him an affirming glance. Before Shursui could respond further, Feng Tian suddenly recalled something and shifted the topic, asking, "By the way, where is Scorpion? Did he come back with you?" Hearing this, Shursui smiled faintly and glanced towards the depths of the cave, replying, "He returned with me and is currently repairing his puppets inside." With this revelation, Feng Tian's previously furrowed brow finally relaxed, and he let out a sigh of relief, exclaiming, "It appears this operation went rather smoothly. Everyone remains unharmed." Though he spoke thus, Feng Tian was acutely aware of the immense sacrifices made for the One-Tails chakra. First and foremost was Scorpion. There was no need to elaborate on his losses. which included nearly all of his puppets, including the third Kazekage puppet, leaving him significantly weakened. The extensive repairs required for so many damaged puppets would undoubtedly take considerable time. Had Feng Tian's ability to reverse causality still been at his disposal, it would have saved him a great deal of time. However, regrettably, due to reckless alterations of fate during this battle, his vision and ocular power had sustained severe damage if he did not expedite the delivery of the One-Tails chakra to the Gedo statue. His eternal Mangeki Sharingan might suffer permanent impairment that in contrast, while Shisui had not endured significant injuries, his identity had been exposed, potentially causing considerable trouble for the Uchiha clan in Konoha. This was the sole aspect troubling Shisui. Despite having ostensibly defected from Konoha, he remained deeply concerned for the village and his clan. Now that this matter is settled, what shall we do next? Shisui inquired, his eyes fixed on the objective of swiftly completing the Moon Eye plan to forge a world devoid of war and strife. As for Scorpion, he can proceed to the next tailed beast capture on his own. As for us, we shall first return to Konoha, then rendezvous with Scorpion. Feng Tian spoke coolly, his mind already plotting the next course of action. He needed to gather a sufficient number of tailed beasts while others remained oblivious. Once the entire ninja world caught wind of their intentions and began to unite in defense of the tailed beasts, matters would grow increasingly complex. Upon hearing this, Shisui nodded slightly in agreement. At this moment, he was eager to advance the Moon Eye plan and prepare for the next tailed beast capture, yet he couldn't help but ask, where is the next location for capturing a tailed beast? Chapter 19. Raza's doubts inside Gaara's room in Sunagakure. Raza could only see Yashimaru shouting Gaara's name before he pushed open the door to the room where Gaara lay sleeping. To his astonishment, what met his eyes was Yashimaru cradling the already slumbering Gaara, softly murmuring something incomprehensible. Observing this scene, Raza hurriedly stepped forward, cautiously taking Gaara from Yashimaru's arms. After a thorough inspection, he discovered that Gaara was unharmed. The weight on his heart finally lifted as he realized the child was merely in a deep sleep. Lord Raza Yashimaru, now regaining his composure, immediately knelt on one knee, expressing his remorse to Raza. Yashimaru, tell me, what transpired here? Raza inquired after gently placing Gaara on the bed. From the signs of battle within the room, it was evident that a fierce confrontation had taken place. Lord Raza, we were invaded by a young Uchiha from Konoha. I engaged him in combat, but I was utterly no match for him. I feel ashamed that Gaara was taken away, yet, inexplicably, that Uchiha returned him about half an hour later. I still do not understand his motives. Yashimaru spoke, his hands unconsciously clenching, his voice rife with shame and a sense of powerlessness regarding his inadequacies. The Uchiha boy, are you referring to Shisui of the body flicker? Raza mused, resting his chin on his hand. Deep in thought, from the timeline, that does seem plausible. No, it cannot be. Although that Uchiha possesses a Sharingan akin to Shisui's, I am certain it is not him. There were two enemies in total. Lord Raza, the Shisui you mentioned must be the one engaged with Granny Chio outside. The intruder within is clearly not him. Upon hearing this, Raza's brow furrowed in concern, his eyes filled with a tinge of worry as he began to analyze the recent events. If what you say is true, then this matter becomes rather intricate. The Shisui of Konoha and a rogue ninja from Sunagakure are colluding, and, lurking in the shadows, there exists an unknown, formidable Uchiha. Based on the information we have, their objective appears to be Gaara, yet I cannot shake the feeling that I have overlooked something. As Raza spoke, he slowly approached Gaara's side. He extended his hand, delicately caressing Gaara's tender face, then gradually closed his eyes, endeavoring to sense everything that was occurring within the child. Moments later, Raza abruptly opened his eyes, shock evident in his gaze. He stumbled back a few steps, exclaiming in disbelief, how is this possible? I cannot sense the tailed beast chakra within Gaara. What is happening? This is unprecedented. I have never heard of a Jinchuriki being separated from their tailed beast without sustaining harm. Yashimaru's face mirrored Raza's astonishment upon hearing those words. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy and tense, his pupils dilating in shock at this sudden turn of events. Lord Raza, what does this mean? Yashimaru's voice trembled, struggling to comprehend how Gaara could remain unharmed despite the loss of the tailed beast chakra. Raza did not respond immediately. Instead, he walked back to Gaara's bedside, gazing intently at the sleeping child with a complex expression. Taking a deep breath, he seemed to be organizing his thoughts before speaking slowly. There is only one possibility. The tailed beast within Gaara has been forcibly extracted or sealed away by some powerful force. And this sealing technique is exceptionally sophisticated, to the extent that he has not suffered any harm as a result. Forcefully extracted or sealed? Yashimaru echoed Raza's words, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Who possesses such power, and for what purpose? Raza shook his head, his forehead creased in concentration. It remains unclear for now. However, regardless of who is behind this, it signifies that Sunagakure is facing an unprecedented crisis. Though Gaara is temporarily safe without the tailed beast, in the long run, his protection has vanished, and we have lost a vital strategic asset. What shall we do? Yashimaru inquired urgently, fully aware of Gaara's importance to Sunagakure and the potential consequences of losing him. Raza pondered for a moment, a determined glint in his eyes. First, we must ascertain the identity and intentions of the other Uchiha ninja. Secondly, we must bolster the village's defenses to prevent any possible attacks. Most importantly, we must protect Gaara and ensure he remains unharmed. As for the mystery of the tailed beast's extraction, we must investigate swiftly and reclaim our lost power. Yes, Lord Raza. Yashimaru replied immediately, ready to execute the orders, and slowly retreated, soon disappearing from sight. Raza gazed at the peacefully sleeping Gaara, then turned his attention to the night outside, with no one knowing the tumult of thoughts swirling in his mind. Nearby Konoha, Fengtian, and Shursui swiftly moved through the woods, their faces bearing signs of fatigue after a prolonged run. Fengtian, we are not far from Konoha. I am curious. Why are we not proceeding alongside Scorpion to that location? My actions have their reasons, Shursui. Moreover, we are nearly at our destination. Promise me, no matter what you see later, do not be overly surprised. Fengtian turned to Shursui, a hint of amusement in his eyes. TCH, still keeping me in suspense at this moment that I truly cannot fathom you, Shursui replied with a pout, his skepticism regarding the potential for surprise evident. Before long, the two halted beside an inconspicuous cave. Fengtian's face momentarily flashed with relief as he stepped into the cave first. Following Fengtian's lead, Shursui also entered the mysterious cavern. The deeper they ventured, the more they descended, as if heading towards the earth's core. Fengtian, why do I feel as though numerous eyes are watching me nearby? This sensation is rather unsettling. Shursui spoke with a serious expression, his vigilance heightened. Do not worry. It is merely some white zetsu. There is no significant issue. White zetsu. Before Shursui could voice his questions, Fengtian, who was leading, came to a halt before a wall that had been shattered by a beetle. We have arrived. Chapter 20. Absorbing one tail's chakra at Fengtian's signal. Shursui slowly moved deeper into the cavern. Yet the sight before him profoundly shook him to his core. Before him lay a colossal outer path golem, contorted in a grotesque posture, its massive form seemingly capable of devouring all surrounding light. Upon the golem, several solid tubes twisted like vines, stretching forth until they reached a solitary wooden throne. Upon this throne sat an elder, wielding a gleaming scythe, the ravages of time etched deeply upon his face. This man was Uchiha Madara, the legendary ninja who once stirred the winds of change. As the aged Madara noticed Shursui's entrance, he gradually lifted his head, his eyes, filled with an overwhelming aura, fixated on the newcomer. After a moment, Madara's gaze shifted from Shursui to Fengtian. Rising slowly, he rested his hand upon the scythe, his lips parting slightly, his voice low yet imbued with authority. Fengtian, what is the meaning of this? Upon hearing his words, Fengtian nonchalantly shrugged, then replied, Lord Madara, this is my ally, Uchiha Shursui, also a member of the Uchiha clan. He has been instrumental in our plans to capture the tailed beasts. Additionally, I have enlisted another aide who has already departed for the next location to capture a tailed beast. Before the elder Madara could respond, Shursui, upon hearing the name Madara, was struck with astonishment, taking a step back in disbelief. His eyes widened in incredulity, his voice trembling as he murmured, Madara. This is our Uchiha clan's ancestor. Uchiha Madara? Impossible. Was he not long ago laid to rest in the Valley of the End during his battle with the first Hokage? How could he still be alive now? Uchiha Madara's gaze lingered on Shursui's face for a brief moment, his Rinnegan seemingly capable of perceiving all hidden truths, penetrating the depths of Shursui's astonishment and confusion. A faint smile graced his lips as he spoke in a low, resonant voice. Shursui, there is no need for your surprise that in this world, there exist many phenomena that defy ordinary comprehension. And I, Uchiha Madara, am one of those extraordinary entities. Shursui endeavored to compose himself, fully aware that any display of emotion in the presence of such a formidable ancestor would be unwise. That he inhaled deeply, attempting to quell the tumult within, and then respectfully bowed, stating, "Lord Madara, I am Uchiha Shursui, and it is an honor to meet you. However, I am profoundly astonished by your survival." Madara gently waved his hand, interrupting Shursui's words. "Let the past remain in the past. What matters now is the future. Shursui, I have heard of your commendable performance in the Tailed Beast Capture Initiative. You have done well. It brings me great solace to see such a remarkable ninja emerge from our Uchiha clan." Once his words concluded, Madara's gaze shifted back to Feng Tian as he continued, "Feng Tian, how goes the progress? Is it proceeding smoothly, with no significant obstacles encountered?" Feng Tian replied, extending his hand. Although he could not currently utilize the principle of causal inversion, extracting One Tail's chakra from the destiny space posed no major difficulties. Soon, as time elapsed, the earthy yellow chakra of One Tail began to coalesce and expand, growing to nearly the size of a basketball within the span of a short incense stick's burning. The elderly Madara observed with a nod of approval, signaling Feng Tian to place the chakra sphere into the outer path golem. Thanks to the previous infusion of the Three Tails chakra, Madara's body had undergone notable rejuvenation. This time, he would not require Feng Tian's assistance with causal inversion for the mere absorption of chakra. Upon hearing this, Feng Tian nodded without hesitation, promptly tossing the sphere of One Tail's chakra into the mouth of the outer path golem. Boom! As the One Tail's chakra was absorbed, the golem emitted a tremendous sound, a few drops of crimson fluid trickling from the corners of its numerous eyes. With the passage of time, the chakra contained within it burgeoned to an impressive scale. "It seems progress is satisfactory. I wonder what new abilities will emerge from this endeavor." Feng Tian observed the golem consuming the chakra, and as the absorption rate accelerated, a familiar force of causality began to coalesce in his eyes. Feeling the resurgence of this causal power, a smile gradually graced Feng Tian's visage. He turned his gaze towards the elderly Madara, who was struggling to maintain his composure, and swiftly activated his Manjiki Sharingan, proclaiming, "I shall assist you." As Feng Tian's words fell, the formidable power of causality enveloped the elderly Madara, and soon, the once feeble figure began to regain his peak condition under its influence. "Excellent, Feng Tian. You have performed admirably." Uchiha Madara's voice boomed in response, and through the effects of causal inversion, he swiftly returned to his prime. With a resounding clap of his hands, the golem's mouth flung wide open, dramatically increasing its chakra absorption rate in less than half an hour. The sphere of One Tail's chakra in Feng Tian's possession was entirely consumed. Satisfied with the outcome, Uchiha Madara nodded before gesturing for Feng Tian to nullify the effects of causal inversion. Feng Tian, upon witnessing this, instantly complied, dismantling the causal inversion with remarkable swiftness. Following this enhancement, Feng Tian not only experienced a significant boost in ocular power, allowing for instantaneous activation and retraction of causal inversion, but he also unlocked the skeletal form of Susanoo. Though merely a skeletal manifestation, its defensive capabilities were immensely heightened, providing a safeguard for subsequent plans. The Moon Eye Plan, the progress of Tailed Beast Collection. 29. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an opportunity to draw a skill. As the familiar voice of the system resonated in Feng Tian's mind, a colossal wheel appeared before him, visible only to his eyes. Observing this development, a smile crept upon Feng Tian's lips, and he stepped forward, tapping the wheel, which began to rotate slowly. The wheel's speed quickened, as if attempting to engulf the very fabric of space, and Feng Tian's heartbeat raced in tandem. Curious about which legendary ninja's divine skill he might draw this time, his gaze remained fixed on the names shimmering upon the wheel, each representing a narrative of remarkable legacy. "Stop," Feng Tian silently commanded. And as his will was conveyed, the wheel gradually ceased its rotation. The pointer ultimately landed on a name, but once Feng Tian discerned it, his smile abruptly faded, replaced by an expression of awkwardness. "What ill fortune is this? How could it be you?" Chapter 21. Can you avoid? Congratulations, host. You have selected Uchiha Obito, Youth, and may now choose a skill from Uchiha Obito, Youth. Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique. Can you avoid? Izanagi. Feng Tian gazed at the skill icons before him. His lips twitching slightly, he turned to observe Obito, who was not far away, practicing, and a complex expression crossed his face. What atrocious luck this is. Feng Tian shook his head with a bitter smile, and without further hesitation, his finger gently pressed upon the icon for Kimyi Void. Instantly, an extraordinary energy enveloped him, as if torrents of data surged through his mind. Resonating with his very being in that moment, Feng Tian's eyes began to shimmer with brilliance, the unique radiance of Kamui Void. At the culmination of the energy's dissipation, he successfully mastered this godlike skill. Now my ability to ensure my survival has reached its zenith, Feng Tian murmured, believing that at this stage, selecting Kamui Void was indeed the most prudent choice. While his energy is commendable, it would automatically unlock with the enhancement of Feng Tian's ocular power, making it unnecessary to squander such a precious opportunity. Moreover, utilizing his energy would cost him a Sharingan. Feng Tian was not in the position to waste such an asset like the future Danzo, who possessed a single arm's worth of Sharingan. Your ocular power appears to have increased significantly once more. The elderly Madara slowly settled into his wooden throne, gazing down at Feng Tian from a position of authority. His tone imbued with a hint of gravitas. It is satisfactory. Thanks to the efforts of everyone, my ocular power has indeed seen considerable enhancement, Feng Tian replied, his expression neutral as he regarded the elderly Madara with a mixture of reverence, compassion, and caution. Now, with your current ocular power, can you sustain my prolonged return to peak condition? Upon uttering this inquiry, the elderly Madara's murky eyes briefly glimmered with vitality. He unsteadily rose, leaning upon his scythe, eagerly anticipating Feng Tian's response. After a lengthy pause, Feng Tian remained silent, merely shaking his head. The strained expression upon his face seemed to convey his answer. Very well, it appears it is still quite taxing. The elderly Madara, witnessing this, could only temporarily concede, returning to his wooden throne before continuing. Then, what actions must you undertake next? That lad Obito, after my intensive training these past days, has begun to grasp his abilities. In terms of strength classification, he should be above Special Jonin. Is it necessary for him to accompany us on this mission? Before Feng Tian could respond, Obito, who had been meditating nearby, slowly opened his eyes. His left eye, formed from the structure of Kagaya's body, appeared ordinary, while his right was his own Manjiki Sharingan. A mission, you say? I find myself most intrigued. Obito slowly rose to his feet, a fierce determination illuminating his countenance. His gaze toward Madara and Feng Tian grew increasingly fervent, almost yearning to rush outside and engage in a fierce battle. This was, after all, an inevitable consequence, having spent an extended period in this dimly lit subterranean environment. Obito's resolve was deeply entrenched. Were it not for his profound obsession, his youthful spirit might have succumbed to madness long ago. No need for that. At present, the battle does not require Obito's participation. Let him continue his training alongside you, Feng Tian remarked. Very well. Both Feng Tian and Madara simultaneously disregarded Obito, causing his expression to momentarily stiffen before he swiftly regained his composure. He clenched his fists in silence, vowing to become stronger, strong enough that his existence would be undeniable to all. Feng Tian, since Obito will not be joining the action for now, when do you plan to depart? Madara's gaze refocused on Feng Tian. Laced with curiosity, I must gather enough tailed beasts before the entire shinobi world realizes what is happening. Moreover, before this venture, I intend to make some preparations here, Feng Tian replied, his eyes glinting with a hint of mischief as he regarded Madara. Preparations? What do you mean? Madara inquired again, his curiosity intensifying. Lord Madara, while this enhancement of ocular power may not allow you to restore your peak condition for an extended duration, I assure you that once I enact my arrangements, you will be able to temporarily escape the constraints of the Outer Path's golem and regain your full strength, appearing on any battlefield of your choosing. You will be free to wreak havoc in no time. Upon hearing this, Madara's murky eyes gleamed with disbelief and intense desire. He trembled as he queried, Feng Tian, is what you speak of truly so miraculous? Feng Tian nodded gently, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Lord Madara, have you forgotten? I possess the power of causality, and certain methods are beyond the imagination of ordinary folk. Madara leaned forward slightly, as if straining to catch every word from Feng Tian's lips. Then, what exactly do you intend to arrange? Feng Tian smiled subtly, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. You need not inquire further, Lord Madara. Just know that when all is prepared, your wishes will be fulfilled. Madara remained silent for a moment, seemingly weighing his options, before he slowly nodded. Very well, Fengtian, I shall trust you this time. But remember, this matter is of utmost importance. There must be no room for error. Rest assured, Lord Madara, Fengtian replied respectfully, bowing slightly. I shall exert every effort to ensure absolute success. After all, the tailed beasts we are to capture this time pose considerable danger. Should we encounter insurmountable challenges, I hope Lord Madara will lend his assistance. That goes without saying. After uttering these words, Madara reclined against his wooden throne, his murky eyes slowly closing as he intentionally diminished his presence to the utmost degree. This absorption of chakra was still a considerable burden for him, requiring some time for digestion. Observing this, Fengtian switched his gaze to the Sharingan, and as the kaleidoscopic patterns within his pupils spun, the preparations he spoke of gradually took shape. That it wasn't until half a stick of incense had passed that he finally closed his eyes, deactivating the Sharingan. Turning to Shursui beside him, Fengtian couldn't help but say, Shursui, after being lost in thought for so long, shouldn't we be on our way? Shursui, upon hearing this, snapped back to reality, his gaze returning from the distance to focus on Fengtian. A hint of an apologetic smile gracing his face. I apologize. Fengtian nodded gently, choosing not to elaborate further. He understood Shursui's predicament. After all, if someone suddenly informed you that your long-deceased ancestor was alive and was the mastermind within your organization, it would leave anyone in shock for quite some time. Where to next? To the Hidden Cloud Village. Chapter 22. They on the fringes of the Land of Lightning, nestled within the towering mountains, lay a secluded cave that had become the secret base for Scorpion's meticulous restoration of the third Kazekage puppet. Under the dim, yellow light, Scorpion's fingers danced like nimble performers, weaving through the intricate joints of the puppet with precision that showcased his mastery of puppet techniques. In the previous battle against the Hidden Sand Village, the puppet had sustained severe damage. Had it not been for its exceptional quality, it would have shattered into pieces like those ordinary puppets. TCH, waiting so long without any news. These Leaf Village shinobi are truly unreliable, Scorpion remarked, a hint of dissatisfaction crossing his handsome features. Since parting ways with Fengtian at the Hidden Sand Village, he had followed Fengtian's instructions and had been lurking around the Hidden Cloud Village for several dozen days. During this time, he meticulously studied the village's terrain, the patterns of guard shifts, and had even grasped the daily movements of the target individuals, the two Uchikamura. This information was like a finely crafted jigsaw puzzle, gradually forming the perfect action plan in his mind. As this thought crossed his mind, a cold smile crept onto Scorpion's lips as he gently caressed the icy metal surface of the third Kazekage puppet, as if engaging in a silent conversation with it. However, the next moment, upon sensing the familiar chakra at the cave's entrance, Scorpion's demeanor returned to its usual indifference. How slow these Leaf Village shinobi are. Especially that one known as Shursui the Teleporter. I never expected him to be so sluggish, Scorpion remarked, observing Fengtian and Shursui approach at a leisurely pace, unable to suppress his disdain. Before Shursui could retort, Fengtian gazed at Scorpion with an apologetic expression. My sincerest apologies. I had to put some contingencies in place back in the Leaf Village, which caused a bit of delay. After speaking, noticing that Scorpion was still absorbed in repairing his puppet, Fengtian's lips curled into a slight smile as he continued, to express my regrets. I shall take responsibility for the puppet's repairs. Just you? Scorpion finally lifted his head, regarding Fengtian with a look of contempt. His tone dripped with skepticism, as he found it hard to believe that a mere Uchiha could possess expertise in puppet repair. Yet Fengtian simply shook his head in response to the doubt, then shifted his gaze to his Sharingan, confidently stating, It's quite simple. I merely modify the cause and effect. As Fengtian spoke, a peculiar force of causality enveloped the damaged third Kazekage puppet. The mysterious power began to repair the puppet at a visibly astonishing speed. Leaving Scorpion utterly astounded, Scorpion's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the puppet being restored before him, as if time itself had reversed, erasing all signs of damage. What kind of ability is this? Scorpion's voice trembled, having never witnessed such a miraculous and efficient repair technique before. Fengtian smiled, the unique, complex patterns of the Sharingan glimmering in his eyes. This is a power unique to my Manjiki Sharingan, reversing cause and effect. By altering the causal relationships of things, I can achieve many seemingly impossible feats, including the restoration of puppets. Feng Tian explained, his tone brimming with pride. Though Scorpion was shocked internally, he maintained his indifferent facade. He retrieved the remaining remnants of the 100 puppets, placing them on the ground, awaiting Feng Tian's next move. Once more activating his Manjiki Sharingan, the peculiar force of causality surged forth, enveloping the remnants of the 100 puppets. As the sound of delicate mechanical operations and flashes of light ensued, the once broken puppet components began to reassemble, gradually regaining their original forms. This is simply astonishing. A complex emotion flickered in Scorpion's eyes. He had believed his mastery of puppet techniques to be unparalleled, yet he was compelled to acknowledge that this Uchiha youth possessed a strength that eluded his comprehension. All right, Scorpion, your puppets are now fully restored. We can commence with the next phase of our plan. Feng Tian retracted his kaleidoscopic Sharingan, his tone imbued with unwavering confidence. Scorpion remained silent for a moment before slowly nodding in agreement. He then produced a meticulously crafted map, detailing the defensive layout surrounding the hidden cloud village and the frequent locations of the two Yuwu doors. After both Shui and Feng Tian scrutinized the map, they simultaneously nodded in satisfaction, casting a confirming glance at Scorpion. Observing this, Scorpion smirked with a hint of pride. Although he maintained an outward demeanor of indifference, he was inwardly elated. Feng Tian gazed intently at the map, his finger lightly resting on his chin, lost in profound contemplation. Time seemed to freeze in that moment until he gradually raised his hand, his gaze resolute as he pointed out several critical locations on the map, commencing the outline of a bold and meticulous action plan. Soon, within the brief span of less than half a stick of incense, Feng Tian had laid out his plan in exhaustive detail before Scorpion and Shui. The brilliance of the plan and the audacity of its strategy moved the two present. Yet it was swiftly followed by a deep sense of apprehension. Shui was the first to shatter the silence, his voice tinged with an unmistakable worry. Feng Tian, this plan is far too perilous. The strength of the hidden cloud village is beyond comparison with the hidden sand village. Their combat prowess is surely beyond our imagination that a moment's carelessness could lead to our irrevocable doom. Scorpion, too, uncharacteristically voiced his concerns, his words calm and straightforward. What Shui says is absolutely correct. The risks of this plan are disproportionately high compared to its potential rewards, although success would yield tremendous benefits. The consequences of failure are equally unbearable. In the face of their concerns, Feng Tian merely shook his head gently, since the second-tailed beast had been absorbed into the Outer Path's demonic statue. The causal power within him had seen a significant enhancement, allowing him to perceive more profound and distant information. He distinctly sensed that several familiar and potent presences were gradually closing in. I have no choice. This is currently the fastest way for us to gather the tailed beasts. If we do not hasten our pace, they may arrive. Chapter 23. The two Yuwu doors they? Who are they? In unison, Shui and Scorpion inquired upon hearing Feng Tian's words. Both were utterly perplexed, yet judging by Feng Tian's expression, it was evident that their strength must be formidable. Even the typically enigmatic Feng Tian wore a furrowed brow when broaching this topic. They are a group of terrifying pursuers. On numerous occasions, just as I believed the world was at its end, they would always appear in the nick of time, disrupting my plans. If memory serves me correctly, this is my sixth encounter with them. Feng Tian spoke with a worried countenance, his eyes filled with concern that it was precisely due to their relentless pursuit that Feng Tian had directed all his newly acquired skills towards survival techniques. Whether it was the Flying Thunder God technique from before or this time's Divine Might Phantasm, it was all aimed at adapting to an uncertain future. After Feng Tian's words, Shui and Scorpion appeared even more bewildered. Although they comprehended each word he uttered, the collective meaning left them in a state of confusion. Forget it. It's not a major issue. Let us proceed with the actions I previously mentioned. However, this time, it may require Shui to bear a heavier burden, Feng Tian concluded, casting a glance at Shui, his eyes betraying a hint of guilt. For the sake of that grand plan, such a sacrifice was negligible. With a determined expression, Shui spoke and swiftly departed under the gazes of the two, intending to fulfill the task assigned by Feng Tian. TCH, such a tedious endeavor, Scorpion muttered under his breath upon seeing Shui leave. He shot a nonchalant glance at Feng Tian, exhaling softly before organizing his puppets, preparing to set an ambush at the location designated by Feng Tian. Observing the two depart, Feng Tian followed closely behind Scorpion, His preparations were far more complex than Scorpion's. But there was no alternative. After all, he was ostensibly the leader of the Twilight Organization. While others needed only to focus on combat, he had to consider numerous factors within the Land of Lightning. In the Hidden Cloud Village. Yo, Yuwu Dorsuma, is what you said true? Hey, Killer Bee, when will you ever take things seriously? According to the intelligence from the Hidden Sand Village, this matter is far from simple. The Yuwu doors regarded the ever-energetic Killer Bee with a face full of exasperation. Yo, Yuwu Dorsuma, there's no need to be overly anxious in the Hidden Cloud Village, with me and my beloved brother protecting. Everything is but a trifle. Killer Bee remained unfazed by the Yuwu door's words, continuing to dance and rap with unyielding optimism that I am being serious. Killer Bee, as a fellow Jinchuriki, you should also treat this matter with the gravity it deserves. The Yuwu door managed to suppress her frustration, insisting that the extraction of the One-Tails chakra by a mysterious organization was dire news for them Jinchuriki. Given that the adversary could successfully extract chakra from the heavily guarded Hidden Sand Village, it was evident that they possessed significant strength. While the overall strength of their Hidden Cloud Village surpassed that of the Hidden Sand Village, they still needed to approach these unknown organizations and their uncertain objectives with utmost seriousness. Yo Yuwu Dorsuma, my brother and I are the strongest duo in the ninja world. No matter the organization, they can't stir up any waves before us. Sighing. The Yuwu door felt utterly defeated by Killer Bee's unwaveringly optimistic demeanor. She began to regret her decision to seek him out for this discussion, recognizing it as a complete waste of time. Recently, she had sensed some inexplicable disturbances, although she had not encountered anything concrete. Her instincts told her that her movements were being closely monitored. That was why she sought out Killer Bee, hoping to ascertain whether he had sensed any peculiar occurrences lately. However, not only did she leave empty-handed, but she also squandered a considerable amount of time. Just as she was about to continue speaking, she realized that Killer Bee had vanished without a trace. It appeared that she would need to consult the third Reikage. She wondered if he had the time to look into these matters. Standing in the empty corridor, the Yuwu door reflected on the unpredictability of life, preparing to turn and head towards the third Reikage's office. However, just as this thought crossed her mind, her form inexplicably froze, an overwhelming sense of danger striking her like a chilling frost. She abruptly turned around, her sharp gaze piercing through the void, fixated on a shadowy corner. Yet, instead of words, she was met with several kunai glinting with deadly light, soaring through the air like shooting stars in the night, slicing through the silence with lethal intent. That a flicker of surprise crossed the Yuwu door's eyes, quickly replaced by calmness as a faint smile graced her lips. With the grace of a gentle breeze, she sidestepped, her movements clean and decisive, allowing the otherwise fatal kunai to miss their mark entirely. It seems you have arrived sooner than I anticipated, the Yuwu door murmured, her voice low and ominous. In the next instant, a figure appeared before her, as if summoned from the shadows. The Yuwu door focused her gaze and recognized the individual clad in the attire of a Leaf Village ninja. Handsome in appearance, with a short sword strapped to his back, this individual was none other than the elite ninja of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shursui, that I see now. The mysterious organization behind the extraction of the tailed beast chakra is from your Leaf Village. The Yuwu door's tone bore disbelief, but more prominently, it was filled with anger and disappointment. Her eyes sparkled with disdain, as if in that moment, all her goodwill towards the Leaf Village had evaporated. Tisich, truly a bunch of hypocrites. The sound emanating from the teak door was laden with irony and disdain, a cold smirk curling at the corners of her lips. Yet, Shursui remained unperturbed by her sarcasm, his countenance as serene as still water, as he slowly drew the short sword from his back, its blade glinting with a faint, chilling light, as if it possessed the power to freeze all that it touched. In that moment, his eyes transformed into the three-tomo Sharingan, revealing an abyss of murderous intent and resolute determination. The tip of his sword lightly grazed the ground, sending tremors through the very fabric of space, while a palpable sense of dread began to permeate the air. Chapter 24. Susanoo vs. Two Tails. Again, Yuzuki sensed Shursui's killing intent, a flicker of anxiety flashing through her mind. During the brutal turmoil of the Third Shinobi World War, Shursui had carved his name into legend through sheer prowess. Renowned as the instantaneous Shursui throughout the shinobi world, she had previously heard tales from the Killer Bee brothers of the remarkable prowess of Minato Namikaze, the yellow flash of Konoha, and as someone of nearly equal renown, Shursui surely must not be lacking in strength. Humph, Shursui, if you wish to capture me, feel free to try. Yuzuki spoke with a dark tone, attempting to provoke Shursui before swiftly activating her simplified tailed beast mode. As her body shimmered with blue feline chakra patterns, her hair spiked upward and her eyes turned white, she turned without a backward glance and vanished into the distance. In this state, her physical capabilities were drastically enhanced, her speed surpassing the naked eye's ability to perceive. Fortunately, it was only thanks to Shursui's Sharingan that he could barely discern Yuzuki's movements. You wish to escape? Shursui murmured, and following the chakra trail left by Yuzuki as she fled, he embarked on a pursuit. Their movements were swift, and within mere moments, Shursui had tracked Yuzuki to a cavern, not fleeing anymore. Shursui exuded an aura of menace, advancing step by step toward Yuzuki. However, she merely revealed a cold smile before swiftly detonating the explosive tags she had previously positioned at the cave entrance. Boom! With a series of explosive sounds, countless stones obstructed the entrance, sealing off the only escape route. Escape? I believe you are mistaken. To be precise, it is I who have lured you here, Yuzuki taunted, her expression one of scorn as she resolved to no longer conceal her true form. Her body, infused with the chakra of the two tails, instantaneously transformed into its tailed beast mode. Before Shursui stood a colossal demon cat, engulfed in blue flames, the complete form of the two tails. Before Shursui could react, a massive blue fireball coalesced in the creature's maw and surged toward him with haste. Shursui, noticing the imminent threat, quickly dodged, though the fireball's speed was formidable, failing to catch him. Yet, just as Shursui thought he had effortlessly evaded danger, the blue fireball inexplicably split into several smaller fireballs, each imbued with tracking capabilities, relentlessly pursuing him. Shursui's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing this. It was as if the fireballs had locked onto him. And no matter how he maneuvered, he could not escape. Resolute, he ceased hiding his own power, his eyes swiftly transitioning to the Manjiki Sharingan. In an instant, the legendary Susanoo, famed for its absolute defense, manifested around him. A massive green half-figure shielding him from the onslaught of blue fireballs. With a spiral spear in hand, Susanoo engaged in fierce combat with the two dash tails that in its half-formed state. Shursui employed the rapidly spinning weapon to inflict severe damage upon the two tails. Each strike resonating with deafening booms and showers of sparks. The two tails, refusing to yield, opened its immense jaws and unleashed a torrent of scorching blue flames, attempting to engulf Susanoo. Yet, Susanoo stood firm, an unyielding bastion against the fiery assault. In the face of Susanoo's fierce onslaught, the two tails displayed its formidable prowess, utilizing its agility and speed to evade attacks while seeking an opportunity to counterstrike. During one such clash, the two tails seized a moment of vulnerability in Susanoo's defense, launching a ferocious counterattack with its claws, striving to rend the colossal figure apart. However, Susanoo appeared impervious, as if possessing an immortal essence. Even when struck by the claws of the two tails, it merely bore a few shallow scratches. Give up. You cannot hope to defeat me. Shursui spoke calmly, attempting to dissuade Yuzuki from further resistance. Yet, her response was a thunderous roar that shook the very mountain. Seeing this, Shursui could only sigh. He understood that he could not maintain Susanoo for much longer, and thus resolved to conclude the battle swiftly. Susan 99, Shursui bellowed, as Susanoo's chest opened, unleashing countless green spikes that shot toward the two tails with astonishing speed. Faced with such rapid projectiles, the two tails found itself unable to evade. Instantly pierced by numerous spikes, its massive form was sent reeling backward, crashing heavily against the rocks behind, stirring up a cloud of dust. Is it over? Shursui mused, observing the successful strike, quickly dispelling Susanoo. That moment, he felt slightly disoriented. Maintaining Susanoo for an extended period was a considerable strain on him. Yet, as the dust settled, the colossal form of the two tails miraculously reappeared before Shursui. Its body was grievously injured, one half appearing on the verge of collapse. Its aura weakened to the point of near invisibility. Yet astonishingly, the blue flames enveloping it seemed to imbue its shattered limbs with life, slowly writhing as they began the arduous process of self-repair. Time appeared to stand still in that moment. In a mere 2 breaths, the two tails had restored itself to a remarkable degree, resembling a behemoth reborn from the abyss, exuding a chilling aura. How is this possible? Shursui's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice trembling with shock. However, The crisis was far from over. It was only intensifying. From the two tails' gaping maw, another sun-like fireball began to coalesce, its searing flames threatening to ignite the surrounding air. In the next instant, it plummeted toward Shisui like a meteor. Roaring through the air, Shisui's heart raced. Just as he prepared to evade, a shadow flickered forth like a specter, unhesitatingly placing itself in front of him. In that moment, time seemed to freeze, the air itself growing heavy. Susanoo, with a deafening roar, a pair of obsidian hands shot forth, akin to the hands of a deity, firmly grasping the cataclysmic fireball. Then, an indescribable force erupted, extinguishing the fireball in an instant, reducing it to nothingness. You were careless, Shisui. Allow me to take over from here. Chapter 25. Tailed Beast Ball. My apologies. Fengtian, I was indeed careless this time. Shisui regarded Fengtian with a face full of regret, his heart a tumult of emotions. Yet, Fengtian offered no further words, merely signaling Shisui to step aside. Understanding, Shisui nodded subtly and retreated, observing the ensuing clash between the two. Roar. The two tails, sensing Fengtian's sudden appearance, felt no trepidation. Instead, a smirk graced its lips, filled with disdain for the figure before it. Come now, let me witness the might of you perfect Jinchuriki. Fengtian spoke calmly, then activated the Flying Thunder God technique in conjunction with the Reverse Fruit technique. In the interplay of their powers, his form materialized directly above the two tails. The speed of these events was so rapid that the two tails failed to react in time. In the next moment, an utterly dark skeletal Susanoo manifested, a colossal hand filled with oppressive force crashing down toward the two tails. Bang! As expected, Fengtian's strike connected with the two tails, the sheer force driving the massive beast deep into the earth. Did I succeed? Shisui murmured softly to himself, a hint of joy illuminating his face, clearly brimming with confidence regarding the assault by Fengtian. However, Fengtian did not share this exuberance. Instead, his gaze was fixated intently on the newly created crater, his kaleidoscopic Sharingan slowly revolving as he cautiously prepared for the impending events. Moments later, while Urwei was yet to emerge from the pit, torrents of blue flames erupted from the opening. Within these flames, a shadow resembling a rat emerged, exuding an ominous heat that directly homed in on Fengtian. Fire Mouse Jewel? This is troublesome. Fengtian glowered at the multiple Fire Mouse Jewels racing toward him, deftly employing the Flying Thunder God technique to evade them. Yet, regardless of where he fled within the confines of the cavern, he could not escape the relentless pursuit of the Fire Mouse Jewels, as if they were inexorably locked onto him. Fengtian, this attack is unavoidable. You must withstand it with Susanoo. Shisui shouted a warning to Fengtian, but Fengtian disregarded his counsel, given the current circumstances. Utilizing the principle of reversing cause and effect seemed far more advantageous than summoning Susanoo. He let out a deep sigh, murmuring, what a hassle, with no other choice. Fengtian resorted to reversing the cause and effect to alter the target of the Fire Mouse Jewel's pursuit, which promptly redirected them toward the pit. With a resounding boom, Urwei sprang forth from the crater, her eyes ablaze with fury as she glared menacingly at Fengtian and Shisui. She could hardly fathom that the tracking Fire Mouse Jewel she unleashed would return to her, causing her to suffer a significant setback. As she utilized the restorative blue flames to mend her deteriorating form, she opened her mouth wide, gathering immense energy from her surroundings, coalescing it into a black spherical mass. In mere moments, the aura emanating from the black sphere grew exceedingly terrifying, resembling a black hole that voraciously devoured the energy around it, transforming it into a force capable of obliterating all. Witnessing this, Fengtian's pupils constricted sharply, cold sweat trickling down his back as he spoke. Disbelief etched across his features. This is the Tailed Beast Bomb. Has she lost her mind to use the Tailed Beast Bomb in a place like this? Upon hearing this, Shisui instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. The energy radiating from the Tailed Beast Bomb indicated that once detonated, everything in the vicinity would be rendered to nothingness, including herself. Fengtian's gaze remained fixated on the terrifying Tailed Beast Bomb, utterly shocked by Yuzuki's reckless intent to sacrifice herself to annihilate them both. He cast a determined glance at Shisui, halting the latter's inclination to employ Susanoo to withstand the Tailed Beast Bomb. Based on Fengtian's assessment, unleashing the Tailed Beast Bomb in such a confined space would unleash a catastrophic explosion, one that their incomplete Susanoo would have no hope of withstanding. Only a complete Susanoo stood a chance. I have no choice. I must do this. Forgive me. Ji Shui. Feng Tian looked at Ji Shui once more, his eyes brimming with resolute determination. However, Ji Shui, being astute, instantly comprehended Feng Tian's intentions. No. Ji Shui shouted in desperation, attempting to dissuade Feng Tian from his course of action. Yet, Feng Tian merely shook his head lightly. And before Ji Shui could react, he activated the reversal of cause and effect. Suddenly, the space warped, shadows intertwining, and Ji Shui felt a momentary blur before realizing she had been transported several miles away. Surrounded by unfamiliar scenery. It hurts. After executing the maneuver, Feng Tian's eyes bled profusely, crimson droplets staining his garments. His breath grew faint, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. The chakra within him dissipated like smoke swept away by a tempest, vanishing without a trace. He stumbled a few steps, barely managing to steady himself, his complexion as pale as a ghost, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. Clearly, the backlash from the reversal of cause and effect was too much for even Feng Tian, who had enhanced his ocular power twice, to bear. Let everything be destroyed, with a furious roar from Yuzuki. The terrifying tailed beast bomb had reached its completion. Without hesitation, the ominous sphere surged toward Feng Tian, radiating an aura of cataclysmic destruction, as Feng Tian confronted the imminent threat of the tailed beast bomb. Sensing the annihilating energy emanating from it, his lips involuntarily twitched at this juncture. He found himself incapable of utilizing the reversal of cause and effect to alter fate, nor could he employ the flying thunder god technique to escape from this overwhelming force. It was as if he were ensnared by the very web of destiny, unable to break free. With no alternatives left, he could only brace himself. This is a grave mistake. In the next instant, the tailed beast bomb detonated with a deafening explosion, its blinding light consuming Feng Tian entirely, as if tearing apart the very fabric of reality. At that moment, time seemed to freeze, the air thick with the scent of blood and despair. While Feng Tian's figure gradually faded into nothingness amidst the relentless tide of destruction. Chapter 26. Killer Bee's Boom. The explosion triggered by the tailed bee as Feng Tian approached her step by step. Their identities irrevocably transformed in that moment. Now, Feng Tian resembled a cat toying with the exceedingly fragile mouse that was Yu Mu Min, who, despite exerting every effort, remained ensnared in Feng Tian's grasp. Humph, do not underestimate me. Unable to tolerate Feng Tian's haughty demeanor, Yu Mu Min, fueled by indignation, summoned her last reserves of strength, preparing for a desperate transformation into her tailed beast form to fight Feng Tian to the death. However, Feng Tian had already discerned her intentions, swiftly activating his kaleidoscopic Sharingan and employing a reversal of cause and effect, instantly depleting the chakra within her. Even the blue flames that had been burning upon Yu Mu Min were extinguished. Rendered eternally extinguished by the same reversal of cause and effect. Do you possess any further means? Best to relinquish your struggle. It will alleviate your suffering. Feng Tian remarked with a cold smile. Extending his hand towards Yu Mu Min, intent on forcibly extracting the chakra of the two tails from her. Just then, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Several blades suddenly shot toward Feng Tian from an unknown source. TCH, are there reinforcements? Feng Tian grimaced in displeasure, then executed a flying thunder god technique, evading the onslaught of blades. Oh, Yu Mu Min-chan, have you encountered some difficulties? Fortunately, I arrived before the adults. These ruffians are no match for me at this critical moment. Killer Bee's figure appeared before the two, rapping in a whimsical manner while approaching Yu Mu Min with an oddly rhythmic gait. The earlier explosion caused by Yu Mu Min's tailed beast orb had been so tremendous that Killer Bee, upon sensing the familiar chakra of the tailed beast, had immediately realized that Yu Mu Min was potentially in peril and rushed to her aid. Killer Bee, when will you ever act seriously? Yu Mu Min complained, casting a disapproving glance at the eccentric Killer Bee. Even in her dire predicament, she did not wish for such a frivolous savior. After all, she was exceedingly proud. Yet Killer Bee's appearances consistently shattered the aloof persona she had painstakingly cultivated. The Eight Tails Jinchuriki is also present? Excellent. Just as I anticipated, Feng Tian's gaze fixed upon the suddenly appearing Killer Bee, a glimmer of madness flickering across his face. This time, he could collect two-tailed beasts, which thrilled him immensely. Oh, so this is the enemy that Yu Mu Min-chan spoke of, but no matter what kind of foe before me, Killer Bee, they shall be swiftly defeated. Killer Bee finally noticed Feng Tian not far away. Though he feigned indifference with his words, a shadow of seriousness passed through his eyes as he peered through the visor on his goggles. He had retrieved the blades he had previously thrown and produced several more, totaling 7 blades, which he positioned strategically across his body, ready for combat with Feng Tian at any moment. A killer bee, you say? Excellent. I find you quite intriguing. However, it's unfortunate that I am not proficient with blades. So you will not be facing me. Chapter 27. Susanoo vs. Eight Tails Gyuki. Oh, do you have accomplices, boy? Killer bee inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity upon hearing Feng Tian's words. Feng Tian merely smiled faintly at this. And in the next moment, Shirzue appeared beside him. You've rested enough? It's your turn now, Feng Tian said to Shirzue with a slight smile. Shirzue nodded slightly, drawing the short sword from his back, and glanced at Feng Tian, asking, I am quite curious. How did you survive such a terrifying explosion? I naturally have my trump cards. It is inconvenient to disclose them. Then why the expression you wore earlier, as if you were truly doomed? It was for dramatic effect, for dramatic effect, Feng Tian hurriedly replied, attempting to ease the awkward atmosphere. Shirzue, observing this, decided not to press further, turning his attention to the oddly poised Killer Bee, quietly stating, I have heard of a blade master from the Cloud Village known as Killer Bee. I have long wished to duel with you. Upon finishing his words, Shirzue activated his 3-tomo Sharingan and charged at Killer Bee with his short sword. Killer Bee, seeing this, smirked playfully, opting not to engage immediately, instead sidestepping with a near-dance-like grace, deftly evading Shirzue's swift initial strike. Oh my, this young man possesses quite the skill, but with merely this, you think you can challenge me, Killer Bee? You were sorely mistaken. Shirzue's eyes flashed with surprise at this, but he quickly regained his composure. He understood that facing an opponent like Killer Bee required unwavering focus, for any moment of distraction could prove fatal. Thus, he began to utilize the terrifying insight granted by his 3-tomo Sharingan, attempting to capture every subtle movement of Killer Bee. Killer Bee, in turn, danced lightly across the battlefield. His 7 blades traced brilliant arcs in the air, sometimes forming defensive barriers, other times transforming into lethal weapons. Each slash and thrust brimmed with a fusion of power and technique, as if each blade possessed its own will. Shirzue was undeterred, moving through the battlefield like a specter, his short sword carving silver trails through the air. Leveraging the insight of his Sharingan, he precisely anticipated Killer Bee's attack trajectories, executing astonishingly swift evasions and counterattacks. Each clash with Killer Bee's blades resounded with deafening metallic clangs, sparks flying in their wake. Yet, Killer Bee's 7 blades seemed imbued with life, perpetually altering their angles and methods of attack. At times, he would suddenly redirect his strikes, catching Shirzue off guard. At others, he would utilize the synergy between the blades to create intricate combinations of attacks, leaving Shirzue struggling to defend himself. In no time, Shirzue found himself on the defensive, the tide of battle turning against him. He had never faced an adversary with such an unorthodox fighting style, leaving him momentarily at a loss. He could only continuously adjust his combat rhythm, seeking a flaw in Killer Bee's technique. After a fierce exchange, he keenly noticed a brief pause in Killer Bee's movements following a rapid slash. Seizing the opportunity, Shirzue launched himself at Killer Bee like an arrow released from its bow. His short sword traced a silver flash through the air, aiming with astonishing speed at Killer Bee's chest. However, Killer Bee's reflexes were equally swift. He abruptly pivoted, his 7 blades forming a dense defensive net that successfully thwarted Shirzue's strike. This stalemate cannot continue. I must conclude this battle swiftly, Shirzue resolved internally, then shifted his eyes to the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, unleashing an illusion upon Killer Bee. Yet, upon encountering the Genjutsu, Killer Bee merely paused momentarily before continuing his advance towards Shirzue. How is this possible? My Genjutsu has no effect on him. Shirzue's face registered shock as he realized that his signature technique had no impact on Killer Bee, causing him to falter momentarily. Killer Bee seized this opportunity, commanding his 7 blades to viciously stab at Shirzue's vital points. In that critical moment, Shirzue resolved to reveal his full strength, summoning Susanoo to block Killer Bee's assault. Shirzue, as the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, was also a perfect host, capable of immunity to Genjutsu. His illusions were utterly ineffective against him. The voice of Feng Tian reached Jishue's ears, and after Feng Tian's explanation, he finally came to a realization. That's how it is. I understand now. At present, my swordsmanship cannot match Karabi, and my illusions are of no use against him. The best course of action is to summon Susanoo in the next moment. Jishue's green half-formed Susanoo manifested a spiraled spear, thrusting it fiercely towards Karabi. Not to be outdone, Karabi nimbly evaded Jishue's powerful strike and immediately activated his beast transformation. In an instant, the colossal form of the Eight Tails, Gyuki, surged onto the battlefield like a torrential flood, starkly contrasting with Jishue's green Susanoo. The wild gleam in Gyuki's eyes flickered as it opened its massive jaws. Unleashing a deafening roar, the thunderous sound waves reverberated across the battlefield, as if intent on swallowing everything in their path. Meanwhile, Jishue's green Susanoo stood firm, the spiraled spear glinting ominously, seemingly poised to confront the storm brought by the Eight Tails. "Come on, Karabi!" Jishue's voice resonated within the chest cavity of Susanoo. Imbued with unyielding spirit, Karabi, undeterred, commanded the Eight Tails to launch a ferocious assault against Jishue. The clash between Gyuki and Susanoo wove a tapestry of breathtaking moments on the battlefield, each encounter threatening to tear the very fabric of reality apart. Just as the battle reached a fever pitch, a flash of lightning streaked across the battlefield with such speed that even Fontian, who was watching from the sidelines, failed to react. Die. With that furious exclamation, the bolt of lightning struck with devastating force, delivering a single blow that rent a gash in Jishue's Susanoo. As the power surged, the lightning danced wildly across the field, and in the next moment, Jishue's Susanoo was completely shattered. "Jishue, watch out!" Gravely injured, Jishue coughed up mouthfuls of blood, his astonished gaze fixed on the figure that had appeared before him. Unrelenting, it delivered a punch straight at him. Chapter 28. The fourth Reikage. At this critical juncture, Fontian finally reacted. His eyes swiftly shifted to the Mangeki Sharingan, and without hesitation, he unleashed the technique inversion of cause and effect, forcibly altering Jishue's position. Boom! The terrifying thunder crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The omnipresent lightning crackled, seemingly expressing its own might. "Phew! I'm saved. Fontian, I owe you another life." Just as the lightning's assault was about to strike, Jishue was successfully rescued by Fontian's technique, quickly turning to express his gratitude. "Jishue, you have done remarkably well. What follows will be the true battle." Fontian cast a deep glance at Jishue, his expression serious since the lightning's appearance. Only he understood the significance of the figure that emerged from the lightning, the candidate for the fourth Reikage. As the lightning dissipated, the formidable figure of the fourth Reikage, sculpted as if carved from stone, appeared before them, his gaze sharp and fierce, with flickering bolts of lightning dancing across his body. The fourth Reikage addressed the recovering Yuzuki and the already transformed Karabi, saying, "Are you all right, Yuzuki? Is there anything more?" "I'm fine. Thanks to Kiribati, and my chakra has recovered significantly, and I have enough for healing," Yuzuki replied, rising with a calm demeanor, as faint blue flames began to swirl around her, gradually mending her wounds. Perhaps soon Yuzuki would rejoin the fight. Oh yo, dear Oni-chan, with you here our brotherhood is invincible even in his beast form." Karabi couldn't help but break into a rap upon seeing the fourth Reikage's arrival. To him, no matter how formidable the opponent, they were no match for their brotherhood, of course, except for that yellow flash from Konoha. This is going to be a big trouble. The fourth Reikage has arrived. It seems today will not end peacefully. Fontian wore a grave expression as he gazed at the fourth Reikage, his eyes swirling with the Mangeki Sharingan. He had initially attempted to use the inversion of cause and effect to alter the arrival of the fourth Reikage, but regrettably, the backlash from the causal alteration was too great for him to bear at this moment. Now, with the fourth Reikage and Karabi successfully allied, along with Yuzuki watching keenly, Jishue and he were no match for their opponents. Moreover, they were near the land of lightning, where the legendary third Reikage, known for his unparalleled strength, could arrive at any moment. "Jishue, the mission has failed. We must retreat." "Want to escape?" Before Fontian could finish his sentence, the fourth Reikage's figure radiated with the brilliance of his lightning armor, as if possessed by the thunder god, instantly transforming into a streak of blinding lightning. He struck towards Fontian with a thunderous chop imbued with immense electrical power. The hand chop glimmered with lightning, akin to the most brilliant bolt in the sky, ready to obliterate anything in its path. Fontian turned at the sound, a glacial chill crystallizing on his face as his eyes narrowed. The very space around him seemed to freeze in that moment. All that remained was the unstoppable hand chop, hurtling towards him with a murderous intent capable of altering the very heavens. However, just as the hand chop was about to make contact with Fontian's body, an unforeseen change occurred. The fourth Reikage pupils constricted suddenly, for he realized that his chop had cleaved through nothingness. Passing straight through Feng Tian's form without making contact, an indescribable sense of astonishment and confusion spread through him at that moment, just as the fourth Reikage was enveloped in bewilderment, attempting to comprehend this incredible spectacle. Feng Tian's eyes deepened, resembling two abyssal gateways to an unknown realm. From his left eye, an invisible vortex quietly emerged, spinning rapidly as if it could devour all existence, approaching the fourth Reikage at an unimaginable speed. Intent on engulfing him whole, Shinra Tensei, Feng Tian uttered those two words with an enigmatic smile playing on his lips. His voice, though soft, reverberated in the fourth Reikage's ears like thunder, raising alarms in his mind. Yet, the fourth Reikage was no ordinary foe. His reaction time was nearly at the limit of human capability. Just before the unseen vortex could consume him, his figure transformed into a bolt of lightning, vanishing into the void, leaving only a faint trace of lightning energy that gradually dissipated into the AIRIT that moment. Everything around seemed to freeze, with only the lingering power of the lightning and the still whirling vortex narrating the breathtaking clash that had just transpired. "Are you all right, Oni-chan?" "I'm fine." Seeing that his older brother, the fourth Reikage, almost suffered a grave injury from a mere encounter, the previously jovial Kurabi now wore a serious expression. He began to communicate with the eight tails within him, seeking to analyze the adversary's abilities. Unfortunately, Gyuki revealed that it had never encountered such an enigmatic power, nor had it even heard of it. However, judging from the recent events, it speculated that Feng Tian's abilities were likely related to space-time techniques. Just after Feng Tian utilized Shinra Tensei to evade the fourth Reikage chop, Gyuki had keenly detected a ripple in space. Yet, just as Feng Tian prepared to absorb the fourth Reikage into his space, Gyuki sensed the familiar spatial disturbance again, thus surmising Feng Tian's powers in broad strokes. This kid's abilities must be linked to space-time techniques. He seems capable of instantly concealing himself in space to evade attacks, and can also draw enemies into his own space. Based on my deductions, when he is attacking, his body can't utilize space to hide. After hearing Gyuki's insights, Kurabi's expression grew increasingly grave, and he hurriedly shared the information he had just gleaned with the others. Upon listening to Kurabi's words, the previously invincible fourth Reikage displayed a rare hint of seriousness on his face. The figure before him, Feng Tian, had now been deemed as equal, standing alongside the yellow flash. "Who are you? What is your purpose in coming here?" The fourth Reikage bellowed at the figure of Feng Tian, his voice rife with incredulity. Upon hearing this, Feng Tian stepped forward, spreading his arms wide as he proclaimed, "We are the Twilight Organization. We exist to traverse the shadows in search of the singular glimmer of salvation. For the sake of that grand design, the two tails and the eight tails, I shall claim them. Not even Jesus could halt this. I speak the truth." Upon hearing these words, a surge of uncontainable fury welled up within the fourth Reikage. Unable to tolerate Feng Tian's arrogance any longer, he erupted once more into his lightning armor and charged at Feng Tian. "Ha ha ha! Come forth." Feng Tian, witnessing this spectacle, allowed a smirk to flicker across his face. He immediately employed the technique of inversion, altering the positions of himself and Shursui, bellowing, "Shursui, now is the time. Use it." Infinite Tsukuyomi. Chapter 29. Schemes within schemes. What? The fourth Reikage's eyes filled with dread as he glanced at Shursui. The name of Infinite Tsukuyomi was well known to him, reputed as the most formidable jinjutsu, capable of permanently altering a person's will. And the man before him was indeed the sole ninja of the Uchiha clan from Konohagakure capable of wielding this technique. Shursui of the body flicker, realizing how close he was to Shursui. The fourth Reikage chose to close his eyes, attempting to resist the influence of Infinite Tsukuyomi in this manner. Feng Tian, observing this turn of events, wore a smug smile, and his Manjiki Sharingan began to rotate slowly. Activating inversion once more, switching his position with Shursui yet again. "Oni-chan, be careful," Kurabi shouted, desperately trying to alert the fourth Reikage. Alas, the sequence of events transpired too swiftly. In that fleeting moment, the fourth Reikage was still immersed in assessing the situation when he opened his eyes to behold a colossal shadow, dark as an abyss, descending upon him like a mountain. It was Feng Tian's Susanoo, its skeletal hand poised to obliterate everything, crashing down with an air of merciless judgment. Boom! The air seemed to tear apart at that instant, the thunderous sound reverberating throughout the heavens, sending clouds swirling and winds howling. The fourth Reikage's form, under the weight of this unparalleled force, was pierced as if a mere candle flickering in the wind. His insides quaking with excruciating pain, warm blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, staining high in the fleeting moment when the stasis of water manifested before you. You had already succumbed to his illusions. This is also the reason he is referred to as the instantaneous stasis of water. Upon hearing the elucidation from Feng Tian, the fourth Reikage instantaneously grasped the entirety of the situation. The murderous intent in his eyes had dissipated, and he appeared to be liberated, as so it is. I fell victim to my own negligence. A trace of self-mockery crossed the face of the fourth Reikage as he turned to Feng Tian. Completely relinquishing his resistance and signaling for him to proceed, there was no choice. At this moment, he had already been ensnared by Feng Tian's hand, and within Feng Tian's eyes, he sensed a faint aura of divine might circulating slowly. Clearly, Feng Tian had long been capable of drawing the fourth Reikage into the realm of divine might, yet he refrained from doing so, wishing to preserve a semblance of dignity. My apologies. Feng Tian spoke in a tone devoid of emotion. As his kaleidoscopic Sharingan began to rotate slowly, a formidable suction emanating from his left eye. Beware. Just as Feng Tian was about to successfully draw the fourth Reikage into the realm of divine might, Yumu Min suddenly appeared, forcefully colliding with the fourth Reikage and successfully averting the fate of being absorbed into the divine realm. Alas, she herself, however, was drawn into the realm of divine might. In the moment before Yumu Min's figure vanished, she slowly turned back, her eyes brimming with a smile as she looked at the fourth Reikage from a distance, her lips parting slightly as she whispered in a voice only she could hear, "You must survive." Before her words could fully take form, Yumu Min had already been absorbed into the realm of divine might, disappearing entirely from this world. Yumu Min, witnessing it all, the fourth Reikage's eyes turned crimson with rage as he roared. An intense chakra wave erupting around him as if he sought to rend the very fabric of his surroundings that he surged towards Feng Tian, his lightning armor pushed to its limits, enveloping him in an endless tempest of thunder, making him appear as if the god of thunder had descended. "Return Yumu Min to me." The fourth Reikage's voice was filled with fury and sorrow, each word seemingly forced out through clenched teeth. Feng Tian regarded the advancing fourth Reikage, the kaleidoscopic Sharingan still spinning languidly, yet a cold smile crept upon his face that I never expected the two tails to come to me so willingly. This certainly saves me a considerable amount of effort. However, faced with the imminent assault of the fourth Reikage, Feng Tian remained stationary, permitting the fourth Reikage to unleash his fury, under the influence of the divine might's ethereal nature, as long as Feng Tian refrained from proactive aggression. No matter what means the fourth Reikage employed, he could not inflict any harm upon Feng Tian. "Surrender, fourth Reikage. You cannot thwart me." Feng Tian spoke with a tone of resignation, attempting to dissuade the fourth Reikage from his futile endeavors. Yet the fourth Reikage remained silent, persistently attacking. He was not foolish. Though his actions seemed fruitless, he had effectively occupied Feng Tian, rendering him temporarily unable to extricate himself. Meanwhile, the battle between Karabi and Stasis of Water had escalated to a fevered pitch. The immense eight tails tightly suppressing the half-formed Susanoo of Stasis of Water. Victory merely a matter of time. He only needed to keep Feng Tian occupied until Karabi subdued Stasis of Water, using him as leverage for a potential exchange to reclaim Yumu Min. Yet, ideals may be splendid, but reality is often cruel. Just as the fourth Reikage believed his plan to be flawless, Feng Tian suddenly vanished from his sight. In the next instant, Feng Tian teleported to the back of the eight tails, bellowing, "Divine might." As Feng Tian's words fell, a powerful suction emanated from behind the eight tails, attempting to draw its massive form inward. The fourth Reikage's eyes widened in fury as he charged towards Feng Tian in a frenzy, completely engulfed in madness. He had already lost Yumu Min and could no longer bear the thought of losing his brother. "Brother, his suction is weak. It poses no threat to me. Do not fall for it." Karabi shouted frantically, trying to warn the fourth Reikage. The latter reacted swiftly. In the instant Karabi's words fell, he pivoted rapidly, avoiding entering the optimal attack range that Feng Tian desired. Indeed, the reflexes and speed of the Reikage lineage were unparalleled. Even managing to perceive this, Feng Tian sighed in exasperation, halting the release of divine might. Just as Karabi had articulated, the current suction of divine might was utterly insufficient to absorb the colossal eight tails. His intent was merely to lure the fourth Reikage into the divine realm. Following that, he would engage in a moral coercion, prompting Karabi to exchange himself for the fourth Reikage as safe departure. This sequence would not only secure both tailed beasts but also allow for a complete retreat. A plan that could only be deemed perfect. Alas, the plan did not unfold as flawlessly as envisioned, leaving Feng Tian somewhat speechless. The fourth Reikage panted heavily, the remnants of lightning flickering around him, betraying the immense burden he bore. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, remained fixed upon Feng Tian, a blend of reverence and wariness reflected within them. In this young man, he sensed an unprecedented pressure, one that even surpassed the formidable yellow flash of Konoha he had faced before. Just as the fourth Reikage immersed himself in assessing Feng Tian's strength and contemplating his next strategy, a brilliant bolt of lightning erupted on the battlefield. The speed of this lightning was astonishing, and its power was terrifying. Even with the fourth Reikage's speed and strength, he felt a pang of dread. The speed of this lightning was so swift that even Feng Tian could not react in time, relying solely on the passive ability of Divine Might's ethereal nature to narrowly evade the strike. The bolt traced a perfect arc through the air before dissipating into the distance, leaving scorched earth and astonished onlookers in its wake. Is this how you concede? As the next candidate for Reikage, you truly are lacking. Chapter 31. 5 minutes. As these words fell, the onlookers gazed intently. As the lightning faded, a dark-skinned elder with a long beard stood proudly, arms crossed. He bore a mane of yellow hair cascading over his shoulders, with a lightning-shaped scar adorning his chest, exuding an aura of ruggedness and volatility. This man was none other than the fourth Reikage's father, the third Reikage of Kumogakure, renowned as the ultimate spear and shield, the formidable third Reikage. Father, what brings you here? The fourth Reikage could not restrain himself from inquiring upon recognizing the newcomer. In his perspective, as the third Reikage of Kumogakure, his father was seldom seen unless a matter of great importance arose. How was it possible that he appeared here so soon after the battle commenced? I received intelligence regarding the peril facing the Two Tails and Eight Tails today. It seems the information was indeed accurate. The third Reikage glanced at the fourth Reikage with indifference and continued, You all have disappointed me. With just these two brats, the three of you cannot best one another. It appears I have been too lenient with you all. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Karabi and the fourth Reikage instantly turned awkward, as they found themselves at a loss for any justification against such a blunt reprimand. Feng Tian observed the recently appeared third Reikage from a distance, a grave expression flickering deep within his eyes. This third Reikage was immensely powerful, his offensive and defensive capabilities ranking among the pinnacle of the entire shinobi world. To say nothing of his formidable physique, even with the enhancement of lightning armor. It would be impossible for Feng Tian to breach his defenses. Now that the third Reikage has arrived, Scorpion's side should also be busying themselves. Feng Tian murmured softly, the entire operation still within the parameters of his plan, including the arrival of the third Reikage. In the next moment, stasis of water appeared beside Feng Tian, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. How are you faring? Do you need a moment to rest? Feng Tian inquired with concern, a hint of worry evident in his tone. I am well, though it seems my eyes can no longer endure the intensity of battle, stasis of water replied nonchalantly, revealing a touch of helplessness. Then, could you assist me with a task? What do you require? There is a little cat that is currently causing me immense annoyance. Its presence hinders my ability to fight freely. What can I do for you? Feng Tian, as previously agreed, I need you to keep me occupied for 5 minutes, no matter the means employed. In just 5 minutes, everything here will come to an end. Upon hearing the profoundly serious words of Feng Tian, Ji Shui nodded heavily, fully aware that the crux of this entire plan hinged on whether he could endure those extraordinarily grueling 5 minutes. For the success of the mission, he had no alternative. I entrust everything to you. Feng Tian spoke with a grave expression, then, employing a reversal of cause and effect, restored Ji Shui's condition to its peak. Following a resigned sigh, a wave of spatial distortion occurred, and Feng Tian's figure vanished from the battlefield, directly entering the realm of divine might. At this moment, all he could do was this. The rest was left to fate. Just then, the third Reikage, fourth A, and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, simultaneously turned their gazes toward Ji Shui, who stood not far away. They felt no confusion at Feng Tian's departure. According to the Eight Tails, Feng Tian had merely entered a peculiar space with a time constraint. Although they did not understand why he chose to conceal himself, it mattered not. As long as they could subdue Ji Shui, time would ensure Feng Tian's return. Jishui gazed at the three formidable figures before him, and unease flickered within him. There was no denying that these three were the strongest existences in Kimogakure, and even though he was a renowned genius ninja, he was unequivocally no match for them. Judging by the third Raikage's earlier speed, even if he were to employ the body flicker technique right now, the inevitable outcome would be the same. He would be interrupted before he could even initiate his technique. It was time to strike. When facing foes, there was no need for mercy. With the words of the third Raikage echoing in the air, barring Killer Bee, the other two transformed into streaks of lightning. Swiftly advancing toward Jishui, so fast, Jishui could not help but exclaim, grateful that he had activated his Manjiki Sharingan from the very beginning. Otherwise, he would have been unable to even perceive their movements. The third Raikage and fourth A, like two bolts of lightning, attacked from Jishui's flanks. Jishui pivoted rapidly, utilizing the body flicker technique to reposition himself in a fleeting moment, narrowly evading their first onslaught. However, just then, Killer Bee in his eight tails form joined the fray, swinging his massive tail with a thunderous crash aimed squarely at Jishui. Jishui's heart tightened. He understood that he could not continue to evade passively. He had to find an opportunity to counterattack. Otherwise, if he were ensnared by the trio, the consequences would be dire. Kid, your Sharingan is powerful, but in the face of absolute strength, it is but futile. The voice of the third Raikage thundered across the battlefield. Jishui offered no retort, his eyes fixated on the adversaries before him, desperately searching for a glimmer of hope. Suddenly, he discerned a slight flaw in the third Raikage's assault, an imperceptible adjustment made to maintain balance while moving at high speed. Seizing the moment, Jishui flashed forward, appearing in the third Raikage blind spot. With hands swiftly forming seals, he prepared to unleash his ultimate technique, Fire Release, Phoenix Fire Technique, Jishui shouted, and countless flames erupted from his palms. Soaring forth like feathers of a phoenix, rushing toward the third Raikage. The third Raikage snorted dismissively, sidestepping effortlessly to evade the fiery barrage. However, at that instant, Jishui materialized behind him, his short sword glinting with lethal brilliance. Aimed straight for his vital points. Humph, the third Raikage grunted, taken aback by Jishui's unexpected ambush. Yet, just then, fourth A suddenly appeared behind Jishui, seizing his shoulder and hurling him away with tremendous force. Jishui tumbled through the air, managing to steady himself after several rotations. As an enemy, I admire your courage, but I find your actions exceedingly foolish. If you possess no other means, then this time next year shall mark your demise. Fourth A exclaimed, unable to contain his disdain, and with that, he and the third Raikage decided to unleash their full power. Consequently, both of them ignited their arms with dazzling lightning, rushing toward Jishui with pure murderous intent. One in front and the other behind. Chapter 32. Third Form. Susanoo. In the land of lightning, Kimogakure. Brothers, the third Raikage has already moved on. We must accelerate our pace. All Jonin and higher, those not essential to remain in the village. Follow me at once. Hurry. Move faster. Within Kimogakure, numerous ninjas were gearing up, preparing to rush to the battlefield alongside the third Raikage to lend their support. They urged one another, their words laced with urgency. However, in an unseen corner, Scorpion observed coldly, his gaze penetrating, a shadow of seriousness crossing his face. Sighing deeply, he produced the scroll for the 100 puppets technique, slamming it onto the ground. In an instant, a multitude of puppets emerged into the sky above Kimogakure, imposing and dignified like arbiters in the sunlight. Enemy attack. It's an enemy attack. Quickly, everyone, prioritize neutralizing the foes in the sky, and then rush to the side of the third Raikage. Understood, upon spotting Scorpion's puppets. The ninjas of Kimogakure were momentarily taken aback, but soon, under the leadership of a head Jonin, they soared into the air, launching an assault on the floating puppets. The puppets adeptly shifted formations mid-air, responding swiftly to the ninjas' onslaught as if they were living beings. Their weapons gleamed with a cold light, each swing accompanied by the sound of tearing air, akin to the sides of death. The battle commenced, and the ninjas of Kimogakure found themselves at a disadvantage. Despite their overwhelming numbers, they felt utterly powerless against the hundreds of puppets controlled by Scorpion. Not only were these puppets numerous, but each possessed unique combat styles and techniques, rendering the conflict exceedingly arduous. This won't do. We must locate the individual controlling these puppets, an experienced Jonin shouted, seeking patterns in the puppet's attack modes to pinpoint Scorpion's hiding place. Just then, Scorpion's voice echoed coldly. "Do you think you can find me this way?" Too naive, as words fell, more puppets surged forth from the scroll, forming a colossal formation that obscured the sky. As if intending to shroud the entire Kumogakure in darkness. "We cannot allow this to continue. We must break through this encirclement." The leading Jonin's gaze was resolute. He understood that if Scorpion were not swiftly dealt with, the entire Kumogakure would plunge into peril. Thus, the ninjas of Kumogakure began to adjust their tactics, with some engaging the puppets while others sought a breach. Among them, several skilled in speed and stealth quietly approached Scorpion's location, poised to launch a surprise attack. However, it seems Scorpion had anticipated this. A cold smile crept across his lips as he waved his fingers lightly. Several seemingly defenseless puppets erupted with powerful chakra fluctuations, transforming into beams of light that shot toward the lurking ninjas. "Watch out!" the leading Jonin exclaimed in alarm, but it was too late. Several beams struck their targets with unerring accuracy, causing the ninjas to vanish in an instant, leaving only wisps of smoke behind. This will suffice. According to the original plan, Scorpion watched the unfolding scene with a chilling detachment. With the absence of the third A and others, Kumogakure currently lacked any formidable fighters, thus allowing Scorpion's mission of containment to proceed exceptionally smoothly. Then, Scorpion's gaze shifted to the distance, a flicker of seriousness crossing his eyes. That location was where Jishui was now fighting for his life. The outcome of this battle hinged upon those crucial 5 minutes. "I hope you can withstand it. My task here is already complete." Meanwhile, Jishui's battle was nothing short of brutal, despite his continuous agile dodging. It bore little fruit. After all, he was up against the legendary Third Reikage, his successor Fourth A, and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee. Within less than a minute, Jishui suffered serious injuries, evident from 2 lightning-inflicted scars across his abdomen. Had he not managed to dodge his vital points at the critical moment, he might have met his end just then. "Shunshin Jishui from Konohagakure, surrender at once. You stand no chance against us." The Fourth Reikage called out to Shirzue with a sense of urgency in his voice, seemingly eager to swiftly pass the U-wood door back through him. However, upon hearing this, Shirzue did not respond with words. He merely wiped the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Unsteadily, he rose to his feet once more, his kaleidoscopic Sharingan continuously spinning, clearly expressing his resolve. Humph, stubborn to the core, the Third Reikage, witnessing this scene, merely scoffed, then transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging towards Shirzue with lethal intent. Using the insight of his Sharingan, Shirzue barely evaded the Third Reikage's deadly strike, yet the speed and power of the Reikage's attacks were overwhelmingly formidable. Leaving Shirzue feeling utterly exhausted with each clash, his garments were shredded by the lightning, and his skin bore numerous faint burn marks, remnants of the skirmishes with the Third Reikage and the Fourth Reikage. "Save your breath, Shirzue," Killer Bee remarked from the side, his 8 tails power bubbling with anticipation to join the fray. "Your Sharingan, while potent, is futile in the face of absolute strength." Shirzue ignored Killer Bee's taunts. Focusing all his attention on the battle before him, he understood that he must endure for 5 more minutes, or the entire plan would unravel. "Susanoo," Shirzue exclaimed softly, his eyes radiating an unprecedented brilliance as a colossal Susanoo surged forth from his body, instantly enveloping the battlefield. This time, it was not an ordinary half-formed Susanoo, but rather the more formidable third form, the Yata mirror armor. Yet, as the third form of Susanoo manifested, discomfort quickly settled in Shirzue's eyes. There was no escaping the immense burden this form placed on its user. Without the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, it was impossible to maintain this state for long. Nonetheless, faced with such a powerful adversary, Shirzue had no other recourse but to grit his teeth and strive to uphold the third form of Susanoo. "Humph, a futile endeavor," the Third Reikage scoffed again, then transformed into a bolt of lightning once more, brimming with murderous intent, aimed directly at Shirzue's Susanoo. Bang! With a tremendous crash, Shirzue's third form of Susanoo was shattered by the Third Reikage strike, splintering like a mirror. What? Shock filled Shirzue's eyes as he realized that his supposedly impenetrable third form of Susanoo had failed to withstand even a single blow. Helplessness and fear flashed through his mind. He clenched his jaw and twisted his body in a bizarre manner to narrowly evade the attack. However, as Susanoo disintegrated, Shirzue suffered immense backlash, his vision blurring and the world around him becoming increasingly unfamiliar. Despite this, he refused to concede. He drew the short sword from his back, assuming a battle stance. Even if he could not clearly see his opponent, his heightened senses allowed him to anticipate their movements. Are you truly unwilling to abandon the fight, even in such a state? What manner of monster are you? Killer Bee observed Shirzue with a serious expression, speaking in a subdued tone at this moment. Even as an adversary, he could not help but feel a stir of admiration for Shirzue's tenacity. I am not a monster. Shirzue's voice, weakened by injury, trembled, yet his eyes sparkled with an indomitable light. I am merely a ninja unwilling to surrender. The third Raikage stepped forward, his gaze lingering on Shirzue for a moment before he spoke slowly. Shirzue, you lack the strength to continue fighting. If you surrender, you would door now. We may consider granting you a path to safety. Shirzue understood the implications behind the third Raikage's words. However, he did not flinch or show any sign of fear. On the contrary, his eyes grew resolute. Lord Third Raikage, there is no possibility of negotiation in this matter, for I have compelling reasons to proceed, and I do not believe I will perish here, at least not now, Shirzue declared firmly, his grip on the short sword emanating a chilling light. In that case, there is no need for further discussion. The third Raikage lamented, and without hesitation, a fierce killing intent enveloped his countenance. Although he was unaware of Shirzue's current standing with Konoha as the leader of Kyomogakure, he had to prioritize the welfare of his own shinobi. Since Shirzue was unwilling to relinquish the Yuwood door, he need not concern himself with the repercussions of Shirzue's demise on Konoha. Lightning release. Hell stab. The third Raikage's figure surged forth like a flash of lightning, accompanied by a deafening thunderclap, as he rapidly gathered an immense amount of lightning chakra into his hands, forming 4 razor-sharp lightning spears, capable of piercing through any obstruction. Shirzue, prepare yourself. The third Raikage's voice was chilling amidst the roaring thunder, his eyes fixed on Shirzue, awaiting his response. Yet, Shirzue did not waver. His gaze was filled only with determination and defiance. He knew this battle could not be avoided, and he was already prepared. Come forth, Lord Third Raikage, Shirzue bellowed softly, his short sword glimmering with a cold light in the illumination of the lightning. In a flash, he dashed towards the third Raikage with an astonishing speed, seemingly disregarding his own life. Bang! Their attacks collided instantaneously, the lightning spears and Shirzue's short sword intertwining to create dazzling sparks, the immense force causing the surrounding space to tremble. Moments later, silence reigned once more. The third Raikage gradually dissipated his lightning armor, his stride steady as he walked directly towards the fourth Raikage and Killer Bee. His expression was as calm as still water, devoid of any sorrow or joy, as if the fierce battle had merely been a fleeting illusion, stirring not a single ripple within his heart. He continued on his path, not glancing back, nor casting a second thought towards Shirzue, who had so defiantly opposed him. Bang! A dull thud shattered the tranquility, the sound of a heavy object collapsing to the ground. In the astonished gazes of the fourth Raikage and Killer Bee, Shirzue fell lifelessly to the ground. Beside him lay the short sword that had accompanied him in battle, now broken in two. Quietly resting in a pool of blood, narrating the harsh reality of defeat. Has everything come to an end? Shirzue murmured softly, his voice laden with bitterness and reluctance. I am so unwilling. Why am I so weak? His words were rife with self-doubt, as he seemed to drain of all strength, collapsing to the ground, continually berating himself, his eyes filled with despair. Yet, even as his chakra was depleted, his body marred with wounds, and even his prideful Sharingan momentarily dimmed, the indomitable spirit within Shirzue had not been extinguished. It burned like a fierce flame within his heart, compelling him to forcibly raise his weary body. Trembling, he picked up the broken short sword, a complex expression flashing in his eyes, as a bittersweet yet resolute smile graced his lips. At this point, you can still rise? What manner of being are you? The fourth Raikage exclaimed in astonishment, and at that instant, the third Raikage turned back in disbelief, finding Shirzue still standing before him. Humph, you are but a candle in the wind. Wait patiently to be captured. Why endure further suffering? The third Raikage questioned, perplexed, before once again activating his lightning armor. However, Shirzue merely smiled calmly, uttering not a word. At this juncture, there was little left to say. The third Raikage sighed in resignation. then charged towards Shirzue once more, determined to defeat him utterly. Observing this turn of events, Shirzue smiled, relinquishing all resistance. Accepting his fate with tranquility, that it was evident he had made his choice. Better to die than become a burden to Fengtian. Yet, just as the attack was about to land, a familiar spatial distortion appeared before Shirzue, whisking him away from the third Reikage strike. In an instant, a familiar figure materialized before everyone. 5 minutes had elapsed. Fengtian re-entered the battlefield. Shirzue, are you unharmed? Fengtian gazed at the motionless Jishue cradled in his arms, his face etched with panic. Yet, Jishue merely looked at Fengtian's face, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips as he softly spoke. The 5 minutes we agreed upon have elapsed. My mission is complete. Chapter 34. Forewarning. As Jishue's words resonated, he succumbed completely to unconsciousness, lying in Fengtian's embrace. Fengtian cautiously placed Jishue into the realm of divine might, then turned his darkened gaze towards the three individuals not far away. At that moment, the veins on his forehead throbbed violently, and the murderous intent on his face was unmistakable. With a voice heavy with fury, he spoke. You have done well. Now, you may prepare your last words. The instant Fengtian's words fell, his figure vanished without a trace. The next moment, he reappeared beside the eight-tails ox demon, propelled by the flying thunder god technique. Without a hint of hesitation, he unleashed a barrage of shuriken, each affixed with explosive tags. This transpired so swiftly that the three were caught off guard. Boom! Boom! A series of explosions erupted, and even the eight-tails' formidable defenses faltered under such a sudden onslaught. Coughing, the eight-tails was momentarily choked by the smoke from the blasts, his vision becoming blurred. Seeing his comrade under attack, the fourth Reikage immediately donned his lightning armor and charged towards Fengtian. Umph! Observing this, Fengtian let out a cold scoff, a look of disdain crossing his features as he evaded the fourth Reikage's assault using the flying thunder god technique. Just as Fengtian landed, another bolt of lightning appeared at an astonishing speed directly in front of him. It was the third Reikage. Die! Without further ado, the third Reikage unleashed a thunderous hand strike aimed squarely at Fengtian. However, a mocking smirk adorned Fengtian's lips. He made no move to evade, allowing the third Reikage strike to descend upon him. Divine might. Phantasm. Fengtian murmured softly, and in an instant, his form dissolved into nothingness. Under the influence of the divine might phantasm, the third Reikage's attack met with emptiness, his hand strike landing in an unoccupied space. Amidst the flickering lightning, a glimmer of astonishment crossed the third Reikage's eyes. At that moment, Fengtian's voice drifted into his ear, eerie as a specter. Your speed and strength are indeed commendable, but regrettably, still too slow. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Fengtian's figure reappeared. This time directly behind the third Reikage, a sharp dagger of chakra coalescing in his hand, glinting ominously as it lunged towards the third Reikage's vital points. The third Reikage, reacting swiftly, evaded at the last moment. Leveraging years of combat experience. Damn it! The third Reikage roared, his body enveloped in a surge of lightning, as if to tear the very air around him asunder. Meanwhile, the fourth Reikage, witnessing this, no longer held back. Clad in his lightning armor, he surged towards Fengtian like a bolt of lightning, intent on subduing him with overwhelming force. Lightning release. Lightning bomb. The fourth Reikage bellowed, his body swelling with energy, radiating lightning as if he were a bomb ready to detonate, hurtling towards Fengtian with destructive power. Faced with this overwhelming assault, Fengtian remained composed, opting not to withstand the blow. Instead, he activated the flying thunder god technique once more, leaving behind a phantom as he instantaneously appeared at a distance. Boom! The fourth Reikage's lightning bomb detonated with a thunderous roar, shaking the ground and sending dust billowing into the air. Yet Fengtian stood unscathed at a distance. A cold smile etched on his lips. Father, this kid's abilities are related to space. He only becomes tangible for a fleeting moment during his attacks, the fourth Reikage quietly remarked, beginning to strategize with the third Reikage. Does that mean we can only strike faster at the moment he attacks? The third Reikage responded with a serious expression. They exchanged a glance, a battle plan forming in their minds. Have you conspired enough? I have already stated. You may prepare your last words. Fengtian stepped forward, his eyes, a kaleidoscope of Sharingan, slowly rotating, emanating an indescribable aura of oppression that bore down upon the three to let us go. Agreed. The The third Reikage and the fourth Reikage exchanged determined glances, then surged forward, activating their lightning armor in unison as they charged towards Feng Tian. Lightning plow. Heated blade. In perfect synchrony, the fourth Reikage and the third Reikage launched their assault from either flank. Wielding their lightning-imbued blades, this strike, a culmination of the strength of two top-tier warriors, possessed the power to cleave mountains and sever rivers. Yet, Feng Tian appeared to have anticipated this, his form once again dissolving into nothingness at the critical moment, effortlessly evading their lethal blow using the divine might phantasm. Humph, mere trifles, Feng Tian scoffed, re-emerging at the heart of the battlefield, his eyes blazing with an even more intense light, as if he sought to consume the entire battlefield. Divine might. In an instant, a terrifying gravitational force surged towards the third Reikage and the fourth Reikage, attempting to draw them into the realm of divine might. However, neither felt alarmed. Instead, they exchanged knowing glances, a conspiratorial grin crossing their faces. Now, leave it to me, big brother. In the moment Killer Bee's words fell, a massive-tailed beast ball coalesced, distorting the surrounding space, brimming with an inexorable killing intent, poised to unleash at any moment. Feng Tian, witnessing this scene, felt a grave sense of foreboding. The current situation was dire. If he continued to draw the third Reikage and the others into the realm of divine might, that tailed beast ball would undoubtedly strike him. Even if he utilized the divine might phantasm to retreat into the realm of divine might to evade the tailed beast ball, upon entering, he would be instantly targeted and annihilated by the third Reikage and his allies. TCH. Truly troublesome. In a moment of critical decision, Feng Tian regretfully retracted the release of divine might, employing the Flying Thunder God technique to escape the tailed beast ball's range. However, unexpectedly, just as he believed he had detached from the battlefield, a thunderous roar shattered the air, reverberating like thunder in his ears. Where do you think you're escaping to? At these words, Feng Tian turned in shock, only to see the third Reikage had anticipated his prediction, arriving at the spot marked by the Flying Thunder God before him. With no time for further contemplation, the third Reikage's sharp hand strike was poised to connect with Feng Tian in such a perilous moment. Feng Tian could only summon Susanoo to shield himself from the impending harm. Yet, the third Reikage's strike was not aimed at shattering Susanoo. Rather, it sought to send Feng Tian crashing into Killer Bee's tailed beast ball. Die! The third Reikage roared, and under the weight of this unimaginable force, Feng Tian, along with the Susanoo he had summoned, was sent hurtling away like a kite severed from its stringed in the next instant. Feng Tian's body collided with the tailed beast ball, containing boundless energy, unleashing a deafening explosion that ignited the very fabric of space, radiating blinding light. The shockwave from the explosion swept across the battlefield, reducing everything around to nothingness, leaving only a storm of flying debris and dust, along with the lingering scent of scorched air. Chapter 35. Turning the tables, did we succeed? The three watched anxiously as the smoke from the tailed beast ball's explosion billowed, hoping this strike would annihilate Feng Tian. Yet, as the smoke cleared, they were astonished to find Feng Tian standing unharmed in place, shielding his bloodied eyes with his hand, the once spinning kaleidoscope Sharingan now completely extinguished. How is this possible? How did he survive such a terrifying explosion unscathed? Killer Bee's eyes widened in disbelief at this unfathomable scene, his heart churning with turmoil. He could hardly fathom that someone could emerge unscathed from the tailed beast ball. As the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, he understood the sheer power contained within that attack. Even the mighty third Reikage would never dare claim immunity from such devastation. What a close call. Had I not invoked the reversal of causality at the last moment, I might have truly perished from that strike, Feng Tian thought, a look of trepidation washing over him as he regarded the three before him, having never anticipated that mastering the Flying Thunder God and the divine might phantasm would place him in such a perilous situation. Fortunately, his ocular prowess has been enhanced on 2 occasions. Otherwise, it would have been utterly impossible to alter such a formidable causality. However, at present, his kaleidoscopic Sharingan has temporarily fallen into silence, rendering his reliance on Kemui's intangibility unusable. The only ability he can wield now is the Flying Thunder God technique. Humph, what a troublesome adversary. Yet it seems his kaleidoscopic Sharingan can no longer be utilized. This implies that he is currently incapable of employing that peculiar ninjutsu, marking the opportune moment for his eradication. The fourth Reikage and the third Reikage exchanged a knowing glance, instantly comprehending one another's thoughts. Meanwhile, Killer Bee continued to gather tailed beast chakra from a distance. Their intentions were unmistakable. They aimed to execute their earlier strategy once more. Go for it, Father. All right. The two moved swiftly, almost instantaneously entering the lightning armor state, transforming in the blink of an eye into a streak of lightning. Hurtling towards the target, they advanced in tandem, with the fourth Reikage leading the charge, focused solely on pressuring the enemy into employing the Flying Thunder God for relocation. The third Reikage remained behind, ever vigilant, intent on launching a surprise attack the moment the enemy descended from the Flying Thunder God technique. Humph, employing the same tactics again. Do you think I would fall into the same trap? A cold smirk graced the lips of the enemy, a blend of disdain and concealed cunning evident in his expression. With a subtle flick of his wrist, a kunai shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, slicing through the air towards the swiftly approaching fourth Reikage. The fourth Reikage observed with a hint of derision, perceiving the kunai as if it were ensnared by the very fabric of time. Moving slowly and clumsily, he deftly sidestepped, gliding past the lethal projectile like a fish through water, maintaining his relentless pursuit of the enemy. Yet, at that critical moment when the kunai brushed past him, an indescribable sense of peril surged within him. The enemy's figure had, at that instant, eerily vanished from sight, as though it had melded into the very air. The third Reikage swiftly scanned his surroundings, seeking any trace of the enemy's relocation, but all that met his senses were the sounds of wind and thunder, devoid of any other presence. Just as confusion enveloped the crowd, an astonishing reality unfolded before them. The enemy had utilized the discarded kunai as a medium for the Flying Thunder God technique, materializing above the fourth Reikage, the second phase of the Flying Thunder God. The enemy's voice was as frigid as ice, devoid of any emotion, as if declaring a fate long since sealed. The kunai in his hand appeared to awaken, gleaming with a chilling light, imbued with a murderous intent, as it lunged towards the fourth Reikage's vital points. The fourth Reikage reacted with remarkable speed. However, the sequence of events was too abrupt, leaving even him unable to mount an effective defense in time. The kunai flew with an unimaginable velocity, akin to a shooting star streaking across the night sky, bearing the force to annihilate all in its path. In that critical moment, a colossal octopus tentacle suddenly emerged from the void, like a divine intervention, interposing itself between the enemy and the fourth Reikage, timely intercepting what seemed to be an inevitable strike. Tisich, such a nuisance. The enemy, having failed to land a blow, decisively employed the Flying Thunder God to momentarily withdraw from the battlefield as he descended. He cast a dark glare towards the distant Eight Tails, harboring a desire to tear the creature apart immediately. From the onset of the battle, the Eight Tails had remained in the rear, providing support to the third Reikage and the fourth Reikage. Were it not for its interference, he would have undoubtedly secured victory against the fourth Reikage during several previous opportunities. Regrettably, it lingered on the battlefield, akin to a stirring stick, perpetually disrupting the enemy's plans, inciting his profound ire. Very well, so you wish to overpower me with numbers? The enemy gritted his teeth, his voice brimming with rage and resentment. His eyes narrowed slightly, teeth clenched tightly together, producing a grinding sound. Fine. He abruptly raised his head, his eyes glimmering with a frenzied light. If that is the case, I shall flip the table and let none partake in this game. Before his words faded, he swiftly formed hand seals, his fingers dancing like butterflies in flight. His form sank slightly, feet firmly planted upon the ground, as if establishing an extraordinary connection with the earth itself, before he struck downward with fervor. In an instant, a tremendous cloud of smoke erupted from the ground, surging forth like a volcanic eruption. Within that smoke, a colossal silhouette gradually became discernible, emanating an overwhelming pressure, akin to a behemoth clawing its way from the abyss, rendering the surrounding air almost palpable. What in the world is that? Both the third Reikage and the fourth Reikage paled, their eyes widening as they fixated on the gargantuan figure shrouded in smoke. The outline of the entity flickered within the mist, yet the immense pressure it exuded instilled in them an unprecedented sense of dread. The Eight Tails also sensed the oppressive force, roaring uneasily, attempting to dispel the aura that filled it with trepidation. However, the figure within the smoke drew ever closer, becoming increasingly distinct, as if a primordial beast on the verge of awakening, ready to devour the very fabric of this world. Have you encountered a dilemma you cannot resolve? The enemy mused, Humph, it is nothing more than this. Since I have appeared, all that exists in this world shall come to an end. Chapter 36. The scheme. As those words fell, the oppressive figure of Uchiha Madara gradually approached the enemy's side. At this moment, he was not the frail elder with white hair, but had regained his youthful form at the peak of his power. Upon seeing Uchiha Madara, the stone weighing heavily on the enemy's heart finally lifted. Only he understood the immense effort it took to transfer the fully powered Uchiha Madara from Konoha to Kumogakure. Before departing from Konoha, he had begun to orchestrate his plan, first establishing a long-distance flying thunder god transmission array through the technique. Connecting it to his Kimui space to facilitate the successful connection with the Kimui space. He even employed a causal inversion, forcibly altering the very fabric of causality to thoroughly link the two realms. Then he needed to buy Itachi 5 minutes, while he himself entered the Kimui space, using Jinjutsu to incapacitate the Uzuki door, activating the previously arranged Flying Thunder God transmission array to transport Uchiha Madara along with the Outer Path Golem into his Kimui space. Subsequently, he used causal inversion to restore Uchiha Madara to his peak condition. This restoration differed from previous attempts. Even with his kaleidoscopic Sharingan currently dormant, Uchiha Madara could still maintain his peak state. Thanks to the enhancement of the enemy's ocular prowess, finally, he utilized causal inversion once more to transport the rejuvenated Uchiha Madara outside, allowing him to stealthily lie in wait, ready to strike when the moment was ripe. As for the enemy's rapid hand seals, they were merely a ruse to mislead the third Raikage and the others into believing that summoning the Outer Path Golem was within his capabilities. Thus, the enemy's elaborate scheme reached its conclusion. All that remained was for him to observe the legendary battle between Uchiha Madara and the third Raikage, fourth Raikage, and Killer Bee that I have watched from the sidelines for quite some time and discovered that the ninjas of your era are woefully weak. Among the three of you, only that yellow-haired brat might provide me with a modicum of amusement. Uchiha Madara crossed his arms, regarding the three with disdain, viewing them as nothing more than mere numbers. Save for the third Raikage, as his words echoed, the irate fourth Raikage stepped forward, exclaiming, "Who exactly are you? And what in the world is that thing behind you?" The fourth Raikage's voice reverberated across the battlefield. However, Uchiha Madara dismissed him entirely, taking a step forward, unleashing an astonishing aura that enveloped the entire arena. Even the formidable third Raikage felt a flicker of unrecognizable fear in the face of such a terrifying presence. Yet, as the third Raikage, with the entire village of Kumogakure's populace behind him, he could not afford to retreat even a single step. With a mighty shout, the third Raikage steeled his resolve, and empowered by the lightning armor, he charged directly at Uchiha Madara. Too slow. Uchiha Madara replied nonchalantly, a hint of regret lacing his tone. He remained unfazed, arms crossed, disdainful of everything before him. Just as the third Raikage's attack was about to connect, his body suddenly became ensnared, unable to move an inch. What is happening? How could I be unable to move? The third Raikage spoke, his eyes filled with shock and confusion. At that moment, he wished to move, yet found his body seemingly bound by some unseen force, rendering him immobile. The wheel of rebirth. Uchiha Obito replied to the third Raikage's bewilderment with an air of indifference, as if addressing a trivial inquiry. This was a unique ability of Uchiha Obito's Rinnegan, allowing him to manifest shadows through the wheel of rebirth, thereby achieving a seamless integration of offense and defense. Ordinary individuals could neither perceive these shadows nor sense their presence. Only those possessing the Rinnegan could see them, and only those who had mastered Sage Technique could sense them. At this moment, the third Raikage was firmly restrained by two shadows, unable to move for a considerable time, just as Uchiha Obito took a step forward. Intending to take the third Raikage's life, the fourth Raikage, clad in lightning armor and brimming with boundless fury, charged at Uchiha Obito, attempting a decisive strike, eye in the face of the fourth Raikage's furious attack. Uchiha Obito merely sidestepped, effortlessly evading the swift blow. A faint, mocking smile lingered on his face, as if everything were well within his control. Your speed is but a joke before a true powerhouse, Uchiha Obito declared contemptuously, his voice resonating across the battlefield, imbued with undeniable authority. The fourth Raikage, startled by his missed strike, felt a surge of alarm, yet he did not retreat. Instead, it ignited his fighting spirit further. He pressed on, utilizing his formidable physical prowess to engage Uchiha Obito in close combat. Uchiha Obito did not refuse. He refrained from employing any ninjutsu or abilities, relying solely on his physical strength to engage in a fierce battle with the fourth Raikage. Perhaps he wished to savor the thrill of close-quarters combat with this body restored to its zenith. Amidst the clash between the fourth Raikage and Uchiha Obito, the Eight Tails, Gyuki, extended its massive hand, liberating the third Raikage from the grip of the Wheel of Rebirth. "Thank you, Gyuki," the third Raikage exclaimed, immediately joining the fray alongside the fourth Raikage to confront Uchiha Obito. The alliance of these three formidable warriors intensified the battlefield's atmosphere, making it charged with tension and fervor. "Die!" the third Raikage bellowed, enveloped in crackling lightning, resembling a reincarnated thunder god as he launched a fierce assault on Uchiha Obito. Yet, Uchiha Obito faced the combined might of the two warriors with ease. With his immense physical strength and exquisite combat skills, he effortlessly countered the onslaught of the third Raikage and the fourth Raikage, striking back intermittently, forcing them to remain wholly focused on defense. Meanwhile, the colossal Eight Tails was embroiled in a fierce struggle with the even larger Outer Path Golem, the outcome of which was still uncertain. "Humph, do you truly believe this will be enough to defeat me?" "How laughable," Uchiha Obito scoffed, abruptly accelerating towards the third Raikage and the fourth Raikage with a fierce charge. The battle among the three powerful figures became increasingly intense, as if the very fabric of the battlefield were being torn asunder by their might. Thunder and lightning crackled, and the wind from their strikes howled. Each collision threatened to rend the space itself. However, at that moment, Uchiha Obito suddenly halted his assault, his gaze deepening with an air of mystery. "It seems it is time to conclude this tedious battle." Uchiha Obito's words echoed. Kurabi and the others wore grave expressions as they gazed at this godlike figure before them. Suddenly, Uchiha Obito formed swift hand seals, and in the next instant, 15 shadow clones appeared at his side to AT his signal. These 15 clones swiftly divided into 3 groups of 5, each heading towards Kurabi, the third Raikage, and the fourth Raikage. Their movements were synchronized, as if rehearsed countless times, each motion imbued with lethal intent. "Now, feel the power of a god." Uchiha Obito's voice reverberated across the battlefield, his eyes brimming with fervor and confidence. As he spoke, his form suddenly grew to an enormous size, an overwhelming chakra surge erupting from within him, as though he sought to consume the entire battlefield. Soon after, a colossal Susanoo manifested behind him, representing his complete form. This Susanoo towered several meters high, its body enveloped in thick armor, wielding a gigantic sword that glimmered ominously, capable of severing anything. Its eyes shone like twin suns, surveying every individual present, as if to pierce through their very souls. Faced with Uchiha Obito's complete Susanoo, Kurabi, the third Raikage, and the fourth Raikage felt an unprecedented weight of pressure. Yet, Uchiha Obito's performance was far from over. He stood atop the forehead of the massive complete Susanoo, arms crossed, looking down upon the trio as if they were mere ants. With a slight smirk, he spoke in a teasing tone. "What do you think? Can these shadow clones use Susanoo?" Uchiha Obito's words struck like thunder, reverberating across the battlefield. Kurabi, the third Raikage, and the fourth Raikage exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes filled with disbelief and shock. They had never heard of shadow clones being able to utilize such a formidable technique as Susanoo. How is this even possible? The third Raikage's voice trembled, struggling to comprehend the scene before him. Kurabi and the fourth Raikage shared a similar sentiment of disbelief, their gazes locked on Uchiha Obito and the shadow clones, desperately seeking a flaw or sign of deception. Yet alas, they found nothing. Uchiha Obito's smile grew ever more radiant, relishing the sensation of manipulating his opponents at will. "Indeed, my shadow clones possess not only the same chakra and strength as I do, but they can also execute all of my techniques, including Susanoo." As his words fell, the shadow clones swiftly formed hand seals, their figures becoming increasingly indistinct, and soon, each of them summoned a complete Susanoo identical to Uchiha Obito's. In that instant, the entire battlefield seemed shrouded in an invisible force, the air thickening with tension. Kurabi, the third Raikage, and the fourth Raikage experienced an unprecedented sense of oppression, realizing that this battle had transcended their expectations and preparations. "That guy Obito still loves to show off," one side remarked. observing Uchiha Obito unleashing such an array of complete Susanus. Fortunately, I arranged for Scorpion to seal off the entire Hidden Cloud village beforehand. Otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome if others had witnessed this. Having taken this time to rest, his ocular power gradually recuperating, he was now able to use Kamui freely, entering and exiting the Kamui space at will. He estimated that in about half an hour, he would be able to execute the reverse causality technique. With this thought, he chuckled softly and then entered the Kamui space, within the Kamui realm. Aside from the unconscious Yuzuki and Shursui, no other living beings were present that he approached Yuzuki, his gaze devoid of emotion, staring directly at her that he finally sighed, softly stating, "I'm sorry, Two Tails Jinchuriki'd I in order to return home. I have no choice but to do this." Then he extended his hand towards Yuzuki's abdomen, beginning to absorb the Two Tails chakra as she was a perfect Jinchuriki. The absorption process was relatively slow. However, this was of little consequence, as he too needed time to restore his ocular power as for the ongoing battle outside. He felt no concern. After all, that man was the legendary Uchiha Obito. His strength could only be described as divine. Although the third Raikage and the others were powerful, they were still no match for Uchiha Obito. Even if the entire Hidden Cloud village were to mobilize, they would pose no threat to Uchiha Obito. This was the chasm between the divine and the mortal. Yet, with his current ocular power, he could only maintain Uchiha Obito's peak state for an hour, but that would suffice for Uchiha Obito. At this moment on the battlefield, Uchiha Obito remained, arms crossed, proudly ensconced within his complete Susanoo. Below him, the third Raikage, fourth Raikage, and Karabi were battered and bruised, their breath shallow and weak, utterly beleaguered. In front of them, dozens of complete Susanoo loomed like mountains, an insurmountable barrier. "How have you all been?" "We're managing, still alive for the moment, but I'm doing fine as well." The third Raikage and fourth I glanced at each other, their faces betraying a bittersweet smile. Deep within, they felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Yet as the Raikage of Kumogakure and the candidate for Raikage, they could not afford to retreat even a single step. They must not allow these Susanoo to infiltrate the village. The consequences would be unimaginable. With a resolute expression, the third Raikage spoke. His voice, though tinged with fatigue, remained resonant and powerful. Fourth Eye and Killer Bee merely nodded slightly. They had already prepared themselves for the possibility of death. Uchiha Madara, overseeing everything from within his Susanoo, curled his lips into a scornful smile. How pitiful it is, he mused, that those who bear the title of shadows in this era are nothing more than a swarm of ants in the face of absolute power. His voice echoed across the battlefield like the whisper of death, casting a shadow over the hearts of the three. Time was drawing near. This farce should come to an end. Uchiha Madara seemed to grow weary of the spectacle, wishing only to conclude the battle swiftly. With a forceful slap of his hand, the colossal outer path golem emitted a thunderous roar. Numerous chains then erupted from its body, ensnaring the Eight Tails Gyuki tightly. Chapter 38. Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Just as the chains secured the Eight Tails Gyuki, intending to drag it into the golem for absorption, the fourth Ice eyes widened with fury as he broke free from the encirclement of Susanoo and charged towards Gyuki. "Get back!" he bellowed, concentrating the last remnants of his lightning chakra into his hand, forming a sharp blade that surged toward the chains of the outer path golem. Lightning release. String of lightning. The dazzling hand strike, pulsating with brilliant lightning, aimed directly at the chains of the golem, distorting the very fabric of space itself. Yet, Uchiha Madara remained motionless, merely casting a casual glance, with a flicker of thought. Three shadows emerged from the shadows of the wheel of Izanagi, swiftly binding the fourth eye firmly in place. Despite the surge of rage fueling his strength to its limits, the fourth eye found himself utterly restrained by the three shadows. Unable to move, he could only watch helplessly as his dear brother Killer Bee was slowly dragged into the outer path golem. Reality was cruel. Without any unexpected turn, the massive body of the Eight Tails Gyuki was unceremoniously consumed by the golem. Boom! After absorbing Gyuki, the golem let out a deafening roar, its surface markings glowing more vividly, as if it had absorbed an immense amount of energy, becoming even more terrifying and unstable. The entire battlefield trembled with the surge of this newfound power. The third Raikage and fourth eye felt the oppressive weight, and their fighting spirit was shaken like never before. No. The fourth eye's eyes turned crimson, desperately struggling to break free from the shadow's grasp. But all his efforts seemed futile. His heart brimmed with regret and helplessness. As Killer Bee's older brother, he had failed to protect his younger sibling, and this guilt pierced his heart like a dagger. Meanwhile, the third Raikage witnessed this harrowing scene. A resolute glint flashed in his eyes that he understood that hesitation was no longer an option. Action was imperative, regardless of the sacrifices it might entail. Hold on. I will pave a way for you. The third Raikage shouted, his body surging with lightning chakra, transforming before their eyes, muscles bulging, skin shimmering with blue electricity. Hellstab, four-handed convergence, with a roar. The third Raikage gathered a torrent of lightning into his 4 fingers. Resembling a shooting star as he surged towards Uchiha Madara, his massive form tracing a brilliant arc through the air, his fingers, infused with cataclysmic power, struck directly at Madara's complete Susanoo. Uchiha Madara, seeing this, smirked coldly. He did not choose to confront the attack head-on, but instead utilized the massive form of Susanoo as a shield to withstand the third Raikage's assault. However, what transpired next took Madara by surprise. He never anticipated that his so-called absolute defense, the complete Susanoo, would be breached by the third Raikage's ultimate technique. Even he was sent flying from Susanoo. Uchiha Madara landed somewhat awkwardly on the ground. His gaze towards the third Raikage now devoid of disdain. Your attack is commendable. It has indeed posed a slight threat, Uchiha Madara remarked, offering the third Raikage a rare compliment. Yet, the latter scoffed at this praise. Seizing the opportunity while Madara spoke to charge at him once more. Boom! With a resounding crash, Uchiha Madara was launched away, crashing heavily to the earth, stirring up a cloud of dust. The third Raikage stood at a distance. Observing Madara's disheveled figure, a hint of a cold smile dancing in his eyes, he knew victory was drawing ever closer. However, at that moment, a powerful surge of chakra erupted from Uchiha Madara, causing his form to blur as if he were melding into the air. It seems you possess some skill after all. Uchiha Madara wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, feeling no anger from his injury. Instead, a frenzied expression spread across his face, just as he was forming hand seals to unleash a fierce counterattack. The space beside him distorted. In the next instant, Feng Tian appeared alongside him, accompanied by the 2 Yuzuki. Everything settled? Uchiha Madara inquired nonchalantly, a hint of annoyance lacing his voice. He was irritated by the presence of others behind him. Yes, Feng Tian replied softly, nodding slightly. Then with a swift motion, he cast the unconscious Yuzuki away into the distance. Yuzuki, the fourth, I shouted in anger. At that moment, he finally broke free from the shadow's binding. His form transformed into a bolt of lightning. Moving with incredible speed to catch Yuzuki, he extended a trembling hand to Yuzuki's nose, feeling a warm breath, confirming that Yuzuki was merely unconscious, which relieved the heavy stone in his heart. Boom! At that moment, the outer path golem let out another earth-shattering roar, then opened its massive mouth, expelling Killer Bee's body. Upon witnessing this, Feng Tian once again activated the reversal of cause and effect. But this time, he felt no discomfort, for his eyes had already transformed into the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Seeing the outer path golem expel Killer Bee, the third Raikage, like the fourth eye, instantly transformed into a bolt of lightning. Securely catching Killer Bee, however, he was greatly astonished to find that he sensed no trace of the Eight Tails chakra emanating from Killer Bee, as though it had never existed. What surprised him even more was that without the Eight Tails chakra, Killer Bee, like Yuzuki, was only in a state of unconsciousness and had not perished immediately due to the loss of the tailed beast. Feng Tian, your compassion seems excessive. Uchiha Madara continued, expressing his bewilderment at Feng Tian's mercy. To him, in matters of great consequence, one must not be overly merciful but rather ruthless, abandoning all else. Lord Madara, my actions are guided by my own reasoning. Feng Tian responded with measured poise, having successfully elevated his ocular power twice, evolving from the ordinary Mangeki Sharingan to the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, finally gaining the confidence to confront Uchiha Madara at his peak. Do as you wish. However, this affair has reached its conclusion. Let me stage a grand finale for this battle. Chapter 39, Celestial Obstruction Star. What do you intend to do? Feng Tian asked quietly from the side, a hint of concern in his tone regarding Uchiha Madara's potential recklessness. After all, as a beneficiary of 9 years of compulsory education, he preferred to avoid killing whenever possible, even if this were merely a fictional world of Naruto. As a transmigrator, he felt a twinge of remorse. Rest assured, their physical resilience is far sturdier than you might imagine. Uchiha Madara replied with a chilling smile, slamming his hand down as if opening Pandora's box, unleashing a torrent of chakra that surged forth like a tidal wave. Celestial obstruction star. Uchiha Madara's deep and powerful voice reverberated through the heavens and the earth, as if even the very air trembled in response. With his low growl, the once clear sky suddenly darkened, ominous clouds rolling in like a portent of impending doom. The entire world seemed shrouded in a heavy, oppressive atmosphere that instilled a profound sense of fear. Almost immediately, a colossal meteor, akin to a shooting star, tore through the sky with a cataclysmic force, hurtling towards the location of the third Reikage. The size of the meteor was beyond imagination, nearly eclipsing half the sky, its speed astonishing, as if it had traversed from an endless void, intent on annihilating the land below. What? The third Reikage exclaimed as he gazed skyward, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes that he had not anticipated that Uchiha Madara would unleash such a terrifying attack. The magnitude and velocity of the meteor were unfathomable, and even he found it difficult to withstand. Is this the power of a god? Our strengths are not on the same plane. The fourth AI, observing the massive rock looming overhead, felt an overwhelming sense of despair and helplessness welling up within him. A look of resignation crossed his face, as if he were quietly awaiting the judgment of fate. Why are you dazed? As my successor, are you truly this ineffectual? In an instant, the third Reikage's irate words jolted the fourth AI back to reality. He lifted his head sharply, staring fixedly at the descending meteor, his eyes now devoid of any trace of fear. You speak true, Father. I will absolutely not fall here. The fourth AI's voice brimmed with determination. He had made his decision to in the next moment. The remaining chakra surged within him, propelling him into the lightning armor state for one final time. He cast a glance at the third Reikage, and without further hesitation, leaped forth, transforming into a streak of lightning, racing towards the rapidly descending meteor. On the other side, the third Reikage was equally resolute. He too entered the lightning armor state, soaring high into the air, charging alongside the fourth AI, intent on shattering the massive stone. Both the third Reikage and the fourth AI sprinted with all their might, their figures resembling twin bolts of lightning as they collided with the enormous meteor. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, shaking the very battlefield with its force. Dust and debris flew into the air, enveloping the world in chaos. As the smoke began to clear, Feng Tian was astonished to discover that the seemingly unstoppable meteor had been shattered by the combined efforts of the third Reikage and the fourth AI. Although both warriors staggered slightly, they had, against all odds, managed to withstand the assault. Truly, they are the Reikage. Their physical prowess is unparalleled, save for perhaps the 8 gates. Feng Tian couldn't help but exclaim in amazement upon witnessing the third Reikage and the fourth AI withstand such a colossal celestial object. However, Uchiha Madara merely scoffed at the sight, casting a haughty glance at the third Reikage and the others before murmuring, "The first one has been blocked. But what of the second?" In the next moment, a second colossal meteor, imbued with an overwhelming pressure, plummeted from the void. What? There's a second one. Upon witnessing this, both the third Reikage and the fourth AI's expressions shifted drastically. They had just expended every ounce of their strength to deflect the first meteor. And now another one was on its way. Feng Tian felt a tightening in his chest, realizing the depths of Uchiha Madara's madness as he unleashed such horrifying assaults in rapid succession. Boom! Just then, the second meteor descended at an alarming speed, bringing with it an even more intense aura of destruction. Father, what should we do? The fourth AI looked at the approaching meteor, filled with dread and despair. He no longer possessed the chakra to enter the lightning armor state again. Let fate decide. The third Reikage spoke in a low tone, a hint of resignation in his words. Faced with such a staggering disparity of power, even the steadfast third Reikage felt a flicker of fear arise within him. However, as he turned to glance towards the village of Kumogakure, a powerful sense of responsibility swiftly dispelled his trepidation. This time, he resolved to shoulder the responsibilities of the Reikage alone. The future of Kumogakure is now in your hands. What? Father, what are you saying? The fourth AI looked at the third Reikage in confusion, his eyes brimming with disbelief. Are you planning to? No, you can't. I won't allow it. Suddenly realizing the implication, the fourth AI rushed to stop the third Reikage. Yet, no matter what he said, the third Reikage remained resolute. And despite the volume of his protests, he received no response. Take care of your brothers, and Kumogakure. With those words, the third Reikage transformed into a bolt of lightning, shooting towards the rapidly descending meteor like an arrow released from a bow. His figure traced a brilliant arc through the air, as if intending to rend the very fabric of reality itself. Father, the fourth AI's cry echoed across the battlefield, his eyes filled with tears and indignation. He understood that the third Reikage was prepared to sacrifice his life to protect Kumogakure and all that they held dear. Yet, the third Reikage showed no signs of hesitation or retreat. His heart brimmed with conviction and resolve, as if he were determined to pour every last ounce of his strength into this final strike. Lightning release. Thunderstorm. With a roar, the third Reikage erupted in dazzling lightning. As if he were to engulf the world in his fury. In that moment, his form collided with the meteor, unleashing a cataclysmic sound that shook the heavens. Boom! In an instant of contact, the massive meteor was enveloped by the boundless lightning. The third Reikage let out another furious roar, and the lightning cleaved through the meteor, which erupted violently. At its core, bang! With a resounding explosion that echoed across the earth, the meteor was utterly reduced to dust in the wake of the lightning's detonation. Yet, along with the meteor, the imposing figure of the third Reikage vanished as well. Thus, the third Reikage fell in battle. Chapter 40. Aftermath. Madara, you have gone too far. Upon witnessing the third Reikage's demise, Feng Tian's gaze burned with fury. He stared intently at Uchiha Madara, demanding an explanation. Feng Tian, who gave you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner? Uchiha Madara did not turn around. His voice laced with anger. Oh, you jest? I am Uchiha Madara. As the strongest existence in the ninja world, I have no need to consider the opinions of others, not even you, who restored me to my peak. Madara Uchiha, I sincerely hope that such occurrences do not transpire in the future. Before Feng Tian could finish his statement, Uchiha Madara interjected, face reality. This world will not always cater to your whims. The longer you live, the more you will come to understand that existence is rife with helplessness, suffering, and emptiness. Everything in this world embodies such truths. As his words fell, Madara sensed his own vitality beginning to wane. The enigmatic power of causality gradually dissipating. Clearly, this was the consequence of Feng Tian's earlier manipulation of cause and effect. It seems the time has come that I shall leave the rest in your capable hands. Feng Tian. With that, Uchiha Madara clapped his hand, and the formidable outer path golem vanished from this realm in an instant. Immediately, his eyes shifted to the Rinnegan, and with remarkable speed, he cast a memory-erasing Jinjutsu upon the grief-stricken fourth Reikage. Caught off guard, the fourth Reikage succumbed to the attack, collapsing unconscious to the ground. After executing this, Uchiha Madara turned to Feng Tian and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Seeing this, Feng Tian reciprocated with a nod, and without hesitation, unleashed Kamui to draw Uchiha Madara into the Kamui dimension. Subsequently, he utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to transport Madara back beneath Konoha. Alas, it seems I must handle the aftermath once more. Feng Tian sighed, shaking his head in resignation, before swiftly transitioning to his eternal Mangeki Sharingan. His gaze fell upon the unconscious Killer Bee and Y Mukamin, and with a mere thought, he once again enacted the reversal of cause and effect. In no time, the memories of the battle were erased from both of them. After completing this task, Feng Tian raised his eyes to the barren sky, a hint of remorse in his expression, and spoke softly, the burden of reversing life and death is one I am not yet equipped to bear. Therefore, third Reikage, I can only offer you my apologies. Regrettably, you are unable to hear them now. With those words, Feng Tian's figure distorted and gradually faded from this world, leaving no trace behind. Meanwhile, in the Hidden Cloud Village, the multitude of puppets enveloping the village had suffered significant losses since the onset of the battle on Feng Tian's side. Sasori had not permitted a single ninja from the Hidden Cloud Village to escape. At this moment, beads of sweat the size of pearls adorned his forehead. The prolonged and intense manipulation of puppets had left him utterly exhausted. Is the battle still ongoing over there? How dreadfully slow, Sasori muttered, a tone of dissatisfaction seeping into his words regarding the sluggish progress on Feng Tian's front. His beloved puppet artistry was being systematically dismantled. Causing him immense anguish and frustration, He was acutely aware that had he unleashed poison mist directly in the hidden cloud village, chaos and death would ensue. However, Feng Tian had given him strict orders not to kill any ninja. This left him in a defensive stance, unable to unleash his true potential. Hurry! The puppets in the east are nearly destroyed. We must hasten to support Lord Third Rakage. An urgent shout shattered Sasori's thoughts. He looked up to see a throng of hidden cloud ninja racing towards the east. Move quickly. Half of you continue to dismantle the puppets to protect the village. The other half come with me to fight. A leader bellowed. Their voices resonated across the battlefield, filled with strength and courage. Charge! With the leader's command, the hidden cloud ninja surged like a tide towards the breached puppet formation. Observing this, a glimmer of coldness flashed in Sasori's eyes. He inhaled deeply, swiftly regaining his composure, preparing for continued defense. But suddenly, he turned sharply, noticing the space behind him twisting. The next moment, Feng Tian's figure gradually materialized before him. You've worked hard, Sasori. Humph. If you continue to be this slow next time, I might just abandon the mission and flee. Sasori scoffed at Feng Tian's sincere concern. Upon hearing this, Feng Tian displayed no signs of reproach on his face. Instead, he continued to comfort Sasori with a hint of apology. Feng Tian was well aware that in these recent battles, Sasori had given his all, refusing to relent until the last puppet was destroyed. Having successfully completed 2 consecutive missions, it appeared the workload had become rather taxing. Have the targets been captured? Sasori inquired coldly, his tone slightly mellowing. Indeed, we have successfully captured 2 this time. Now we can withdraw, Feng Tian affirmed, nodding with a trace of a smile. Upon hearing this, the tension on Sasori's face finally eased. He then turned to Feng Tian, nodding slightly, and Feng Tian instantly understood, extending his hand as a gesture for Sasori to grasp it. Without hesitation, Sasori took Feng Tian's hand. In the next instant, Feng Tian activated the Flying Thunder God technique, whisking Sasori away from the hidden cloud village. As for the remaining puppets, now devoid of control, they collapsed to the ground, utterly still. It was not that Sasori had deliberately wasted these puppets, rather, after witnessing Feng Tian's miraculous abilities, he declared, repairing puppets? Apologies, but with a master of causality present, puppets can be restored in the blink of an eye. Why bother with manual repairs? It's utterly pointless. In the hidden cloud village, following the disappearance of Feng Tian and Sasori, chaos erupted. What is happening? Why are those puppets falling? Has the mastermind behind them departed? Without further ado, the leading hidden cloud ninja quickly organized the aftermath. They did not linger, but began searching for the Third Rakage and others in groups of 3. As time elapsed, a small team finally discovered the unconscious forms of the Fourth Rakage and his companions on a desolate plain. We found them. They are here. Chapter 41. The Final Plan Beneath Konoha. Elder Madara sat with a visage marked by the passage of time upon a wooden throne, below which were several additional chairs. Seated upon them were Feng Tian, Shursui, Sasori, and Obito, who had just completed his training. A month had passed since the battle in the hidden cloud village, during which Feng Tian had kept everyone underground in Konoha, awaiting the opportune moment to act. Feng Tian, do you have any leads on our next operational plan? Elder Madara, perched upon his throne, looked down upon the gathered individuals with an air of supremacy. Feng Tian, hearing the inquiry, did not rise, but leaned against his chair, gently tapping the armrest with his fingers, and replied slowly, the plan has been formulated in my mind, though we must continue to wait. Wait? Until when? I can hardly contain my eagerness to emerge and wreak havoc. Before Elder Madara could respond, Obito, unable to suppress his impatience, urged Feng Tian to commence the operation. Since his return to this underground hideout, he had not ventured out for several months, and as the most active proponent, he was understandably eager to stretch his legs. Tisich, you little brat, Sasori remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Obito with evident annoyance. What did you say? Who are you calling a little brat? Obito's temper flared at Sasori's words. His anger surging, he turned to face Sasori, his eyes already shifting to the Manjiki Sharingan, responding accordingly. Do you want to fight? Sasori, noticing Obito's shift to the Manjiki Sharingan, mentally acknowledged that Obito was prepared for battle. Thus, he rose, swiftly unleashing a scroll. With a bang, a cloud of smoke dispersed, revealing the third Kazekage puppet he had summoned. The two faced off, neither willing to concede an inch. Enough! At that moment, Elder Madara could no longer contain himself. Bellowing, What is the meaning of this? Do you intend to append this place? Upon hearing Elder Madara's words, Obito reluctantly deactivated his Manjiki Sharingan and plopped down onto the wooden chair, sulking in silence. Sasori, observing this, refrained from saying more and also retracted the third Kazekage puppet, returning to his seat with an unsatisfied expression. Elder Madara silently observed this exchange, finally nodding in satisfaction before turning his gaze to Feng Tian. Continuing to inquire, "What are your thoughts?" The next step is quite straightforward. Feng Tian's lips curled into a subtle smile as he continued. "Ever since we wreaked havoc in Shine Village and Yunin Village, the entire shinobi world has become aware of our Twilight Organization's intentions to capture the tailed beasts. Thus far, we have successfully acquired the one-tail, two-tail, three-tail, and eight-tail. Now, Lord Madara, can you surmise what the leaders of the shinobi world, namely the Kage of each village, will do next?" After stating this, Feng Tian gazed expectantly at the elderly Madara, awaiting his response. After a moment of silence, the aged Madara slowly replied, "They will safeguard the tailed beasts to prevent us from obtaining the remaining ones." "Exactly right, Lord Madara." At this, a triumphant smile illuminated Feng Tian's face as he continued. "In other words, they will gather all the tailed beasts for unified protection. This indicates that we need not take any immediate action. We simply must wait for them to collect the tailed beasts and then launch an all-out war to seize them all at once." At this juncture, Shursui interjected with a question. "What if they conceal the tailed beasts so effectively that we cannot locate them?" Upon hearing this, Feng Tian turned to Shursui and elaborated. "This is where your Kodoame Tsukumi comes into play. I have refrained from allowing you to utilize it until now, precisely for the implementation of this plan. During the battle, we merely need to capture a high-ranking official and, through Kodoame Tsukumi, uncover the location of the tailed beasts." Shursui nodded slightly, in agreement with Feng Tian's strategy. "Moreover, there is another critical point. Previously, in Yunin Village, the reason I exerted effort to erase the memories of the fourth Raikage and others, as well as to lure out the ninja from Yunin Village, was to conceal a vital piece of intelligence, the existence of our trump card in its prime, Uchiha Madara. Currently, even if the entire shinobi world were to unite, they would stand no chance against the peak Uchiha Madara. They are under the impression that they possess the strength to fight back. Unaware of our hidden ace, if they were to discover that we have such a formidable ally, they would refrain from gathering all the tailed beasts for protection. Instead, they would opt to seal them away completely, hiding them amidst the vast populace, thereby thwarting their plans. By concealing the existence of Uchiha Madara and audaciously capturing tailed beasts, we can compel the shinobi world to collect and protect all the tailed beasts, ultimately utilizing Uchiha Madara's power alongside Shursui's Kodoame Tsukumi to seize every last one. This is the culmination of Feng Tian's grand design." Upon hearing the entirety of Feng Tian's plan, the elderly Madara nodded slightly before gradually closing his eyes. Entering a meditative state, in the land of fire, in the office of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the aged leader rested his chin on his hands, lost in contemplation. Standing before him was Danzo Shimura, the head of Konoha's Umbu. "Monkey, what are you still hesitating for? They are waiting for us to deliver a verdict. Can you not make a decision at this moment?" After a brief silence, Danzo questioned Hiruzen, who had yet to speak. However, Hiruzen merely cast a dispassionate glance at Danzo, not reprimanding him for his impudent demeanor. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. "This matter is of great significance. As Hokage, I must consider what is best for the village." Danzo, upon hearing this, felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He turned away in anger and left the Hokage's office with a look of resentment. Hiruzen sighed helplessly at the sight. He could not help but recall the discussions held a few days prior among the leaders of several villages, which left him feeling quite troubled. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking interrupted Hiruzen's reverie. He lifted his head, his gaze revealing a hint of focus and composure, before softly stating, "Come in." As the words left his mouth, the door to the office was gently pushed open, revealing a figure, Konoha's yellow flash. "Minato Namikaze, third Hokage, the other village leaders have begun to arrive at the conference room. They would like you to attend the meeting." Upon hearing this, Hiruzen nodded slightly, a serious expression crossing his face. He was acutely aware of the importance of this meeting, as it not only pertained to Konoha's future, but also to the peace and stability of the entire shinobi world. "Very well. Minato, please proceed to the conference room. I will join you shortly." Hiruzen said as he stood, adjusting his Hokage robes. Recognizing the gravity of his responsibilities, he knew he could not afford any oversight or negligence. Minato bowed slightly and then departed the Hokage's office. In the Konoha conference room, the newly appointed fourth Raikage, A, was seated with a fierce demeanor. Humph, those wretches from the Twilight Organization. If I catch them, I will ensure they meet a gruesome end. He slammed his fist on the table, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Beside him sat Yagura, who had already lost the two tails. Meanwhile, Killer Bee remained unusually silent since losing the 8 tails, prompting A to leave him behind. Humph, those scoundrels were the first to attack our Sunagakure. If given the chance, I would not hesitate to annihilate them. Across from the fourth Raikage sat Raza, now the Kazekage of Sunagakure. Alongside the cool-headed Maki, everyone, please maintain your composure. The strength and numbers of our enemies remain unknown. Let us focus on finalizing our tailed beast plan, spoke the diminutive figure of Inoki, the third Tsuchikage from Iwagakure. Upon hearing this, the fourth Raikage shot a glance at the seemingly benign elder, continuing, Humph, it is easy for you to remain calm since your village was not the target of the attack. Before Inoki could respond, the representative from Kirigakure, the recently appointed fourth Mizukage, Chojuro, urged, please, everyone, let us wait for the Hokage to arrive before we discuss matters further. In contrast to Inoki, they looked down upon the youthful fourth Mizukage. Just as he was about to speak again, the door to the conference room creaked open, revealing Hiruzen Tsurutobi, the third Hokage. Upon seeing Hiruzen, an uncommon silence enveloped the room. Even A, who had moments ago been brimming with agitation, merely scoffed in irritation but refrained from further outbursts. As Hiruzen entered the conference room, he made his way straight to the main seat. With his seating, the 5 Kage summit was officially underway. Hokage-sama, may I inquire if you have any objections to the preliminary discussions we had earlier? Raza immediately posed the question as the meeting commenced. This matter is of great importance. Konoha cannot shoulder this responsibility alone. Hiruzen responded, addressing Raza's concerns. Humph, do not think I am unaware. The Twilight Organization's assault was spearheaded by your Konoha's Shursui. Raza retorted, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. Are you implying that there are ulterior motives at play? He continued, scrutinizing Hiruzen with a piercing gaze. According to my knowledge, the traitorous Sasori of the Red Sand is also a key player in the Twilight Organization. Hiruzen countered, a hint of displeasure in his tone. Huh? Who doesn't know that Sasori is a rogue ninja from our Sunagakure? Moreover, we were the first to be attacked and to lose a tailed beast. Raza shot back, subtly applying pressure on Hiruzen. Just as Hiruzen was about to respond, he slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, Enough? Is there any point in your bickering? The priority now is to locate those wretches from the Twilight Organization and reclaim our tailed beasts. Not to engage in mutual accusations. Hiruzen sighed softly, understanding A's frustration and discontent, yet the situation was far more complex than it appeared. Raikage-sama, you are correct. However, we must remain composed and avoid hasty actions. At present, the true strength of the Twilight Organization remains an enigma. Their ability to launch an assault on a village and retreat unscathed suggests that their prowess should not be underestimated. What insights might you offer, esteemed Hokage? Yagura's voice was calm and composed, his youthful visage reflecting an unwavering resolve. We cannot afford to engage in endless debate. We must swiftly devise a strategy. Upon hearing this, Tsurutobi Hiruzen rested his chin on his hand, and after a moment of silence, he finally spoke. Regarding your desire to gather the remaining tailed beasts and conceal them within Konagakure, I hold no objections. However, based on my current assessment, the Twilight Organization's strength is exceedingly formidable, and given the present circumstances of our village, we are ill-equipped to undertake this mission. Moreover, if the tailed beasts are housed in Konoha, the next target of the Twilight Organization's attack will undoubtedly be our village. As the Hokage, I must prioritize the safety of our community. Upon the utterance of these words, a profound silence enveloped the room. Tsurutobi Hiruzen's reasoning was sound. As leaders of the village, their foremost concern had to be its security. This is precisely why they considered sheltering the tailed beasts within the mightiest of villages. First, to safeguard the beasts themselves, and second, to shield their own villages from the Twilight Organization's aggression. After a brief contemplation, Noki slowly articulated, I believe it is indeed more appropriate for the tailed beasts to be housed in Konoha. However, in return, Our respective villages must dispatch powerful ninjas as reinforcements to assist in the protection of the tailed beasts. Furthermore, in the face of such an unknown organization, it is prudent for us to take a moment to regroup and cease hostilities in the ninja world. Reinforcements? The fourth Raikage furrowed his brow, finding this rather impractical. Each village has its own defensive responsibilities and internal matters, making it difficult to allocate personnel for support. Yet, this is our best option at present. Sarutobi Hiruzen asserted resolutely. Only by uniting can we confront this common foe, the Twilight Organization. Ultimately, under Sarutobi Hiruzen's insistence, the representatives of the 5 great nations concurred with this proposal. They resolved to immediately commence preparations for assistance and dispatch an elite force to gather the tailed beasts while simultaneously enhancing the defensive measures of their respective villages. After the meeting concluded, Sarutobi Hiruzen lingered alone in the conference room, and he gazed out at the bustling streets of Konoha, his heart heavy with anxiety and unease. Minato, do you think my actions are justified? Chapter 43. Takigakure 3 Generations of Hokage. I find no fault in your words. However, the risks remain excessively high. We must bolster the village's defensive infrastructure. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in agreement upon hearing this. He then turned to Minato and continued. How is Kushina faring? As the Jinchuriki of the 9 Tails, has there been any unusual activity recently? The situation with Kushina is relatively stable, Hokage-sama, replied Minato Namikaze, concern flickering in his eyes. Since her pregnancy, I have intensified the protection around her, as well as enhanced the monitoring of the 9-tail seal that as it stands, the 9 Tails has shown no signs of abnormal behavior. Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed a slight sigh of relief at this. That is reassuring. Both Kushina and the 9 Tails are vital to our village, and we cannot afford any lapse in vigilance. That he paused before adding. Nevertheless, even with the 9 Tails currently stable, we must not let our guard down. After all, the Twilight Organization's motives may very well revolve around the tailed beasts that we must be thoroughly prepared. Indeed, Hokage-sama, Minato nodded solemnly. I will continue to enhance protection for Kushina while closely monitoring the situation with the 9 Tails. Very well, Sarutobi Hiruzen acknowledged with satisfaction, before rising to leave the conference room. However, Minato remained behind, contemplating how to confront the impending events. The 5 great nations acted swiftly. Upon returning to their respective villages, the leaders immediately began deploying personnel. Aside from those who were meant to remain and defend the village, each village dispatched their elite ninjas to Konohagakure for support. First, from Kumigakure, under the fervent persuasion of the 4th Raikage, Killer Bee led a contingent of several elite jonin to Konoha. The 4th Raikage had his own intentions in arranging this. He wished for Killer Bee to step out and breathe. Attempting to alleviate his brooding spirit, from Sunagakure, Chiyo was sent on behalf of Raza. Initially, Raza had intended to send Maki, but considering Chiyo's advanced age, the long journey might prove taxing for her. However, given that Sunagakure urgently needed Maki's calm intellect, he had no choice but to send Chiyo along with several capable ninjas to Konoha for the other 2 villages. Having not faced any attacks from the Twilight Organization, they dispatched no notable ninjas. Nonetheless, they too sent several elite jonin to assist in Konoha. Regarding the Jinchuriki, the 4-tailed Jinchuriki, Old Ao, and the 5-tailed Jinchuriki, Han, quietly made their way to Konoha under Naka's directive. Additionally, the 6-tailed Jinchuriki, F, was originally a rogue ninja due to the murder of her master and was being pursued by Kirigakure. After discussions and negotiations between Yagura and the higher-ups, it was decided to temporarily overlook F's transgressions. However, she was required to proceed to Konoha for concealment. As for the most enigmatic 7-tailed Jinchuriki, she was merely an infant named F. Hailing from Takigakure. She did not belong to the jurisdiction of the 5 great nations. While Takigakure may be a small village on the outskirts, its possession of the 7-tailed Jinchuriki rendered it a force to be reckoned with. Currently, aside from the 7 Tails, nearly all Jinchuriki had already reached Konoha, leaving only the recently designated 7 Tails infant, F. In the dense forest not far from Takigakure. Sunlight dappled through the leaves, casting patterns on the winding path. Minato Namikaze walked alongside Killer Bee, their strides both relaxed and vigilant, occasionally exchanging thoughts on their impending journey to Takigakure. Minato, do you believe that if we simply approach, Takigakure will readily surrender the 7 Tails to us? Killer Bee's voice carried a playful tone, his rhythmic manner of speaking always lightening the tense atmosphere. Minato shook his head slightly, his gaze contemplative that I'm not entirely certain. But since the Hokage has dispatched us, we must make every effort to try. That said, I am somewhat concerned about the Twilight Organization. Could they arrive at Takigakure before us and make a move for the Seven Tails? That seems unlikely. After all, they have been absent for a while now, probably plotting some scheme. Killer Bee responded, though his brow began to furrow, clearly pondering the forthcoming actions of the Twilight Organization. Behind them, a cadre of elite ninjas maintained a tight formation. These ninjas, the finest from Konoha, had undergone rigorous selection and training for this mission. As the leader of this operation, Minato bore a significant responsibility. He had to ensure the success of the mission while safeguarding each team member's safety. Despite having lost the chakra of the Eight Tails, Killer Bee's extraordinary swordsmanship still surpassed that of many elite ninjas, providing an additional layer of assurance for the undertaking. As they drew closer to Takigakure, the surrounding scenery began to shift. The once dense forest gave way to sparser trees, and in the distance, the outline of Takigakure became faintly visible. It appears we are nearing our destination, Minato remarked. Halting to survey the area, confirming the absence of any anomalies, he continued to lead the group forward. Killer Bee nodded, his perceptive instincts finally attuned to the subtle shifts in their environment. He believed that as long as they remained vigilant, they would surely accomplish their mission without incident. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of Takigakure. Gazing at the familiar yet foreign village, Minato and Killer Bee were filled with complex emotions. They were not here to play the role of benevolent visitors. They carried a mission to retrieve the Seven Tails. Should they encounter any obstacles, they were instructed by their superiors to forcibly take the Seven Tails if necessary. If the situation turned dire, Minato could utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to at least secure the Seven Tails. This was precisely why Minato was chosen to lead the team. As for Killa and the others, these small nations do not yet possess the audacity to leave them behind. Such is the cost of weakness. Meanwhile, on the other side, Feng Tian and Obito were continuously traversing towards the distant Takigakure village through the Flying Thunder God technique. Feng Tian, where are you taking me? Haven't we already reached Takigakure? Obito inquired, his voice laced with confusion. The situation in Takigakure is rather intricate. Even I am reluctant to step in lightly. Our journey is not only to capture the Seven Tails, but we also have other objectives. Chapter 44. The Undying Ninja Kakuzu Objectives. What other purposes could there possibly be? Obito's expression became even more perplexed as he pressed for answers. However, Feng Tian merely smiled slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. TCH, what a mystery, Obito scoffed, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Nevertheless, his arm remained firmly grasped by Feng Tian as they continued their journey via the Flying Thunder God technique. As soon as Feng Tian's words fell, the two figures materialized beside a magnificent waterfall. The environment here was tranquil and beautiful, with lush trees and various plants thriving, resembling a paradise meticulously carved by nature. Feng Tian stood still, his sharp gaze sweeping the surroundings as if searching for something of great significance. Suddenly, his eyes became resolute, locking onto a figure not far away. Without a hint of hesitation, Feng Tian swiftly activated the Flying Thunder God technique, transporting himself and Obito before that figure in an instant. Finding you has cost me quite a bit of effort, Feng Tian stated coldly, a trace of barely perceptible fatigue in his tone. Wouldn't you agree, Kakuzu? Feng Tian spoke casually, his eyes instantly shifting to the eternal Meijiki Sharingan. Ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. Upon seeing Feng Tian and Obito before him, Kakuzu swiftly stepped back a few paces. This was not due to cowardice, but rather the overwhelming sense of pressure he felt from Feng Tian's sudden appearance, a pressure emanating from the eternal Meijiki Sharingan. Who are you, and what do you want with me? Kakuzu inquired, having sensed no murderous intent from Feng Tian and the others. Hearing this, Feng Tian's lips curled into a slight smile as he continued. Undying Ninja Q. We have come to invite you to join the Twilight Organization. Feng Tian's words. Kakuzu paused momentarily, but quickly regained his composure, his tone tinged with intrigue as he responded, Twilight. Are you the much-discussed Twilight Organization? Humph. I apologize, but I have no interest in such organizations. The only thing that can attract me is money. The moment his words fell, Feng Tian's gaze sharpened, and with a mere flick of his finger, he unleashed a terrifying pressure upon Kaku, bolstered by the power of causality. Taking a step forward, Feng Tian's expression turned icy as he said brusquely, Whether you are interested or not, you will join the ranks of the Twilight Organization." Upon hearing this, Kakuzu felt no fear. Instead, he retorted rudely, "You certainly have a big mouth. It seems you are yet another fool unaware of the vast chasm in strength between us. Although the bounty on your Twilight Organization has yet to be issued, your words are far too grand. Consequently, you are quite displeasing." With that, Kakuzu assumed a battle stance, his arms suddenly splitting apart to reveal countless agile black threads. His body appeared as if it were a patchwork, stitched together with the black threads, resembling a puppet. In that case, I'll just have to beat you until you comply. Feng Tian's eyes narrowed, the eternal Mangeki Sharingan spinning ceaselessly. However, to Kakuzu's astonishment, the previously confrontational Feng Tian suddenly withdrew his imposing presence and pushed Obito forward. Hey, what is this? After finishing your threats, you want me to step up?" Obito shouted angrily at Feng Tian, his disdain evident. Yet Feng Tian remained indifferent, paying no heed to Obito's words. He then flashed a peculiar smile at Obito before vanishing using the Flying Thunder God technique. "Is this how we play?" As Obito stood there, bewildered by Feng Tian's sudden disappearance, Kakuzu lunged at him in an instant. Closing the distance, he manipulated the black threads, swiftly piercing through Obito's body. Following this, under Kakuzu's scornful gaze, Obito's body collapsed, his eyes filled with unwillingness and shock, as if he had truly lost the breath of life. Humph, what a naive little brat. Kakuzu cast a contemptuous glance at the fallen Obito. A smirk of disdain gracing his lips, he then shut his eyes, concentrating intently on sensing the movements around him, attempting to catch any trace of Feng Tian. However, just as Kakuzu was fully focused, Obito suddenly sprang back to life, moving with astonishing speed. Seizing the opportunity while Kakuzu was distracted, he reached out to attack, hoping for a surprise assault. What? Kakuzu's reaction was equally swift. He noticed Obito's attack almost instantaneously, twisting his body at an impossible angle to deftly evade the lethal strike. Nevertheless, although he avoided fatal damage, Obito's hand, empowered by Kamui, penetrated through Kakuzu's thigh, piercing through his own leg. Heh. Seeing this, Obito displayed a triumphant grin. And with a mere thought, countless sharp branches erupted from Kakuzu's thigh, shocking him immensely. Kakuzu staggered a few steps in pain, disbelief etched on his face. He never anticipated that this seemingly mundane Obito harbored such a bizarre ability. What kind of jutsu is this? Kakuzu gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with fury and wariness. Obito chuckled, opting not to answer directly, instead activating Kamui once more, his figure flickering between reality and the alternate dimension, making it difficult for Kakuzu to track his movements. Humph, mere parlor tricks, Kakuzu scoffed. Though internally astonished, he refused to back down verbally. He swiftly adjusted his stance as the black threads within him surged like living creatures, preparing to counter Obito's next attack. However, just as Kakuzu anticipated that Obito would continue to use Kamui for a sneak attack, Obito swiftly formed hand seals, then exhaled a massive fireball. Fire style, great fireball technique. The fireball roared forth, its searing heat bearing down on Kaku. Yet, in the face of this sudden onslaught, Kakuzu remained unperturbed. The ground beneath him cracked open, and 5 black tentacles shot forth, shattering the fireball effortlessly. Humph, I should have known better than to underestimate you, Kakuzu remarked coldly, his gaze growing more serious. Just as Kakuzu prepared to counterattack, Feng Tian's figure appeared beside him like a wraith, before Kakuzu could react. Feng Tian extended his hand, gently placing it on Kakuzu's shoulder, and softly said, "This ends here, Kaku." Chapter 45. The Grievous Earth Spirit. Humph. Don't get too cocky, Kakuzu bellowed, swinging his arm with an irresistible force. Violently brushing Feng Tian's hand away, the arm cutting through the air with a whistling sound. Immediately after, a strange noise emanated from Kakuzu's body, as if something within him was stirring. The two focused intently, witnessing Kakuzu's clothing begin to shred, as if torn by an invisible force, revealing his back, which was stitched together with black threads. On his back, 4 eerily grotesque protruding masks lay dormant, seemingly fused with Kakuzu's body, yet emanating an unsettling aura. Then, an unfathomable scene unfolded. Those 4 peculiar masks seemed to come to life, slowly writhing and bulging outward. Each pulsation was accompanied by a slight tremor of Kakuzu's body, as if something within him was gathering strength, ready to burst forth and break free. The Grievous Earth Spirit, with a furious roar, Jiao Du's voice resonated with an air of determination and madness. Following this thunderous cry, four eerie masks seemed to find liberation, bursting forth from his back like shadows, swiftly coalescing in the air into grotesque humanoid monstrosities. They varied in height and girth, each bearing a terrifying visage and emanating chakra waves of distinct hues. Some were as searing as flames, others as chilling as ice, some howled like a raging tempest, while others crackled with the fury of lightning. What manner of monstrosities are these? How repulsive! Dato, who witnessed the entire spectacle, could not suppress his revulsion. His pallid visage was awash with terror and disbelief. To him, this phenomenon surpassed the realm of imagination, akin to demons clawing their way out of the abyss, instilling profound dread. Who could fathom that these grotesque beings would erupt from a human form, each one radiating chakra of varying attributes, as if they were horrifying entities from another realm? Yuanyu? Quite intriguing. Feng Tian regarded the four creatures before him with an impassive demeanor, his expression betraying no hint of turmoil. With Dato at his side, possessing the power of Shinjutsu, they could effortlessly extricate themselves from any predicament. Yet, just as Feng Tian prepared to activate his Shinjutsu to confront this unforeseen development, the monstrosities did not launch an attack as anticipated. Instead, they circled around Jiao Du, beginning to spin in an unconventional rhythm. With each rotation, the surrounding air grew denser, and the very fabric of space shimmered with subtle ripples. That a cold smile crept across Jiao Du's face, a smile imbued with absolute confidence in his power. My Yuanyu is the culmination of the hearts of elite ninja of the 5 attributes I have hunted over the years, a secret technique of unparalleled strength. You foolish little specters. Go repent in hell. As Jiao Du's words fell coldly, the 4 monsters seemed to heed their master's command, abruptly halting their chaotic spinning. They each opened their gaping maws, revealing razor-sharp fangs, unleashing beams of chakra in 4 different colors. These beams intertwined and collided in midair, dazzling like a rainbow, yet laced with lethal peril, swiftly weaving into a complex and intricate net that ensnared Feng Tian and Dato. This was an attack that was utterly unavoidable. The chakra net seemed to possess a life of its own, tightly constricting around the two, rendering escape impossible. Feng Tian, feeling the terrifying aura of chakra, maintained an expression as tranquil as a placid lake. Betraying no signs of disturbance, he merely turned his head slightly towards Dato, his gaze conveying an unspoken understanding and trust. After this silent exchange, Feng Tian's form vanished like a specter, leaving only a faint afterimage in Dato, who took a defensive stance, facing the terrifying chakra net alone. Humph, have we let one escape? Jiao Du's lips curled into a sardonic smile, filled with disdain and derision. He then intensified the flow of chakra, amplifying the ferocity of Yuanyu's assault, as if seeking to wholly consume Dato. Boom! Multiple beams of varying chakra attributes erupted towards Dato, the deafening explosion stirring a maelstrom of dust and flames. Enveloping the entire space in chaos, the dust billowed, obscuring vision and rendering the situation unclear. However, as the haze dissipated, Dato miraculously appeared unscathed at the original spot. His eyes glimmered with a golden light. A fleeting moment where the unique state of Shinjutsu had just been lifted, as if he had just traversed back from another dimension. Jiao Du, it seems your Yuanyu is not as invincible as it appears. A triumphant smirk graced Dato's lips, his tone laced with provocation and scorn. That it was as if he were declaring to Jiao Du that no matter how powerful your attack, it would not harm me in the slightest. Jiao Du's expression shifted slightly. He had not anticipated Dato's ability to evade his assault so effortlessly. A flicker of astonishment crossed his murderous gaze, yet it swiftly hardened into a cold, resolute glare. As if vowing to reduce all obstacles to ashes. Not get too cocky, little specter. Jiao Du scoffed, his voice brimming with authority and fury. He then commanded the 4 monstrosities to spring into action once more. This time, they did not merely rotate or unleash chakra beams. Instead, they transformed into streaks of light, hurtling towards Dato with astonishing velocity. Their speed was akin to lightning cleaving through the heavens, rendering their trajectory impossible to trace. Observing this, Dato tempered his earlier arrogance, retreating swiftly, his back pressed against the trees as he evaded their relentless pursuit. Humph, still hoping to escape? Jiao Du sneered disdainfully, continuing to direct Yuanyu towards Dato. Simultaneously, the dark threads within him surged, dividing his focus to sense the suddenly vanished Feng Tian, preparing for a potential strike at any moment, just as Yuanyu was on the verge of closing in on Dado. An overwhelming sense of pressure manifested abruptly behind Jiaodu. I was prepared for this. Jiaodu bellowed in anger, swiftly pivoting to face the source, extending the dark threads within him towards Feng Tian with violent intent. It is time to end this. Chapter 46. Annihilation. It is time to end this. Feng Tian's deep, oppressive voice reverberated through the air, imbued with an irresistible force. As his words echoed, the countless dark threads that should have surged towards him instead bizarrely froze mid-air. As if bound by an unseen power, unable to advance an inch, Jiaodu's countenance shifted to one of shock. He realized his body was entirely beyond his control, as if ensnared by some enigmatic force. Even the once ferocious Yuanyu in the distance seemed to lose its vigor, helplessly collapsing to the ground, rendered immobile. What is this? What have you done to me? Jiaodu's eyes widened in panic and confusion, fixated on the advancing figure of Feng Tian, as if seeking answers from his expression. However, Feng Tian's visage remained inscrutable. He simply advanced steadily towards Jiaodu with each step. The oppressive aura of his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan intensified, suffocating Jiaodu with an unprecedented sense of weight, as though the world had become unbearably heavy in that moment. Dou yield. Feng Tian finally spoke, his tone cold and authoritative, akin to a deity interrogating a mere mortal. Jiaodu opened his mouth, attempting to retort, but before he could fully articulate his thoughts, he fell silent. For before him appeared a sight that filled him with utter astonishment. That towering figure, reminiscent of a deity emerging from ancient myth, loomed over him, the insignificant mortal. The figure radiated an extraordinarily pure aura of annihilation, as if it could obliterate the entire world at will. In that moment, Jiaodu felt an unparalleled sense of shock and dread. It was then that he suddenly realized he had regained control of his body. Yet, at that moment, he found himself devoid of any desire to fight. Upon beholding that majestic figure, he crumpled to the ground. Overwhelmed by despair and helplessness, he relinquished all struggle, merely staring dumbfounded at the godlike presence before him. Is this the power of a deity? The voice of Jiaodu was as delicate as a wisp of silk, quivering faintly in the biting wind, as if it were on the verge of being devoured by the immense forces of nature. His eyes widened to an almost spherical shape, overflowing not only with awe and fear but also with a profound shock at the realization of his own insignificance. In that moment, he felt as though he stood before an endless abyss, catching a glimpse of an indescribable, terrifying power, finally comprehending the insurmountable chasm that lay between himself and true strength. The arrogance and hubris of his past appeared absurd and laughable in the face of this power, prompting him to bitterly chuckle, his heart heavy with sorrow and helplessness. Quietly perish. Feng Tian's words were as cold as ice, devoid of any emotion. As his words fell, a violently ferocious energy erupted around him, akin to a volcanic eruption or the fall of stars, instantaneously engulfing everything in a boundless inferno and storm. It was a cataclysmic disaster. Within several miles, be it mountains, grass, or living beings, all were utterly obliterated in that instant. Reduced to nothingness, the aftershocks of the explosion rippled like tumultuous waves, reaching as far as the distant Tangyin village, causing the entire village to tremble as if the apocalypse were upon them, instilling fear in every heart. Tangyin village, Karabi, do you sense it? Minato's voice was deep and urgent, his stature tall and resolute, his gaze piercing as he turned to Karabi upon sensing the powerful fluctuations emanating from afar. His eyes glinting with inquiry, Karabi nodded slightly, his brow furrowed, an ineffable gravity reflected in his gaze. Indeed, it seems there is an unusual force stirring in the distance. That power is too immense. It is clearly beyond the capabilities of ordinary beings. They exchanged a knowing glance, understanding each other's thoughts without the need for words. They were acutely aware that this mission was of paramount importance and required utmost caution. Should we send a few people to investigate? Karabi suggested, his voice low and firm, exuding an undeniable resolve. However, Minato shook his head, his face etched with concern. No. Our immediate priority is to retrieve the 7 tails as for the situation over there. If it does not threaten our mission, it is best to leave it be for now. Hearing this, Karabi also nodded slightly in agreement. Subsequently, the two of them entered the gates of Tangyin village together. Upon entering the village, they immediately felt the tense and solemn atmosphere. Villagers hurriedly moved through the streets or gathered together in hushed conversations, each face marked by the worry of an unknown threat. "Welcome to Tangyin Village, friends from other villages." A guard at the entrance greeted respectfully, his eyes reflecting both curiosity and vigilance. Minato smiled and nodded in response, then he and Karabi proceeded deeper into the village. However, halfway through, an elderly man suddenly blocked their path, behind him. Several masked ninjas watched them warily, seemingly prepared for any sudden developments. The elder cleared his throat gently, and then inquired, "May I ask, are you here for the Seven Tails?" Seeing this, Minato politely nodded and quickly replied, "Yes, we are from Konoha Village, here to retrieve and protect the Seven Tails. Might I inquire if you know the whereabouts of the tails?" However, the elder's response made their hearts sink. "You have arrived too late. The Seven Tails is no longer within the village." Upon hearing the elder's words, Minato and Karabi's expressions grew grave. They exchanged glances, seeing surprise and unease reflected in each other's eyes, and no longer in the village. "What happened?" Minato pressed urgently. The elder sighed, seemingly resigned to the situation. "Not long ago, someone intruded into Tangyin Village, possessing overwhelming strength that we could not resist. It was amidst that chaos that the host of the Seven Tails was taken." "What?" Karabi exclaimed in shock. He had not anticipated such audacity in an enemy bold enough to seize a tailed beast. Minato quickly regained his composure and began to analyze the situation. Was the intruder claiming to be from the Twilight Organization? The elder shook his head slowly and replied, "No, the one who attacked our village and took the Seven Tails is a rogue ninja from Tangyin Village, Jiao Du." Upon hearing the name Jiao Du, both Minato and Karabi's expressions shifted. Jiao Du, infamous in the ninja world for his formidable strength and immortality, had posed a significant threat to many ninja villages. Jiao Du seized the Seven Tails? Minato's voice held a hint of disbelief. The elder nodded gravely, his eyes filled with sorrow. Indeed, it was he. Ever since he acquired the village's secret technique, he has coveted the power of the tailed beasts. And we never anticipated he would take such drastic action. Karabi clenched his fists, anger flashing in his eyes. "Humph, this Jiao Du is becoming increasingly brazen. We cannot allow him to succeed." Minato took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. "Our foremost task now is to locate both Jiao Du and the Seven Tails. That we must act swiftly, or the consequences will be dire." The elder's eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope. "If you can help us retrieve the Seven Tails, Tangyin Village will be immensely grateful. I will do my utmost to provide you with clues about Jiao Du's whereabouts." Minato nodded in appreciation. "Then we are in your debt. We will certainly do our best to recover the Seven Tails and ensure it does not fall into evil hands." Afterward, Minato and Karabi bid farewell to the elder and led their companions outside of Tangyin Village. "Karabi, what are your thoughts on this matter?" Minato asked seriously, ensuring no one was around before speaking. "Something feels off, very off. The entire Tangyin Village, including that old man, gives me a sense of unease. They seem to be concealing something from us." Minato nodded slightly, a look of gravity crossing his brow. "What you say resonates with me. I too harbor suspicions, feeling that there is more to this than meets the eye, based on my deductions. The Seven Tails may not have genuinely fallen into Jiao Du's hands." "You mean?" Karabi's gaze sharpened, as if seizing upon a crucial piece of information. "Precisely. It is quite possible that she is still within Tangyin Village, hidden away in a corner we have overlooked." Minato's tone was resolute, unwavering. Karabi, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow, clearly taken aback by this sudden twist. If that is the case, attempting to forcefully retrieve her might alert the entire village and lead to unnecessary complications. Minato smiled faintly, his expression a mix of confidence and cunning, his gaze penetrating through layers of buildings as though he could already see the secrets within Tangyin Village. "That is why we must proceed with caution, gathering intel before making any moves. Once we ascertain the exact hiding place of the Seven Tails, we will decide our course of action." "What is your plan?" Karabi eagerly inquired. "You will disperse in small teams, ostensibly searching for Jiao Du's trail, while secretly gathering information. Additionally, I must caution you that there may already be numerous eyes watching us from the shadows, so every step must be taken with care." With that, Minato produced a specially crafted kunai from his pocket, intricately engraved with the Flying Thunder God symbol, and gently handed it to Karabi. "This kunai is my meticulous preparation. In critical moments, it will serve as our link." Subsequently, he turned around and signaled a nearby elite ninja with a glance. The ninja immediately understood, his figure flickering as he swiftly executed the techniques of shadow clone and transformation in an instant. A duplicate identical to Minato appeared out of thin air. With everything in place, Minato's mind stirred, and the flying thunder god technique was activated in an instant. His figure left behind a faint afterimage at the original spot before vanishing without a trace, only leaving a gentle breeze that swept away some dust. Upon witnessing this, Killer Bee turned his gaze to the transformed Minato, who appeared to be momentarily lost in thought. Ultimately, following Minato's directives, they grouped into threes, scattering in various directions to commence their search for Ku. Deep within the heart of Takigakure, an elder who had just conversed with Minato stood solemnly, his hands clasped behind his back. Behind him loomed several shadowy figures of masked ninjas. Whoosh, whoosh, as several sounds resonated, more masked ninjas materialized behind him. What is the situation? The elder inquired, his words imbued with the weight of authority. Had Minato been present to witness this scene, he would surely have been taken aback, for he had not anticipated that the seemingly benevolent elder could possess such an imposing demeanor. Lord Takikage, those ninjas scattered after a brief halt upon exiting the village, seemingly in earnest pursuit of the rogue ninja Kakuzu. A masked ninja swiftly reported to the elder. Yet, the elder's suspicion remained unallayed. Slowly, he turned, his gaze fixed upon the few kneeling masked figures before him, and continued, "Is this information reliable? Indeed, Lord Takikage, this matter is beyond doubt. We, a few brothers, have covertly followed them for quite some time, only abandoning the pursuit after they had traveled several dozen miles from Takigakure." Upon hearing this, the elder pondered for a moment, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. He spoke slowly, his voice deep and powerful. "Continue the surveillance, but do not draw too close that I wish to be apprised of their every movement, particularly whether they have uncovered anything." "Yes, Lord Takikage," the masked ninjas replied in unison before vanishing from sight once more. The elder, watching their departing figures, curled his lips into a cold smile that he had already devised a plan, and the arrival of Minato and Killer Bee both surprised and presented him with a splendid opportunity. "Kakuzu, oh Kaku, this time I shall seize the chance to utterly eradicate you," the elder muttered to himself before turning to enter the inner chamber, commencing his preparations for the next phase of his scheme. Inside the dimly lit chamber, the flickering candlelight cast shadows across the elder's face, reflecting his turbulent emotions. His fingers lightly tapped the tabletop, each tap seemingly resonating with the drumbeats of fate, as the contours of his plan gradually sharpened in his mind. However, at this crucial moment, an inexplicable chill suddenly enveloped him, akin to the biting cold of winter, causing the Takikage to involuntarily shudder. An ominous premonition surged within him, as if an unknown entity was stealthily approaching, its gaze sharp as a blade, intent on piercing through his very essence. The Takikage abruptly turned, attempting to discern the source of this mysterious force. Yet, in that fleeting moment of turning, an invisible power erupted, akin to countless black chains ensnaring him, pinning him firmly against the wall, rendering him immobile. It was a suffocating sensation of pressure, as though the entire world had crystallized in that instant. When the Takikage finally managed to turn his head, the visage of the intruder came into view, causing his pupils to dilate in disbelief and terror. "Itsu." Chapter 48. The Truth of the Rogue Ninja. "It's you?" The Takikage's voice trembled with shock, his eyes wide as he fixated on the gradually revealed figure of Kaku. That cold, merciless face appeared particularly sinister under the flickering candlelight. "How is this possible? How did you breach the layers of defenses I meticulously arranged and arrive here undetected?" The incredulity in the Takikage's voice was palpable. He could not fathom how Kakuzu had so effortlessly infiltrated his stronghold. Nevertheless, Kakuzu offered no response to his queries, merely observing the Takikage with an icy gaze, as if capable of discerning every hidden truth. Swiftly, Kakuzu moved, black threads binding the Takikage's joints, rendering him utterly immobile. The black threads coiled around him like living serpents, instilling an unprecedented sense of confinement. "Humph, utterly foolish old man." Kakuzu's tone dripped with anger and disdain. "Is it merely a single failed mission that you wish to see me dead? Do you have any idea the sacrifices I made for this task?" Kakuzu, rarely losing his composure, spoke with a torrent of fury and resentment, as if he sought to unleash all his pent-up frustrations. The Takikage gazed at this once loyal subordinate, now transformed into a figure of madness and irrationality, his heart a maelstrom of conflicting emotions. He understood that the incident had irrevocably enraged Kakuzu, severing any remaining ties between them. Once a paragon of loyalty to Takigakure, Kakuzu had received a mission to assassinate the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Reluctantly, he had set out to fulfill this assignment. Yet how could he possibly overcome such a formidable opponent? Had it not been for the compassion in his heart, he would never have returned alive to Takigakure. Consequently, the Takikage seized upon this as justification to impose severe punishment upon Kaku. Yet, how could Kakuzu acquiesce? Thus, he pilfered the village's forbidden techniques to gain immense power and defected from Tenrai. It could be said that the elder before him was the true architect of Kakuzu's betrayal. Kaku, how dare you betray the village and infiltrate here? The Takikage ground out, his eyes ablaze with rage and indignation. Kakuzu cast a cold glance at him, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Betrayal? Humph, it is you who wronged me first. I merely sought my own path to survival. As he spoke, he intensified the grip of the black threads, inflicting further agony upon the Takikage. The Takikage struggled, striving to break free from his bindings. But Kakuzu's strength proved insurmountable, leaving him utterly defenseless. Kakuzu, what you are doing will yield no favorable outcome, the Takikage shouted, his voice tinged with despair. Yet, Kakuzu remained unfazed, responding casually, I care not for the outcome. All I know is that I now possess sufficient power to pursue my desires. Just as he was poised to deliver the final blow, terminating this futile struggle, ripples in space quietly emerged. Akin to the surface of water kissed by a gentle breeze, the figures of Obito and Fengtian abruptly materialized before them. The sight of Fengtian caused Kakuzu's expression to shift slightly, a fleeting shadow of reluctance crossing his features. However, he quickly masked his emotions, retracting the black threads into his body, burying his anger and dissatisfaction deep within as he stepped aside to observe. The moment Kakuzu withdrew, the Takikage erupted into a violent fit of coughing, each spasm as if it might expel his very innards. Struggling to raise his head, he regarded the newcomers with a mix of wariness and confusion. Who are you? Fengtian, calm as still water, slightly lifted his chin, his deep-set eyes seeming to pierce through the fabric of existence, exuding an almost divine presence as he regarded the Takikage. His voice resonated with authority. We are the Twilight, descended to this realm to cleanse this filthy world for the sake of peace across the ninja world. Takikage, surrender the seven tails. As Fengtian's words fell, his eyes blazed with a brilliant light, the unique radiance of the eternal Manjiki Sharingan emanating an overwhelming pressure, descending upon the Takikage like a mountain. Beneath the weight that threatened to crush his very soul, the Takikage's body trembled like a leaf in the autumn wind. Yet, his gaze remained steadfast, burning with an unyielding spirit. So you are the Twilight. The notorious figures that have stirred the ninja world. Though his voice was hoarse from pain, the mockery and defiance within were unmistakable. But alas, you shall not extract a single drop of information regarding the seven tails from this old skeleton. The words of Taking were imbued with resoluteness, and a flicker of madness flashed across his face, a madness that arose from the unwavering commitment to one's beliefs in the face of despair. Immediately, his right hand shot out like a bolt of lightning, and within his palm, a sphere of chakra, condensed to its utmost potential, shone brilliantly like a miniature sun. This was his final trump card. A secret he was prepared to defend with his very life. Without a trace of hesitation, Taking gritted his teeth and forcefully slammed this world-destroying chakra sphere against his forehead. He intended to bury this power, this secret, forever in darkness at the cost of his own life. However, at that critical moment, a smirk of amusement mixed with disdain curled at the corners of Fengtian's mouth. His eyes suddenly radiated with a dazzling brilliance. The unique mystical power of the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan reaching its zenith at that instant. In a twist of fate, this forbidden technique, under Fengtian's control, erupted forth like a spectre. In the blink of an eye, the chakra sphere capable of annihilating all was erased as if by an unseen hand, vanishing without a trace, as though it had never existed. What kind of power is this? Taking, bewildered, could not help but inquire. But before he could receive an answer, Fengtian's figure appeared before him like a ghost. With one hand, Fengtian gently grasped his neck, lifting him high into the the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan world. The light in Taking's eyes gradually faded, ultimately replaced by a void of chaos. This was the illusion cast upon him by Fengtian, a fate he was powerless to resist. Just when everything seemed to settle, Fengtian suddenly turned his gaze to the window, where a shadow lingered in the darkness, silently observing everything. A playful smile emerged on Fengtian's face as his voice echoed in the spacious room. How long do you plan to watch? Chapter 49. Fontion versus Minato. How long do you plan to watch? As Fontion's words fell, in an instant, Minato's figure materialized before everyone. Apologies, friends of Konoha. Upon witnessing Minato's sudden appearance, a flicker of regret crossed Taking's face. For he now understood everything that it turned out he had not deceived Minato and the others at all. The reason why Karabi and the others were searching for Kakuzu was merely to stage a play for his benefit. The objective was to avert conflict. If Minato and the others had approached forcefully, Takigakure would undoubtedly have plunged into a bloody storm. This was something he, as Taking, wished to avoid. As Obito laid eyes on Minato, he instinctively opened his mouth, but quickly swallowed the words upon recalling his own position. Minato glanced warily at Obito, feeling a twinge of confusion. He sensed a familiar aura emanating from him. Yet, at this moment, it was difficult to recall what that familiarity was. After a brief contemplation, he decided to shift his gaze slowly to Fontion. Cloaked in black robes and adorned with a tiger-patterned mask, Obito's presence was deliberately obscured, preventing Minato from accurately perceiving him. Hence he did not recognize Obito immediately. As Obito noticed Minato divert his gaze, a complex emotion flickered in the depths of his sorrowful eyes beneath the mask. Indeed, as my mentor, you still cannot recognize me? Obito mused inwardly, then pulled his thoughts back to reality, standing alongside Fontion, forming a standoff against Minato. You must be the rumored Twilight. I never expected Kakuzu to join in as well. Minato, wielding a specially crafted flying thunder god kunai, assumed a defensive stance, his expression grave as he continued. Regardless of the cost, even if it means risking my life, I shall utterly shatter your conspiracy here. With that, he moved slightly, like a specter, flicking his fingers as multiple flying thunder god kunai transformed into streaks of light, embedding themselves accurately into the surrounding walls. Each point of impact was meticulously calculated, weaving an invisible net that quietly ensnared Fontion and his companions within a carefully arranged encirclement. Fontion, upon witnessing this, allowed a faint smile to curve his lips, a smile that conveyed both acknowledgement of his opponent's strategy and unwavering confidence in his own strength. He felt no fear in the face of Minato's flying thunder god formation. Instead, he began to stride forward, each step exuding an undeniable aura of oppression. His eyes had silently shifted to the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, the light within swirling as if it could fathom the essence of all things, piercing into the deepest secrets of the human heart. Bluffing Minato, Fontion's voice was low and magnetic, each word resonating as if it were emerging from an abyss. Imbued with an undeniable force, the yellow flash of Konoha, your reputation has long resonated throughout the ninja world. As the hope of Konoha and a candidate for the next Hokage, it is indeed regrettable to see you perish here. As he spoke, Fontion's eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan began to turn, initiating the reversal of cause and effect. This power erupted instantaneously. Even with Minato's lightning-fast reflexes, he could not escape the rewriting of this causal law. He could only watch helplessly as his own figure and the surrounding scenery distorted, as if being drawn into a whirlpool of time and space. The surroundings transformed as if from another realm. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves in a dense forest outside of Takigakure. Minato's gaze sharpened, his brow furrowed, disbelief etched across his face. What is this ability? To be able to move me here in the blink of an eye? He pondered silently, his mind racing with possibilities. Could it be the long-lost space-time ninjutsu? No, I clearly did not sense any fluctuations of spatial transfer. His eyes grew increasingly solemn. Evidently, the opponent before him possessed capabilities beyond imagination. Just as Karabi had previously surmised, seemingly able to touch and alter the essence of reality, Fontion stood tall, a playful smile gracing his lips, filled with both disdain for his opponent and confidence in his own power. He slowly extended a finger, beckoning Minato with a gesture laced with provocation and mockery, as if to say, "Come, let me see your capabilities." Minato would not show weakness. Without hesitation, he flicked his wrist, sending a flying thunder god kunai soaring through the air like a meteor, aimed directly at Fontion. Simultaneously, he began to gather chakra in his palm, forming a spiraling sphere that approached Fontion with a whirling force. However, under the keen gaze of Fontion's insightful eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, the speed of the flying thunder god kunai appeared to slow by 100-fold. Every minute movement laid bare. He merely tilted his head slightly, and the sharp kunai brushed past the tips of his hair, narrowly avoiding the strike. Minato's figure, as if shadowing his opponent, nearly simultaneously closed in on Fontion. the spiraling sphere in his hand resembling a storm-laden orb. Crashing toward his adversary at that critical juncture, Feng Tian's figure suddenly became indistinct, as if merging into the void. It was the Shinjutsu, shifting illusion technique, effortlessly evading the lethal blow. Yet, Feng Tian's counterattack did not cease there. As he extended his hand into the air, it appeared he was attempting to grasp something. Just as he was about to make contact with Minato, the latter's figure vanished like a specter, reappearing atop the kunai that had been thrown, and with a sharp cry declared, "Flying Thunder God, second stage." As the words fell, the spiraling sphere that had been gathering momentum plummeted like a meteorite, crashing down onto the spot where Feng Tian had stood moments before, sending dust soaring and creating a deep crater in the ground. Minato did not pursue the attack. Instead, he retreated swiftly, his expression devoid of any victor's delight. Instead, deepened with gravity, he had secretly marked Feng Tian with a Flying Thunder God seal for future contingencies. However, this caution did not allow him to lower his guard, for he well knew that as a core member of the Twilight Organization, Feng Tian could not be so easily defeated. As time passed, the dust began to settle, and Feng Tian's figure slowly rose from the crater, his robe tattered, revealing numerous wounds inflicted by the spiraling sphere. Yet, there was no trace of pain in his eyes. Rather, they gleamed with an inexplicable excitement and pride that he activated his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan once more, the power of cause and effect stirring anew in an instant. An astonishing scene unfolded upon Minato, leading even this usually composed man to display an expression of disbelief as he exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Chapter 50. The only opportunity. How is this possible? In Minato's astonished gaze, as Feng Tian's eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan slowly turned, the wounds on his body began to heal at an astonishing speed. Even the robes adorning his body had seemingly returned to their original state in the blink of an eye. Upside down in cause and effect, altering the very fabric of reality, "Minato, you should take a moment to relish that last Rasengan." Feng Tian, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, spoke, extending his right hand to snap his fingers. Bang! Bang! The moment the sound of the snap resonated, Minato was suddenly struck by a formidable force from behind. This was the unique assault style of the Rasengan. In the next instant, Minato was thrust away by an irresistible power. Soaring through the air like a kite severed from its string, crashing violently against a distant tree, dust and debris erupted around him. His face was etched with disbelief, his chest heaving violently, clearly having sustained significant impact. What on earth is happening? Struggling to rise from the ground, Minato's gaze was filled with shock and confusion. He distinctly remembered that his earlier Rasengan had indeed struck Feng Tian, and should have dealt a crippling blow. Yet, before his eyes, Feng Tian had miraculously returned to his former self, even managing to rebound his attack. Feng Tian gradually withdrew the playful expression from his face, his gaze turning profound and icy. "This is one of the abilities of my eternal Meijiki Sharingan. To perceive the essence of all things in the world, manipulate cause and effect, and reverse the flow of time. Every attack you unleash is but a link in the chain of causation to me. I can easily distort it, even turning the attacker's own actions against them." Minato's pupils narrowed slightly. He had never heard of such an extraordinary ability, and an unprecedented sense of crisis surged within him. He understood that against such an opponent, employing conventional attack methods was utterly futile. Minato shakily rose to his feet, clearly injured from the recent assault. His mind raced, contemplating his next move. The ability to manipulate cause and effect was truly unheard of. However, such an extraordinary technique must surely harbor its own flaws. For instance, the interval of use. In a remarkably short time, Minato devised his next battle plan, but he suppressed the pain radiating from his back. His gaze sharp as he fixed it on Feng Tian, who stood not far away. "If I could transfer the causation of the injuries I received onto him, then perhaps a single decisive blow would prevent him from utilizing that bizarre ability. In other words, the key to victory in this battle lies in the speed of our attacks." Minato once more gripped the kunai of Flying Thunder God, adjusted his breathing with simplicity, and launched himself at Feng Tian once more. Observing Minato charge straight at him, Feng Tian's lips curled into a disdainful smile. "It seems you still haven't given up, Minato." His eternal Meijiki Sharingan activated once more, intricate patterns swirling within his eyes as if they could unveil all the secrets of the universe. Yet this time, he chose not to retaliate directly. Instead, standing still, seemingly awaiting something, Minato's speed reached its zenith. almost transforming into a mere afterimage, the kunai shimmering with a cold light, aimed directly at Feng Tian's vital points. He understood that this was his sole opportunity. He had to give it his all. Just as the kunai was about to make contact with Feng Tian, his figure suddenly became hazy, as though merging with the surrounding space. Deftly evading the strike, the space-time ninjutsu, Minato's heart jolted, but he quickly steadied his mind. He was not surprised that Feng Tian could dodge this attack. After all, he had already anticipated Feng Tian's use of such ninjutsu. To successfully strike Feng Tian, he had to do so the moment he launched an attack, when his body materialized. But do you think that this will secure your victory over me? Minato scoffed. His figure accelerating once more, transforming into countless afterimages, launching assaults from all directions towards Feng Tian. Feng Tian remained composed, his eternal Mangeki Sharingan continuously tracking Minato's movements. Every strike deftly neutralized. It was as if he were toying with Minato. Relishing this game of cat and mouse, nevertheless, Minato did not relent. He incessantly adjusted his attack rhythm and angles, searching for a flaw in Feng Tian's defenses. He knew that if he could land a single successful hit, he could shatter this deadlock. Humph, it seems you still do not comprehend. Minato, Feng Tian suddenly spoke. Ahai, it is you who have ruined me. It is you who have cast me out from Takigakure. It is you who have relentlessly pursued me to this day. And now, you expect me to consider the village? How utterly laughable. At this juncture, a rare, deranged madness flickered across Kakuzu's face. With a sudden, forceful wave of his hand, the black threads in his grasp writhed as if alive, securing Takian firmly against the wall once more. Simultaneously, a grotesque writhing emerged from his back, revealing four eerie, terrifying entities known as the Deton Ray before the astonished onlookers. Behold, foolish old man. Kakuzu's voice brimmed with pride and insanity. This is the forbidden technique you have always feared. The Deton Ray. Observe their life-filled forms, the enigma of their immortality. All of this has forged me into an immensely powerful being. As he uttered the last words, Kakuzu had completely descended into madness. Ignoring the directives of F10, he signaled the Deton Ray to launch an attack, intent on obliterating Takian within this very office. Are you insane? Upon witnessing this, Obito could not help but raise his voice in protest. In a flash, he appeared by Takian's side, gently placing his right hand on Takian's shoulder, while his right eye flickered with a faint radiance of Kimui. Prepared to whisk Takian away at a moment's notice, step aside, or do not blame me for my ruthlessness, Kakuzu bellowed, his voice echoing through the office, filled with fury and resentment. Under such intense anger, he strained to maintain a semblance of clarity, attempting to steer Obito away from Takian. Yet Obito did not flinch, his gaze resolute, his voice calm yet firm. Kyu, do not forget our purpose. We are here to capture the Seven Tails. Not to destroy this village. If you kill Takian now, we will have no means to locate the Seven Tails. What awaits us then will be the shadow of failure. Kakuzu's movements momentarily stalled, a flicker of hesitation flashing in his wild eyes. That Obito's mention of failure doused the flames of his rage like a cold splash of water, momentarily awakening him from his fervent desire for vengeance. Drawing a deep breath, he endeavored to calm his emotions, and the 4D-ton Ray gradually retreated into his body, freeing Takian, who fell heavily to the ground, coughing violently. Humph, this is the last time. Kakuzu snorted, still harboring resentment. Yet he understood the truth in Obito's words. As members of the Twilight Organization, their mission was of paramount importance, and personal vendettas could not jeopardize the greater scheme. Observing this, Obito also withdrew his Kimui power and turned his gaze towards Takian, his tone carrying a trace of barely perceptible sympathy. Old man, we bear no intent to be enemies with Takigakure. We only hope you will cooperate with us and peacefully hand over the Seven Tails. This way, you can protect your village from the ravages of war, and we can smoothly accomplish our mission. Upon hearing this, Takian's face revealed no hint of relief at surviving the ordeal. Rather, he fixed a steely gaze upon the two before him. With the last vestiges of stubbornness, he declared, "Heh, you shall not glean the whereabouts of the Seven Tails. Even in death, I will not allow you to succeed." At this, Obito's expression darkened instantly. He had not anticipated that the person he had worked so hard to protect would be so unyielding. If that is the case, then do not blame us. The faint aura of Kimui emanated from Obito's right eye, causing the surrounding space to ripple. Clearly, He intended to draw Takian into the Kemui space and subject him to severe interrogation. However, just as Obito was about to act, the space around them distorted, and F10's figure materialized before them. "Obito, stand down. Leave this matter to me." F10 spoke with a calm demeanor, exuding an air of unshakable confidence. Upon seeing F10's arrival, Obito paused for a moment, then resolved to speak softly. "Where is Minato Namikaze?" F10 was momentarily taken aback by this question. He had not expected Obito to still be concerned about Minato. Yet, it was not surprising, as the bond between teacher and student was inherently strong. F10 turned slightly, his gaze towards Obito filled with a complex expression, before he uttered, "Minato is no longer in this world." Chapter 52. The Death of Takian. Minato is no longer in this world. F10's voice was calm and indifferent, as if he were discussing a matter of little consequence. However, these simple words struck like a heavy hammer upon Obito's heart. Beneath the mask, his pupils dilated suddenly, his face etched with disbelief and anguish. Obito's body trembled slightly, as if he could hear the sound of his own heart shattering. To him, his teacher, Minato Namikaze, was a legend throughout the shinobi world. Even in defeat to F10, he should not have met such an abrupt end. At the very least, he could have escaped using the Flying Thunder God technique. Obito fixated his gaze on F10, attempting to discern the truth behind his words. Yet, the result was disheartening. He could detect no fluctuation of emotion on F10's face, as if this were simply how things were meant to be. "What do you intend to do?" Takian lay slumped on the ground, dust clinging to his garments. His gaze locked onto the slowly approaching F10. Fear, like a chilling ice, crept inch by inch into his heart. The air around them seemed to thicken. Even the wind had ceased, leaving only the palpable tension between the two. F10's steps were steady and powerful, each stride resonating upon Takian's heartstrings, inducing waves of violent tremors. His deep-set eyes radiated an indescribable pressure, causing Takian's very soul to quiver. Takian was not afraid of death. Rather, he was terrified that F10 might indeed extract the whereabouts of the Seven Tails from him through some sinister means. "You ask what I intend to do?" "Heh. Of course, I aim to finish what was left undone." With that, a cruel, unfeeling smile graced F10's lips as he inched closer to Takian, each step sounding like the tolling of hell's bells. "You are not a good person, old man. Takian. You have indeed proven to be a competent leader. Yet, as a human being, you are utterly unprincipled. Kakuzu, a loyal ninja, has been forced into defection by your hand. Therefore, I shall kill you. I harbor no remorse." With that declaration, F10's hand shot forth like lightning, gripping Takian's throat tightly. Lifting him high, Takian's hands fell limply, his eyes bulging from asphyxiation, his face flushed red. He struggled with all his might, yet it was akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree, utterly powerless against F10's iron grip. In that moment, Takian resembled a lamb awaiting slaughter. Completely devoid of the strength to resist, F10's eyes suddenly gleamed, swiftly transforming into the terrifying Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. A torrent of potent genjutsu surged towards Takian, engulfing him in an instant. "Tell me, where is the Seven Tails?" F10's voice echoed in Takian's ear, imbued with an authority that brooked no dissent. Takian's eyes became vacant, as if bereft of soul, mechanically responding. "The Seven Tails is located in a secret underground chamber within the village, guarded by our most elite shinobi of Takigakure. Outsiders cannot easily enter." A cold smile curled upon F10's lips as he released his grip on Takian's neck, allowing him to collapse to the ground like a rag doll. Gasping for breath, he turned to Kakuzu and Obito, his eyes glinting with triumph. "It seems our plan can advance further," F10 declared, his tone brimming with confidence. Although Obito was astonished by F10's effortless control over Takian, he felt a greater sense of anticipation for soon acquiring the Seven Tails. He nodded in agreement. Kaku, however, appeared somewhat indifferent. His interest in the Seven Tails was minimal, and he was more concerned with enhancing his power amidst the chaos. Nevertheless, having joined the Twilight, he would faithfully execute the organization's mission. F10 glanced back, casting a fierce look at Kaku, who immediately understood. His wrists snapped, and countless black threads slithered forth like living creatures, exuding a disquieting aura. "Kill me, Kaku." Takian's voice was weak and trembling, his face etched with guilt and regret. "This was ultimately my fault." He slowly closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. Kakuzu stepped forward, approaching Takian, his expression as calm as still water. Gazing at the determined Takian, he sighed and finally whispered, "Do you have any final words before you perish?" In the murky depths of his eyes, a flicker of brilliance passed through as he slowly lifted his gaze toward Kakuzu before him. With the last vestiges of his strength, he uttered the long-overdue words, "I am sorry, Kaku." Upon hearing this, Kakuzu's body trembled slightly. He had waited far too long for this belated apology, so long that he had nearly forgotten his hatred. Yet, this did not sway his resolve. He decisively unleashed countless dark threads toward Takagi, brimming with unrelenting murderous intent, instantly engulfing him. In the next moment, the flame of Takagi's life gradually extinguished, leaving behind an endless sea of regret and remorse, drifting away in the stillness of the night. Having executed this act, Kakuzu's form quivered slightly, his visage betraying no hint of satisfaction, rather shrouded in an ineffable heaviness, despite having personally brought an end to the one who had ensnared him. The anticipated thrill of revenge eluded him, deepening his awareness of his identity as a traitor, a mark that had been indelibly etched upon his soul. Hatred, akin to a wildfire, continued to spread silently. With the ninjas of Takigakure, those who had once fought alongside him, now transformed into enemies sworn to take his life, their relentless pursuit felt like invisible chains, binding Kakuzu tightly, rendering him unable to escape or find solace. "Let us depart. This matter is concluded." Feng Tian's voice resonated in Kakuzu's ears, laced with a subtle tenderness. He stepped forward, gently patting Kakuzu's shoulder, attempting to offer a semblance of comfort, a flicker of warmth. However, just as this rare tranquility was poised to descend, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from the void above. "There are assassins!" The voice, akin to a clap of thunder, shattered the night's silence. The ninjas of Takigakure, awakened like feral beasts, soared into the air, racing toward Kakuzu and the others. Their figures traced brilliant arcs across the night sky, like meteors streaking through the heavens, carrying with them boundless malice and fury. Seeing this unfolding scene, Feng Tian felt no surprise. His words fell flat, devoid of emotion. "It seems we have more work to do." Chapter 53. Chess confronted by the sudden onslaught of foes. Feng Tian swiftly shifted into a state of combat readiness, his eyes glinting with the brilliance of his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, ever prepared to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. There is no need for bloodshed. Mere delay will suffice. I require some time. By me 3 minutes. Kakuzu nodded, his form transforming into a fleeting shadow, darting through the night sky, relentlessly assaulting the encroaching enemies with his dark threads. Simultaneously, his 4 earthbound Waikai were unleashing torrents of chakra beams, pushing back the ninjas who were advancing on Feng Tian, a former member of Takigakure. Even the ruthless Kakuzu was reluctant to unleash a massacre upon his erstwhile comrades, at least, not at this moment. Obito remained closely aligned with Feng Tian, his right eye emanating a faint aura of Kamui, prepared to whisk Feng Tian into the Kamui dimension at a moment's notice. Yet, the ninjas of Takigakure did not waver. Instead, they attacked with renewed fervor, as if intent on pouring all their hatred upon them. "Kaku, you treacherous traitor! How dare you conspire with outsiders to ambush Lord Takagi? Your sins are unforgivable. Your head must serve as a tribute to Lord Takagi." Amidst the fray, several elite ninjas of Takagi instantly recognized Kakuzu. Upon witnessing Takagi's lifeless body, their fury swelled even more fiercely. They unleashed powerful jutsu, targeting Kakuzu's vital points, determined to eradicate him once and for all. Yet, facing the onslaught of Takigakure's ninjas, Kakuzu exhibited no sign of fear. His form flitted across the battlefield like a specter, each movement perfectly timed to evade the enemy's lethal strikes. Simultaneously, his dark threads wove an impenetrable web in the air, thwarting those ninjas who attempted to breach their defenses. "A bunch of foolish beings. Do you truly believe I cannot kill you?" Kakuzu scoffed, his tone rife with disdain and mockery. He was not a bloodthirsty individual. Yet in the face of these ninjas blinded by hatred, he had no choice but to demonstrate his prowess. "I, Kakuzu, have taken countless lives and have never feared death. But today, I do not wish for blood to tarnish this land." His voice was deep and resonant, each word seemingly infused with immense weight, causing the surrounding air to shudder. However, the ninjas of Takigakure were undeterred. Their attacks intensified, an array of jutsu manifesting as if to drown Kakuzu in a tempest of fury. Seeing this, Obito's eye shone brightly with Kamui, fixated upon those enemies attempting to breach Kakuzu's defenses. ready to activate his spatial jutsu and whisk Feng Tian away to safety. Feng Tian stood firm, his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan perceiving every detail of the battlefield, silently calculating the time. He understood that these 3 minutes were crucial for the forthcoming plan. Finally, as the decisive 3 minutes quietly approached, Feng Tian's voice thundered across the battlefield. Kakuzu, come to me swiftly. Upon hearing this, the weight that had hung over Kakuzu's heart finally lifted. He recognized this as an exceptional opportunity for their escape. Without a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and, fueled by his indomitable will and astounding strength, bore the brunt of countless jutsu attacks, advancing step by step toward Feng Tian like a valiant warrior. Let us move. Feng Tian's voice rang out again, brief yet compelling. As his words fell, an unprecedented force of causality surged forth from the reversal of cause and effect, instantly enveloping the entire battlefield. This power seemed to possess the miraculous ability to invert reality and reverse causality. Under the effect of this reversal, the figures of Feng Tian, Kakuzu, and Obito appeared to be shrouded in an invisible force. Vanishing from the sight of the ninjas of Takigakure without a trace on the battlefield, only remnants of chaos and astonished ninjas remained. They widened their eyes, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Some ninjas even questioned if they were dreaming. Everything felt too bizarre, too unbelievable. What is happening? Where have they gone? The ninjas exchanged glances, filled with confusion and dread. They had never witnessed such an uncanny ability, one that seemed capable of reversing causality and erasing all existence. Yet, just then, an unforeseen event transpired that left everyone present astounded. The once dead Takagi slowly rose, as if nothing had transpired, coldly gazing at the multitude of Takigakure ninjas before him. Had Kakuzu witnessed this scene, he would undoubtedly be struck with disbelief, for he could never have imagined that this seemingly righteous elder had also mastered the secret technique of Takigakure, the Waikai. His resurrection was due to possessing multiple hearts, just like Kakuzu. However, Kakuzu's dark threads had fortuitously spared the critical heart. This was the truth behind Takagi's revival. The sudden resurgence of Takagi struck like a bolt from the blue, leaving all the ninjas of Takigakure speechless with shock. They stared wide-eyed, incredulous at the sight of their leader, who should have long since passed, now standing before them as if returned from the depths of hell. Lord Takagi, we have arrived too late to rescue you. Please mete out your punishment. The ninjas knelt in unison, expressing their respect and remorse. However, Takagi merely raised his hand slowly, silencing their clamoring. His gaze was deep and frigid, as if he could perceive the deepest secrets of the human heart. The ninjas exchanged bewildered glances, filled with confusion and uncertainty. They could not comprehend why Lord Takagi would resurrect under such circumstances, nor could they grasp the meaning behind his words of foreknowledge. Takagi's gaze swept over the crowd, ultimately resting upon the ravaged battlefield. He furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly pondering something. Kakuzu, I had long sensed your betrayal. I merely did not anticipate that you would conspire with outsiders against me. Takagi's tone carried a hint of reproach, yet it was imbued with a more complex emotion. Soon after, a staff materialized in his hand, as he slowly traversed the devastated area. Ultimately, a glint of malice flashed in his eyes, his words sharp as blades. You have done well to force me into such a precarious position, compelling me to regard you with utmost seriousness. However, it is now my turn to make a move in this game of chess. Chapter 54. The Arbiter. As the ripples of spatial distortion gently undulated, the figures of Feng Tian, Jiao Du, and Obito descended like feathers cast by an invisible hand, landing steadily in a secluded and profound corner of Takigakure. In that moment, a wave of discomfort washed over Feng Tian's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Rubbing his eye sockets gently, he felt the surge of ocular power within him, a faint smile gracing his lips. The eternal Mangeki Sharingan, having undergone several enhancements, faced the formidable backlash of causality as nothing more than a trivial ripple, easily quelled. Jiao Du, you are aware of the location that the old man mentioned, are you not? Upon sensing the restoration of his ocular power, Feng Tian inquired of Jiao Du. Jiao Du nodded slightly, a flicker of gravity passing through his wrinkled eyes. Before he spoke, I am familiar with the place, and it is no surprise that there are a few elite guards within. However, one thing perplexes me. Has our journey been too smooth? His voice carried an undercurrent of confusion and vigilance. as if everything had been preordained, unfolding seamlessly without a hint of obstruction. At this remark, both Feng Tian and Obito furrowed their brows involuntarily, plunging into deep contemplation. Indeed, the process of acquiring the location of the seven tails felt excessively effortless. Too perfect. It was as if an invisible hand were manipulating their fates from the shadows, guiding them step by step toward an unknown abyss. Your intuition is not unfounded, Jiao Du. Feng Tian mused for a moment, his gaze penetratingly focused on the distance. Ever since I embarked on the path of collecting tailed beasts, each task, though arduous, has always presented a breakthrough at critical moments, allowing for successful completion. This instance is no exception. The old man's guidance appears flawless, yet the overly smooth progression is indeed cause for concern. Obito, standing beside them, nodded in agreement, adding, "Precisely, the process of acquiring this intelligence has been far too effortless, which breeds unease within me. Perhaps this is a trap set by the enemy, waiting for us to walk into their snare." Jiao Du scoffed, deepening the crevices of his weathered face. "Humph, be it a trap or a conspiracy. Now that we have reached this juncture, there is no turning back." Feng Tian nodded, continuing, "You are correct. Regardless of whether it is a trap, the seven tails is our imperative target, as long as we possess sufficient strength. In the face of absolute power, any schemes will prove futile." Having said this, Feng Tian turned his gaze to Jiao Du, instructing, "You are familiar with the terrain. Lead us forth at AS for those elite guards. Leave them to Obito and me to deal with." Jiao Du nodded, his figure flickering as he swiftly advanced toward their destination. Feng Tian and Obito followed closely behind, their silhouettes rapidly vanishing into the night. Navigating through dense woods and winding alleys, they arrived before what appeared to be an abandoned temple. Though dilapidated, a faint chakra fluctuation could still be felt within, clearly indicating the presence of extraordinary power. "This is the place. Through this temple, we can access the underground chamber of Tenai. It is also where I obtained the power of the Earth's grudge." Jiao Du spoke in a hushed tone, halting his steps and signaling for caution. Feng Tian nodded slightly, activating his eternal Mangeki Sharingan, the formidable ocular power sweeping across the surroundings in an attempt to discern any potential threats. Meanwhile, Obito switched his right eye to the Mangeki Sharingan, prepared to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. Just as they were about to enter the temple, a deep, resonant bell tolled suddenly, and with the sound, the air around them began to distort, an overwhelming barrier of power silently unfurling. Trapping the three in place, it appears we have indeed been ensnared. Obito's expression turned grave, his gaze fixed on the barrier that had materialized around them. "Humph, merely a trifling illusion. I can dismantle a barrier of this caliber with ease." Jiao Du scoffed, but then, to his astonishment, he discovered that the flow of his chakra had become chaotically disordered. This rendered him incapable of utilizing any jutsu. "How is this possible? My chakra is spiraling out of control, and I cannot release the Earth's grudge," Jiao Du exclaimed, his voice tinged with a hint of panic. Upon witnessing this, Obito hastily activated Kamui, hoping to escape the barrier by transitioning into the Kamui space. Yet he soon realized that his situation mirrored Jiao Du's, rendering him incapable of employing any jutsu. Their gazes instinctively fell upon Feng Tian, whose tranquil eyes seemed to be their only glimmer of hope. Feng Tian's expression remained unperturbed, as though the tumultuous winds of fate bore no consequence upon him. He merely extended his right hand, the tips of his fingers brushing against the minute phosphorescent powder suspended in the air, which shimmered with an eerie blue glow, exuding an ominous aura. This phosphorescent dust undoubtedly embodies the power of the Rejuvenator. Utilizing its chaotic properties has induced a disturbance in our chakra flow. It seems that Takigakure is far from the simple facade it presents. As Feng Tian's words fell, Obito and Jiao Du comprehended the true cause of the chakra disturbance. Yet, despite their understanding, they remained at a loss for how to unravel it. Feng Tian's eyes narrowed, his expression grave, as he focused intently on a particular point within the barrier, as if he perceived the strands of fate intertwining to form an invisible net that ensnared them tightly. He contemplated forcibly employing a reversal of causality to alter their fate and shift the tide of the situation. However, the power of the phosphorescent dust was too peculiar. Even he found it impossible to execute such a reversal in this environment. Just as the three pondered how to break the impasse, a rapid succession of footsteps shattered the surrounding silence. The group of ninjas clad in the attire of Takigakure appeared before them like phantoms. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man, a mocking smile adorning his face, wielding a gleaming long sword, his stride steady as he advanced, each step echoing like a drumbeat within their hearts. "Welcome, esteemed guests, to my domain." The middle-aged man's voice dripped with mockery and derision, as if he reveled in the pleasure of controlling their fate like a cat playing with a mouse. "I am the guardian of Takigakure, as well as the architect of this barrier." Pausing for effect, a more sinister smile curled upon his lips. "You may call me the Arbiter." Chapter 55. The Eight Gates of Bypass. The Arbiter? Obito echoed, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. "Humph, merely a self-appointed title. Do you truly believe this can intimidate us?" The Arbiter chuckled coldly, sweeping his sword through the air, its tip tracing a brilliant arc. "Intimidate you? Know that I merely wish to convey that within this barrier, I am the sovereign of all." Jiao Du's eyes widened with fury. Despite the chaos in his chakra, he refused to back down. "Spare us your grandiose claims. Even if we cannot utilize our jutsu, we shall never concede easily." Feng Tian maintained his composure, fully aware that acting impulsively would only exacerbate the situation. That he keenly observed the Arbiter and the surrounding ninjas, searching for a potential avenue of escape. The Arbiter seemed to perceive Feng Tian's intentions, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Do not waste your efforts. The barrier and phosphorescent dust here are meticulously arranged by me, designed to render you incapable of using jutsu and trap you in despair. However, I am not devoid of mercy." The Arbiter's tone shifted as he continued. Shul the judge gazed in astonishment at the scene before him, utterly taken aback by the unfolding events. "Since ninjutsu is ineffective, then I shall resort to taijutsu," Feng Tian remarked with a playful glint in his eyes, a subtle smirk hinting at his unwavering confidence. Eight gates release. Open. With a resolute shout, Feng Tian's body erupted with an astonishing aura, as if countless forces surged within him, pushing the limits of his being to unfathomable heights. The judge's expression grew grave. He could sense the formidable energy radiating from Feng Tian, a power that far exceeded his expectations. "You have mastered such a forbidden technique, the Eight Gates Release," the judge exclaimed in disbelief. The Eight Gates Release is one of the most perilous forbidden techniques in the world of Naruto, unlocking the gates that bind chakra within the human body to unleash power that surpasses all limits. However, the cost of such strength is immense, as each gate opened inflicts severe damage upon the body, potentially threatening one's very life. Feng Tian did not respond to the judge's words. Instead, he clenched his fist and struck fiercely at the seemingly indestructible barrier above him, with a resounding crash akin to shattering glass. The barrier that had confined Feng Tian and the others disintegrated. Before the judge could comprehend the situation, Feng Tian vanished in a blur, resembling a wraith as he lunged towards the judge. His speed was astonishing, so swift that it seemed to tear through the very air. The judge, taken aback, hastily swung his sword to defend himself, yet Feng Tian's fist rained down like a tempest, relentless and fierce, leaving the judge unable to withstand the onslaught. With a series of thundering impacts, the judge was forced to retreat, struggling to maintain his footing. The surrounding ninjas gasped in awe. They had never witnessed such formidable taijutsu, and were astounded that Feng Tian could unleash such incredible power even when ninjutsu was off-limits. Kakuzu and Obito stared in wide-eyed disbelief, having presumed that their combat effectiveness would diminish without the use of ninjutsu. However, Feng Tian's display revealed a new possibility, that even in the absence of ninjutsu, one could still wield tremendous combat prowess through alternative means. "Why are you still standing there? Take advantage of their disorientation from the chakra flow and swiftly eliminate them." The judge finally seized a moment to issue commands to his subordinate ninjas, who had been left in a state of shock. The elite ninjas snapped out of their stupor and surged towards Kakuzu and Obito. "You lowly fish, do you think you can bind me like this?" Kakuzu's voice dripped with disdain as he maneuvered left and right, utilizing the terrain and his own speed to evade the ninjas' attacks while searching for a chance to counter. Obito, maintaining a calm demeanor, closed his eyes, seemingly attuned to the subtle shifts in the environment around him. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within, and shouted, "Kimui!" With his command, Obito's form vanished before the eyes of the onlookers, leaving behind a faint vortex. The ninjas preparing to assault him were left dumbfounded, unable to track his whereabouts. "Humph, you think you can evade my attack with such tricks? You are sorely mistaken," a ninja scoffed, readying to launch a new offensive, only to feel an overwhelming sense of danger wash over him. That Obito's figure materialized behind him, a hand resting firmly on his shoulder. The ninja's face paled, his instinct to resist thwarted as if bound by a mysterious force, rendering him immobile. "Kamui." Obito's voice resonated once more, and the ninja was instantly transported to an unknown realm, his terrified scream echoing as he vanished from sight. "Heh, I am curious. Did you ever consider that events would unfold in this manner?" Feng Tian relentlessly pressed his assault on the judge while taunting him. "Humph." At Feng Tian's mockery, the judge's countenance darkened. He had never anticipated that Feng Tian would employ the 8 Gates release to shatter his barrier. Although Feng Tian was currently unable to use ninjutsu, time was of the essence. Once he fully adapted, death would await him. Just as the tide seemed to favor Feng Tian, a bolt of lightning struck his back. A searing heat coursed through him, and Feng Tian winced in pain, exposing a critical opening. The judge seized this fleeting opportunity, a cruel smile creeping onto his lips as he declared, "I've got you now." Chapter 56. 3 minutes. The judge's form was like the wind, swiftly capitalizing on the momentary gap, launching a devastating punch at Feng Tian's already tense physique. The force of the blow was so immense that even Feng Tian, who had activated the 8 Gates release, could not suppress a spurt of blood, his body resembling a leaf caught in a tempest, stumbling backward with each step trembling the ground beneath him. Yet the judge's gaze held no hint of mercy or hesitation. He pursued Feng Tian as if a specter, his fists clenched and muscles bulging, propelled by an unstoppable momentum as he aimed another crushing blow at Feng Tian's abdomen. The air itself seeming to scream under the weight of his power. Feng Tian, sensing the impending calamity, Obito could not help but shout, immediately vanishing into the Kamui space, in an instant, before the judge's attack could land. Obito appeared at Feng Tian's side, grasping him firmly. With a surge of spatial distortion, the two entered the Kamui realm, narrowly evading the lethal strike. "Humph, you escaped too swiftly." The judge glared at Feng Tian and Obito from a distance, his heart filled with regret. So close. He had nearly inflicted grievous harm upon Feng Tian. "Are you all right, Feng Tian?" His gaze toward Feng Tian was imbued with concern, mingled with a complexity of emotions. "I'm fine, just a minor scrape," Feng Tian replied, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression dark as he stared into the distance. That it was the lightning attack from that direction that had exposed a significant vulnerability in his battle against the judge. That very opening had almost led to his undoing. And from that direction, the one who had unleashed the lightning ambush was none other than the supposedly deceased Takagi. "How is this possible? That old man is still alive." Obito's voice was filled with disbelief as he followed Feng Tian's gaze, where Takagi stood, grave and resolute, his piercing eyes locked onto them. "What?" Nearby, Kakuzu, embroiled in combat with his enemies, sensed Obito's unease and swiftly turned to face Takagi's direction. Upon meeting Takagi's gaze, his expression morphed into one of shock. Yet, being an experienced ninja, Kakuzu quickly regained his composure and thought to himself, "Humph, I never expected the so-called forbidden technique practitioner, Takagi, would secretly train himself. What a filthy and despicable heart he possesses." In response to Kakuzu's derision, Takagi merely shook his head gently, a complex emotion glimmering in his eyes. To him, training forbidden techniques was not for selfish gain, but to sustain the precarious existence of Tenrai. In this world where strength reigns supreme, without sufficient power, Takagi would inevitably be devoured by the ravages of war, much like the fallen Rain village. The current situation was dire for Feng Tian and his allies. Not only were Feng Tian and Kakuzu temporarily unable to utilize ninjutsu, but even worse, Takagi was surrounded by dozens of elite ninjas. They resembled a pack of ferocious wolves, ever ready to join the fray and utterly devour Feng Tian and his companions. Esteemed friends of Twilight, welcome to the chessboard of this old man. The curtain is about to fall. The voice of Long Ing was deep and powerful, as if each word harbored profound significance. As his words echoed, the elite ninjas swiftly dispersed, encircling Feng Tian and Obito in an impenetrable formation. The faces of those ninjas were etched with sinister and terrifying smiles, their hands tightly gripping an array of weapons that glimmered ominously, clearly prepared for battle. The air was thick with the stench of blood and an atmosphere of tension. As if a storm was on the verge of breaking. In the face of such peril, there was no trace of fear on Feng Tian's countenance. His sharp gaze remained fixed on longing in the distance, disdainfully declaring, I had initially intended to test how far my taijutsu could reach with the enhancement of the 8 gates, but it seems that it is not quite effective at present. At this juncture, Feng Tian's gaze suddenly shifted to the lurking judicator beside him, his voice brimming with murderous intent. Since my enjoyment has waned, I have decided to erase all of you from existence. As Feng Tian's words resonated, a chilling aura enveloped everyone present. They knew full well that Feng Tian's threat had significantly diminished after losing his ability to use ninjutsu. Yet, from his icy declaration, they palpably saw he surged forward, imbued with a formidable aura of lightning chakra, heading towards Feng Tian. Observing this, the Arbiter hastened the formation of hand seals, eager to restore the barrier as swiftly as possible. However, in the next instant, a colossal figure effortlessly unleashed a breath of energy that shattered the barrier he had just painstakingly restored. At that moment, Feng Tian's voice, echoing like a death knell, resounded in everyone's ears. Next, we begin the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Chapter 58. The consciousness of destruction. As Feng Tian's calm yet imposing words fell, an unprecedented wave of terrifying destruction surged through the space like a tempest. The intensity of this aura seemed capable of rending the very heavens, instilling a profound tremor and dread within the souls of all present. In an instant, both Rin and the Arbiter instinctively sought to gather their strength, attempting to resist this overwhelming force capable of annihilating everything. Yet, before such an incomprehensibly powerful presence, their efforts appeared utterly insignificant, laughable, like an ant attempting to shake a tree, hopelessly outmatched. What power is this? The Arbiter's voice trembled, his eyes filled with disbelief and terror. In the final moments of his life, he strained to lift his gaze towards the immense silhouette slowly emerging from the darkness, which loomed over them like a towering mountain, nearly suffocating them. In the presence of this figure, even Ryuin, who had always held himself in high regard, felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. Their strength seemed to dissolve into nothingness, failing to impart any semblance of resistance. They could only watch helplessly as the massive figure advanced step by step, their hearts laden with despair. Feng Tian stood with arms crossed, his chin slightly raised, an expressionless visage gracing his youthful, indifferent face. His eyes were deep and tranquil, seemingly transcending all earthly emotions. He slowly spoke, as if bestowing a divine gift upon them. Complete body. Susanoo. As Feng Tian's words echoed, the colossal form was finally unveiled before their eyes. It was a giant towering several dozen meters high, encased in black armor that emanated a ghostly cold light. Its eyes gleamed like 2 resplendent stars, radiating a haunting brilliance. In its presence, everything appeared minuscule and fragile. Even the very fabric of space warped under its aura. They fell to their knees, eyes wide, gazing at the complete body of Susanoo that loomed above them. Before this towering entity, all felt an unprecedented sense of despair and impotence. The obsidian giant seemed like a demon emerging from the abyss, imbued with an insatiable intent to annihilate, instilling fear in the hearts of onlookers. The legendary complete body, Susanoo, Ryuin managed to utter, his voice quivering to the shadow of a village leader. He had witnessed much, yet never encountered such terrifying power. The Arbiter and other elite ninjas had long since lost their will to resist. Collapsing to the ground, powerless to avert their gaze from the enormous figure as it slowly raised its colossal hand, preparing to deliver the final blow, Feng Tian stood impassively to the side, his eyes betraying no emotion. As if all of this had unfolded precisely as he had anticipated, he softly uttered the final words, annihilation. As his words resounded, the dark Susanoo's massive hand descended with cataclysmic force. The air seemed to resonate with a tearing sound, and an irresistible wave of destructive power enveloped the entire battlefield. Under the impact of this force, Rin, the Arbiter, and all the elite ninjas felt a dread and despair unlike anything they had ever experienced. They exerted every ounce of their strength to resist, yet against such absolute power, all their efforts appeared futile and pale. Ultimately, when silence reclaimed the battlefield, only ruins and charred remnants remained. Feng Tian stood quietly, surveying the devastation before him, his expression still devoid of any emotion. It is over, he murmured, as if speaking to himself or perhaps to the world at large. Thus, Ryuin, the Arbiter, and dozens of elite ninjas from the Ryuan village were utterly obliterated beneath Feng Tian's strike. Annihilation. The END.AT that moment, accompanied by a ripple in space, Obito and Kakuza materialized before Feng Tian. Observing the scene, Feng Tian promptly dispelled the complete body, Susanoo. Although he possessed the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, the casual activation of the complete body, Susanoo still bore a considerable burden. If it could be avoided, he preferred not to engage it unnecessarily. Very well done. Feng Tian. You've left no survivors, Obito remarked, surveying the area before him, unable to suppress his admiration for Feng Tian's methods. Survivors. Upon hearing Obito's words, Feng Tian was suddenly struck by a severe headache. He incessantly repeated those two words, while an internal tempest brewed within him. When did I become so bloodthirsty? These were dozens of living souls. Feng Tian relentlessly questioned himself, a hint of madness flickering across his face. When? Is it possible that after the enhancement of my ocular power, that consciousness of destruction has begun to corrupt my subjective awareness? Feng Tian grasped his head with both hands. Pain etched across his features. As the internal struggle and self-interrogation surged like a tidal wave, he was acutely aware that his recent actions had far exceeded his previous boundaries. The power bestowed by the eternal Manjiki Sharingan seemed to be subtly altering his state of mind. Feng Tian, what is wrong with you? Obito inquired, his tone laced with concern. Although he and Feng Tian were allies, their understanding of one another was limited. Witnessing Feng Tian's torment inevitably stirred his worry. Kakuzu stood silently to the side, his expression indifferent, seemingly unmoved by Feng Tian's anguish. He privately pondered whether this might be a side effect of Feng Tian's burgeoning power or if some latent obsession deep within him had been awakened. It's nothing. Feng Tian inhaled deeply. Striving to calm his emotions, he recognized that he needed to remain composed, not allowing this sudden pain to consume him. Perhaps it's just an adjustment period following the enhancement of my ocular power. Feng Tian sought to provide an excuse. Attempting to mask the turmoil within, he understood that if this consciousness of destruction remained unchecked, it would inevitably become a significant hindrance on his path of cultivation. Obito nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, the elevation of ocular power often accompanies shifts in one's mental state. You must carefully recalibrate and not allow this power to take control of you. Upon hearing these words, Feng Tian slightly nodded, then gradually rose to prepare for the next course of action. However, at that moment, a series of whispers echoed in his mind, infused with a sense of urgency. Recognize yourself. Resolve the cause and effect. Rediscover yourself. Chapter 59. The Arbiter. Recognize myself. A tempest of invisible turmoil swept through Feng Tian's mind, each word striking his soul like a hammer. He clutched his head in agony, his body trembling as if battling an indescribable force. The ground beneath him stirred with dust, forming delicate whirlpools from his struggles. His gaze became unfocused, lips pressed tightly together as pain and confusion intertwined, resembling a solitary spirit in the abyss searching for a glimmer of light. I am who I am. I am Feng Tian. His voice rang with determination, yet was tinged with uncertainty, akin to the brightest star in the night sky, flickering in and out of visibility. Why must I recognize myself? I have traversed here. How can I claim the identity of Uchiha Feng Tian? The whispers in his mind surged like a tide, each thought a sharp blade slicing through his already fragile reason. Am I Uchiha Feng Tian? He murmured, a flicker of confusion and struggle dancing in his eyes, as if he stood on the precipice of two worlds, one familiar, modern, and another strange yet filled with adventure in the ninja realm. No, I am not of the Uchiha clan. Feng Tian suddenly raised his head, eyes wide open, the eternal Manjiki Sharingan dimmed with pain, resembling a candle flickering on the verge of extinguishment, reflecting the chaos and fear within him. Why are my memories so jumbled? What delineates truth from falsehood? With his hands tightly clenched into fists, his nails dug deeply into his palms, the pain momentarily rousing him to consciousness. Yet it only intensified the feelings of helplessness and despair. Pull yourself together, Feng Tian. Dido's voice thundered in Feng Tian's ears. Imbued with an undeniable resolve, he gazed anxiously at Feng Tian, his Sharingan brimming with concern and worry, as if attempting to impart his unwavering belief to him. At last, the murmurs began to fade, and Feng Tian's gaze refocused. As he drew deep breaths, it felt as though he were emerging from a protracted dream, a wave of gratitude washing over him for surviving the ordeal. Panting heavily, beads of sweat dotted his forehead, and a flicker of trepidation crossed his eyes. The surroundings gradually came into clearer view. The the crumbling remnants of the temple, the acrid scent of gunpowder permeating the air, and the warmth of Daito's anxious yet comforting gaze. Everything served as a reminder that he was still alive, still grappling within this endless cycle that I am fine, merely a backlash of ocular power. Feng Tian stated with a calm demeanor, as if the tumultuous events were but a fleeting illusion. Then, as his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan began to revolve slowly, Feng Tian's body returned to its peak condition. The reversal of cause and effect taking place. Upon hearing this, Daito furrowed his brow, a flicker of doubt and unease crossing his features. What did you mean by recognizing oneself? Feng Tian turned to him, his gaze deep as an abyss, a faint smile gracing his lips. Does it matter? In this endless cycle, what are we truly pursuing? Perhaps, recognizing oneself is the key to unraveling all mysteries. Daito fell silent, his concern for Feng Tian intensifying as he observed him. Feng Tian chose not to elaborate further, instead directing his attention toward Kakuzu, a glimmer of cold determination in his eyes. Now that the obstacles have been removed, it is time to seize the seven tails. Kakuzu nodded silently, moving deeper into the shattered temple. His hands swiftly formed seals, and with a low rumble, the ground cracked open, revealing a vast underground entrance, akin to a portal leading to another realm. If the old man's words hold any truth, the seven tails should be within, Kakuzu remarked after completing his task. Feng Tian nodded slightly, closing his eyes to attune to the powerful chakra emanating from beneath. It was the presence of the seven tails, formidable and ancient, like a slumbering giant awaiting the moment of awakening. It is time to conclude this game, Feng Tian murmured, his eyes gleaming with resolve and coldness, reminiscent of a poised predator ready to pounce. Let us proceed, he declared, stepping first into the underground passage. Following suit, Daito and Kakuzu trailed behind him into the depths. The passage was dim and profound, with faint glimmers of light flickering upon the stone walls, reminiscent of naturally occurring phosphorescent minerals. The air was thick with moisture and a hint of decay, and the uneven stone path beneath their feet echoed with each step, a testament to years of neglect. Feng Tian led the way, his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan shining like twin moons in the darkness, piercing through all obstructions and perceiving all that lay ahead. Daito followed closely, vigilant and scanning their surroundings for any unexpected threats. Kakuzu brought up the rear, his stitched-together form appearing even more menacing in the gloom. As if prepared to confront any sudden dangers, they ventured deeper. The temperature within the passage began to drop, a chill palpable even in their breaths. Feng Tian's senses heightened, able to distinctly feel the immense chakra belonging to the seven tails stirring nearby. As if preparing for an imminent battle, prepare for combat. Feng Tian's voice reverberated through the narrow corridor, concise yet powerful, akin to a taut string, instantly tightening the atmosphere among the group. His gaze was sharp, as if ready to embrace the approaching storm. Just then, heavy and hurried footsteps echoed from the passage's end, shattering the silence. Moments later, figures emerged from the shadows like phantoms of the night, wielding sharp blades and eyes keen with intent. These were the elite ninjas guarding the seven tails. Their appearance sent ripples across the calm surface of the situation, akin to a stone cast into tranquil waters. How is it possible for anyone to intrude here? It seems the judges and decision-makers have failed. A deep, magnetic voice resonated within the corridor, laced with a hint of amusement and disdain. As the voice faded, a slender figure emerged from the dim light, akin to a streak of black lightning piercing the stillness. He was the Arbiter. His presence instantly solidified the atmosphere, a powerful force of order radiating from him, like invisible shackles binding the surrounding space. Under this oppressive aura, both Daito and Feng Tian found their might rendered ineffective, as if an unseen barrier had severed their abilities. Allow me to introduce myself. The Arbiter spoke, his tone calm yet cold, imbued with an undeniable authority. I am the Arbiter, the last bastion of Takigakure, yet also the entity destined to annihilate you. Chapter 60. The final line of defense. The Judger, the decision-maker, and now an Arbiter? How tiresome it is, like a set of nesting dolls, one after another. Feng Tian remarked with exasperation, casting a helpless glance at the man claiming to be the Arbiter. Internally, he felt utterly speechless, although the space was sealed. Feng Tian knew that eliminating this man would be a trivial matter with his capabilities. Nesting dolls? What does that mean? The Arbiter inquired, a puzzled look crossing his face, seemingly unable to comprehend Feng Tian's words. However, he quickly waved his hand, as if grasping the very threads of reality. In an instant, the surrounding space constricted violently, the air resonating with a deep rumble, as though time itself had been compressed to a standstill. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Daitu and Feng Tian's companions paled, a hint of panic flashing in their eyes. Yet, Feng Tian remained unperturbed, his eyes suddenly alight with the unique brilliance of his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. Unleashing a powerful force of causality, under my absolute spatial confinement, no one can easily escape. The Arbiter's voice dripped with confidence and disdain, yet his certainty was swiftly shattered by Feng Tian's counterattack. Feng Tian's technique of reversing cause and effect surged forth like a torrent, gradually dismantling the Arbiter's spatial pressure. The suffocating sense of oppression began to dissipate, fading into nothingness. The Arbiter's expression shifted from disdain to astonishment upon witnessing this. He had not anticipated that Feng Tian could so effortlessly dissolve his spatial confinement. This realization dawned upon him. His opponent was no ordinary foe, and he would need to exert his utmost efforts to secure victory. "It seems you will not yield easily unless I show you some true colors," the Arbiter scoffed, his hands spreading wide as a more potent spatial wave erupted from within him. Instantly, the space appeared to tear apart. Countless fissures spiraling around Feng Tian and his companions, as though seeking to engulf them whole. Humph! Feng Tian merely snorted in response, and the powerful force of causality surged once more, the unique light of his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan swirling within his gaze. With his motion, the previously rampaging spatial rifts began to slowly close, as if being smoothed by an invisible force. The cold smirk on the Arbiter's face began to freeze, disbelief washing over him as he beheld the spectacle. A wave of unprecedented crisis swelling within him. "What is this power?" the Arbiter murmured, his eyes filled with shock and confusion. Feng Tian smiled faintly, opting not to answer his inquiry directly. Suddenly, his figure vanished from sight. As if merging with the very fabric of space around them, the Arbiter gasped in alarm, hastily employing every tactic at his disposal to track Feng Tian's presence, yet all was in vain. At that moment, a deep and resonant voice echoed in the Arbiter's ear. "No matter how powerful the force, it can never transcend the confines of causality, and I am the deity who wields this world's power of causality." As the sound faded, the arbitrator's body suddenly stiffened. Realizing that he was utterly immobilized, an invisible force surged from all directions, binding him firmly in place. The figure of Feng Tian appeared before the arbitrator like a specter. His gaze was deep and intricate, encompassing both pity and an ineffable compassion. "Your abilities are commendable, but they are ultimately insufficient." Before the words could fully resonate, a colossal hand of Susanoo materialized from the void. Imbued with cataclysmic power, descending upon the arbitrator with the force of a collapsing mountain. The arbitrator was taken aback, never anticipating such a sudden assault from Feng Tian. He hastily summoned all his strength, striving to withstand this terrifying blow. However, the might of Susanoo was overwhelmingly formidable, rendering his defenses as fragile as parchment, which were instantly shattered. With a thunderous crash, the arbitrator was hurled away by the immense force. His body akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily against the wall. The wall crumbled upon impact, debris scattering and dust swirling into the air. Yet, Feng Tian's onslaught did not cease. As the arbitrator was propelled away, Feng Tian showed no signs of respite. The light within his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan intensified, as if intent on devouring the very space around him. "Your struggles are in vain." His voice was calm and resolute as he slowly raised his hand, commanding Susanoo to continue its assault. The arbitrator struggled to slide down from the wall, his eyes brimming with despair and terror. He had never encountered such a powerful adversary. Feng Tian's strength surpassed all his expectations. Once more, the hand of Susanoo descended, wielding an unmatched force. As if destined to utterly pulverize the arbitrator, he exerted every last ounce of energy to manifest a final defense. But in the face of such might, his efforts were akin to paper against a storm. With another deafening boom, the arbitrator's body was utterly obliterated beneath the overwhelming power, dissolving into a mist of blood that dissipated into the air. Yet, even in such dire straits, a flicker of defiance shone in the arbitrator's eyes. Who are you?" he managed to ask, his voice faint and trembling. Feng Tian lowered his gaze slightly, observing the place where the arbitrator had vanished. A complex emotion flickering in his eyes. "I am Feng Tian, a member of the Twilight Organization." He spoke slowly. "Though your strength is formidable, in the face of causality, it is ultimately but an illusion." As the arbitrator completely dissipated, the surrounding spatial confines also faded away. Feng Tian retracted Susanoo, his figure once again regaining tranquility and composure. Kakuzu and Obito gazed at Feng Tian, who appeared almost divine, feeling an involuntary sense of wariness. However, as teammates, they were not overly concerned that Feng Tian would turn against them. After completing this task, Feng Tian's attention swiftly shifted to the door guarded by several elite ninjas. Witnessing Feng Tian's prowess, despair was etched upon their faces. Yet, as the last elite of Takigakure and the final line of defense for the Seven Tails, they would not retreat a single step, even if it meant death. Behind their door lay the pulsating chakra of the Seven Tails, the ultimate objective of this operation. Kakuzu, Obito, I leave this to you. I shall go capture the Seven Tails. Chapter 61. Dread despite the elite ninjas risking their lives. Fiercely obstructing Feng Tian and his companions, the disparity in strength was akin to an insurmountable chasm. Kakuzu and Obito, like two imperious war gods, effortlessly vanquished the valiant ninjas one by one. Feng Tian stood at one corner of the battlefield. Nodding slightly, his expression devoid of any tumult, he stepped forward, and under the tense and intricate gazes of the onlookers, he slowly pushed open the heavy door. The creaking of the door hinges resonated in the silent atmosphere, sounding particularly jarring, as if heralding some ominous portent. Suddenly, a piercingly innocent and sorrowful cry of an infant shattered the stillness, akin to a solitary goose in a cold wind. The sound was filled with helplessness and fear, evoking deep compassion. Feng Tian's heart tightened. He recognized that it was the voice of the Seven Tails Jinchuriki, Kid. Without hesitation, he advanced, traversing the dim corridor, soon reaching Kid's side. There, he found Kid curled in a corner, a small frame trembling, tears and snot mingling, the wailing heart-wrenching. The innocent eyes were filled with terror and despair, as if the entire world had crumbled. Feng Tian knelt down, his gaze soft yet complex upon Kid. A fleeting glimmer of guilt flickered deep within his eyes, a profound sense of remorse and helplessness. He spoke softly, his voice deep and resonant. I apologize to my intentions were never meant to unfold this way. Throughout this journey, Feng Tian had taken the lives of too many decision-makers, judges, arbitrators, and dozens of elite ninjas from Takigakure had all perished by his hand. It could be said that over 80% of Takigakure's strength had been lost at the hands of Feng Tian alone. Such monumental loss could provoke nearby forces, long-eyeing Takigakure, to seize the opportunity and plunder its resources, especially now. After Feng Tian's abduction of the Seven Tails, those factions would become even more brazen. Contemplating this, a rare ripple of emotion crossed Feng Tian's face. Yet, there was no alternative. He undertook these actions solely to return home. Before going home, he would utilize all his ocular power to reverse the chaos and rectify everything. Feng Tian murmured to himself, then placed his hand above Kid's abdomen, commencing the extraction of chakra. Kid's cries gradually subsided, and with the warmth of Feng Tian's palm, an indescribable force began to circulate between them. This time, due to the absence of any interference, the extraction proceeded swiftly. In less than an hour, the immense chakra of the Seven Tails was completely drawn out. As the chakra waned, Kid's life force diminished at an alarming rate. Observing this scene, Feng Tian sighed in resignation, and then the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan began to turn slowly. A powerful force of causality restored Kid's rapidly diminishing life force. Upon hearing Kid's cries, Feng Tian turned back, exiting the chamber. He knew his actions were somewhat messianic, but there was no choice. He bore no grudge against the Jinchuriki. As a beneficiary of 9 years of compulsory education, he could not bring himself to casually take another's life. Moreover, now that he possessed the ability to reverse causality, it was but a trivial task. How did it go? Was it successful? Upon seeing Feng Tian emerge from the chamber, Obito could not help but inquire. Kakuzu leaned coldly against the wall, awaiting Feng Tian's response. Yes, the process went smoothly. Feng Tian nodded slightly, replying to both of them. However, before Obito could speak, Kakuzu coldly interjected, "Since the mission is complete, where is my due reward?" At these words, Feng Tian's expression remained unperturbed. He merely raised his hand slightly, the power of causality swirling around him. Suddenly, countless gold coins appeared in the void, cascading down like a waterfall, instantly inundating the ground where Kakuzu stood in a golden sea. "This is your reward, Kakuzu," Feng Tian stated calmly, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. These coins did not originate from any place, but were borrowed from a future point in time, using his power of causality. As compensation for Kakuzu's service, a flicker of surprise crossed Kakuzu's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure, extending his hand to catch a handful of flying coins. After inspecting them carefully, a satisfied smile crept upon his lips. Excellent, Feng Tian, your methods are always unexpectedly impressive. Meanwhile, Abito silently observed. Increasingly wary of Feng Tian's capabilities, he understood that despite being a member of the Twilight Organization with a shared goal, Feng Tian's strength and tactics had surpassed his expectations, compelling him to tread with greater caution. So, what shall we do next? Abito inquired, attempting to divert the conversation from the capabilities of Feng Tian. Feng Tian gazed into the distance, his eyes shimmering with intricate emotions. I still have one more task to attend to, Feng Tian spoke softly, a flicker of resentment passing through his gaze. He then departed from the underground, returning to the surface in the next moment. As the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan slowly revolved, mysterious patterns began to spread within his pupils, an indescribable force quietly permeating the air. Shortly thereafter, a towering figure of a black giant, the complete Susanoo, materialized before Kakuzu and Abito, resembling a demon emerging from the abyss. Instilling a sense of reverence in the hands of this complete Susanoo, a remarkably sharp long blade gradually coalesced, its surface shimmering with a faint light of causality, as if capable of discerning all worldly causes and adjudicating life and death. Feng Tian named this blade the Blade of Judgment. Without a moment's hesitation, Feng Tian focused his mind, and the complete Susanoo swung the Blade of Judgment with the might of a mountain, striking fiercely at the distant, undulating mountains in an instant. The sword's energy surged forth, wielding destructive power that leveled the entire mountain range to the ground, dust swirling and obscuring the sun. Having completed this, Feng Tian closed his eyes, enveloped by an unusual wave. The essence of the technique of reversing cause and effect. He abruptly that is merely for those I deem worthy. As for you, his tone grew increasingly frigid, the eternal kaleidoscope of his Sharingan slowly revolving, emanating a disquieting luminescence. With the activation of the Sharingan, an even more formidable sense of oppression enveloped Kakuzu, causing his internal energy to roil violently, until he could no longer contain himself and violently spat out a mouthful of blood. His complexion paling to a ghostly white, Feng Tian's voice resonated as if it emerged from the depths of the underworld, imbued with an undeniable resolve. To kill you bears no burden for me. Do not presume that being one of us in the twilight grants you my mercy. Those whose hands are stained with blood are already blacklisted in my eyes. Chapter 63. The high-level meeting. Kakuzu lay prostrate on the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with resentment and dread. The surrounding air seemed to congeal, and Abito held his breath, gazing at the scene, secretly relieved that he was not Feng Tian's target. Meanwhile, Feng Tian stood in place, akin to a cold judge, awaiting the final verdict. Remember, Feng Tian's voice echoed again, piercing Kakuzu's heart like shards of ice. In this filthy, war-ridden ninja world, there must be someone wielding absolute power to balance it all. And I am that ruler, the measure of good and evil, the arbiter of cause and effect. This is your final warning. Should you speak out of turn again, I shall not hesitate to erase you from this world entirely. Upon concluding his words, Feng Tian retracted that overwhelming power of cause and effect. Kakuzu felt the oppressive force dissipate, and a wave of relief washed over him. In that moment, he finally shifted his mindset, fully submitting to Feng Tian. It's all right, Kakuzu, my brother. This is just how he is. Do not take it to heart. Abito hastily approached, helping Kakuzu to his feet while offering words of comfort. Faced with Abito's concern, Kakuzu merely scoffed inwardly, then stood up, brushing off the dust as though nothing had transpired. Observing this, Abito chose not to comment further, and the two entered Feng Tian's Kimui space at his behest. With a surge of spatial distortion, their figures gradually vanished. To prevent Abito from encountering Minato within the Kamui space, Feng Tian purposefully obscured Minato's presence by employing a reverse causation technique. After completing this, Abito gazed into the distance, his heart awash with complex emotions. He then turned his attention to the unconscious Karabi and his companions on the ground, ultimately deciding to include them in the Kamui space as well. Ah, they are finally coming, aren't they? Amidst the ruins, Feng Tian's words fell softly, and with a swift use of the Flying Thunder God technique, his figure vanished without a trace. 3 days later, Hokage office, Konohagakure. What? The entire Minato team is missing. The higher-ups of Takigakure have been wiped out. Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed his hand on the table, addressing the Leaf Ninja who had just returned from reconnaissance with incredulity. The two ninjas paused momentarily, one of them adjusting their emotions before speaking softly. Lord Third, please remain calm. The Minato team lost all contact with us 3 days ago. Sensing something amiss, we promptly dispatched a reinforcement team to investigate. But they only found traces of battle and what appeared to be the corpses of Takigakure ninjas. As for Takigakure, the situation is equally grim. It is said their higher-ups were ambushed by an unknown force. With no survivors, including the Takikage, currently, Takigakure is plunged into chaos. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi furrowed his brow, his expression reflecting unprecedented severity. How is this possible? The Minato team is the elite of Konoha, although their missions are perilous. Minato possesses the same space-time ninjutsu, the Flying Thunder God, as the second Hokage. Logically, even if they were overpowered, they should have been able to retreat unscathed. Moreover, Takigakure's strength is not to be underestimated. How could they be so easily annihilated? As he spoke, Sarutobi's frown deepened, his face betraying a hint of despair. Lord Third, we too struggle to believe this intelligence, yet the reality before us is worrying, another ninja added. Furthermore, we suspect there may be a connection between these two incidents. Sarutobi remained silent for a moment, then rose, his gaze piercing. Just then, one of the ninjas suddenly appeared to have an epiphany and spoke up. By the way, Lord Third, there is one more matter I believe I must report. What is it? The ninja paused before continuing. 3 days ago, surrounding forces of Takigakure reported that they suddenly heard a sound akin to mountains crumbling and earth shattering. Shortly thereafter, they were subjected to a menacing threat, the essence of which was that the voice's owner warned them against interfering with Takigakure. After some time, those surrounding forces dared to send personnel to investigate Takigakure, and according to the intelligence they returned with, they discovered that the mountain range, previously several miles away, had been flattened by an overwhelmingly powerful force. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi lowered his Hokage hat, concealing his expression. Moments later, he suddenly commanded, "Immediately summon all high-ranking officials for an emergency meeting. We must uncover the truth as swiftly as possible. Regardless of the conspiracy lurking behind this, Konoha cannot remain passive." Yes, the two ninjas responded and hurried away, leaving Sarutobi alone in the room, gazing out at the overcast sky. His heart stirred by unease and determination. Soon, the high-ranking officials of Konoha gathered in the conference room. Each face etched with solemnity. At the head of the conference table stood Sarutobi Hiruzen, the esteemed Hokage. His stature tall and resolute, his demeanor exuding calmness and determination. He began to speak slowly, his voice deep and powerful, relaying the intelligence he had just received to everyone present. Each word struck like a hammer against the hearts of the audience. Everyone, the situation is exceedingly dire. Sarutobi's voice conveyed an undeniable gravity. The disappearance of the Minato team and the obliteration of Takigakure's higher-ups are no mere coincidences. One high-ranking official, furrowing his brow, voiced his concerns. Hiruzen, what sort of conspiracy do you believe lies behind this? Sarutobi inhaled deeply, as if to draw in all his worries, then exhaled slowly, his gaze sweeping across the faces before settling on the setting sun outside. It remains unclear, but based on my conjecture, the only organization capable of simultaneously annihilating the Minato team and Takigakure is that enigmatic Twilight organization. Their actions are shrouded in secrecy, and their methods ruthless. We must swiftly ascertain their true intentions and gather specific intelligence regarding their organization. Another high-ranking official, displaying an anxious expression, pressed on. Then, what shall we do? We cannot simply sit idly by, can we? Just as Sarutobi was about to respond, the conference room door was suddenly flung open with great force. A gust of wind, laden with dust, interrupted his words. Soon, a figure radiating fury akin to a raging lion burst into view. It was none other than the fourth Raikage. His robust physique, muscles rippling like mountains, his eyes ablaze with fiery wrath. He strode purposefully to stand before Sarutobi, his voice booming like thunder. "Hiruzen, where is my dear brother Kurabi? You must provide me with an explanation immediately." Chapter 64. The suitable candidate. Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded the enraged fourth Raikage, taken aback yet maintaining his composure. He rose steadily, his demeanor unwavering, meeting A's fiery gaze with a tone that exuded undeniable calmness and resolve. "Raikage, please, I urge you to remain patient." With that, he raised a hand, signaling for A to hold, his every gesture reflecting the poise of a Hokage. A's brow furrowed deeply, his expression taut with fury, as if he could crush a fly between his brows, the fire in his eyes threatening to consume the conference room whole. "Remain patient. My brother, Kurabi, is missing. He may be in grave danger. How can you expect me to remain patient?" His voice was deep and powerful, each word resonating like a hammer striking the hearts of everyone present. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed into Ai's eyes, filled with anxiety and fury, and felt a surge of complex emotions within himself. He understood the rake's urgency and pain. Yet he was acutely aware that, at this critical juncture, reason outweighed any emotion. Rakage-sama, I empathize with your sentiments, he said, his voice gentle yet profound, akin to the soft spring rain, attempting to soothe the anger within Ai's heart. However, the incidents involving Team Minato and the higher-ups of Takigakure indicate that they may be intricately linked to Kurabi's disappearance. We are diligently investigating and hope to locate them soon. Are you suggesting that all of this is the work of the same force? A flicker of surprise crossed the fourth Raikage's eyes, only to be quickly eclipsed by anger. Indeed, we have reason to believe that a vast organization is orchestrating these events. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke solemnly. And this organization is likely the one you refer to as the Twilight Organization. Upon hearing the name Twilight, the fourth Raikage's fist clenched tightly, the knuckles cracking audibly, as if his very strength could rend the air. Twilight, it's you wretched lot again. Do not let me cross paths with you. One day, I shall personally eradicate this organization. His voice thundered like a storm, causing the entire conference room to tremble. The murderous intent radiating from his face was palpable, his eyes burning like embers, as if capable of igniting a fierce blaze. Not long ago, the Twilight Organization had stealthily infiltrated Kumogakure, seizing the Eight Tails Gyuki and leading to the fall of the third Raikage. Now, they had also abducted his close brother Kurabi, a vendetta that stoked the fires of his wrath to Raikage-sama. We in Kanehagakure are currently holding a high-level meeting, discussing strategies to gather sufficient intelligence on the Twilight Organization. If you trust my words, please take a seat and join us in our deliberations. With that, Sarutobi Hiruzen gestured for the fourth Raikage to sit at the side of the conference room and partake in the discussions. Although the fourth Raikage still harbored discontent, he recognized that this was not the moment for impulsive actions. He snorted softly and slowly moved to a corner of the room, his gaze sharp and intent, as if he sought to penetrate the depths of Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts. Noticing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly and continued. The Twilight Organization appears to have emerged from thin air, shrouded in mystery, based on our current intelligence. The organization comprises several key members. His voice was deep and resonant, each word striking the hearts of those present like a heavy hammer. The suspected leader, Fontion, possesses the Manjiki Sharingan, with abilities that seem to manipulate causality. He can alter certain causalities, thereby influencing reality, a highly dangerous individual. We must deploy sufficiently powerful forces against him. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. At this juncture, Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze was filled with concern. He glanced at the fourth Raikage, who, upon hearing the intelligence about Fontion, rarely lowered his head in acknowledgement. The fourth Raikage had previously clashed with Fontion and was well aware of his formidable prowess. He even suspected that Fontion might have grown even stronger during this time. In addition to Fontion, the Twilight Organization also included the rogue ninja Sasori from Sunagakure, who excelled in puppetry and had previously assassinated the third Kazekage through a surprise attack, his methods heinous beyond measure. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice carried a chill, as if it could freeze blood. Furthermore, according to the latest intelligence, the rogue ninja Kakuzu from Takigakure seemed to have joined the Twilight Organization as well. He had once faced the first Hokage and emerged unscathed. Showcasing his formidable strength, the next member was the enigmatic man in the tiger-striped hood, even more mysterious than Fontion. From the intelligence we have gathered, he wields space-time ninjutsu comparable to the Flying Thunder God technique. Alongside the first Hokages would release techniques. Though his actions during the Battle of Takigakure were few, each was enough to leave a lasting impact, making him an individual of significant concern. Having recounted so much, Sarutobi Hiruzen momentarily paused. His gaze shifted from the fourth Raikage to Uchiha Fugaku and Danzo, as if awaiting their reactions. The final member is none other than our own Konoha ninja, Uchiha Itachi. His prowess needs no elaboration. He excels in Jinjutsu, Taijutsu, and possesses exceptional combat experience. If we are to find a breakthrough against the Twilight Organization, Uchiha Itachi would be our best option. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice bore a note of determination, as if he could already see the dawn of victory. Upon hearing this, Danzo nodded, a rare moment of agreement with Sarutobi Hiruzen. He then spoke slowly, his tone tinged with authority. Uchiha Itachi is an elite member of our Umbu. And indeed, he is the best candidate for acquiring intelligence on the Twilight Organization. That if we wish to obtain information from him, I have someone in mind to recommend. Who? As Danzo's words fell, the room erupted with inquiries. All eyes fixed upon him, eager for his response. However, Danzo refrained from answering directly. Instead, he lightly tapped the table, and with each crisp sound, The door of the conference room creaked open and a remarkably young Konoha ninja clad in umbu attire stepped into view. His face obscured by a cold mask, revealing only a pair of deep, penetrating eyes that seemed to see through the world's illusions. Uchiha, Itachi. Chapter 65. The meeting concludes as this name slowly escaped Danzo's lips. The atmosphere in the conference room became instantly taut. All eyes were riveted upon the young umbu ninja, Uchiha Itachi, the prodigious ninja of Konohagakure. With steady strides, he approached the conference table, his deep-set eyes scanning each attendee before finally locking gazes with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Itachi, you are one of our village's most exceptional ninjas and a standout member of the Uchiha clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked with a hint of nostalgia. This task is of utmost importance. We need you to leverage your past relationship with Uchiha Shursui to approach him and gather intelligence on the Twilight Organization. Itachi slightly bowed his head, acknowledging the mission. His voice was low and calm. I understand. Hokage-sama. I will do my utmost to accomplish this task. Danzo interjected. Itachi, you must bear in mind that while Uchiha Shursui was once a ninja of Konoha, he now belongs to the Twilight Organization, and his loyalties have shifted. Exercise caution and do not show leniency during your mission. Itachi nodded gently, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth beneath the mask. Very well, I shall prepare to depart at a moment's notice. Sarutobi Hiruzen made the decision. Once we are fully prepared to draw out the Twilight Organization, you will seize the opportunity to feign allegiance to them. However, remember, this mission requires utmost caution. Itachi turned to leave the conference room, but just as he was about to step through the door, he halted and glanced back at Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, and all present. Rest assured, I will bring back intelligence on the Twilight Organization and ensure my own safety. His voice was resolute and powerful, almost as if he were making a solemn vow to everyone. With that, as the door to the conference room closed, Itachi's figure vanished from sight. Uchiha Fugaka cast a deep glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen, his heart brimming with complicated emotions. As Itachi's father, he naturally wished to shield him from such a perilous task. Yet, as a ninja of Konoha, the greater good must always take precedence. Thus, when the mission was arranged, he merely observed in silence, offering no opinion. Humph. Can this mere boy truly succeed in retrieving intelligence on the Twilight Organization? The fourth generation of Raikage, seated quietly to the side, emitted a disdainful snort, his words dripping with contempt. Yet, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke calmly, his voice imbued with unwavering confidence in Itachi, in our Konoha village. Itachi is renowned as a composed and formidable genius ninja. He is in charge of this mission, and I have complete faith in him. After uttering these words, Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a glance at Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku nodded slightly in agreement with Sarutobi Hiruzen's assertion. If that is the case, do as you please. However, I remain concerned about Kurabi. Should there be any news of him, I must be informed immediately. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly and replied, that is only natural. With that settled, let us conclude this meeting. Deep beneath Konoha village, a thunderous roar echoed from the depths, further enhancing Feng Tian's ocular power. At that moment, the outer path golem had completely absorbed the chakra of the seven tails, and its aura had become exceedingly volatile. Feng Tian, I am curious just how far your eyes can see now. Uchiha Madara's voice, laden with pressure, reached the ears of all present, instilling apprehension in everyone but Feng Tian. However, Feng Tian remained silent, taking a slow step forward, the force of causality swirling around him, and with a mere thought, it swept across the entire area. The onlookers felt the oppressive aura of causality, cold sweat beating on their foreheads, their gazes towards Feng Tian tinged with trepidation. And Lord Madara, after this enhancement, you will be able to maintain peak combat effectiveness for an extended period under the protection of causality. Feng Tian's voice finally resonated, calm and self-assured, as if everything were well within his grasp. Moreover, even in my absence, this power will remain at your disposal. As Feng Tian's words settled, Uchiha Madara felt the surging power within him swell ever greater. As if countless rivers were converging into a vast sea, coursing through his veins. He savored this unprecedented strength, a joy swelling within him that threatened to overflow, manifesting as the most unrestrained laughter. After a brief warm-up, he slowly produced a scroll, and with a forceful slap to the ground, a gigantic folding fan materialized in his hand. This power is truly intoxicating, Uchiha Madara murmured, gently caressing the fan, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Feng Tian, your abilities are undoubtedly the pinnacle among all the Sharingan powers I am aware of. He swung the fan vigorously, each motion accompanied by the sound of tearing air. As if even space was being rent asunder by its formidable force. He then turned to Feng Tian, his face alight with enthusiasm, continuing, "At this moment, my blood is boiling. This is the first time, aside from Hashirama, that I have felt such intense battle fervor towards another. The previous battle in the hidden cloud village was merely a dull farce to me. But now, facing you, Feng Tian, I perceive a magnificent dance unfolding before my eyes, with each of your movements presenting the finest of adversarial performances. So let us revel in the joy that battle brings upon this field." As Uchiha Madara's words fell, an overwhelming pressure, even more potent than Feng Tian's causality power, surged forth, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. Feng Tian stood there quietly, his gaze piercing as he locked onto the battle-hungry Uchiha Madara. Although his demeanor remained as tranquil as water, the flames of battle ignited fiercely within his eternal Mangeki Sharingan. In the next instant, without hesitation, he shifted to his eternal Mangeki Sharingan, with a surge of causality power. His and Uchiha Madara's figures vanished from their original location, leaving only fleeting afterimages as they receded from the astonished gazes of the onlookers. When they reappeared, they found themselves enveloped in a realm of void and time. Here, the flow of time was chaotic, and the spatial structure twisted in dizzying ways, with nothing but the vast expanse beneath them. This was the battleground crafted specifically for the two of them. As you wish, Lord Madara, Feng Tian's voice echoed in the empty space of time. Now, we may unleash our full potential without reservation. Chapter 66. The battle in the realm of time deep beneath Konoha village. Shirzue, who do you think will win between those two? Obito inquired of Shirzue, who was standing nearby after witnessing Feng Tian and Uchiha Madara's disappearance. Both, being members of the Uchiha clan, naturally shared a closer bond within the Twilight organization. I don't know. Perhaps it will be Madara. After all, he wields godlike power, Shirzue replied, a hint of uncertainty in his tone as his gaze deepened, seemingly weighing the balance of these two forces within his mind. However, Obito's tone suddenly shifted, his eyes gleaming with a peculiar light. That guy Feng Tian always manages to conjure miraculous feats in desperate situations. You recall that mission in the Hidden Cloud Village? We all thought we were doomed, yet he single-handedly transported Madara over, turning the tide of battle. And just recently in the Hidden Waterfall Village, you didn't witness the overwhelming pressure Feng Tian's complete body Susanoo exerted. With just a single strike, he annihilated nearly all the elite ninjas of the Hidden Waterfall Village, including the Water Shadow. Shirzue nodded slightly at Obito's words, memories of Feng Tian's countless miraculous escapes surfacing in his mind. He couldn't deny that Feng Tian possessed an indescribable resilience and potential, a quality that even he found awe-inspiring. Indeed, Feng Tian's potential is unfathomable, Shirzue gradually remarked. Moreover, while his causality power is enigmatic, it also contains profound truths. If he were to further comprehend it, he might truly be able to contend with Madara. While the two conversed, Kakuzu turned to Sasori, asking, "What do you think?" Sasori, upon hearing this, merely shot Kakuzu a cold glance before replying, a tedious endeavor." With that, he began to walk aside, engrossing himself in the study of his puppets. Ever since the fervent idea of transforming himself into a puppet had struck him, Sasori had been contemplating how to achieve that goal perfectly. Upon noticing Kakuzu's arrival, some thoughts began to form in his mind. Kakuzu, witnessing this scene, snorted disdainfully and quietly awaited the outcome of the battle. In the realm of time, Feng Tian and Uchiha Madara's standoff reached an unprecedented level of tension. The surrounding space seemed to be torn asunder by their imposing auras, with each breath accompanied by subtle tremors in the fabric of reality. "Feng Tian, your growth truly surpasses my expectations," Uchiha Madara's voice reverberated in the time-space, laced with admiration but overshadowed by the fervor of impending combat. Feng Tian smiled slightly, his eternal Mangeki Sharingan shimmering with an otherworldly glow, as if capable of perceiving all causality in existence. "Lord Madara, let us dispense with idle chatter and commence our battle. I too am curious to know to what extent I can now ascend." No sooner had he spoken than Feng Tian flickered, appearing at Uchiha Madara's side, a fist imbued with the force of causality aimed squarely at Madara's flank. Yet, Uchiha Madara's reaction was equally swift. He deftly sidestepped the blow as his fan swung out violently, conjuring a tempest that rushed towards Feng Tian's face. Feng Tian flickered once more, narrowly evading the fan's onslaught while his eyes began to whirl, preparing for his next strike. Uchiha Madara, unwilling to be outdone, leaped forward like a ferocious beast, lunging at Feng Tian with fierce intent. Within this realm of time, their battle intensified, each clash threatening to tear the very fabric of reality apart. The collision of Feng Tian's causality power and Uchiha Madara's strength sparked a myriad of dazzling fireworks, transforming the entire time-space into a dreamlike spectacle. In that moment, the realm of time seemed to freeze, leaving only the two figures of Feng Tian and Uchiha Madara fiercely locked in combat. Each impact resonated with thunderous roars, each strike threatening to obliterate the space around them. Feng Tian, let us put an end to this child's play of taijutsu. Uchiha Madara bellowed, and in an instant, a colossal complete body Susanoo materialized around him. Very well. Feng Tian also spoke in response, and immediately, as his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan whirled into action, he unleashed the pitch-black, formidable complete body Susanoo. That moment, two colossal figures loomed, with Uchiha Madara and Feng Tian's complete body Susanoo resembling twin moving mountains. Their auras clashed against each other, distorting the space around them, as if it might collapse at any moment. Feng Tian, allow me to witness whether your so-called power of causality can withstand my strength. Uchiha Madara's voice reverberated above the head of the Susanoo. Infused with boundless dominance and confidence, Feng Tian smiled faintly, his Susanoo wielding a massive long sword, its blade shimmering with the radiance of causality, as if it could sever all ties of fate in the world. Lord Madara, then please enlighten me. No sooner had the words left his lips than the two Susanoos launched simultaneous assaults. Uchiha Madara's Susanoo swung its great blade, unleashing a cataclysmic force aimed at Feng Tian. In response, Feng Tian's Susanoo brandished the judgment blade, sending forth a beam of causality to meet it. Their clash erupted into a deafening roar, causing the very fabric of space-time to tremble. A powerful shockwave radiated outward, tearing the surrounding space to shreds. Yet, neither Feng Tian nor Uchiha Madara showed any inclination to retreat. They continued to maneuver their Susanoo, engaging in a fierce exchange, each collision threatening to annihilate the very realm they occupied. Observing their equal footing, a hint of madness flitted across Uchiha Madara's face, and he quickly formed hand seals, summoning dozens of shadow clones. Upon witnessing this, Feng Tian immediately deduced Madara's intentions. He planned to have the clones employ Susanoo as well to besiege Feng Tian collectively. Realizing this, the power of causality surged forth from Feng Tian's eyes. Under the influence of reversing cause and effect, the shadow clones poised to unleash Susanoo were obliterated in an instant. Uchiha Madara was momentarily taken aback, but the madness on his face remained unyielding. Indeed, battling you ignites my passion. Ha ha ha. Uchiha Madara's laughter echoed, and at that moment, Feng Tian was truly regarded as a being akin to Hashirama. Hearing this, a grave expression crossed Feng Tian's face, and then, a cataclysmic force filled with annihilation surged from the judgment blade in his hand. In the next moment, Madara heard Feng Tian's chilling voice. It is time to conclude. Chapter 67, 8 Gates of Duanjia, Death Gate. As Feng Tian's words fell with a chilling finality, an overwhelming force of destruction erupted from the judgment blade he wielded. With a swift motion, Feng Tian directed the sword's energy toward Uchiha Madara, enveloped in this terrifying aura of annihilation. Sensing the impending doom, even someone as formidable as Uchiha Madara could not help but feel a twinge of seriousness deep within his gaze. Just as the blade's energy was about to strike, in an instant, Uchiha Madara's composure returned as he unleashed his full strength. His eyes rapidly shifted to the Rinnegan, and he raised his hand slightly, releasing a horrifying gravitational pull that absorbed Feng Tian's blade energy completely. So, you can no longer refrain from employing the Rinnegan. This power belongs to the Hungry Ghost Realm's absorption technique, doesn't it? Feng Tian observed coldly, fully aware of Madara's abilities as a time traveler. Yet, facing him directly, he still felt a pang of pressure. Feng Tian, you have indeed impressed me, but such measures are still insufficient to defeat me. Uchiha Madara's voice echoed within the Susanoo, tinged with disdain and provocation. Feng Tian, however, remained unfazed by the taunt, understanding the importance of maintaining composure in their battle. Lord Madara, I am certainly aware of your prowess. Yet, what is about to transpire next? I believe you will remember vividly. His words, still cold, now carried a hint of determination. Then, his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan gradually ceased its rotation, and the colossal complete body Susanoo dissipated. However, at that moment, Uchiha Madara suddenly erupted into laughter, filled with mockery and scorn. Feng Tian, do you think this will lead to your victory? You are utterly naive. Unperturbed by Madara's derision, Feng Tian merely shook his head and softly replied. Originally, this technique was meant for them. However, it seems fortuitous to use it now to ascertain whether I can endure the causality it brings. Upon uttering this, Feng Tian concentrated all his chakra into his heart, while a plume of red steam began to emanate from his body. 8th Gate of Duanjia, Death Gate. Open. As his calm yet resolute words fell, the atmosphere of the battlefield shifted dramatically. Uchiha Madara's smile froze upon his face as he sensed the dreadful power brewing within Feng Tian. Eighth Gate of Duanjia. Death Gate? When did you learn this technique? Uchiha Madara's voice dripped with disbelief. He knew all too well that the 8 gates of Duanjia represented the pinnacle of physical prowess, and opening the Death Gate signified burning one's life to its utmost limit for unparalleled strength. Feng Tian remained silent, his eyes tightly shut, every muscle in his body coiled in anticipation for the impending explosion. Red steam poured forth from him, enveloping his form in a haunting tableau. Humph, even so. You may not surpass me, Uchiha Madara scoffed, swiftly forming hand seals to prepare for Feng Tian's ultimate strike. Come, let me see just how far you can go. Yet, at that moment, Feng Tian's body seemed propelled by an invisible force, transforming into a streak of red lightning that charged towards Uchiha Madara. His speed was so extraordinary that even Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan struggled to capture it. Lord Madara, receive my final blow. Feng Tian's voice thundered in Madara's ear. And in the next instant, his fist, imbued with world-shattering power, struck fiercely upon Uchiha Madara's Susanoo.at. That moment, the very space itself seemed to be rent asunder by this force, as the Susanoo emitted a deafening roar, its massive form beginning to crack before ultimately collapsing. Uchiha Madara was also thrust back by this overwhelming power, his visage turning pallid. What? Is this power? Uchiha Madara gasped. His eyes filled with astonishment. He had never anticipated that Feng Tian could unleash such terrifying strength. Yet before he could catch his breath, Feng Tian's fist, shrouded in that fearsome red steam, came crashing towards him. Uchiha Madara's expression darkened instantly, a glint of cold determination flashing in his deep-set eyes. Without hesitation, he activated the Rinnegan's limbo border jail, summoning several figures that flickered in and out of existence. His hidden clones from the subspace, they surged forth like phantoms, exerting every ounce of strength to create an indomitable barrier, desperately resisting Feng Tian's relentless onslaught. However, the horrifying power unleashed by the 8 gates of Duanjia was not something mere mortals could withstand. Though those clones were indeed formidable, they could only hold their ground for mere seconds under the overwhelming force of Feng Tian's relentless fists, shattering like candles in the wind, ultimately falling prey to his merciless advance. Faced with Feng Tian's impending lethal strike, Uchiha Madara's lips curled into a disdainful smirk, his deep eyes glinting with resolution and pride. He clapped his hands together and bellowed, would release, flowering tree world, descend. With that thunderous roar, the entire battlefield was enveloped by a mysterious force. In an instant, countless towering trees burst forth from the earth, twisting and entwining to form an expansive, verdant ocean. These trees seemed to possess life, their leaves shimmering with a faint glow as they ensnared Feng Tian, trapping him within this vibrant yet perilous forest. Under the strange and potent suppression of wood release, Feng Tian felt his chakra receding like a tide. The once boiling red steam began to lose its former vigor, waning as if consumed by an unseen force. Lord Madara, do you truly believe this can confine me? Feng Tian's lips curled into a smile that hinted at profound intrigue, and in the next moment, his figure vanished in a flash through the flying thunder god technique. Simultaneously, under the manipulation of this extraordinary ninjutsu that defied the natural order, a striking flying thunder god mark suddenly manifested behind Uchiha Madara, resembling a shackle of fate, silently proclaiming Feng Tian's return. Before Uchiha Madara could react, Feng Tian's silhouette had already appeared at his back like a shadow, with a fierce punch, imbued with destructive power akin to a meteor plummeting to the earth. He struck towards Madara's back, as if determined to reduce all obstacles to mere dust. It was time for the curtain to fall. Yet, just as Feng Tian believed he had succeeded, a deep and oppressive voice reverberated from the other end of the battlefield. Like thunder, Feng Tian, I believe I mentioned my disdain for those who appear behind me. Chapter 68, Time's Up. What? Feng Tian gasped in astonishment, turning around in search of Madara's figure, but alas, he found none. Meanwhile, the punch Feng Tian had unleashed with all his might, accompanied by the sound of slicing wind, crashed into the air where Uchiha Madara had previously stood, resounding deafeningly. In that instant, a significant cold smile crept upon Uchiha Madara's lips, laden with mockery and disdain. Then, his form bizarrely twisted, transforming into a lifelike wooden figure, from which countless branches sprang forth like serpents, ensnaring Feng Tian tightly, rendering him immobile. This is terrible. It's the wood release, shadow clone technique. I have fallen into a trap. An alarm blared within Feng Tian's mind. regret and terror intertwining as he struggled vehemently, attempting to break free from this binding while also seeking to activate the Flying Thunder God technique to escape this dire predicament. However, fate was unkind. Before he could employ the Flying Thunder God, in the next moment, numerous enormous wooden pillars descended from the heavens, akin to the wrath of deities, pinning him firmly to the ground. Leaving him utterly unable to move. Would release. Myojin Gate. Uchiha Madara's voice was low and powerful, and as those words slowly fell, his figure appeared before Fontion like a specter, his battle attire rustling. His gaze as frigid as ice. He stepped forward, his fingers lightly brushing over the Myojin Gate that sealed Fontion, each touch seemingly reminiscing about the past, a flicker of imperceptible tenderness and recollection flashing in the depths of his eyes. Though it cannot compare to that fellow's sage art, Myojin Gate, it suffices for sealing purposes. After speaking, Uchiha Madara slightly lowered his head, observing the disheveled Fontion on the ground, and continued, "What is the matter? Do you need me to assist you?" Fontion raised his head slightly, a hint of disdain suddenly flashing across his face. "I believe that one tea be necessary." With that, Fontion surprisingly disregarded the seal of the Myojin Gate and stood up straight. Upon witnessing this, Uchiha Madara instinctively took a few steps back. However, it was precisely this retreat that allowed Fontion to seize the opportunity, unleashing a powerful strike imbued with obliterating force towards Uchiha Madara. The moment his fist made contact with Madara, the latter sensed the annihilating power capable of eradicating everything. In a moment of desperation, he quickly removed his armor and tossed it aside, narrowly avoiding being consumed by this obliterating force. "I am quite curious, how did you manage that?" Despite the perilous situation just moments ago, Uchiha Madara managed to regain his composure swiftly and inquired. However, Fontion remained silent, his eyes emanating a faint aura of divine might. As if he had said everything yet nothing at all. "I see. It is Obito's ability," Uchiha Madara mused, as if a light had dawned upon him, yet his gaze still held a hint of perplexity. "In my understanding, each Sharingan's ability should be unique. Your power relates to causality. Yet how do you possess Obito's space-time ability?" Upon hearing this, Fontion smiled faintly and replied, "Everyone possesses their own secrets, do they not, Lord Madara?" Uchiha Madara scrutinized Fontion, his gaze a mix of curiosity and wariness. He nodded slowly, conceding, "Indeed, everyone has their own secrets. It seems your secrets are deeper than I had anticipated." Fontion steadied himself. Although he had just broken free from the bindings of the wood release, his aura still appeared somewhat disordered. He took a deep breath, striving to calm his inner energy while vigilantly watching Uchiha Madara, ready for any sudden attacks. "Shall we continue?" Uchiha Madara spoke gravely, having already devised countermeasures upon learning of Fontion's abilities. "Of course, for I too wish to discover the extent of my capabilities," Fontion replied nonchalantly, unleashing a fresh wave of crimson steam. The second phase of battle commenced. Fontion directly employed the Flying Thunder God technique, aiming to depart from this locale. However, just as he was about to activate the ninjutsu, Uchiha Madara's gaze suddenly sharpened. "Want to escape? It won't be so easy." In a flash, Uchiha Madara appeared before Fontion. Seizing his shoulder, Fontion's heart raced. He had not anticipated Uchiha Madara's reaction to be so swift. Yet, in that critical moment, the obliterating power within him surged, and a formidable force erupted from his being, pushing Uchiha Madara back several steps. Seizing this opportunity, Fontion wasted no time in activating the Flying Thunder God technique, his form transforming into a streak of light, vanishing from the spot. In the next heartbeat, Fontion reappeared at Uchiha Madara's flank. This time he maintained a sufficient distance, launching a punch that sliced through the air. The punch, enveloped in obliterating power, devoured the air in its path, leaving behind a pitch-black fissure. Uchiha Madara's pupils constricted at this sight. The speed of this attack surpassed all previous attempts. Yet he did not flinch. He raised one hand and declared, "Shinra Tensei." Accompanied by Uchiha Madara's proclamation, an invisible force erupted from him, as if the very fabric of space were being violently repelled. The moment Fontion's punch met this force, it was repelled with overwhelming might. Unable to advance another inch, and the dark fissure swiftly healed under the influence of this power, as if it had never existed. Intriguing. Fontion performed a roll in midair, landing steadily, his eyes reflecting both surprise and excitement. He understood well that Shinra Tensei was a unique ability of the Rinnegan. Capable of repelling all matter and energy, he had not expected Uchiha Madara to employ this technique to counter his punch. Uchiha Madara slowly lowered his hand, a faint smile gracing his lips. "It seems your power is formidable, yet insufficient to breach my defenses. Now, It is my turn to attack. As soon as the words left his mouth, Uchiha Madara's figure vanished once more, seemingly melding into the air, leaving behind flickering afterimages. Fintian's pupils dilated. He could sense the surrounding space being subtly distorted by some power, a precursor to Uchiha Madara's imminent assault. At that moment, Uchiha Madara's form materialized behind Fengtian, his hand slowly extending to rest upon Fengtian's shoulder. Immediately after, Uchiha Madara's oppressive voice resonated from behind Fengtian. It seems the time has come, has it not? Chapter 69, Itachi's Choice. What? Fengtian spun around abruptly, disbelief etched across his face, his gaze pinning Uchiha Madara's disdainful visage. The air around them seemed to freeze, even the wind pausing, leaving only the tension between the two, palpable enough to hear a pin drop. A playful smile tugged at the corners of Madara's mouth. His movements were casual, as if merely brushing away a speck of dust from his sleeve, yet the push contained the force of an earthquake. Fengtian felt an irresistible force crash upon him. His chest struck as if by a heavy hammer, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood, radiant as the evening glow but tinged with a tragic hue. He was sent sprawling like a kite severed from its string, violently propelled into the distance, crashing heavily to the ground, dust swirling around him. Gasping for breath, each inhalation felt as though he were dancing on the edge of a blade, painful and arduous. Why does my strength continuously wane? The dissipating chakra flows like fine sand through an hourglass, silent yet despairing. Uchiha Madara strides forward, arms crossed over his chest. His Rinnegan, once fierce, has now withdrawn into a calm demeanor. Yet his ordinary black eyes conceal unfathomable whirlpools. With a gaze tinged with near pity, he looks down upon the half-kneeling Fengtian, his voice deep and resonant. The forbidden power of the 8 gates, though it grants you strength that surpasses limits for a fleeting moment, exacts the toll of life's swift consumption. If you fail to discover a means to restrain this power, I fear your life's flame will extinguish at this very moment. Madara's words cut through the air like a chilling winter breeze. Stark and frigid. Having spoken, Madara gracefully crouches down, his long fingers gently resting upon Fengtian's trembling shoulder. This time, he does not unleash the terrifying assault, but instead, he begins to infuse Fengtian with a warm and pure chakra, akin to the gentle spring rain nourishing parched earth. Under the nurturing influence of this power, Fengtian's body seems to awaken as if summoned by some mysterious force. His tightly shut eyes snap open, revealing the eternal kaleidoscope of the Sharingan. As an overwhelming force of causality flows within him, the once rapidly deteriorating vitality begins to miraculously restore, reminiscent of wilted flowers blooming anew in the spring. Yet, the backlash from the 8th gate's deathly door proves overwhelmingly severe. Fortunately, Fengtian has captured the 7 tails, which has once again enhanced his ocular prowess. Otherwise, even if restoration were possible, it would inevitably leave behind dire consequences. Feeling the resurgence of chakra and the revitalization of life force within, Fengtian's tightly furrowed brow gradually relaxes. He raises his gaze to meet Madara's, a mixture of surprise and gratitude flickering in his eyes. Why help me? Fengtian struggles to articulate, his voice laced with a hint of hoarseness. Madara stands tall, his gaze penetrating the distance as if piercing through the barriers of time and space, glimpsing a far more distant past and future. This world has long been devoid of a worthy ally to stand by my side. You, Fengtian, are an exception. He turns sharply, his gaze piercing as he locks eyes with Fengtian. Compared to Obito, you are a far more perfect pawn. As the master of this grand chessboard, I have no desire to expend the powers of the Rinnegan on your behalf. Upon hearing this, Fengtian's lips curve into a bitter smile. He is acutely aware that Madara's nature is one of arrogance and complexity, often acting on his own will and judgment. Today's actions may be merely a whim or perhaps a recognition of his potential. Regardless, thank you. Struggling to his feet, despite his lingering weakness, he inquires, shall we continue fighting? Upon seeing Fengtian rise, Madara straightens, arms crossed, gazing down upon him with an air of superiority. There's no need. Fengtian replies softly, a hint of a bitter smile gracing his features. Continuing this battle serves no purpose. Almost immediately, bolstered by the power of causality, Fengtian's body begins to recover at an astonishing rate. He turns away from Madara, speaking lightly yet brimming with confidence. Do you believe, Lord Madara, that I still have a card to play, should I employ it? I am confident that you would not be my match. Intrigued by this assertion, Madara responds directly, oh, is that so? I am keen to know what gives you the confidence to make such a claim. Fengtian, however, remains silent, merely shaking his head gently. After a pause, he finally speaks. Once this move is executed, we shall both perish. However, you shall tread the path to the underworld first. With that, Fengtian gazes into the distance, a grave look crossing his features, before whispering in a tone only he can hear, "This move is intended for them." At the waterfall in Kanahagakure, Uchiha Itachi wanders slowly through the forest, his gaze scanning his surroundings. The remnants of battle bear witness to his friendship with Shui. Ever since Shui had defected from Konoha alongside Fontian, Itachi had not worn a smile. Now, he finds himself reminiscing about their shared moments. Yet the harsh reality plunges his thoughts into an abyss of confusion. Shui. Why? He murmurs softly, unable to comprehend Shui's actions. Before long, he arrives at the waterfall, the very place of their last spar, where Fontian had appeared and taken Shui away. Standing before the waterfall, Itachi's gaze deepens, becoming intricate and contemplative. The cascading waters thunder down like the Milky Way, crashing against the rocks. Yet it cannot drown out the turmoil and uncertainty within him. He closes his eyes, conjuring the image of Shui's gentle yet resolute gaze, recalling their last encounter. Shui's swordsmanship had reached unparalleled heights, and under his guidance, Itachi had made significant strides. Yet, all that beauty was ruthlessly shattered upon Fengtian's arrival. Shui, what did you truly see? What compelled you to abandon Konoha, to leave us? Itachi asks himself, as if hoping to hear Shui's distant answer amidst the roar of the waterfall. He slowly sits upon a rock beside the waterfall, allowing the droplets to splash upon his face, dampening his hair and clothing. In this moment, he feels utterly isolated from the world, lost in contemplation. Shui, I have never blamed you. I merely wish to know if your choice was indeed the right one. Is Konoha, our shared homeland, truly unworthy of our affection? A flicker of confusion crosses Itachi's eyes, quickly replaced by determination. He rises, his gaze resolutely fixed upon the horizon, the direction in which Fontian had taken Shui. Regardless of your choice, I shall seek the truth. If Konoha is indeed flawed, I will endeavor to see the reality with my own eyes. Should your decision, Shui, prove right, I will respect and understand it. Taking a deep breath, Itachi turns away from the waterfall, preparing to return to Konoha. He knows there are many matters to attend to, countless mysteries to unravel. All of it requires his direct investigation, experience, and judgment. Unbeknownst to Itachi, not far off, Shui stands upon a branch, witnessing everything unfold. His expression is a tapestry of complexity, regret, turmoil, yet above all, resolution. Itachi, I am sorry. There are many things I must attend to myself. We are not meant to meet again at this moment. Chapter 70. Fengtian's doubt with a peculiar distortion in space akin to rippling water. The figures of Fengtian and Uchiha Madara emerge from the void, gradually revealing themselves to the onlookers. As the spatial fluctuations settle, tranquility returns. So, what was the outcome of your confrontation? Who emerged victorious? Obito steps forward, almost instinctively, his voice laced with urgency. His gaze flits between the two, searching for any sign of battle beneath their calm exteriors. Yet, both Fontian and Madara appear immaculate, their breaths restored to peak condition through that mysterious reversal of causality, rendering any judgment of victory or defeat impossible based on appearances alone. Just as Fontian is about to speak, a smile barely tugging at his lips, Madara's deep, magnetic voice interrupts. The result of that battle was merely an illusion. What truly matters is our next strategy and actions. His words convey a sense of detached indifference, as if the earlier conflict were nothing more than a trivial game. The crowd nods in response. Their expressions varied. Fontian turns to Madara, a complex mix of admiration, wariness, and an unspoken kinship flickering in his eyes. Where is Shui? Fontian asks, surprised to find Shui absent after a brief survey of the surroundings. Obito, upon hearing this, is momentarily taken aback, then surveys the area, confirming Shui's disappearance before replying. That's odd. Shui was just beside me. How could he suddenly vanish? Obito scratched his head, expressing his confusion. Shortly thereafter, his gaze shifted towards Scorpion and Kakuzu, seeking answers from them. However, the icy indifference in Scorpion's eyes and Kakuzu's taciturn demeanor left him feeling a tinge of helplessness. At that moment, a subtle fluctuation in the air was felt, and Shui appeared before everyone with an elusive swiftness, akin to a phantom. His eyes met with Fengtian's, and an ominous aura seemed to pervade the atmosphere. After a brief moment, Fengtian spoke with a grim expression, his words laced with authority. Where have you been? Did I not make it clear that no one is permitted to leave without my consent? Shui's form quivered slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. Facing Fengtian's oppressive gaze, a hint of apology flickered in his eyes. I apologize, Fengtian. There are matters I must attend to alone. His voice was calm and resolute, devoid of any sign of retreat. Fengtian's brow furrowed, sensing an unusual aura emanating from Shizue, a blend of determination and secrecy. He understood that Shizue's actions bore significant implications. Shizue, you are aware of the importance of our plan at this critical juncture. Any individual's actions could impact the entire situation. Fengtian's tone was imbued with an undeniable seriousness. I expect you to elucidate what you have been doing. Shizue took a deep breath, seemingly organizing his thoughts. After a moment, he slowly disclosed the reason for his departure. I sensed a familiar, yet strange chakra fluctuation. It belongs to Itachi, and I feared it might jeopardize our plans, so I decided to investigate personally. Upon hearing this, Fengtian's expression softened. His gaze towards Shizue lost its hostility, although his mind remained occupied with thoughts. After a pause, Fengtian inquired, was he alone? Shizue nodded slightly, neither confirming nor denying. However, Fengtian's brow furrowed at this revelation, resting his chin on his hand as he pondered aloud. At such a sensitive moment, Itachi appears alone. Could this be a trap set by Konoha? He then turned his piercing gaze back to Shizue, the weight of his pressure returning, his tone once more tinged with darkness. Or are you the spy sent by Konoha? Faced with Fengtian's sudden accusation, Shizue's expression shifted, but he quickly regained his tranquility. He understood that any display of panic at such a moment could deepen the misunderstanding. Taking a steadying breath, he met Fengtian's eyes with unwavering resolve. Fengtian, I comprehend your concerns, but I assure you, I, Shizue, am in no way a spy sent by Konoha. That if I were a spy, it would be far simpler to use the Infinite Tsukuyomi on you directly. Shizue's words were filled with sincerity and determination, his gaze unwavering. Fengtian scrutinized him, seemingly weighing the truthfulness of his words. After a moment, Fengtian slowly nodded, his tone still tinged with caution, though not as sharp as before. Since we have reached this point, I can only place my trust in you. However, Itachi's appearance undoubtedly necessitates heightened vigilance. At this critical moment, any rustle could herald a crisis. Perhaps this is a trap set by Konoha specifically for you, aimed at capturing you and extracting more intelligence from Twilight. Shizue nodded slightly, indicating his understanding that I recognized this, which is why I decided to investigate personally. But Itachi's chakra fluctuations genuinely unsettled me. I must ensure he does not become an impediment to our plans. Then, what were the results of your investigation? Fengtian pressed, urgency evident in his eyes. Shizue paused for a moment, seemingly gathering his thoughts, before responding. Itachi was indeed alone. I did not detect any other presence around him. Moreover, I refrained from revealing myself to him, intending to avoid falling into a trap. Upon hearing Shizue's explanation, Fengtian finally felt reassured. His scrutinizing gaze shifted to one of appreciation as he approached Shizue, patting him on the shoulder and softly saying, I understand now. I misjudged you. Shizue merely nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to exploit the moment to challenge Fengtian. Finally, Uchiha Madara, who had been standing with his arms crossed, grew impatient. He simply spoke, yet his words cast an unnameable pressure upon everyone present except Fengtian. Enough. Regardless of the conspiracy, my power is sufficient to obliterate all that exists. What I wish to know now is how we should proceed. With that, Madara turned his gaze toward Fengtian, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. After all, whether he could maintain this pinnacle of power largely depended on Fengtian's directives. Fengtian exhaled a deep breath, then, under the expectant gazes of the others, he began to articulate their next course of action. Next, we must eliminate the only variable that could disrupt our decisive battle. That is, Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Orochimaru. Obito's brow furrowed slightly. I have heard some whispers about him. Shizue interjected, a thoughtful expression on his face. However, I find it perplexing that, given our current strength, Orochimaru is deemed the sole variable in our path to victory. Obito voiced his confusion, his eyes fixed intently on Fengtian. Fengtian smiled lightly, a playful smirk gracing his lips as he began. Orochimaru's strength is, well, somewhat middling compared to ours. However, he paused, his expression turning grave. What truly concerns me is his mastery of the forbidden technique. Edo Tensei. At the mention of Edo Tensei, the expressions of everyone present, save for Uchiha Madara, shifted to one of somber seriousness. This forbidden technique, created by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, could summon the souls of the deceased from the afterlife and implant them into living bodies, achieving a near-perfect resurrection. In the normal timeline, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, Kabuto's use of Edo Tensei had caused immense turmoil throughout the ninja world. In the later stages, Orochimaru's Edo Tensei even successfully summoned past Hokages, altering the course of entire battles. It could be said that Edo Tensei was a technique capable of determining the fate of the conflict. Of course, this was contingent upon having sufficient sacrifices. Edo Tensei, Obito echoed the name, clearly having some knowledge of the forbidden technique. Are you suggesting that Orochimaru might use this technique against us? Feng Tian nodded, his expression grave. There is a possibility, but it is not guaranteed. Orochimaru has long pursued immortality and power, and his research into forbidden techniques is unparalleled. If, at a critical moment, he were to use Edo Tensei to summon formidable deceased warriors to fight, our plans would face severe disruption. We cannot afford to underestimate this. What should we do then? Kakuzu, unable to contain himself, inquired. Though powerful, he found himself somewhat daunted by such supernatural forbidden techniques. Feng Tian pondered for a moment before responding. We must first locate Orochimaru and ascertain his current status. If he harbors hostility towards us, we must devise a way to thwart him. Furthermore, if necessary, we should consider sealing him away or, alternatively, eradicating him entirely. At this, a glimmer of killing intent flashed in Feng Tian's eyes. Although Orochimaru eventually redeemed himself, in Feng Tian's eyes, the earlier version of Orochimaru had committed heinous acts, killing countless innocents for his selfish desires, including his own teacher, Hiruzen Tsurutobi. This was enough to label him a villain. For Feng Tian, even if the current Orochimaru had yet to make a move, he had already found his way onto Feng Tian's blacklist. But Orochimaru is elusive. How can we find him? Daitu continued to voice his concerns. Seeking clarification, upon hearing his words, Feng Tian smiled gently and shook his head. Following this, as Feng Tian's eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan began to revolve slowly, countless fine threads appeared before the eyes of the onlookers. These were the causal threads, a new ability acquired after Feng Tian's ocular power was enhanced. Witnessing Feng Tian activate his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan and unveil the power of causal threads, the gathered crowd displayed expressions of astonishment. They had never encountered such a wondrous ability that could discern the intricate causal relationships of the world. What is this? Daitu exclaimed, his eyes widening with curiosity. Feng Tian replied with a subtle smile. These are the causal threads, a new power I have gained following the elevation of my ocular prowess. They reveal the causal connections of all things, allowing us to trace the whereabouts of Orochimaru. As he spoke, Feng Tian pointed to the delicate threads, one of which subtly indicated a direction far off. That he continued. Look, that thread is Orochimaru's causal line. It is guiding us to his location. This revelation. The crowd's expressions shifted to one of realization. They had not anticipated that Feng Tian possessed such a remarkable ability to track Orochimaru's movements. This is splendid. With this ability, we can easily locate Orochimaru. Daitu exclaimed with excitement. Feng Tian nodded, then cautioned. Indeed, but we must remain vigilant. Orochimaru is a cunning adversary, and during our confrontation, we must be ever watchful of his every move. That man is one who cannot be easily defeated, yet possesses countless methods of escape. Uchiha Madara raised an eyebrow and spoke in a solemn tone. Do you require my personal intervention? Feng Tian gently shook his head, his gaze resolute. Lord Madara, you are our greatest trump card within the Twilight Organization. Unless absolutely necessary, it would be best for you not to reveal yourself. He paused, his tone imbued with a sense of undeniable determination. As for Orochimaru, I shall handle him personally. Observing this, Uchiha Madara refrained from further comment. He slowly strode towards the imposing wooden throne, each step seemingly laden with immense weight. His words, though soft, carried an air of formidable authority, if needed. Summon me. His gaze bored deeply into Feng Tian, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible lament. Feng Tian, my time is running short. Hearing Uchiha Madara's acknowledgement of his dwindling time, Feng Tian suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. Indeed, he had been so preoccupied with capturing the tailed beasts that he had overlooked a crucial issue. Uchiha Madara's life was nearly extinguished within this timeline, particularly after restoring him to his peak condition. Feng Tian had engaged in 2 significant battles. Although Madara did not voice it, Feng Tian understood that each time Madara utilized chakra, he was depleting his own body. Perhaps, at this very moment, his body was already fraught with injuries. And even the powerful regenerative abilities of Hashirama's cells or the Outer Path's golem could not restore him. I understand, Lord Madara, Feng Tian replied, his expression complex and his voice subdued. I will swiftly eliminate Orochimaru, this uncertain variable, and ensure that nothing obstructs our plans. His words resonated with unwavering resolve. Subsequently, Feng Tian turned his gaze towards Daitu and Shizue, his tone commanding. For this operation, Daitu and Shizue, you two shall accompany me. He then looked at Jiaodu and Scorpion, instructing, you two remain here, and remember, do not let any outsiders sense anything amiss. The four nodded in acknowledgement of Feng Tian's arrangements. Afterward, Feng Tian extended his hand towards Daitu and Shizue, making a gesture to grasp, indicating for them to follow. Their eyes met, and with a shared understanding, they stepped forward, firmly clasping Feng Tian's hand. In that instant, Feng Tian activated the Flying Thunder God technique. His form becoming a blur, following the subtle pull of the causal threads, he surged forth like a bolt of lightning, racing towards Orochimaru's location. Chapter 72. The Domain of the Gods under Feng Tian's guidance. The three traversed the vast distance instantaneously to arrive at Orochimaru's hiding place. It was a concealed and profound underground cavern, surrounded by intricate mechanisms and traps. Clearly a meticulous arrangement by Orochimaru to conceal himself. Feng Tian and the others navigated cautiously through the cavern, skillfully evading most traps thanks to the precise positioning of the causal threads and Shizue's sharp senses. However, just as they were nearing the core area where Orochimaru resided, a sudden surge of chakra emanated violently. Be cautious, Feng Tian whispered urgently, quickly adopting a defensive stance. A figure hurtled from the shadows, revealing Orochimaru, who exuded a chilling aura, his eyes gleaming with cunning, clearly aware of Feng Tian's group's arrival. To my surprise, I have guests, Orochimaru said with a sinister smile, his tone dripping with disdain. It was no wonder he felt this way. After all, Feng Tian and his companions were significantly younger than him. Sensing the situation, the trio swiftly distanced themselves from Orochimaru. They simultaneously activated their Sharingan, remaining vigilant of Orochimaru's every move. Yet, upon noticing that all three possessed the Sharingan, Orochimaru's excitement soared. In his eyes, there was nothing more worthy of study than the Sharingan. What an unexpected treasure, he said, licking his lips, his voice laced with greed. Three young Sharingan wielders, this is truly a gift from the heavens. Daitu clenched his fists, his anger ignited by Orochimaru's demeanor. You scoundrel! How dare you harbor such nefarious intentions towards us? He shouted, his voice echoing within the cavern. In contrast, Feng Tian maintained a calm demeanor, stepping forward, and, upon confirming that the figure before him was indeed Orochimaru, decided to hold nothing back. Shizue, Daitu, you two immediately cast a barrier to conceal this place. Feng Tian commanded. As for Orochimaru, I shall handle him alone. With that, Feng Tian's eyes shifted to his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. And with a surge of causal power, Orochimaru felt the surrounding scenery warp and shift. In the next moment, he found himself and Feng Tian transported to a subspace created by causal power. It was the very same place where Feng Tian had previously battled Uchiha Madara. Within this subspace, time and space seemed to lose their original significance, all under Feng Tian's will. As Orochimaru surveyed his surroundings, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. He had not expected this young ninja to possess such formidable power, capable of drawing him into such an extraordinary realm in an instant. Humph, interesting, Orochimaru sneered. Though internally reassessing Feng Tian's strength, his expression still bore an air of disdain. But do you really think this will be enough to defeat me? Feng Tian remained silent, standing resolutely, his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan radiating a mysterious glow. After a moment, he spoke slowly, his voice brimming with absolute confidence. This is my domain. You may also refer to it as the domain of the gods. With that, a slight smile graced Feng Tian's lips as he snapped his fingers. In the next instant, multiple explosive tags appeared on Orochimaru's body. Before he could react, they erupted in a brilliant flash, detonating with force. Boom, boom. Amidst the cacophony of explosions, Orochimaru staggered from the shockwave, engulfed in smoke and debris. His clothing torn in several places, revealing his gaunt and sinister form. His eyes, once filled with disdain, now reflected wariness and shock. Without hesitation, Orochimaru swiftly formed hand seals, an eerie aura enveloping him, as if countless vengeful spirits hovered nearby. Edo Tensei. Feng Tian's gaze sharpened, though he revealed no hint of panic. Edo Tensei, humph. In this space, no causal action can escape my control. As soon as the words left his lips, Feng Tian gently waved his hands, unleashing an invisible force that abruptly interrupted Orochimaru's impending Edo Tensei. Orochimaru's expression shifted dramatically. Clearly taken aback by Feng Tian's ability to so effortlessly dismantle his technique, he fixed his gaze upon Feng Tian. The disdain that once resided in his eyes now replaced by a palpable intensity. How did you achieve this? I can detect no trace of your intervention. Upon hearing this, Feng Tian crossed his arms. Casting a haughty glance at the disheveled Orochimaru, he spoke but a few words, imbued with an aura of divinity due to the power of causality. I have proclaimed that within this realm, all causality is under my dominion. Here, I am the omniscient and omnipotent deity. Orochimaru's pupils constricted violently as he experienced an unprecedented sense of fear and helplessness. I in this domain, utterly governed by Feng Tian. The ninjutsu and intellect he prided himself on seemed rendered impotent. Every attempt at resistance appeared futile. Omniscient and omnipotent deity, Orochimaru repeated under his breath, his tone a mixture of indignation and reverence for the unknown force before him. How laughable! I have pursued immortality and power all my life, yet I never anticipated encountering an existence such as yours. Feng Tian remained impassive, his gaze penetrating Orochimaru's very being as if peering into a deeper abyss. Orochimaru, your ambitions and desires have led you down this irreversible path. Today, allow me to bring it to an end. Before the words could fully settle, Feng Tian's form flickered, blending seamlessly with the air. His speed astonishing. When he reappeared, he stood behind Orochimaru, gently placing a finger upon his shoulder. A wave of warmth and terror surged within Orochimaru as the force of causality began to rectify his distorted fate. He felt an irresistible power wreaking havoc within him, his body trembling uncontrollably as countless memories and failed attempts flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. These were the answers he had sought all his life. Yet at this moment, they held no significance. No, it's impossible. Orochimaru howled, attempting to resist with sheer will, but his voice was swiftly devoured by an inexplicable force, leaving no echo in its wake. However, just as Feng Tian believed the matter settled, a low growl erupted from Orochimaru's throat, followed by his body swelling as if it might explode. This is the eight-headed serpent technique. Feng Tian was taken aback, never expecting Orochimaru to resort to such a formidable forbidden technique at this juncture. In an instant, Orochimaru transformed into 8 colossal white serpents, each brimming with formidable chakra, seemingly capable of annihilating all in their path. Yet, Feng Tian merely shook his head slightly, unperturbed by the monstrous sight before him. Complete body, Susanoo, Feng Tian declared calmly, and in the next moment, a towering black giant emerged around him, standing several meters tall, clad in ebony armor. Its eyes blazed like burning flames, exuding a chilling aura. It was Feng Tian's complete body, Susanoo. The giant swung its judgment blade, summoning a tempest that seemed to cleave the very fabric of space itself. How is this possible? The 8 white serpents appeared diminutive in the presence of Susanoo, emitting cries of defiance as they resisted being crushed. Feng Tian, within the confines of Susanoo, regarded the struggling Orochimaru below with a piercing gaze. Orochimaru, your struggles are in vain. I in this domain. No power can escape the shackles of causality. Now, night has fallen. Chapter 73. The familiar whispers faced with the complete body. Susanoo summoned by Feng Tian. The 8 white serpents became increasingly insignificant and powerless. The black giant loomed like a war deity from the abyss, its oppressive presence causing the serpents to tremble involuntarily. What kind of power is this? Orochimaru's voice echoed in the minds of the serpents, imbued with disbelief and terror. He had never encountered such a formidable enemy. Even in his long history of conflict, he had never felt such profound helplessness. The judgment blade wielded by Susanoo traced a brilliant arc through the air, the winds it conjured tearing apart the surrounding atmosphere, as if time itself had momentarily halted. Then, with a sudden, forceful sweep, the massive blade descended, targeting one of the white serpents. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening crash, the serpent struck by the blade erupted into a cloud of blood mist. The remaining 7 serpents, witnessing this, unleashed terrified roars and scattered in a frantic bid to escape the terrorizing giant. Yet, Susanoo's speed surpassed their wildest imaginings. With each colossal stride, the giant crushed the remaining serpents as if they were mere insects. Blood mist enveloped the subspace, the air thick with the acrid scent of blood. As the last white serpent dissipated into nothingness, Feng Tian spoke with a dispassionate tone. Orochimaru, your 8-headed serpent technique is but a triviality. With these words, Susanoo gradually faded, revealing Feng Tian's tranquil yet profound gaze. He turned his attention to the spot where Orochimaru had once stood. Now, he was in utter disarray, his hands destroyed by the obliterating force. Incapable of wielding any ninjutsu. Who are you? Orochimaru's voice trembled within the vast emptiness, laden with profound resentment and fear, akin to the last flicker of a candlelight consumed by the encroaching darkness. He had never anticipated such a catastrophic defeat, leaving no room for retaliation, like a chick ensnared by an eagle, powerless to struggle. Feng Tian's gaze was as frigid as winter's ice, devoid of warmth. He slowly parted his lips, his voice sharp and clear. "We are the twilight, or you may refer to us as the divine." Before his words could fully resonate, Feng Tian merely raised a hand. An invisible force descending upon Orochimaru like a mountain, compelling him to bend his knee and collapse to the ground, dust swirling around him. Before he could catch his breath, Feng Tian's unfeeling words pierced his ears like a chilling wind. "Before you now lie two paths, either submit to me, or become a fleeting shadow within this subspace." Orochimaru's pupils constricted sharply, as if gripped by an unseen hand, suffocating despair enveloping him. The air around him felt as if it had solidified, each breath a monumental effort. Once, he had wielded his wisdom and power to command the ninja world, teetering on the brink of life and death countless times. But in this moment, he truly grasped the meaning of helplessness. "Submit." Orochimaru's voice emerged low and hoarse, each syllable ground out from the depths of his throat, laced with an almost imperceptible mockery. "Tsukuyomi, it is merely a farcical jest." Feng Tian's lips curled into a cold smile, devoid of warmth, a smile reminiscent of the biting winter wind, sending shivers down one's spine. "Then your answer is self-evident." As Feng Tian's words softly fell, the palpable pressure surged forth like a tidal wave, magnified to its zenith, as if intent on shattering the very fabric of space. In the blink of an eye, Orochimaru's battered form twisted and collapsed under the overwhelming weight, ultimately dissolving into a brilliant yet tragic mist of blood, slowly vanishing within the dark and enigmatic subspace, leaving only a faint metallic scent lingering in the air. Having completed this, Feng Tian did not hastily withdraw from the subspace. He simply stood there quietly, his gaze piercing, fixed upon an elusive point in the distance. From his perspective, the causality thread that had once linked him to Orochimaru was gradually dissipating. Just as Feng Tian believed everything had settled and prepared to exhale a sigh of relief, an invisible hammer struck his head, an intense pain nearly sending him into unconsciousness, accompanied by an abrupt and excruciating pain. A familiar yet foreign whisper echoed in his ears, resembling an ancient incantation or a prophetic utterance of the future. Recognize oneself. Resolve the cause and effect. Rediscover oneself. In that moment, Feng Tian found himself staggered by this unforeseen force, nearly losing his grasp on the subspace. He clasped his head tightly with both hands, his eyes squeezed shut. His complexion as pale as parchment, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, desperately attempting to resist the torment and whispering that surged from the depths of his soul. What on earth is happening? A profound terror gripped Feng Tian. He had never encountered such an enigmatic situation, as if the entire world had been turned upside down in that instant. The whispers, akin to calls transcending time and space, reverberated directly in his mind, each echo slicing through his soul like a sharp blade, etching deep scars upon it. He felt his consciousness being torn apart by this force, as though he were plunging into an endless abyss of darkness. As the pain intensified, a series of blurred and bizarre images began to materialize before his eyes, resembling shattered fragments of a mirror, failing to coalesce into coherent meaning. He exerted every ounce of strength to discern these images. Yet even with the enhancement of the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, they remained elusive, like phantoms shrouded in mist. Recognize oneself. Resolve the cause and effect. The whispers grew increasingly distinct, as if an invisible force was guiding him to examine his past, present, and future. He sensed his soul being drawn by this force, as if seeking to unveil the secrets hidden deep within. Feng Tian gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain in his mind, his fists clenched tightly, striving to maintain his consciousness. Yet this pain was far more ferocious and enduring than before. He felt as if he were ensnared in an endless whirlpool, unable to extricate himself. Ultimately, as time slipped away, Feng Tian's willpower gradually crumbled. He could no longer withstand the intense pain, his body collapsing weakly to the ground. In an instant, the subspace he had constructed shattered like fragile bubbles, dissipating into the void at an astonishing speed. The next moment, he was thrust back into the realm of reality. Chapter 74. Kill again. Feng Tian, Dato, and Shirzue exclaimed almost in unison, their gazes filled with concern and urgency, upon seeing Feng Tian appear before them. His face contorted in agony, The two rushed towards him without hesitation. "Stay away from me." Feng Tian mustered all his strength to utter those words through gritted teeth, his voice faint and trembling, each syllable seemingly requiring immense effort. His eyes were brimming with warnings and struggles, as if enduring unprecedented torment and suffering. Dato and Shirzue froze at his words, exchanging bewildered glances. Yet, witnessing Feng Tian's pained and distorted visage, they understood that this was not the moment for inquiries. "Feng Tian, what happened? Have you sustained any injuries?" Dato asked anxiously, concern evident in his tone. Shirzue furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intently on Feng Tian, ready to respond to any situation. However, Feng Tian remained silent, his expression twisted, his body drenched in sweat, half kneeling on the ground. The pain that seemed capable of shredding his soul only intensified. Just before he was on the brink of unconsciousness, a sudden realization struck him, and he summoned the last remaining vestiges of his strength to activate the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. In the next moment, a surge of causal power enveloped him, continuously altering the very fabric of his pain. Finally, under the influence of this causal force, the excruciating agony that threatened to tear his soul apart gradually subsided, and a hint of color returned to his pallid face. He gasped for breath, sweat cascading down his cheeks, landing on the ground with a faint sound. Dato and Shirzue rushed forward, supporting Feng Tian from either side. "Feng Tian, are you all right?" Dato inquired with genuine concern, his eyes filled with worry. Shirzue also kept a close watch on Feng Tian, apprehensive of any further complications. Feng Tian slowly shook his head, his voice still somewhat weak. "I'm fine. I'm not dead yet." He took a deep breath, striving to calm himself. The recent experience left him apprehensive. That sudden wave of pain felt as though it sought to rend his very soul, had he not activated the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan at the last moment. Altering the causality of the pain, he might have succumbed to unconsciousness, perhaps never to awaken again. What exactly is going on? Shirzue furrowed his brow, sensing that the matter was far from simple. Feng Tian remained silent for a moment, weighing how much information to divulge at last. He spoke slowly, a hint of helplessness in his voice. "It's just the backlash of ocular power." His ocular power continued to rise. This backlash began to manifest sporadically, bringing unbearable torment. He even began to hear strange auditory hallucinations. Upon hearing the term auditory hallucinations, a complex emotion flickered in Shirzue's eyes. He fixed his gaze on Feng Tian, clearly perplexed. "Auditory hallucinations? Feng Tian, what have you heard?" However, Feng Tian merely shook his head gently, opting for silence. He understood well that some secrets, once revealed, could trigger a chain reaction, leading to unnecessary troubles and dangers. Thus, he chose to bury this weight deep within his heart. Shirzue, though still laden with questions, recognized that Feng Tian's reluctance to elaborate must be rooted in deeper circumstances. He sighed softly, refraining from pressing further. After a brief silence, Feng Tian's condition appeared to have gradually improved, his complexion much less strained than before. At that moment, Shirzue spoke again, urgency and curiosity evident in his tone. "What about Orochimaru? How is he? Why did only you return?" Just as Shirzue's question fell, Dato, unable to contain himself, interjected confidently. "Orochimaru is definitely dead. Who else could defeat him besides Lord Madara? Is that even a question?" Before Dato's words could fully settle, Feng Tian gently shook his head, his gaze growing profound, as if peering through the present scene while reflecting on the battles and encounters of the past. At this juncture, he could barely activate the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, his eyes shimmering with intricate light. Feng Tian's movements were both graceful and enigmatic. As he slightly raised his hand, a palpable yet indescribable force seemed to stir in the air. Causal power. Under the influence of this power, delicate and ethereal threads of causality quietly manifested before Shirzue and Dato. They wove into a complex web, each thread representing the connections and destinies of all things in the world. Feng Tian gently manipulated these threads of causality, his gaze focused and profound, as though searching for a specific answer. Moments later, he let out a soft sigh, precisely pinching a thread of causality, while the remaining threads began to dissipate before their eyes, as if drawn by an invisible force. "What is this?" Dato inquired curiously, his gaze intently following the selected thread of causality. "This is the thread of causality belonging to Orochimaru," Feng Tian replied slowly, a subtle heaviness in his tone. "Look." As Feng Tian's words fell, he gently released the thread he had grasped. What should have gradually faded instead underwent a shocking transformation at the last moment. It split into an incredibly slender branch, its life force faint to the point of seeming ready to vanish into nothingness at any moment. Yet, this feeble essence struck Shirzue and Dato like a bolt of lightning. It proved that Orochimaru had not truly perished. He continued to exist in some corner of this world in an extraordinarily bizarre manner. How is this possible? Obito, in a state of disbelief, muttered to himself, his gaze filled with shock and confusion. Feng Tian's countenance was as serene as a still lake. He exhibited not a shred of surprise at the fact that Orochimaru had not truly perished. After all, he was well aware that this adversary was not one to be trifled with. Renowned for his cunning and treachery in the realm of shinobi, as you can see, he is not dead. Feng Tian remarked nonchalantly, his eyes deep and penetrating, as if he had already foreseen the unfolding of future events. It merely means, he paused slightly, a faint, cold smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. I will have to kill him once more. Chapter 75, The Cycle of Slaughter in the Depths of the Earth. Within Orochimaru's laboratory, 10 minutes prior, Orochimaru had abruptly sensed several surging fluctuations of chakra, prompting him to hastily vacate the premises, leaving Kabuto behind to guard the facility. Kabuto watched Orochimaru's hurried departure without a hint of disturbance in his heart. Orochimaru's eccentric nature had long rendered him accustomed to the unexpected. With unwavering focus, Kabuto fixated on the potion in his hands, meticulously adjusting it, seemingly oblivious to the commotion outside. Even as Shirzue and Obito silently set up a sealing barrier outside, Kabuto remained completely unaware. Well, the proportions this time are quite satisfactory. It marks a promising start for the next phase of my research, Kabuto mused, gently shaking the vial of potion. Observing the exceptional results, a proud smile crept upon his lips. Suddenly, an odd sensation surged from the cursed seal on Kabuto's body, as if an inexplicable force was stirring within him. However, before he could react, the laboratory's door was violently thrust open by an overwhelming force. In an instant, a powerful and mysterious force of causality swept in, rendering Kabuto utterly immobile. Indeed, Orochimaru is cunning, hiding the final cursed seal within you. A deep and resonant voice echoed in Kabuto's ear. As the voice faded, three figures gradually materialized before Kabuto's eyes. Who are you? Where is Lord Orochimaru? Kabuto's eyes flashed with astonishment. He could scarcely believe that anyone could locate this hidden laboratory. More alarming was the fact that he could completely sense no trace of Orochimaru's presence. Could it be that Orochimaru had already been? A chill crept into Kabuto's heart at this thought. Feng Tian regarded Kabuto's astonished expression with a slight smile before speaking. Who we are is of little consequence. What truly matters is, he deliberately elongated his words, causing Kabuto's heart to race. That I need your cooperation. There was an undeniable authority in Feng Tian's voice that as soon as he finished speaking, the force of causality surged once more, crashing down upon Kabuto like a tumultuous wave, forcibly erasing the cursed seal from his body. Once this was accomplished, Feng Tian nodded in satisfaction. In his gaze, the thread of causality that had once connected to Orochimaru had entirely dissipated into the void. Scoundrels, what have you done? At this moment, Kabuto finally comprehended Feng Tian and his companion's true intentions. His face contorted like a demon from the depths of hell as he roared in fury. The disappearance of the cursed seal meant that Orochimaru could no longer resurrect himself through the abhorrent technique of impure resurrection. This also signified the complete downfall of Orochimaru, a once feared powerhouse that had instilled terror across the shinobi world. Kabuto's roar echoed throughout the vast laboratory. Yet Feng Tian and his companions remained as unmoving as three cold statues. Their eyes resolute and indifferent, as though executing a predetermined task that brooked no alteration. Humph, it was merely the removal of some unknown obstacles, Feng Tian stated coldly, his expression devoid of any ripple. As if he had merely accomplished an inconsequential task. Unknown obstacles? You dare to kill Lord Orochimaru for such a ludicrous reason? Kabuto seethed, his teeth clenched, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury. He could not accept this cruel reality. Humph, Feng Tian replied ominously, his words laden with an oppressive weight, as if a mountain bore down upon Kabuto's heart. Reasons. In this world, the strong reign supreme. Only the powerful can safeguard themselves. The so-called reasons are merely excuses for the weak. Just like now, Feng Tian continued, his tone brimming with confidence and dominance. I wish to kill you, and it is as effortless as squashing an ant. With that, the mysterious force of causality erupted once more. akin to an invisible hand pinning Kabuto firmly to the ground, rendering him utterly motionless. Kabuto strained with all his might to lift his head and gaze upon Feng Tian, yet he felt as though all strength had been drained from him, making even this simple action impossible. Humph, I am in a good mood for the moment. I shall grant you a temporary reprieve. Feng Tian's words dripped with mockery and derision. However, it is a reprieve confined within chains. As Feng Tian spoke, his eyes suddenly blazed with resplendent light, the aura of divine might enveloping him. The surrounding space began to warp and contort, as if under the influence of a mysterious force. He then bent down, placing a hand on Kabuto's shoulder. In the next instant, Kabuto's figure began to blur, as if being consumed by an unseen force. Ultimately, Kabuto's form vanished entirely within Feng Tian's realm of divine might, leaving behind an empty and silent laboratory. Obito and Shirzei exchanged glances, a complex array of emotions crossing their faces. After a moment, Obito finally spoke, his voice laced with hesitation. Feng Tian, do you think we have gone a bit too far? Upon hearing this, Feng Tian nearly succumbed to laughter. Pray tell, the Orochimaru he had just dealt with was no trifling matter. That individual had mercilessly harmed countless innocent lives to achieve his own ends. As for Kabuto, as Orochimaru's right-hand man, he had also indulged in many unspeakable deeds. Merely sealing him within the realm of divine might, rather than taking his life directly, was already a considerable act of mercy. However, in response to Obito's inquiry, Feng Tian chose to remain silent. He simply invoked the force of causality once more, re-manifesting the thread that rightfully belonged to Orochimaru. As Feng Tian performed this action, the thread of causality appeared to come alive, instantly sprouting a multitude of branches, each clearly recording the slaughterous consequences that Orochimaru would inevitably unleash in the future. Douc. Feng Tian's voice was as frigid as ice. This is the chain reaction that would ensue if Orochimaru were to remain alive. With that, Feng Tian turned on his heel and strode purposefully out of the dimly lit underground laboratory, leaving Obito and Shirzue to contemplate the intricate web of causality and its countless branches representing slaughter. A chill coursed through their hearts as they recognized the truth. Should Orochimaru continue to exist, he would undoubtedly bring forth further tragedies and calamities. So this is the outcome of Orochimaru's survival, Obito murmured, his voice trembling with shock and dread. He finally grasped that Feng Tian's resolute choice stemmed from the fact that Orochimaru's existence posed a grave threat to the peace and tranquility of the shinobi world. Shirzue silently nodded in agreement, and after exchanging a glance with Obito, the two rose to their feet and followed Feng Tian, departing from the desolate and chilling laboratory. Chapter 76. Yutaka at the entrance of Konohagakure. A striking young man clad in a light azure robe, wielding a specially crafted bubble-blowing tool, strolled gracefully towards the village. His long bangs framed an impassive face, exuding an aura that repelled others from a distance, yet simultaneously imbued with an inexplicable sense of serenity. This individual was none other than Yutaka, the Jinchuriki of the Six Tails, who had been granted a reprieve from the pursuit order by the village of Kirigakure. While evading relentless hunters, Yutaka had fortuitously acquired several pieces of information regarding the malevolent deeds of the Twilight Organization, leading him to heed the counsel of Kirigakure and seek refuge in Konohagakure. As Yutaka approached the village gates, the watchful eyes of the guarding shinobi were irresistibly drawn to him. They speculated about the identity and intentions of this enigmatic young man, their gazes betraying a hint of vigilance and anxiety. After all, in the face of the Twilight Organization's rampage, the arrival of any stranger warranted caution. Yutaka halted his steps, meeting the gaze of the guarding shinobi with an unwavering calmness. His voice was unassuming yet imbued with undeniable strength. I am Yutaka, the Jinchuriki of the Six Tails, hailing from the village of Kirigakure. Following the guidance of the village hidden in mist, I journeyed to Leaf Village seeking refuge. Upon hearing this, the gatekeepers exchanged knowing smiles, their previously taut nerves finally easing. One of them stepped forward and courteously replied, "Welcome to Leaf Village, Mr. Yutaka. You are the last to arrive as the Jinchuriki of this village. Please wait a moment while we notify the relevant authorities." Yutaka nodded slightly, patiently awaiting by the side. In a moment of boredom, he picked up his bubble-blowing tool and gently blew, allowing a myriad of colorful bubbles to dance in the air, adding a touch of levity to the tense atmosphere. Before long, a ninja clad in the Leaf Village uniform hurriedly approached, a warm smile illuminating his face. Mr. Yutaka, We are delighted by your arrival. I am the reception ninja for Leaf Village and will oversee your itinerary during your stay. Please follow me. The Hokage has been waiting for you. Yutaka stowed his bubble tool and followed the reception ninja. Stepping into the long-anticipated Leaf Village, he marveled inwardly, recognizing that this place was indeed extraordinary. The air was imbued with a sense of peace and tranquility, starkly contrasting with the atmosphere of the mist village he had once called home. As Yutaka delved deeper, the vibrant scenes of Leaf Village gradually unfolded before his eyes. Shops lined the bustling streets, teeming with life. The marketplace brimmed with visitors, laughter filling the air, and the villagers, with their radiant smiles, imparted upon him an unprecedented warmth and sense of belonging. Just as Yutaka was lost in this serene beauty, a melodious voice interrupted his thoughts. Mr. Yutaka, the Hokage is waiting for you inside. Please, do enter. He looked up to see a young female ninja standing not far away, her smile radiating friendliness and respect. After a slight bow, she gestured for Yutaka to proceed into the Hokage's office. That a wave of inexplicable emotion surged within Yutaka at this moment. Receiving the acceptance and respect of Leaf Village was undoubtedly a tremendous comfort to him. He adjusted his attire and stepped towards the Hokage's office. Inside, Sarutobi Hiruzen had been waiting for some time. Sitting behind a spacious desk, his demeanor was both kind and serious, his eyes reflecting concern and anticipation for Yutaka. As Yutaka entered the room, he respectfully bowed, saying, Hokage-sama, I am Yutaka, and I hope for your guidance in the future. Sarutobi smiled warmly, rising to meet him, and gently placed a hand on Yutaka's shoulder. Yutaka, welcome to Leaf Village. To thwart the nefarious schemes of the organization known as Akatsuki, I hope you will, like the other Jinchuriki, find temporary refuge here. We will arrange a discreet residence for you and dispatch a formidable team to ensure your safety. Upon hearing this, warmth flooded Yutaka's heart. He nodded earnestly, then, at Sarutobi's gesture, exited the Hokage's office. Following the reception ninja, Yutaka traversed several layers of protective barriers, ultimately arriving at a small island. Mr. Yutaka, I shall escort you here. I must not intrude further, the reception ninja politely stated, and upon Yutaka's nod of acknowledgement, she swiftly departed. After a brief observation, Yutaka noted no abnormalities in his surroundings, preparing to enter the island. However, before long, a towering figure adorned with a forehead protector emblazoned with the word oil and sporting silver hair abruptly blocked his path. Welcome, the last Jinchuriki, the ninja boomed. I am one of the legendary 3 ninjas of Leaf, tasked with overseeing the safety of precious Jinchuriki like you. With a sly grin, he added, of course, you can call me Jiraiya. Yutaka's face momentarily registered surprise, quickly morphing into a subtle smile. He was well aware of Jiraiya's illustrious reputation. This legendary ninja, one of the legendary 3, was renowned not only for his exceptional ninjutsu, but also for his distinctive personality and unique insights into the ninja world, having left an indelible mark within it. Lord Jiraiya, it is truly a pleasure to meet you. Yutaka respectfully bowed, introducing himself. I am Yutaka, the Jinchuriki of the Six Tails, hailing from the Mist Village. Jiraiya nodded with a smile, gesturing for him to proceed. Then let us be on our way. With that, he led Yutaka deeper into the island. Yutaka echoed his agreement, following closely behind. The two navigated through lush woodlands, eventually arriving at a secluded dwelling. The environment was tranquil and elegant, surrounded by various defensive mechanisms, clearly designed to ensure the safety of the Jinchuriki. However, in the next moment, Yutaka suddenly felt an unprecedented turmoil within him. His Seven Tails chakra began to surge uncontrollably. This force seemed to be provoked by some unknown entity, akin to a tempestuous sea stirred by a violent wind, roiling within him and bringing waves of excruciating pain. Yutaka's expression shifted dramatically. He gritted his teeth, fists clenched, attempting to suppress the raging chakra with sheer will. But at that moment, an even more astonishing situation unfolded. Before him, several figures gradually materialized in the previously empty space, scrutinizing him with malevolent gazes. Chapter 77. Kushina's Inquiry. Humph. A new face has arrived, remarked a ninja clad in a purple outfit, draped in black armor, with a thick beard and arms crossed, casting a sidelong glance at the soon-to-be unraveled Yutaka. This individual was none other than the infamous Four Tails Jinchuriki. Oh, it's Satsuki. Heh, it appears he is still not quite adept at controlling this power, chuckled the robust Five Tails Jinchuriki, Hans, who stood nearby, with hands tucked into his pockets and a glimmer of mockery in his gaze. He and Otsutsuki spectated Yutaka's impending crisis, showing no intention of offering assistance, instead appearing to relish the unfolding drama. Just then, chains glimmering with a golden hue suddenly shot out from the opposite side of the area. They bore a powerful sealing aura, swiftly and precisely coiling around Yutaka's abdomen like a serpent. The sealing force emanating from these chains seemed to possess the magic to subdue all chaotic power. Directly flooding into Yutaka's body, under the influence of this formidable sealing power, Yutaka's previously agitated form gradually calmed, his furrowed brow relaxing. The tumultuous surge of Six-Tails chakra within him was forcefully quelled. Akin to a tamed beast, no longer capable of stirring waves, Yutaka raised his gaze, following the chain's direction, and saw a fiery-haired female ninja standing not far away. The one who had just intervened to assist him was none other than Kushina, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of Leaf and the wife of Minato. With a determined yet gentle gaze, Kushina retracted the chains, the symbols of her sealing techniques flickering momentarily in her palm before dissipating into nothingness. This newcomer should be the last, the Six-Tails Jinchuriki, right? Are you feeling better now? She inquired with genuine concern, her voice imbued with a comforting strength. She approached slowly, her eyes reflecting her worry for Yutaka's condition. Taking a deep breath, Yutaka endeavored to steady his erratic breathing, sweat trickling down his cheek as he shook his head slightly, his voice hoarse. I'm fine, thank you. Otsutsuki, witnessing this, smirked playfully. It seems our little Six-Tails friend still needs more training. However, to have the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of Leaf personally assist you, you must have quite the reputation. His words dripped with sarcasm in response to Otsutsuki's taunt. A flicker of coldness crossed Yutaka's gaze, and he rose to his feet, gripping his bubble-blowing tool tightly, stating in a low voice, "If you think I'm an easy target, then I'm afraid you have mistaken your prey." Yutaka's words were laced with an undeniable resolve. His eyes shifting from coldness to a burning fighting spirit, akin to a beast poised to pounce. Otsutsuki's laughter abruptly ceased, his eyes narrowing as he appraised Yutaka, seemingly both surprised and intrigued by his reaction. Oh, interesting. It appears you are not someone to be easily underestimated. His words carried a hint of admiration, yet were imbued with a greater sense of probing. Han, too, had retracted his earlier relaxed demeanor, stepping forward to position himself between Lao Zi and Yu Gao. His deep voice resonating as he declared, "Enough. Now is not the time for internal strife, Six-Tails Jinchuriki. We recognize that you have only recently assumed this role and are still in the phase of adaptation." Lao Zi was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart that Yu Gao turned his gaze towards Han, the chill in his eyes gradually dissipating, though he remained on guard. "I understand. I simply do not wish to be underestimated." His words bore a tinge of bitterness, for as a Jinchuriki, he bore not only the burden of the tailed beast's power, but also the weight of others' fear and misunderstanding. At that moment, Jiraiya stepped forward, embracing both Lao Zi and Yu Gao, and proclaimed with a hearty laugh, "Ha! Now that we are here, we are all one big family. As Jinchuriki, you should support and cherish one another. On this day, I hope you can coexist harmoniously." Upon hearing this, a rare flicker of regret crossed Lao Zi's face. Once Jiraiya released his embrace, he slowly approached Yu Gao, extending his hand as he spoke. "I apologize, that was my fault." Upon receiving Lao Zi's apology, Yu Gao's expression calmed. He reached out, clasping Lao Zi's hand firmly. In that moment, it felt as though all misunderstandings and barriers had dissipated into thin air. "Jiraiya-sensei, do we have to remain on this island for the foreseeable future?" At this juncture, Kushina posed a critical question to Jiraiya. As her words hung in the air, the four Jinchuriki present turned their attention towards Jiraiya, eager to learn how long they were to stay. After a moment of silence, Jiraiya inhaled deeply and replied solemnly, "Currently, the entire ninja world is in turmoil, aside from the four of you Jinchuriki. All other tailed beasts have been captured by the Twilight Organization. While I am uncertain of their ultimate intentions, it is undoubtedly a grave matter for the ninja world. Therefore, until the Twilight Organization is completely eradicated, you must remain on this island. Not only does it possess formidable defensive barriers, but it is also fortified with numerous jinjutsu and sensory barriers. In other words, this place is presently the safest sanctuary in the entire ninja world. There is even a mysterious barrier that, should the Twilight Organization discover this location, will activate to prevent your capture." Jiraiya's words brimmed with confidence, yet a subtle undercurrent of concern flickered in his eyes. He surveyed the surroundings, ensuring that everyone was attentively absorbing his every word. "I understand that, As Jinchuriki, each of you bears a heavy fate. But please believe, this is not a form of imprisonment, but rather a means of safeguarding you and, by extension, the entire ninja world. His tone softened yet remained resolute as he continued. Here, you shall undergo specialized training to learn how to better harness the power of your tailed beasts. Kushina nodded in understanding and then spoke. I comprehend, Jiraiya-sensei, as long as it is for the sake of Konoha and the peace of the ninja world. I am willing to train here, no matter how long it may take. That Yu Gao also nodded silently. Though he felt a lingering sense of discontent and isolation, he knew that he was no longer fighting alone. He glanced at Lao Zi and Han, recognizing the determination and trust reflected in their eyes. Then, without further ado, let us commence our training. Jiraiya rose to his feet, his gaze fierce and unwavering. Each of you must push beyond your limits, not only to control your tailed beasts, but also to transcend yourselves, becoming true warriors. However, at that moment, Kushina spoke up again, her words causing Jiraiya, usually so composed, to momentarily falter. I have one more question, Jiraiya-sensei. Where has Minato gone? Upon hearing this, Jiraiya was initially taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure. He met Kushina's gaze and replied, Minato has gone on a mission. He is yet to return. Despite Jiraiya's careful concealment, the perceptive Kushina discerned the underlying tension. She inhaled deeply, striving to maintain her composure as she continued. Jiraiya-sensei, you cannot hide the truth from me. Although you disguise it well, my intuition tells me that Minato may have encountered misfortune. One of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Jiraiya was undoubtedly aware of Minato's situation. In truth, the most suitable candidate to safeguard the Jinchuriki was not Jiraiya, but Minato. With Minato's Flying Thunder God technique, he could instantly transport the Jinchuriki away from any danger that arose here. However, due to Minato's disappearance, the higher-ups of Konoha had no choice but to entrust this crucial responsibility to Jiraiya. Upon hearing Kushina's words, Jiraiya fell into contemplation. Ultimately, he sighed and resolved to reveal the truth to her. Kushina, promise me that no matter what you hear from here on, you must remain calm. Kushina nodded earnestly, affirming her strength. Then, Jiraiya continued. Not long ago, Minato went to Takigakure to retrieve the Seven Tails Jinchuriki. However, they encountered the Twilight Organization. According to intelligence from the front lines, Minato's squad has gone missing, and their whereabouts are currently unknown. Upon hearing this, Kushina's complexion paled instantly. Her clenched hands trembled slightly. Despite having mentally prepared herself, the emotional impact of the news surged like an overwhelming tide. Difficult to quell, a flicker of disbelief crossed her eyes, soon replaced by deep concern and unease. All members missing and unaccounted for, she murmured, as if etching the words into her very soul. She lifted her gaze to Jiraiya, tears shimmering in her eyes, yet she fought to hold them back. Is there any chance he could return? Minato is so powerful, he must have a way back, right? Jiraiya's expression grew complex and heavy as he slowly shook his head. His voice somber, yet resolute. Kushina, I understand your feelings, but we must confront the reality. Minato is indeed strong, but the Twilight Organization is no ordinary adversary. They operate with cunning and cruelty, and even we in Konoha know very little about them. This mission is exceptionally perilous, and the enemies Minato faces far exceed expectations. However, Jiraiya shifted his tone, attempting to offer Kushina a glimmer of hope. Though the situation is grim, we have not abandoned the search for them. Konoha has dispatched multiple rescue teams, and I am actively contacting other ninja villages in hopes of gathering more intelligence about the Twilight Organization and the whereabouts of Minato's team. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, we will never give up. Listening to Jiraiya's words, the light in Kushina's eyes gradually dimmed, yet she managed to muster a faint smile. Thank you, Jiraiya-sensei, I will wait. No matter how long it takes, I will wait for Minato to return. He is my husband, and I believe he will come back safely. Jiraiya nodded silently, his heart a tumult of emotions. He understood the weight of waiting and the hidden pain and fear behind Kushina's current strength. Gently, he placed a hand on her shoulder, as if to transfer his strength and conviction to her. Kushina, you must also take care of yourself. If Minato knew, he would certainly wish for your safety. Subsequently, Jiraiya redirected the conversation, discussing the current situation. Kushina, we are particularly concerned about the Nine-Tails rampage, but do not worry, I will personally ensure your safety. However, you must remain vigilant, for the Nine-Tails is unique and powerful compared to other tailed beasts. Kushina listened intently to Jiraiya's arrangements, determination flickering in her eyes. She knew that she was not merely a wife awaiting her husband's return, she was also a member of the Uzumaki clan, the Jinchuriki responsible for sealing the Nine Tails in this generation. The pressure she bore was the heaviest among all present. Before long, after making arrangements for everyone, Jiraiya hurriedly departed. He had far more pressing matters to attend to than merely guarding the Jinchuriki. Certainly, it is certainly not the absurd act of peeping at women in a bathhouse. According to his own account, this is referred to as appreciation. Deep beneath the village of Konoha, Uchiha Madara sat regally upon an ancient wooden throne, one hand gently resting on his chin, his profound gaze glimmering with the light of contemplation. The entire space was suffused with an oppressive and dignified aura, as if the very air had solidified in response. Suddenly, Madara's gaze sharpened, piercing in a particular direction as if he had transcended the barriers of space to behold an unknown secret in the next moment, accompanied by an odd distortion of space. The figures of Fontian and others materialized before Madara, as if stepping forth from the void. "Welcome back, Fontian." Madara rose slowly, his voice deep and commanding, each word imbued with an irresistible force. Upon hearing this, Fontian nodded slightly in acknowledgement. He then released the figures of Minato, Killer Bee, and Kabuto, who had been imprisoned within the realm of divine might. Observing this scene, Madara's brow furrowed, his heart filled with confusion as he inquired in a low voice, "What does this mean, Fontian?" Fontian, maintaining his composure, responded calmly, "These individuals have been thoroughly sealed by me. Their chakra is now beyond use, completely under my control." He paused briefly before continuing, "However, should they remain within my domain, it would indeed limit my actions. After all, I must be prepared to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. They, on the other hand, can be monitored by Baiju and provided with a periodic supply of soldier pills to sustain their lives." Upon hearing this, Madara did not display any sign of agreement. Instead, he shook his head, a cold glint of murderous intent creeping into his gaze. "Such a cumbersome approach is utterly contrary to my style. It would be far more straightforward to eliminate them all, thus eradicating future troubles. No sooner had he spoken, an astonishing aura began to emanate from Madara, a pressure that belonged to a true strongman. Instilling fear in those who were present, his eyes gradually transformed into a crimson hue, as if engulfed in raging flames, and in the next instant, he was poised to strike down the individuals before him. Witnessing this, Fondian felt a tightening in his chest and hastily interjected to halt Madara's impending fury. "Please, stop, Lord Madara. Do not kill them just yet." His voice carried an urgency, clearly reflecting his deep concern for the imminent outcome. Madara's movements paused slightly, a flicker of confusion crossing his crimson eyes as he coldly uttered, "Reason." His tone bore no emotional fluctuation, as if merely inquiring about an inconsequential matter. Fontian, relieved that Madara had not acted immediately, took a deep breath to steady his emotions and began to speak. "I suspect that the backlash of my ocular power is intricately linked to the karma of slaughter." Chapter 79. The Truth of the Saintly Mother Ocular Power Backlash? Madara prompted, maintaining his detached demeanor, though there was a glimmer of relief in his gaze as he looked towards Minato and the others, which was no longer saturated with bloodlust. Fontian, noticing this, silently exhaled a sigh of relief. Their gazes collided in the air before he slowly continued. "During the previous 2 enhancements of my ocular power, the backlash surged upon me like a tidal wave, nearly consuming me and leaving me teetering on the brink of life and death." His words conveyed an ineffable weight, as if he were recalling a past he wished to forget. However, upon reflection, during the initial absorption of the 3 tails and 1 tail, though the power was formidable, it did not bring about any form of backlash. At that time, my mindset was still pure, my hands untainted by blood, and my conscience cleared. Fontian's gaze deepened, as if traversing through time to that distant past. That it was only after I absorbed the 2 tails and 8 tails that I broke my vow against killing, slaying the illustrious third Raikage. His voice lowered, tinged with a hint of regret. In that moment, I felt I had touched upon a certain taboo. From then on, the backlash followed me like a shadow. Particularly during the incident in Takigakure, where I suffered unprecedented damage. Ironically, during the battle to seize the 7 tails, my hands became drenched in the blood of innocent shinobi. Fontian's eyes became hollow, as if that memory weighed too heavily for him to bear. This directly resulted in the severe backlash I encountered during my confrontation with Orochimaru. At that juncture, I was nearly at death's door. teetering on the edge of existence. As he spoke, Feng Tian's tone grew resolute, as if making a significant decision. I have come to realize that the backlash of this ocular power may not solely correlate with its enhancement, but is intricately intertwined with the murderous intent within my heart and the sins I have committed. Each act of slaughter seemed to add weight to this double-edged sword, ultimately binding me with the force of backlash. His words bore a heaviness yet hinted at a semblance of liberation. It was as if he were confessing everything to Uchiha Madara, or perhaps engaging in a form of self-redemption, laying bare the secrets and pain buried deep within his soul. Madara's brow furrowed slightly. He had never considered that the backlash of ocular power could be so profoundly connected to the user's mindset. Are you suggesting that your ocular power, having been tainted by excessive bloodshed, has begun to enact some form of punishment upon you? His voice, while cold, revealed a flicker of curiosity. Indeed, Feng Tian nodded, continuing, in my understanding, those like me who wield the most mysterious power of causality may also bear the weight of certain laws or wills that constrain the user's actions. When I could no longer resist the influence of my murderous intent and began to kill indiscriminately, that power commenced its backlash, attempting to correct my path. Fascinating, Madara scoffed lightly, yet the complexity of his gaze deepened. And how do you intend to proceed? Will you continue down this path until you are entirely consumed, or will you seek a method to balance your power with your spirit? Feng Tian remained silent for a moment, seemingly weighing his options, before finally taking a deep breath and declaring, I choose the latter. Wielding the power of causality is not a trivial matter, and as my ocular power strengthens, the influence of that murderous intent will grow ever more formidable. I must restrain the killing intent within me. To achieve my goals, I cannot allow this backlash to consume me. It was only at this moment that Feng Tian comprehended why he had become so saintly at the very onset of this reincarnation. Everything stemmed from the experiences left behind in previous cycles. Those experiences were subtly influencing Feng Tian's thoughts in this current cycle, quietly steering him toward minimizing bloodshed. Thus, he initially adopted such a saintly demeanor. Uchiha Madara listened quietly to Feng Tian's resolve, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Restraining the killing intent within oneself is no simple feat, however. Since you possess this awareness, I can indeed offer you a clearer path. A clearer path? Feng Tian blinked in surprise, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Indeed, an opportunity that will both enhance your strength and aid you in suppressing your killing intent. Uchiha Madara rose slowly, his thoughts drifting far and wide, the image of a certain man gradually materializing in his mind. Moments later, he spoke again, his voice flowing with deliberation. Sage mode. That technique has never particularly impressed me. Yet it may be quite fitting for you at this juncture. Upon hearing this, Feng Tian instinctively propped his chin upon his hand, descending into contemplation. Madara was correct. Given the current circumstances, Sage mode was indeed the most suitable power for his cultivation. The essence of Sage mode lies in absorbing and utilizing the natural energy of the world. During the absorption process, one must maintain absolute stillness, allowing the heart to settle and feel deeply. This not only strengthens and enhances willpower, but also significantly mitigates the erosion and influence of the killing intent during the state of Sage mode. However, at present, Feng Tian had little time to devote to training. Sage mode, you say? What a splendid idea, Feng Tian remarked softly, and soon he made up his mind. With a ripple of spatial distortion, Feng Tian gradually stepped into the Kamui space, immediately as a thought crossed his mind. A colossal wheel appeared before him. This was the lottery wheel he had acquired from devouring the Seven Tails chakra, which he had sealed within his Kamui space through special means for long-term preservation. Below are all the abilities he had obtained thus far. 3 Tails chakra, Flying Thunder God technique. 1 Tails chakra, Kamui. 2 Tails chakra, 8 gates. 8 Tails chakra? Hopefully, it will resonate with me at once, Feng Tian said in a low voice, as he slowly extended his hand, gently fiddling with the wheel before him. Each subtle movement betrayed his inner tension and anticipation. The wheel began to turn slowly, each flicker of the pointer resonating with Feng Tian's heartbeat. The rhythm intertwining with the sound of the wheel's rotation, composing a symphony of fate. An indescribable sense of oppression enveloped the air, as if time itself had frozen in that moment. He closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, as if pleading with the unknown fate for the best possible outcome. At last, the wheel came to a halt, the pointer steadfastly indicating an unknown domain. This is Chapter 80. Their voices. This is. Feng Tian fixated on the name where the pointer had settled, a wry yet slightly bitter smile gracing his lips. The pointer had landed on Tsunade, one of the legendary 3 ninja of Konoha. Oh no, what a dreadful system this is. Feng Tian couldn't help but mutter under his breath, his tone laced with frustration and resignation. The figure of Jiraiya, with his flamboyant demeanor, flashed through his mind. And he inwardly grumbled, Jiraiya is right beside me. Why didn't you spin a little longer, and instead, you stopped at Tsunade? Nevertheless, complaints aside, Feng Tian quickly adjusted his mindset. He understood well that everyone possesses unique value and abilities. The crux lies in how one learns and utilizes them. Thus, he took a deep breath to steady his emotions, resolving to accept this outcome with grace. He stepped forward and gently tapped on Tsunade's name. In the next moment, options regarding Tsunade's skills appeared before Feng Tian. Healing technique unlocks the Yin seal, allowing the vast chakra stored within to be freely utilized, thus enabling the activation of large-scale ninjutsu and forbidden techniques. Creation rebirth, an ultimate medical ninjutsu used in conjunction with the healing technique, swiftly restoring bodily injuries during combat, nearly achieving an immortal state, though it consumes a vast amount of chakra and shortens lifespan. Feng Tian gazed at the skill descriptions, rarely falling into hesitation. His gaze flickered between the healing technique and creation rebirth, his face displaying signs of inner turmoil. If combat prowess were the priority, the healing technique would undoubtedly take precedence. However, they are coming soon. I must maximize my survival capabilities. As he mentioned a complex expression crossed Feng Tian's face, anger, fear, and a hint of helplessness. But now was not the time for contemplation. After careful consideration, Feng Tian ultimately directed his focus towards creation rebirth. In his view, while the healing technique could significantly enhance his combat capability, ensuring his survival in the impending crisis was of utmost importance. I'll choose creation rebirth, Feng Tian silently resolved, extending his hand to touch the skill option. However, just as he was about to make contact, a wild thought flashed through his mind. He quickly withdrew his hand and stepped back several paces. Perhaps I could try something different, Feng Tian murmured to himself, and in an instant, his eyes transformed into the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Soon, an aura of causality enveloped the entire wheel, a potent force striving to alter the wheel's rules. According to Feng Tian's judgment, since this wheel could be preserved within the Kemui space through special means, it was not entirely omnipotent. Thus, he conceived the idea of attempting to modify the wheel's rules by reversing cause and effect. His goal was to acquire both the healing technique and creation rebirth. The light of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan gleamed in Feng Tian's eyes as he concentrated on manipulating the power of causality. Attempting to influence the wheel's rules with his will, the space seemed to be shrouded in a mysterious force, the air thick with a tense and oppressive atmosphere. The power of causality surged. The light on the wheel began to flicker erratically, and the pointer appeared to lose its original rhythm, starting to jump chaotically. Feng Tian gritted his teeth, swiftly forming hand seals, merging his chakra with the power of causality. Exerting all his effort to guide this force to realize his incredible ambition. At last, through his relentless efforts, the light on the wheel suddenly condensed, and the pointer miraculously pointed at both the healing technique and creation rebirth simultaneously. In that moment, an indescribable rush of excitement and joy surged within Feng Tian. He knew he had succeeded, successfully breaking the rules of the wheel and acquiring both skills. Haha, it truly works. Feng Tian laughed heartily, then reached out to touch both skill options. Instantly, two powerful forces surged into his body, and he felt his chakra undergo a qualitative leap, his vitality becoming extraordinarily resilient, just as Feng Tian reveled in his newfound power. A voice echoed in his ears. The speaker of that voice was someone Feng Tian never wished to encounter in his lifetime. I finally found you, Feng Tian. Trust me, we will meet again soon. With that, the voice vanished completely. Upon hearing it, Feng Tian's previously joyful expression turned ominously dark. The owner of that voice was indeed them. The fact that they could transmit their voice across endless time and space to Feng Tian's ears indicated that they were truly closing in. Time was running short for Feng Tian. He inhaled deeply, striving to calm the tumult within him. He understood that amidst the impending threat, any panic or fear would be futile. Only by enhancing his strength and making thorough preparations could he hope to cope with the situation. He closed his eyes, beginning to carefully sense the massive chakra coursing through his body as a result of acquiring the healing technique and creation rebirth. These two skills complemented each other, significantly boosting his combat power, but more importantly, they provided him with an almost immortal recovery ability. Feng Tian pondered inwardly. With such power, Perhaps he could secure a glimmer of hope in his confrontation with them. However, now was not the time to dwell on such matters. The ever-looming killing intent was the most pressing issue for Feng Tian at present, since he had not drawn the sage mode from this lottery. He was left with but one path to tread. That was to cultivate sage mode himself. Upon this realization, Feng Tian couldn't help but smirk. He never imagined that he, such a seemingly insurmountable existence, would one day earnestly engage in training. Then, the figure of Jiraiya appeared in his mind. If he were to teach me, I should be able to grasp sage mode early on. With this thought, Feng Tian unhesitatingly activated the power of causality within him. Lines of causality, slender and elongated, intertwined and danced before his eyes, as if the fate of the entire world lay within his grasp. He took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening with focus, and began to cautiously manipulate these delicate threads, attempting to locate the one connected to Jiraiya. However, as time passed, Feng Tian's expression grew increasingly grave. To his astonishment, the thread of causality that should have been clearly visible, belonging to Jiraiya, had entirely vanished within the intricate web of causality. Chapter 81. Obito's reaction. Feng Tian furrowed his brows. His eyes filled with confusion and perplexity. As if shrouded in a veil of mist, he searched meticulously once more, but the result remained disappointing, akin to seeking an illusion that did not exist. He murmured softly, disbelief lacing his voice. How could this be? How could Jiraiya's thread of causality simply vanish into thin air? Could it be that Feng Tian gently cradled his chin in his hand, his fingers slowly caressing his cheek, as he plunged into profound contemplation, various possibilities swirling incessantly in his mind? The disappearance of the causal threads could be attributed to merely two reasons. One possibility was that the individual in question had already departed from this world, akin to Orochimaru, causing the causal threads to naturally dissipate, like a kite severed from its string, leaving no trace behind. The other possibility was that the individual was ensnared within a labyrinth of intricate barriers or sealed within a formidable array. These formations possessed the extraordinary ability to disrupt the causal threads, rendering Feng Tian incapable of pinpointing their whereabouts, based on the current signs. It was highly probable that Jiraiya had entered some form of isolation or sealing formation, concealed by a mysterious power. Upon reaching this conclusion, a thought began to blossom in Feng Tian's mind, prompting him to delicately manipulate the causal threads, seeking to validate his hypothesis. As time ticked away, the furrow in Feng Tian's brow gradually relaxed, a glimmer of enlightenment flickering in his eyes. Moments later, he seemed to experience a sudden epiphany as the enigma unraveled before him. Indeed, the causal threads connecting Jiraiya and the remaining Jinchuriki had vanished, indicating that they had truly been hidden away. He murmured to himself, his voice imbued with a sense of certainty and relief. He then took a deep breath, closed his eyes once more, and focused intently, attempting to uncover more clues about them through the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan and the power of causality. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not capture any additional useful information. It appeared that he would have to proceed one step at a time. With a resigned shake of his head, Feng Tian silently prepared himself. He then departed from the Kamui space, returning to the underground once more. Upon seeing Feng Tian's return, Uchiha Madara keenly sensed the vibrant life force radiating from him, as if he had undergone a complete transformation, renewed and revitalized. Curiously, he inquired, Feng Tian, you seem markedly different from before. In response, Feng Tian gently nodded, a subtle smile gracing his lips, and calmly stated, it seems I cannot escape your discerning gaze. Lord Madara, however, regarding that sage mode, I remain utterly perplexed, without a single clue. Uchiha Madara shook his head in resignation, indicating that he too was powerless to assist in this matter. Yet, moments later, a spark of inspiration seemed to strike him, and he continued, Feng Tian, did you not claim to possess the power of causality? Could you not attempt to alter the causality to learn sage mode directly? At Madara's suggestion, Feng Tian involuntarily fell into deep contemplation. His gaze grew unusually profound, akin to the most distant stars in the night sky, as he began to scrutinize this unprecedented and audacious idea with utmost focus. However, this introspection did not last long. As he gently shook his head, a blend of helplessness and wry amusement crossing his features, as he slowly replied, Lord Madara, your proposal is indeed feasible, but forcibly altering such a defiant causality would exact a price that I cannot bear in terms of backlash. You may not realize that the backlash effect of the causality I can modify entirely depends on the complexity of its impact on reality, just like in our previous battle, Lord Madara. The reason I hesitated to employ that technique of reversing cause and effect against you is precisely due to the far-reaching consequences it would have on the real world. In other words, the backlash from such modifications would be unprecedentedly immense, rendering it an unwise gamble for me. Uchiha Madara's expression slightly tightened, as a flicker of understanding and acceptance appeared in his deep-set eyes. I see now. I was too hasty. Feng Tian nodded subtly and continued, Lord Madara, while I cannot learn sage mode through the alteration of causality, I will persist in seeking alternative methods to at that moment. Kakuzu interjected, there is no need for such trouble. Simply find someone who can use sage mode, forcibly extract their chakra, and claim it as your own through the power of causality. It is akin to my domu. Seizing another's heart to gain control over their chakra. As Kakuzu's words fell, Feng Tian suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. Of course, why didn't I think of that? I merely need to locate an individual who can utilize sage mode and claim it through the power of causality. Moreover, such an approach would significantly mitigate the backlash, greatly diminishing the impact on Feng Tian. Coincidentally, aside from Jiraiya, there was indeed another who possessed that legendary sage mode, a fact he was acutely aware of. Furthermore, that person was currently under Feng Tian's firm control. Feng Tian gently turned his gaze, landing upon the unconscious Minato Namikaze, a fleeting glance of fleeting regret passing through his eyes, soon replaced by resoluteness. He stepped forward, slowly approaching Minato, as the enigmatic power of causality enveloped him, seemingly isolating him from the external world. His voice was low and heavy, each word squeezing from the depths of his heart. I'm sorry. Minato. With that, Feng Tian's right hand was shrouded in a swirl of causal power, and in the next moment, it directed towards Minato's abdomen. In the corner, Toby, who had witnessed everything, found his right eye inexplicably transformed into the kaleidoscope Sharingan. His expression darkened, fists clenched, as a faint aura of divine might unintentionally emanated from him. Chapter 82. Successful Control. Toby. What do you mean by this? Uchiha Madara sensed Toby's unusual demeanor, his tone imbued with a hint of chilliness as he coldly posed the question. Toby fell silent, as if abruptly awakened by Madara's words, realizing he had lost composure. His expression slightly shifting. He promptly retracted his kaleidoscope Sharingan, turning away, unwilling to watch any further. After all, Minato was his mentor, who had treated him well in the past. At this moment, Toby had not yet fully descended into darkness. He was still fundamentally that youthful boy. Hence, he felt a sense of reflection regarding Feng Tian's action of extracting chakra. With Uchiha Madara's words echoing, Feng Tian also regained his composure. He gently waved his hand, temporarily halting the extraction of Minato's sage chakra, then turned to face Toby, his gaze gentle as he slowly said, Toby, I understand your feelings. However, at this moment, this sage chakra is of paramount importance to me. I assure you, throughout the entire extraction process, Minato will not sustain any harm. Upon hearing this, Toby's tense expression softened slightly. Yet he still did not turn to face Feng Tian, instead striding resolutely towards the door, his steps imbued with determination. "Do as you wish," he muttered, and with that, his figure quickly vanished behind the door, leaving the others in the room exchanging glances, the atmosphere momentarily awkward. Despite the minor interruption, Feng Tian had no intention of halting the extraction of sage chakra. Earlier, in the Kamui space, he had heard their voices. Now, he needed to hasten the pace of capturing the tailed beasts. He must realize the Moon Eye plan before their arrival. After Toby stormed out in anger, the atmosphere between Feng Tian and Uchiha Madara grew exceedingly heavy. They both understood that while Toby's reaction was unexpected, it reflected potential fissures in their plan. Feng Tian took a deep breath, striving to calm his emotions that he recognized that Toby's emotional entanglements were entirely human. Yet the greater picture was paramount. He could not abandon the plan to extract sage chakra because of this. Minato, I apologize, Feng Tian murmured softly, his tone tinged with helplessness. Suddenly, under the wondrous influence of causal power, Minato found his body gradually transforming into a sage mode, all while remaining blissfully unaware. Feng Tian's expression grew grave as he gently placed his right hand, imbued with causal power, upon Minato's abdomen. Cautiously extracting the sage chakra. As Feng Tian's palm drew closer to Minato's belly, an ineffable wave of energy permeated the air, a subtle rhythm of the sage chakra being guided and drawn forth. Minato's body trembled slightly in a state of unawareness, as if undergoing a secret metamorphosis. all of which transpired silently under Feng Tian's precise and ruthless control. Uchiha Madara watched silently from the side, his Rinnegan deep and fathomless, as if capable of perceiving the essence of all things in the world. Feng Tian's countenance darkened further. He realized that the process of extracting sage chakra was far more arduous than he had anticipated. Not only did it require his utmost concentration, with no room for distraction, but he also had to meticulously maintain the stability of Minato's vital signs, fearing that a moment's carelessness could lead to disaster. Compounding the situation, as more sage chakra surged into his body, Feng Tian felt an unsettling chaos within himself, as if countless tiny hands were tugging at his meridians. Lacking professional training, he found it impossible to harness this enormous power, and his body began to uncontrollably exhibit signs of transformation. His skin grew increasingly coarse, and his limbs appeared to elongate. Humph! Feng Tian snorted coldly, immediately channeling causal power to restore his body to normal, while simultaneously extracting a portion of causal power to balance the chaos within. Finally, as time passed, Feng Tian ceased the extraction of sage chakra. After successfully drawing forth Minato's sage chakra, he experienced an unprecedented wave of fatigue and weakness. Although his body had returned to normal thanks to causal power, the mental strain and burden became ever heavier. Moreover, now was not the time to relax. While the signs of transformation had been temporarily suppressed, the internal chaos still remained unbalanced that a moment's inattention could lead to his untimely demise. At that moment, Uchiha Madara placed a hand on Feng Tian's back, beginning to use his chakra to assist in stabilizing the chaotic energy. Feeling the warmth of Madara's chakra, a surge of gratitude welled up within Feng Tian. This power flowed into him like a gentle stream, helping to stabilize the tumultuous energy caused by the extraction of sage chakra. "Thank you, Lord Madara," Feng Tian murmured softly, tilting his head slightly, his voice carrying an almost imperceptible tremor. He understood that had it not been for Uchiha Madara's timely intervention, he might have truly lost himself in this chaotic power. Madara said nothing further, silently continuing to channel chakra, his gaze revealing a profound determination, as if to convey to Feng Tian, "All of this is for our plan. You must persevere." With Madara's assistance, the chaotic energy within Feng Tian gradually stabilized, and the discomfort brought on by the transformation began to fade. Taking a deep breath, he felt the resurgence of power within him, silently relieved. In the next moment, Feng Tian resolutely activated Sage Mode. He could distinctly sense the Sage Chakra and causal power within him merging in a wondrous rhythm, bestowing upon him an unprecedented surge of strength, as if the entire world lay within his grasp. He slowly closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, savoring this serene and profound power. Indeed, under the protection of Sage Mode, the once persistent and insidious will to kill now held little sway over him. This long-standing affliction that had troubled him was finally resolved. And a genuine smile of joy crept across Feng Tian's lips, his eyes sparkling with the light of victory. However, upon witnessing Feng Tian seemingly master Sage Mode, Uchiha Madara furrowed his brow and inquired solemnly, "The situation is now set. What course shall we take next?" In response, Feng Tian's face blossomed with a meaningful smile, one that concealed an undeniable cunning. He abruptly raised his hand, pointing to the heavens. And with the enhancement of causal power, his presence became overwhelmingly oppressive, as if the very air had solidified. "Next, it is time to launch a full-scale assault. What I intend to do is to pierce a hole through this sky." Chapter 83. Return to Konoha Village. Before the gates of Konoha Village, a guard rubbed his frostbitten hands and nudged a companion, saying, "Hey, have you heard? The ninja world is in turmoil lately. It's anything but peaceful." "Indeed. I've heard that several other villages have been thrown into disarray by a mysterious organization called Twilight," another guard whispered, his brow furrowed. "I've even heard that Minato has gone missing because of it." "Chill. Keep your voice down. Such talk cannot be carelessly uttered. If it reaches the higher-ups, we could be in deep trouble." An older guard suddenly turned, glancing around nervously at the ancient and solemn gates of Konoha Village. A few guards huddled together, whispering, their eyes filled with worry and unease. The topic of their conversation was invariably the fearsome Twilight organization. The cold wind swept through, carrying fallen leaves, as if lamenting the unrest in the ninja world. This clearly demonstrated the terrifying impact Feng Tian and his allies had on the entire ninja realm. Just as they continued their discussion, a figure cloaked in black appeared, advancing slowly and spectrally toward the gates of Konoha Village. "Who goes there?" A sharp shout shattered the night's silence, and all the guards immediately fell into a combat-ready stance, instinctively reaching for their weapons. The cloaked figure, seemingly unfazed, continued his leisurely approach. The guards' expression sharpened, their nerves taut. Simultaneously, several agile ninjas stealthily retreated a few steps, covertly assessing the situation, ready to rush back to the village for reinforcements at the slightest sign of danger. The night wind howled, carrying a chill that heightened the tension and atmosphere of impending violence. Humph! The cloaked figure let out a soft, cold snort, then slowly raised a hand. His seemingly slow movement bore an immense weight. In the next moment, a terrifying aura surged from beneath the cloak, overwhelming all the guards at the gate, rendering them immobile as if caught in an invisible vice. Their bodies felt as though they were gripped by an unseen hand, making even breathing a struggle, let alone speaking. They could only stare wide-eyed in terror at the cloaked figure before them. This figure was none other than Feng Tian, this time. He chose to enter Konoha village not through subterfuge but by directly confronting the guards. Foolish, struggling insects, Feng Tian coldly remarked as he boldly entered Konoha village. As he passed through the sensory barrier, he employed a reversal of cause and effect to alter reality, thus evading detection. Upon entering Konoha village, Feng Tian's objective was crystal clear. He aimed to head straight to the Hokage's office. He had important matters to discuss with the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Before the Hokage building, the night was as dark as ink, illuminated only by a few flickering streetlights casting mottled shadows in the wind. Feng Tian strode with measured steps across the vacant plaza, each footfall seemingly infused with an ineffable strength. The ninjas along the way felt the oppressive atmosphere and cast uncertain glances. Yet none dared to impede his path. Upon reaching the Hokage building, Feng Tian wasted no time, pushing open the heavy wooden door. The creaking sound of the hinges echoed in the stillness of the night. As if even the air trembled in response, the door slowly swung open, revealing the dimly lit interior and the spacious hall beyond. "Who goes there?" a wary voice called from the second floor. And shortly after, a middle-aged man clad in Hokage robes appeared at the top of the stairs. None other than the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, fixed intently on the unexpected visitor below. "I am the creator of the Twilight Organization, Feng Tian." Feng Tian's voice was calm and resolute as he ascended the stairs, each step seemingly showcasing his power to Hiruzen. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen's brow furrowed, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. "The Twilight Organization, Feng Tian, you dare to invade Konoha village alone. Do you not realize this is a path to self-destruction? A path to self-destruction?" Feng Tian's lips curled into a cold smile. "It seems you have failed to grasp the true situation. The mere fact that I dare to come here alone indicates that, in my eyes, you are no more than ants." Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened profoundly. He raised his gaze to Feng Tian and spoke in a grave tone. "What is your true intention? Are Minato and Karabi in your possession?" As Sarutobi's words fell, Feng Tian merely cast a deep glance at him before replying. "Let me first address your second question. Yes, Minato and Karabi are indeed in my custody. However, I regret to inform you that I have no intention of returning them, at least, not at this moment." With that, Feng Tian approached the desk in the Hokage's office and seated himself with an air of authority. He slightly turned his head to gaze at the moonlight outside, continuing, "As for my intentions, I believe it would be best to keep you in suspense for now. Moreover, my purpose in coming here is not merely for a casual conversation." In an instant, Feng Tian's eyes transformed into the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, and a wave of oppressive causal power surged through the entire Hokage's office. Under the weight of this terrifying pressure, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained steadfast. Yet a flicker of seriousness flashed in his eyes as he looked at Feng Tian. "What exactly do you wish to accomplish?" Sarutobi's voice was calm, yet powerful, as he took a measured step forward, hands forming seals, clearly prepared for battle. Observing this, Feng Tian allowed a faint smile to play on his lips and gently waved his hand, causing the overwhelming causal energy to recede like a tide. His gaze remained fixed on the luminous moon, as he spoke softly yet with undeniable authority. "I wish for the 5 Kage to convene a summit within 3 days. The location shall be none other than Konohagakure." A determined light sparkled in Feng Tian's eyes. "Of course, I shall attend this meeting as well, and we will discuss matters in detail then." With that, his figure trembled slightly, and with a subtle distortion of space, he gradually vanished from sight, leaving behind a resonating statement laden with menace. "Should you wish to detain me now, Sarutobi Hiruzen, you are welcome to try. However, be prepared to face the consequences." Witnessing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's countenance darkened further as he pondered his next course of action. At that moment, the door to the Hokage's office burst open, and Danzo's figure appeared before Sarutobi. "What transpired, monkey?" he inquired. Faced with Danzo's question, Sarutobi remained silent initially, but eventually exhaled a heavy breath and responded solemnly. "Contact the other 4 Kage and inform them that a 5 Kage summit will reconvene in 3 days at Konohagakure." Chapter 84, The Five Kage Summit, Part 1. In the conference room of Konohagakure, the atmosphere was tense. "What on earth are you playing at, Hokage?" the fourth Raikage exclaimed, striking the table forcefully, causing the teacups to rattle. His brows furrowed tightly as he fixed his piercing gaze on Sarutobi, his tone laced with accusation. At this moment, the room was filled with representatives from the other four great shinobi villages, all seated around the long table for this crucial summit. Before Sarutobi could even begin to explain, the fourth Raikage could no longer contain himself and launched a barrage of questions. "How long has it been since the last meeting?" "Merely a few months. What is the purpose of summoning us so suddenly?" His voice echoed like thunder within the chamber. In response to the fourth Raikage's relentless inquiries, the other Kage, Inoki, the third Tsuchikage, Yagura, the Mizukage, and Gaara, the Kazekage, remained unusually silent. They either lowered their heads in contemplation or exchanged furtive glances, weighing their options, leaving only the sound of the fourth Raikage's furious breaths in the room. They too were eager to understand the urgency behind Sarutobi's call for this summit. Sarutobi adjusted the Hokage hat atop his head, his eyes, weathered by countless storms, now sharp as an eagle's as he fixed his attention on the fourth Raikage. Speaking slowly and firmly, "We have gathered some leads regarding the whereabouts of Kurabi." He paused deliberately, gauging the reactions of those present. "Indeed, as we have surmised, they have fallen into the hands of the Twilight Organization, and they are currently under the control of a man named Fontion." As Sarutobi's words settled, the atmosphere in the conference room froze, as if even the air itself had ceased to flow. Each Kage's expression turned grave, brows knitting tightly as they contemplated how to address this sudden crisis. The fourth Raikage rose abruptly, fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white from the pressure, his voice low and menacing. "The Twilight Organization? Fontion. So it is those ruffians." Inoki, the elderly yet sharp-eyed third Tsuchikage, gently tapped his cane, producing a rhythmic sound, and then spoke slowly. "If that were all there was to it, Hokage, you would not have called for a five Kage summit. I wish to know the truth behind this meeting." Unfazed by Inoki's directness, Sarutobi remained composed. He lightly tapped the table, his gaze sweeping across the faces of the gathered Kage before he began speaking. His voice tinged with a barely perceptible weight. 3 days ago, in the Hokage's office, I unexpectedly encountered Fontion, the founder of the Twilight Organization. At that moment, my singular thought was to ensure he remained in Konohagakure. Yet, when faced with him, my rational mind informed me that this man, even with all my strength, could not be moved in the slightest. He emanates a peculiar aura, a force that induces dread. In the blink of an eye, he can incapacitate even the most resolute ninja. It is an indescribable terror that dissuades one from gazing directly upon him. Having reached this point, Sarutobi sighed softly and continued. "Crucially, the instigator of this five Kage summit is not I, but rather Fontion." With this proclamation, the conference room erupted in murmurs of disbelief. The Kage exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions reflecting shock. The fourth Raikage, unable to contain his astonishment, bellowed, "What did you say? Fontion initiated the five Kage summit. By what right does he hold such authority?" Sarutobi shook his head in resignation, continuing, "Initially, I intended to refuse. However, considering that Minato and Kurabi remain in the clutches of the Twilight Organization, I saw this opportunity to glean their intentions." At this moment, Gaara interjected, "Hokage, your considerations are indeed thorough. Yet, with only us present, do you think we can discern the Twilight Organization's objectives merely through discussion?" Upon hearing this, Sarutobi slightly shook his head, then replied, "Fontion has stated he will attend this summit. However, given the circumstances, he is likely to make an appearance." Just as Sarutobi finished speaking, the door to the conference room swung open with force, a cold breeze sweeping in and causing papers to flutter. The eyes of the assembled Kage were drawn to the entrance, where the figure of Fontion emerged, the very architect of the Twilight Organization they had been discussing. Dressed in a well-tailored black robe that billowed softly in the wind, Fontion stood tall and imposing. His countenance was stern, seemingly perpetually shrouded in frost, and his deep-set eyes emanated an undeniable authority that dissuaded direct confrontation. He surveyed the room with a piercing gaze, as if capable of perceiving the innermost thoughts of each individual present. Then, a faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips, one filled with confidence and mockery, as if he held all the strings of fate in his hands and the others were merely pieces on his chessboard. "Hello," he greeted, and upon hearing this, the fourth Raikage's fury ignited once more, ready to explode, but he was gently restrained by Sarutobi's hand on his shoulder. Sarutobi nodded towards Fontion, indicating for him to take a seat. Without hesitation, Fontion strode to an empty chair, crossing his legs nonchalantly. an air of provocation gleaming in his eyes. Now that everyone is present, let us proceed directly to the matter at hand, Feng Tian declared, breaking the silence. His voice was deep and resonant, seemingly penetrating the very essence of those who listened. I understand that you have many questions and grievances regarding the Twilight Organization. Yet, I am not here to quarrel with you. I come to discuss collaboration. The words of Feng Tian carried a subtle hint of cunning. Cooperation, collaborating with the Twilight Organization, the fourth Raikage scoffed, his tone laced with disdain. Do you think we would believe your deceptive words? Feng Tian smiled faintly, seemingly unfazed by the fourth Raikage's mockery. He continued, I understand your concerns, but I assure you, if you are willing to collaborate with the Twilight Organization, I can guarantee the safety of Minato and Killer Bee. Moreover, we can also rescue this filthy shinobi world. Collaboration, what precisely does that entail? Anoki furrowed his brow, his voice tinged with doubt and caution. Upon hearing this, Feng Tian's lips curled into a subtle smile, and he gently raised a finger at that moment. A chilling force of causality swept through the conference hall like a tempest. The attendees, except for Yagura, who was slightly weaker, changed their expressions, seemingly affected by this overwhelming power. The remaining four, Anoki, the Wind Shadow Raza, the Fire Shadow Sarutobi, and the Raikage remained steady, their faces betraying no signs of disturbance, clearly possessing the strength to withstand this force. Then, Feng Tian spoke again, his voice soft yet imbued with an undeniable authority. I require all of your remaining tail beasts. Chapter 85, The Five Kage Summit, Part 2. Feng Tian's words were like a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of tension throughout the room. The atmosphere instantly grew strained and oppressive, each breath seeming heavier than the last. All tail beasts, Sarutobi repeated, his brow furrowed and gaze piercing as he fixed his eyes on Feng Tian. Are you jesting? The tail beasts are the treasures of the great ninja villages and the keystones of balance in the shinobi world. On what grounds do you believe we would easily hand them over to you? Feng Tian smiled slightly, a smile that seemed to harbor profound implications. Lord Hokage, we both know the catastrophic consequences if the power of the tailed beast is misused. It is precisely to prevent such calamities that I stand before you. Humph, how eloquent. The fourth Raikage snorted derisively, his face a mask of disdain. Who do you think you are? A savior? Why should we trust you? Because I am the creator of the Twilight Organization, and I wield power beyond your imagination. Feng Tian's tone was calm and resolute, as if asserting an undeniable truth. At that moment, Sarutobi asked a pivotal question. Slowly articulating, what is the ultimate goal of your Twilight Organization in collecting the tailed beasts? Feng Tian, upon hearing this, smiled slightly and replied, the purpose of collecting the tailed beasts is to realize the Eye of the Moon plan. The Eye of the Moon plan? What does that mean? Sarutobi queried once more. Yet, Feng Tian suddenly teleported to the center of the conference table, gradually crouching down as he spoke. I wish to articulate this slowly. Everything converges into a singularity, the complete unity of all. What I am about to share concerns the Sage of Six Paths. Feng Tian's words struck like a lightning bolt, leaving the attendees in shock and confusion. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with uncertainty and astonishment. The Sage of Six Paths, Sarutobi murmured, the name seemingly stirring some profound memory within him, his gaze becoming deep and complex. Noting this, Feng Tian nodded slightly, his eyes appearing to pierce through the mists of time, returning to that ancient and mysterious era. Indeed, the Sage of Six Paths, he is the creator of this world and the original master of the tailed beasts. The power he left behind is precisely the goal we, the Twilight Organization, yearn for. What you know as the tailed beasts are merely fragments of the Sage's power. Only by gathering these fragments can we unlock the true power he left behind and realize the Eye of the Moon plan. That will herald a new world, a world ruled by us. At this point, Feng Tian's tone brimmed with uncontainable fervor and anticipation, but he paused briefly before continuing. Moreover, with my methods, I can ensure that the Jinchuriki remain unharmed after extracting the tailed beast chakra. I believe both you, Raza, and the Raikage should be aware of this technique. Having said that, Feng Tian turned his gaze towards Raza and the fourth Raikage, his eyes filled with provocation and confidence, as if awaiting their response. He spoke the truth. Previously, during the extraction of the One Tails chakra in Sunagakure, and the extraction of the Two Tails and Eight Tails chakra in Kumogakure, the Jinchuriki had not lost their lives. What will happen after the Eye of the Moon plan is realized? Anoki's voice trembled slightly, revealing his profound fear and unease regarding this plan. Upon hearing this, Feng Tian's face broke into a mysterious smile, his tone filled with an ineffable fervor and anticipation. The realization of the Eye of the Moon plan will signify the dawn of a new era. An era that I will lead and dominate. In this era, war, suffering, and sorrow, all these negative aspects will be eradicated forever, replaced by a new world brimming with peace and happiness. Do you truly believe your plan can save this world? The fourth Reikage glared fiercely, his voice overflowing with disdain and anger. You are merely an ambitious madman. To satisfy your selfish desires, you would sacrifice the peace and tranquility of the entire world. Feng Tian chuckled softly, his gaze turning cold and sharp. Perhaps that is how it appears to you. But for me, it is an effort made for a greater goal. For this purpose, I am willing to bear all risks and costs, even if it means being misunderstood and reviled by the world. His voice was firm and powerful, as if he were prepared to face any challenge ahead. Enough. Sarutobi slammed his hand on the table, the sound echoing like thunder in the conference room, interrupting Feng Tian's fervent speech. His eyes locked onto Feng Tian, his tone resolute and unwavering. Your plan is too reckless. We cannot cooperate with you. The tailed beasts are the invaluable treasures of the ninja villages and the key to maintaining balance in the shinobi world. We will never hand them over to a dangerous individual like you. Feng Tian stood up, his figure elongated in the light, appearing even more proud and imperious. His gaze, sharp as a blade, swept across each person present, a mocking and confident smile gracing his lips. You will cooperate. He spoke slowly, his voice low and filled with menace, because you have no choice. This world is already decaying, rife with war, suffering, and despair. Only I, Feng Tian, can bring true transformation and breathe new life into this world. And you must either choose to walk alongside me, sharing in the glory of the future, or stand against me, welcoming the fate of destruction. As his words settled, the atmosphere in the conference room grew increasingly tense. Sarutobi, Anoki, and Raza all fixed their vigilant and hostile gazes upon Feng Tian, who resembled a sovereign poised to rule, quietly awaiting their response. In the next moment, the fourth Reikage could no longer contain himself, instantly entering his lightning armor state and striking fiercely at Feng Tian. Do not speak so brazenly. Return Killer Bee to me. In the face of the fourth Reikage's sudden assault, Feng Tian appeared unfazed. He slightly sidestepped, effortlessly evading the Reikage's heavy blow. A futile endeavor. Feng Tian stated coolly, his tone brimming with confidence and composure. The fourth Reikage did not cease his attack. He flashed once more toward Feng Tian. Yet, Feng Tian seemed to anticipate his movements, skillfully dodging each time. Enough. Sarutobi shouted, standing up to position himself between the fourth Reikage and Feng Tian. Reikage, your actions will not retrieve Killer Bee. At this juncture, the fourth Reikage had regained a modicum of composure, returning to his original position with a disgruntled expression. Were it not for Karabi, he would have been utterly indifferent to overturning the entire venue. Upon witnessing the fourth Reikage resuming his seat and his demeanor softening slightly, Sarutobi Hizashi breathed a silent sigh of relief. He then narrowed his eyes and fixed a penetrating gaze on Feng Tian, inquiring in a low yet resolute tone, I am curious, what actions will you take if we refuse to surrender the other tailed beasts? Upon hearing this, Feng Tian's lips curled into a cold smirk. As if he had anticipated Sarutobi Hizashi's question, he stepped forward, unapologetically placing his foot upon the conference table, exuding an air of disdain and provocation. It is quite simple, he replied, his voice as frigid as ice. If you do not comply, I hereby declare war upon you, marking the onset of the fourth great ninja war. With the weight of his words, the atmosphere in the conference room plummeted to a freezing point. The faces of all present etched with gravity and unease. Before anyone could voice their thoughts, Feng Tian's figure began to dissolve into the air, accompanied by a distortion of space. You will come to understand my methods. Chapter 86. Conclusion of the talks. As Feng Tian vanished, the meeting hall was enveloped in a profound silence, each individual grappling with the events that had just transpired. After a moment, Yagura finally broke the stillness, his voice laced with uncertainty. What shall we do next, everyone? Sarutobi Hizashi gently massaged his temples, seemingly lost in contemplation of Feng Tian's words and their precarious situation. After a brief pause, he spoke slowly, his tone resolute and powerful. We have no choice but to prepare for the impending war. Since Feng Tian has declared hostilities, we cannot remain passive. We must swiftly reach out to other hidden villages, collaboratively devise strategies, and formulate a comprehensive defense plan. The fourth Reikage scoffed dismissively, embodying the spirit of a fervent warrior, unperturbed by the looming conflict. Let them come. Are we truly afraid? Is it not too hasty to commence the fourth great ninja war so soon after the conclusion of the third? Anoki interjected, expressing his differing viewpoint. Having just endured the third great ninja war, Awagakure also required a period of respite. Anoki, I understand your concerns, Sarutobi Hizashi acknowledged, surveying the assembly. But as Phontion articulated, we have no alternatives. If the power of the tailed beasts is misused, it will bring catastrophic consequences to this world that we must thwart the ambitions of the Twilight Organization. However, Hokage-sama, how do we intend to prevent them? Yagura posed the critical question. Given the apparent strength of the Twilight Organization, do we truly stand a chance? Sarutobi Hizashi inhaled deeply, his gaze unwavering. Although we confront formidable adversaries, we cannot capitulate easily. We must unite all possible forces to confront the Twilight Organization. Unite. The fourth Raikage frowned slightly. Are you suggesting an alliance with other hidden villages? Indeed, Sarutobi Hizashi affirmed with a nod. Only through solidarity can we hope to triumph over the Twilight Organization. Moreover, I believe other hidden villages will not stand idle as the so-called Moon Eye plan unfolds. Yet, such endeavors require time, Onoki reminded. Whether the other hidden villages are willing to ally with us remains uncertain. Furthermore, the strength of those smaller villages pales in comparison to our 5 major villages. Is it truly necessary to involve them in this conflict? Time is indeed of the essence, but we cannot surrender. Sarutobi Hizashi rose, his gaze resolute. I shall personally visit the other hidden villages to garner their support. Concurrently, we must fortify our defenses and prepare for the impending war. Hokage-sama is right. Yagura stood as well. We cannot remain idle. I will immediately summon the elite ninjas of the Water Village to enhance our village's defenses. I too shall rally the ninjas of the Cloud Village, declared the fourth Raikage, unwilling to concede, though I am not fond of alliances. If it serves to avert disaster, I am willing to fight alongside the other hidden villages. Then I shall gather the ninjas of Awagakure as well. Though Onoki was reluctant, he recognized it was the best option available. Our village will wholeheartedly support this battle. Under the leadership of Sarutobi Hizashi, the leaders of the 4 major hidden villages ultimately reached a consensus. They resolved to unite in their efforts against the Twilight Organization, striving to safeguard the peace and security of the world. In the days that followed, the 4 major hidden villages commenced their preparations for war with utmost urgency. They intensified the training of their ninjas, enhanced their defensive installations, gathered intelligence, and initiated contact with other hidden villages to secure their support. Underground in Konoha Phontion, war is imminent. When shall we undertake action? Uchiha Madara inquired, his visage radiating arrogance, devoid of any fear of conflict, only imbued with an insatiable thirst for battle. Lord Madara, I comprehend your fervor for war. Yet we must proceed with caution, Phontion replied, his tone resolute and his gaze profound. While the numbers of white Zetsu are rapidly increasing, they have not yet met our expectations. Moreover, the strength of Konoha and the other hidden villages cannot be underestimated. Should we act recklessly, we may incur significant losses. Uchiha Madara furrowed his brow slightly, yet he recognized the truth in Phontion's words. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to regain his composure. Then, what do you propose we do? We must await the optimal moment, Phontion stated slowly. Currently, the 4 major hidden villages have begun to unite in preparation against us. Their vigilance is high, rendering this a poor time for us to strike. However, as time progresses, their alertness may wane. When that moment arrives, we will launch our assault, achieving maximum victory at minimal cost. Shizen, Obito, Scorpion, and Kakuzu listened intently to the dialogue between Phontion and Uchiha Madara, despite their differing personalities. They shared a common objective, to fight for the realization of their respective ideals. At this moment, they chose silence, aware that in this war, their duty was to execute orders and contribute their strength towards ultimate victory. Very well, since you insist, I shall bide my time. Uchiha Madara finally acquiesced, though his eyes still shimmered with an indomitable light. However, Phontion, remember that our time is limited. If we delay too long, it may precipitate other unnecessary complications. I understand, Lord Madara. Phontion nodded slightly. I will closely monitor the movements of the 4 major hidden villages, and once I identify a suitable opportunity, we shall strike without hesitation. Before he could finish his sentence, Phontion suddenly turned sharply, his keen gaze sweeping over Shizen and the others, a subtle aura of causality permeating the air, sending a shiver down their spines. He then spoke, his voice steady and commanding, before the final battle unfolds. Allow me to lend you my strength to enhance your abilities. Chapter 87, Strengthening Abilities. Scorpion, release all your puppets. Phontion's words carried a hint of anticipation, gently descending. Scorpion nodded slightly, a playful smile gracing his lips as he deftly produced several exquisite scrolls from his cloak with a flick of his fingers. Bang! A gentle sound echoed as the scroll unfurled, accompanied by a swirling cloud of dust, and a multitude of puppets seemed to descend from the heavens, instantly filling the entire space. This underground chamber, already quite spacious, appeared somewhat constricted in the presence of the densely packed hundreds of puppets, making even the air feel heavy. The puppets varied in form. Some wielded sharp blades while others bore heavy artillery. Their cold gleam evoking a shiver of dread. A flicker of surprise crossed Feng Tian's eyes, for he had not anticipated that Xie could command such a multitude of puppets. In contrast, Xie maintained an expression of calm indifference, as though all of this was well within his control. Feng Tian raised his gaze to the myriad of puppets soaring through the air, palms facing upwards, his hands gently lifted as if summoning something. In that fleeting moment, an indescribable and colossal force of causal power enveloped all the puppets like an invisible net. Xie's brow furrowed slightly, emitting a low murmur of confusion. Although, on the surface, the puppets appeared unchanged under the influence of causal power. A tumultuous wave surged within Xie's heart. He could distinctly sense that, at that moment, his puppets seemed to be touched by some mysterious force, undergoing an astonishing transformation. This subtle yet profound change left him both astonished and curious. The infusion of causal power resembled a silent ritual that persisted for a full 5 minutes, until a bead of sweat silently slid down Feng Tian's forehead, signaling the gradual conclusion of this enigmatic empowerment. Xie, behold, all your meticulously crafted puppets, including the wind shadow puppet, have now been enveloped in a layer of causal power. Feng Tian panted lightly, his eyes reflecting a blend of fatigue and satisfaction. Under the protection of this unfathomable force, anyone who dares to destroy your puppets will be merely indulging in fantasies. His words bore an undeniable conviction. In other words, your current puppets are virtually indestructible. Feng Tian's tone carried a hint of pride, as if he were showcasing his magnificent creation to see it. A glimmer of disbelief flickered in Xie's eyes as he slowly approached one of the puppets, gently touching it with his fingertips, as if he could perceive an unprecedented resilience and an unusual flow of energy. This was not merely a reinforcement of materials, it was a transcendence beyond physical laws, rendering each puppet seemingly immortal. What an astonishing force! The causal power can achieve such extents, Xie whispered, his voice laced with both wonder and reverence for the unknown. He turned his gaze to Feng Tian, his eyes shimmering with complex emotions. In this manner, my art shall know no boundaries. Feng Tian smiled faintly, a mix of weariness and contentment on his countenance. Your art should never be easily constrained by this world. This is the only gift I can offer you. May it aid you in traversing further along this path. Before he could take a moment to breathe, Feng Tian directed his attention toward Jiaodu. Now, it is your turn. Feng Tian's voice resonated deeply and powerfully, and upon uttering these words, he wielded the mysterious causal power like an invisible chain, swiftly sweeping toward Jiaodu. In an instant, Jiaodu found himself ensconced by this peculiar and formidable energy, his figure flickering in and out of sight amidst the brilliance. As time progressed, for bizarre bulges suddenly swelled on Jiaodu's back, seemingly brimming with boundless power, writhing and expanding. The next moment, these bulges appeared to burst under the internal pressure, releasing 4 grotesque black creatures that rushed out from Jiaodu's body with a foul wind. These were Jiaodu's signature secret technique, the Earth Grudge Fear, however, under the enhancement of causal power. These creatures had expanded several-fold. They flailed wildly in the air, endowed with destructive strength. Even the sturdy underground base seemed on the verge of collapse, trembling precariously. At this moment, Feng Tian sensed that the timing was just right. So he ceased the infusion of causal power. This brought the ever-expanding Earth Grudge Fears to a halt. Your Earth Grudge Fears, under the influence of my causal power, have had their chakra attack potency multiplied several times. Moreover, their physical structure has also been reinforced. Although not as sturdy as Xie's puppets, they are sufficiently resilient. Jiaodu's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the colossal Earth Grudge Fears behind him, his face reflecting sheer incredulity. He could feel that these already formidable appendages now harbored even more terrifying power, as if a mere flick could flatten any obstacle before him. Is this truly my Earth Grudge Fear? Jiaodu's voice quivered slightly, a mix of exhilaration and trepidation at the unknown power. Feng Tian nodded solemnly. Indeed, this is your Earth Grudge Fear, but it has transcended being a mere chakra creation. With the enhancement of causal power, not only has its offensive capability been significantly amplified, but its defensive strength and endurance have also been bolstered. You, Jiaodu, shall henceforth possess a more fearsome power. Jiaodu took a deep breath, striving to calm the tumult within him. He slowly approached one of the Earth Grudge Fears, gently touching its resilient exterior, feeling the immense power contained within. Feng Tian, this gift of yours is quite weighty, he murmured, his tone imbued with gratitude and anticipation for the future. We both understand that in this chaotic world, power is the only thing that can safeguard oneself. Feng Tian replied with a hint of detachment. I merely hope that you will utilize this power for meaningful endeavors, rather than squander it in endless bloodshed and conflict. Jiadu nodded, his expression resolute. Rest assured, Feng Tian, that I know what I must do and how I ought to proceed. Having expended such vast causal power without reservation twice, even Feng Tian now appeared somewhat drained. He gradually shifted his steps, sinking into a somewhat weathered wooden chair, his gaze penetrating as he observed Jiadu and Xie before him. He took a few deep breaths to steady himself before continuing. Now, you two truly possess the formidable strength to single-handedly topple nations. I believe that in the forthcoming war, you will undoubtedly play a pivotal role. Upon hearing Feng Tian's words, Xie and Jiadu exchanged glances, reading a shared determination and anticipation in each other's eyes. Subsequently, they nodded in unison, as if assuring Feng Tian that they would not betray his trust and expectations. In that moment, both felt an overwhelming urge to rush out and engage in battle. Yet they suppressed their impulses, awaiting Feng Tian's command. After a brief interval, as Feng Tian sensed the restoration of his ocular power, he rose and turned to Shizue, speaking in a low, grave tone. Your situation is somewhat unique. I cannot directly elevate your strength as I did for them. However, it has prompted me to contemplate alternative methods. Chapter 88. Shizue's choice. What method? Shizue inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. In his view, the notion of enhancing strength was not something he particularly cared about. However, Feng Tian's gaze was profound as he fixed his attention on Shizue, contemplating for a moment before finally deciding to articulate. Your strength cannot be directly enhanced like theirs. To achieve a significant improvement, we must delve into your Meijiki Sharingan. Meijiki Sharingan. Shizue continued to probe, his brow slightly furrowed, seemingly struggling to comprehend Feng Tian's intentions. Yes. If your Meijiki Sharingan can evolve into the eternal Meijiki Sharingan, your strength will undergo a qualitative leap. It may even allow Susanoo to evolve into its complete form. Upon hearing this, Shizue's pupils constricted sharply, clearly shaken by Feng Tian's words. The eternal Meijiki Sharingan was the dream of countless Uchiha clan members, not only preventing the vision deterioration associated with the Meijiki Sharingan but also unlocking even more potent powers. The complete form of Susanoo was a legendary existence, possessing the might to obliterate the heavens and the earth. However, to achieve this, one must transplant the Meijiki Sharingan of a blood relative. Shizue's voice trembled slightly. Fully aware of the implications, he knew all too well the tragic tales of brothers turning against one another within the Uchiha clan in pursuit of power. Was he truly willing to bear such a cost? Feng Tian seemed to have discerned the hesitation within Jishue. With a gentle pat on Jishue's shoulder, he confidently declared, You need not worry about this. With my causal power, I can bypass this step and directly evolve your Kaleidoscope Sharingan into the eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. But, what is it? Jishue pressed, his usual composure wavering at the mention of the eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. However, the cost of this method is considerable. What I need to overdraw is your future. Upon saying this, Feng Tian's gaze sharpened, fixated intently on Jishue, eagerly awaiting his response. Feng Tian's approach was rather straightforward. He intended to extract Jishue's strength from the future timeline. Using causal power as a conduit, this method would result in minimal backlash for Feng Tian, yet it would irrevocably sever Jishue's future path. After all, for one who overdraws their power in advance, the threads of causality become utterly chaotic. Even Feng Tian, who possessed causal power, could not foresee what Jishue's future would entail. Have you made your decision? Feng Tian inquired once more. This. Jishue's body quivered slightly, his gaze lingering on Feng Tian's face for an extended moment, seemingly weighing the pros and cons of this decision. His heart roiled like a turbulent sea, undulating with conflicting emotions. On one hand, the allure of the eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan was immense, promising unprecedented power capable of safeguarding all that he held dear. On the other hand, the price of overdrawn futures weighed heavily, potentially costing him unknown possibilities and avenues for growth. Are you presenting me with a choice, Feng Tian? Jishue's voice was low and complex as he slowly raised his head, locking eyes with Feng Tian, searching for answers within his gaze. Feng Tian did not shy away from Jishue's scrutiny. He nodded, his tone resolute. Yes, Jishue, this is your choice. Regardless of the path you choose, I will respect your decision. But you must be aware that once a choice is made, there is no turning back. Jishue fell into silence, closing his eyes as countless images flashed through his mind. He then spoke slowly. I am weary of the war filled with gunpowder. The disputes between great nations have shattered countless families. This is not the world I desire. Feng Tian, for the sake of the moon I plan, What does it matter if I stake my future? Ji Shui's words bore a resolute and sacrificial tone, his eyes shimmering with a yearning for peace and a profound weariness of the current chaotic world. It seemed he had made his decision, willing to end the war and achieve peace for a greater cause. Even at the heavy cost of overdrawn futures, Feng Tian gazed into Ji Shui's determined eyes, a complex surge of emotions rising within him. He felt both admiration for Ji Shui's resolve and concern for the potential consequences of this decision. He understood that once Ji Shui embarked on this path, he could never turn back. His future would be irrevocably rewritten. Ji Shui, are you truly certain? This path is fraught with challenges. You may lose much, including your future growth and possibilities, Feng Tian reiterated, hoping Ji Shui would reflect deeply before making a regrettable choice. Ji Shui smiled faintly, his eyes filled with determination and resolution. Feng Tian, I have made my decision. In this world rife with war and strife, individual growth and future seem so insignificant. If my sacrifice can bring about world peace, then I am willing to bear that responsibility. Hearing this, Feng Tian let out a deep sigh. He knew Ji Shui had made up his mind, and no amount of persuasion could alter his resolve. Thus, he nodded, choosing to respect Ji Shui's choice. Very well, Ji Shui. Since you have decided, I will do my utmost to help you achieve this goal. However, remember, regardless of how the future unfolds, this is your own choice, Feng Tian said, his tone heavy with gravity. Let us proceed. Feng Tian. This time, Ji Shui spoke without a hint of hesitation. His resolve was firm. Observing this, Feng Tian too cast aside his doubts, channeling causal power towards Ji Shui. In the next moment, slender threads of causality emerged from Ji Shui's being, connecting him to the river of time. Feng Tian deftly manipulated these threads, seeking the temporal juncture of Ji Shui's most potent phase. As Feng Tian meticulously guided the threads of causality woven through Ji Shui, the entire space seemed to freeze, time losing its natural flow in that instant. Ji Shui felt a wondrous force surging within him, a power belonging to the future, drawn here in an unfathomable manner. Found it, Feng Tian whispered, his fingers gently brushing against a radiant thread of causality, marking a pinnacle moment in Ji Shui's future. In that moment, Feng Tian's eyes sparkled with an extraordinary brightness, as if he could perceive all illusions, gazing into the essence of causality. Ji Shui, tense yet expectant, closed his eyes, sensing a warm and potent force gradually infusing his body. It was a level of power he had never experienced, as if the mysteries of the universe were unfolding before him at that very moment. Hold on, Ji Shui, Feng Tian cautioned, a hint of concern lacing his voice. Under Feng Tian's guidance, Ji Shui's kaleidoscope Sharingan began to quiver violently, as if an ancient and formidable seal was on the verge of being undone. An indescribable pain suddenly engulfed him. Ji Shui gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, yet his eyes betrayed no intention of retreat. Ji Shui let out a low roar, a release of pain and a yearning for power. At that moment, Ji Shui's kaleidoscope Sharingan erupted in a dazzling light, its pattern transforming.